Synopsis: a young man is transmigrated to a new world, burdened with a mysterious and powerful evil that grants him unique regenerative abilities. He tries to survive on his own, relying on a system that grants him random skills, including a powerful projection magic. However, his path changes drastically when he is noticed by the powerful goddess of beauty, who becomes intrigued by the pure evil he carries within him. He is reluctantly taken under her care, and his quiet life is thrown into chaos as he is forced to navigate the dangerous world and the even more dangerous goddess. Chapter 1: The One Bearing All the Evils of the World. Bangs! The monster at the end turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared from the dungeon. Only a magic stone, left on the ground, proved that a monster once existed here. Today's daily mission task is finally completed. Picking up the magic stone, a hint of joy flashed across Ethan's face. He looked like a typical East Asian youth. Daily mission: kill 10 goblins. Progress 1010. Mission reward: diamonds 10. Claiming the mission reward, 10 diamonds were added to the balance, relieving Ethan. After continuous efforts for a whole 10 days, he finally gathered 100 diamonds today. As the name suggests, daily missions refresh every day with uncertain content, including kill missions, collecting missions, exploration missions, and so on. However, all these missions have one thing in common: they can be easily completed with Ethan's strength. Drip. Blood kept flowing from Ethan's arm, dropping onto the ground, staining it red. Ethan just glanced at it and ignored it. The next second, the wound that was still bleeding visibly healed at an astonishing speed. The wound disappeared, and the skin returned to its fair complexion. It was impossible to tell that this place had once been injured. With such powerful regenerative abilities, Ethan felt no joy, but rather a heavy heart. Half a month ago, Ethan crossed over to this world, an anime world called DANMACHI. The prevailing theme in this world is a very common one of anime genres: a fantasy world, monster slaying and leveling up, and hero versus evil dragon type of isekai anime. Arario, the labyrinth city, is hailed as the bustling metropolis at the center of the world. It is a vast city built on top of the dungeon, a gathering place for gods. Thanks to the blessings of many gods, various races join different familias, make friends, and engage in adventures, trade, entertainment, and conflicts. This is a vibrant world where gods, elves, demihumans, dwarves, palums, Amazonas, and numerous other races intertwine in a fantasy-like setting. Of course, as a transmigrator, Ethan naturally possesses his own golden finger. Card drawing system. As the name suggests, it is a system for drawing cards. A system that has no other function besides drawing cards, a very pure system. Name: Ethan Starfall. Current card pool: Fate type Moon. Diamonds 100. Upon arriving in this world, the card drawing system gave Ethan a novice gift pack of 10 consecutive draws. However, Ethan's luck was questionable, with a total of 10 opportunities resulting in only one successful draw. All the evils of the world. This is the name given by the ancient dualism of good and evil, from the Zoroastrianism-based worship of the demon king, named King of Demons. In the world of Fate type Moon, his true form was that of a nameless young man unjustly labeled as the embodiment of all the evils of the world in a Zoroastrian village. He was imprisoned at the mountaintop, had his right eye gouged out, hands and feet severed, continuously tortured as punishment for being the absolute embodiment of evil. Finally, after experiencing all the pain and suffering a human could feel, the young man naturally perished. However, the hatred born from this absurd ordeal deeply imprinted in the rock prison, eventually transforming into an unnamed undead. He became a demon carrying the name of bearing all the evils of the world, an anti-hero burdened with sin. It sounds like a ludicrous situation, but unfortunately it's a tragic reality. In the world of Fate, during the Third Holy Grail War, Angra Mainyu was summoned by the Einsburns family, but was quickly defeated due to his weak strength. After the defeat, Angra Mainyu, bearing all the evils of the world, was absorbed by the Greater Grail. Trouble ensued as the originally colorless Holy Grail, after absorbing Angra Mainyu, became contaminated, with the magical power inside the greater Holy Grail transforming into all the evils of the world. Consequently, the Fourth and Fifth Holy Grail Wars were significantly affected by it. Now, Ethan is in a similar situation as that unfortunate boy. However, he has not undergone torment or death, but he has genuinely shouldered the burden of all the evils of the world. After merging with all the evils of the world, Ethan is no longer a normal human. It's somewhat similar to Gilgamesh in Fate's Day Night, but not quite right. His body has been strengthened and reshaped by all the evils of the world, not a mere black mud incarnation, possibly because he is not a servant. Nevertheless, this transformation has granted Ethan physical enhancement, and his resilience is comparable to the monsters in the underground dungeon. In addition, after the baptism of all the evils of the world, Ethan has gained a constitution similar to rapid regeneration. As long as he doesn't die, even severed limbs can be restored. And the cost of all this is magic power mana, much like the monsters in the underground dungeon. For ordinary people who cannot absorb it, magic stones are used as fuel. However, for Ethan, it has become a kind of battery, and he can easily absorb the magic power within it. This also makes Ethan very puzzled about whether he can still be considered a human now. Therefore, even though Ethan is in the labyrinth city of Arario, a gathering place for gods, he dares not seek any god. In case he is regarded as a reincarnation of an evil god, or a demon chosen by an evil god, he might be killed or worse, brought out for judgment. As for seeking an evil god, that is even more impractical. Although this is Arario, meeting a god is not something that happens casually, let alone notorious evil gods. Moreover, the followers of evil gods are mostly from Evolis, and among these guys, they are all outlaws and desperados who don't know when they might die. In the end, Ethan chose the most prudent approach. That is, not to seek any god or join any familia, but to rely on his own golden finger for gradual improvement. Although the card pool has only one entry, Fate Type Moon, it contains countless good things. So, Ethan worked hard for half a month, experiencing several single draws failures in the first few days, and then choosing a 10 consecutive draws guarantee. Although the card pool itself does not have guarantees, as someone who has played countless card and gacha games, for Ethan, single draw is a matter of faith, and 10 consecutive draws is a guarantee. The rules of card drawing system are simple. One draw costs 10 diamonds, and 100 diamonds can be used for 10 draws. There are no guarantees, no probabilities. It mainly relies on luck, or rather, destiny. Ethan is very nervous as he looks at the card drawing interface of the system. After all, whether he becomes a lucky star or an unlucky star, it all depends on this draw. If luck is on his side, he'll soar as a lucky star. Otherwise, he'll have to grind for another 10 days as an unlucky star. Chapter 2, Projection Magic. An ostensibly ordinary interface, much like that of many gacha games. The entire interface is exceedingly simple, featuring only 2 options: a single draw for 10 diamonds and a 10 consecutive draws for 100 diamonds. The card drawing interface also showcases cards, where a single draw reveals 1 card and 10 consecutive draws unveil a pack of 10 cards. There isn't even a guarantee, no events like top-up, special price for 10 consecutive draws, or final guarantee. It's all very plain, with no explicit probabilities mentioned, purely dependent on luck. It underscores simplicity, something that would likely astonish major gaming companies, given its apparent waste of potential. However, Ethan doesn't have any other choice. After all, this system is his only reliance in Arario, where countless dangers lurk in the shadows. A few days ago, in the underground dungeon, he was even ambushed by a group of malicious, veteran adventurers. Fortunately, with the help of Ethan's extraordinary constitution, they ended up being counterkilled. Since he's not an adventurer and hasn't joined any familia, Ethan can't exchange magic stones for volleys at the guild counter. His usual income comes from selling some monster drops to barely maintain his livelihood. It's also fortunate that there's no real name authentication required to enter the underground dungeon. Otherwise, Ethan, who hasn't joined any familia, wouldn't even be able to enter the dungeon. Staring at the card pool of fate-type moon in front of him, Ethan took a deep breath. God, Buddha, Jesus, Brahma, Amaterasu, please bless me and give me something good. Swish. After the prayer, Ethan resolutely clicked on the 10 consecutive draws. A 3D animation that seemed to be quite extravagant began, and in the void, a card pack was brought out, the seal torn open, and then cards flipped over and flew out one by one. Black silk, white silk, meat silk, fishnet silk. One by one, the cards were flipped open, and without exception, they were all various kinds of silk stockings. Ethan, a non-gay man, was almost grinding his teeth, wondering why he was getting so many stockings. Why do I have to suffer this? I tried to draw a miracle from a single draw, but got nothing. Now do I have to waste 10 consecutive draws as well? Ethan was feeling a bit depressed. Suddenly, something surprising happened. Projection Magecraft/Magic. Did I get something good? Looking at the last card after it was revealed, Ethan suddenly froze. Projection Magic, wow, he got Projection Magic. Click. The card for Projection Magic floated out, then shattered in midair, turning into a burst of light spots and falling onto Ethan's forehead. The next moment, the magic called Projection Magic was mastered by Ethan. So this is Projection Magic. After digesting all the information in his head, a slight smile appeared on Ethan's lips. Projection Magic is a practice involving the materialization of objects, in accordance with the caster's imagination, through the use of magical energy. Due to being formed with magical energy, it cannot be materialized for an extended period. Additionally, when a flaw appears in the imagination, it dissipates, which is considered an extremely inefficient behavior. People like Emiya Shiru have taken projection magic to the extreme, even being able to project noble phantasms. However, this is not because projection magic itself is strong, but because Emiya Shiru's projection magic is strong, something others cannot replicate. Furthermore, what makes Emiya Shiru strong is not projection magic, but reality marble unlimited bladeworks. Projection magic can only be considered an associated derivative. Ethan, what he masters is an ordinary projection magic, as he is not Emiya Shiru. Projection trace on. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Swish. In the void, a sword gradually took shape. Not an immensely powerful sword, just an ordinary longsword, Ethan's previous weapon that had broken a few days ago due to extensive use. Ethan found this sword in the underground dungeon, since even the cheapest sword in Aurario is not something he can afford at present. For Ethan, buying a weapon would require saving up money for a long time. In anime, especially in sword oratoria, characters like Eyes often spend tens of millions of volleys just to change their weapons. For Ethan, that's just a dream. About 10% of my magic reserve was consumed. Is it because it's just an ordinary weapon? Ethan speculated. He gave the sword a little swing, and it felt similar to his previous one. After all, it was projected based on this memory. With this ability, at least in the future, he won't have to spend extra money to buy weapons or maintain and repair them. Especially for Ethan, who is impoverished, having projection magic is a lifesaver. Fighting monsters barehanded in the underground dungeon is risky, as one wrong move could be fatal. Since he bears all evils of the world and is no longer an ordinary person, which is why he can survive till now. Normal injuries only require the consumption of magic energy for rapid recovery, allowing Ethan to successfully survive in the dangerous dungeon. Swish! The long sword materialized by projection magic disappeared at this moment. Ethan sighed after seeing this. After all, he is not Emiya Shiru and lacks the talent. Since he is not from the fate-type moon world, he doesn't have a magic circuit in his body. It's due to the baptism of all evil of the world that magical energy is generated in his body, enabling him to use magic. However, Ethan is uncertain about the level he can reach. Magic reserves can be improved by absorbing magic energy from monsters' magic stones. But because of Ethan's current strength, he can only operate on the upper floors, so the increase in magic reserve is not substantial. Ethan has also fantasized about absorbing the magic stone of a floor boss to increase his magic reserve, considering the immense energy stored in them. However, currently, Ethan has no qualification to touch floor bosses, as it would be suicidal behavior. Name: Ethan Starfall. Current card pool: Fate. Diamonds: 0. Alright, diamonds are back to 0. He has to continue grinding. 10 diamonds a day for completing a mission, 10 missions in 10 days, earning 100 diamonds. The efficiency is not low, but it's definitely not high. GRRR, GRRR. At this moment, 2 goblins emerged from the dungeon's walls. As soon as they appeared, they launched an attack on Ethan. This is the common characteristic of most creatures in the dungeon: natural hostility towards humans. Chapter 3, Freya, What Do You Think of Me? Projection begins. Buzz. Observing the goblin running toward him with a wooden stick, Ethan smiled and then initiated the projection. With the consumption of magic energy, coupled with the recent successful experience, soon, a long sword took shape in Ethan's hands, materializing out of nowhere. If anyone else were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be very shocked. Confronting the goblin's attack, Ethan, armed with half a month of combat experience, easily evaded the first goblin's strike by sidestepping, causing the wooden stick to hit the ground. The other goblin, witnessing its companion's failure, continued to assault Ethan. A sword pierced directly through the goblin's neck, blood splattering and staining the surrounding ground. Bangs! Immediately after, the previously ferocious green-skinned creature transformed into a mass of black smoke, disappearing without a trace. Only the magic stone left on the ground indicated that a goblin had once existed there. Yeah. The second goblin did not cease its attack due to its companion's death. Technically speaking, they were just newly born monsters, and they could only be considered as belonging to the same faction. This strike hit directly on Ethan's arm. Feeling a bit of pain, Ethan's expression remained unchanged. After enduring this goblin's blow, he retaliated with a sword thrust into the goblin's chest, piercing its body. Bangs! Similar to the previous goblin, the entire creature transformed into a mass of black ash and disappeared. Tilda. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ethan picked up the magic stone from the ground. On one side of his arm, slightly red from the goblin's blow, but this minor scratch was not worth paying attention to and would soon heal. It's worth noting that half a month ago, when Ethan entered the dungeon for the first time, that was truly a miserable experience. Nearly beaten half to death by a monster, if it weren't for his extraordinary physique, he might have fallen in battle prematurely. However, relying on Ethan's continuously regenerating physique, he stubbornly wore down the monster. Over the next half-month, Ethan gradually explored the dungeon, getting stronger through his struggles leading up to today. Before crossing over, Ethan was just an ordinary person who couldn't fight in a battle, at most having been in a few scuffles. Holding the magic stone and feeling the strands of magic energy merging into his body, Ethan experienced a moment of pleasure. This sensation was peculiar, with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If Ethan didn't know it was the magic stone, he would have suspected it to be ice, because the feeling was so strange. However, this pleasure lasted only a few seconds. The originally purple magic stone now turned into a transparent color, resembling glass. This should be the result of the magic energy being drained from the magic stone. Ethan casually threw away the 2 magic stones that had lost their magic energy. They were of no use anymore. Today's mission was completed, and Ethan didn't plan to waste any more time in the dungeon. With his current strength, Hunting monsters in the dungeon to obtain magic stones and get stronger would be challenging. Despite bearing all the evil of the world and having acquired projection magic, Ethan didn't consider himself strong. Absorbing magic energy from magic stones to get stronger sounded powerful, but the conversion rate was extremely inefficient, not even reaching 10%. In other words, out of 10 units of magic energy absorbed, only 1 unit would be effectively converted. Moreover, upper floor monsters had even less magic energy in their magic stones, making the whole process less rewarding. Ethan absorbed these magic stones not out of choice, but due to the lack of better options. How great it would be if a goddess could take a liking to me and be willing to support me. As soon as he stepped out of the dim dungeon into the sunny daylight, Ethan couldn't help but blurt out this sentence. Many people around heard this and laughed. Fantasizing about not wanting to work hard and relying on a goddess for support was something present even in this fantasy world. Well, then what do you think of me? Are you willing to accept my care? As Ethan stretched lazily, preparing to find something to eat and sell the harvest from today, a melodious voice sounded nearby. At this moment, Ethan was stunned, subconsciously turned his head, and then saw an enchanting figure. The other party was an incredibly beautiful woman, with a seductive smile at the corner of her mouth. In terms of beauty alone, she surpassed all the beauties Ethan had ever known. Goddess Freya. Freya, one of the twin kings of Arario, and also the goddess in charge of Arario's strongest familia. Looking at her, Ethan's heart almost cried. This was a super big shot. Not to mention anything else, just the burly man accompanying her should be the only LV7 adventurer of Arario, without a doubt. As for why he recognized her, it was because Ethan had glimpsed her from a distance once. Even if it was just a glance, it left a deep impression on him. What, didn't you just say you wanted to find a goddess to support you? Am I not qualified enough? As the goddess said this, a cold light flashed in Otter's eyes standing behind Freya. Their goddess was everything, the most perfect goddess in this world. Anyone who defied, angered, or resisted her was their enemy. As a pure warrior, Otter's loyalty to Freya was unquestionable. In fact, all members of Freya familia, regardless of gender, had already submitted to Freya's beauty. Goddess Freya, you're joking. How could someone like me be worthy of your attention? This time, Ethan really wanted to cry. Why was such a big shot casually wandering around the streets for no reason? In any case, if you're wandering, then wander. He was just saying something casually, don't take his words seriously. Look at me, Tilda. Looking at Ethan, Freya gave a charming smile, instantly captivating many people around with that smile. This is the goddess of beauty. Even though her divine power is sealed, just appearing here, her beauty alone is enough to captivate everyone. Ethan's eyes also went through a moment of trance, deep within his gaze. A hint of fascination flashed, indicating his admiration for Freya. However, the next moment, this admiration vanished without a trace. The malice, named all the evil of the world, began to stir within Ethan. Seeing this, Freya smiled beautifully. She liked souls that sparkled and shone, but encountering such pure evil was also the first time for her. Clearly, it's evil, but why is it so pure? This made her quite curious. Chapter 4, Goddess, I Can't Bear It. Bangs! The moment the malice began to riot, Otter by Freya's side took immediate action. A simple and unpretentious punch landed directly on Ethan's stomach, causing intense pain and immediately waking Ethan up from daze. However, before he could react, Otter knocked him unconscious. For Otter, whatever the goddess desired, he would offer, even if it meant finding her other men without hesitation. So these evils are not his sins, but burdens placed on him. It's really interesting. Clearly just a mortal from the lower world, yet he carries such pure evil, Freya remarked. In the moment of agitation of all evil of the world, Freya perceived some traces. As a goddess who had lived for millions of years and possessed eyes that could discern the color of souls, she saw through it, even though all evil of the world was not a product of this world. However, Freya couldn't comprehend why a mere human would bear such pure evil. Potential hero. Such a thought emerged in Freya's mind. In this world, heroes were undoubtedly what the gods most wanted to see, not necessarily because of their strength or extraordinariness, but because it brought great amusement to the gods. Moreover, this world was yearning for the birth of a hero. The previous generation of Arario twin kings, the mighty Zeus and Hera familia, were far more powerful than the current Freya and Loki familia. However, they eventually became dust in history. Some things can only be achieved by heroes, miracles that are not achieved by strong individuals. Otter, take him with us. Let's go back. Unexpectedly, we discovered something amazing. Yes, Tilda. Lifting Ethan with one hand, Otter loyally followed behind Freya. Many people around witnessed all this, but none felt that something was amiss. Instead, they cast envious and jealous gazes at the unconscious Ethan. Because this was the strongest Freya familia in Arario, and many couldn't even get close. But this lucky guy just shouted, "I want a goddess to support me," and then he was chosen by the goddess of beauty, Freya. Many people almost couldn't help but try it out on the street. In this way, although he didn't leave his name, Ethan's reputation spread in Arario. A person shouting, "I want a goddess to support me," on the street, then being chosen by goddess Freya and taken away, was undoubtedly explosive news. Just like in modern society, being kept by a wealthy woman is an embarrassing fact for men to admit. However, many men have no way to gain the favor of a wealthy woman. Time skip. Tilda. In a moment of confusion, Ethan felt very comfortable, as if he was in a 5-star hotel room. The highest quality bed, silk sheets, gave a refreshing feeling as if he was on a cloud. Subconsciously, Ethan even rubbed against it a few times. "Did you sleep well?" A pleasant voice sounded in his ears, and Ethan opened his eyes drowsily. What met his eyes wasn't a normal 5-star hotel, but an incredibly luxurious room. A huge bed, about 4 or 5 meters wide, and the quilt covering him were made of an unknown material but incredibly silky. Sitting up not far away, Freya's clothes were slightly enchanting, like a blooming mandrake flower. Goddess Freya. Memory began to retrace, and Ethan suddenly remembered that he had been knocked out by Otter. Looking at the surroundings, is this Freya's room? Thinking about Freya's reputation in DANMACHI, Ethan's first reaction was to open the blanket. Although a bit shameful, having been a virgin wizard for 20 years, he couldn't just hand over his virginity like that. You at least have to let him have some memory, otherwise, wouldn't it be too unfair? As for the notorious reputation of the other party, Ethan didn't care. Although he had a bit of a virgin complex, it was only for his wife. Men are all lustful, and if it's mutual consent, what the other person does in their private life is their business. He just needs to have a good time, and as for other serious stuff, he's not her boyfriend, nor are they married. After lifting the blanket, his clothes were still there, and Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like his chastity was still intact. However, after the relief, Ethan felt a bit disappointed. "You abducted me and didn't do anything. What's the meaning of this? Did I displease you? Your performance is quite rich. So many emotions and expressions, all displayed on your face in such a short time. It really opened my eyes," Freya said, putting down the goblet in her hand. The red wine in the glass, like blood, filled the room with a rich and intoxicating aroma. "Hee, Goddess Freya, sorry for making you laugh, Tilda." With Freya saying this, Ethan also blushed a bit. He was indeed quite contradictory. Looking at Ethan, a hint of brilliance flashed in Freya's eyes. In this world, gods are eternal and unchanging, even after millions of years. However, the children of the lower world, although as weak as ants, are full of endless possibilities. The evil carried by Ethan made Freya very curious and interested. Unlike her longing for shining and brilliant souls, over the years, she was curious about what kind of person this human was. Why would he, just an ordinary person, bear such great evil? "Before, you said on the street that you wanted a goddess to support you. I think you're not bad, so I've decided to fulfill your little wish, Tilda. Hi." Hearing Freya's words, Ethan was suddenly dumbfounded, followed by a bitter smile. To be honest, among the many familias in Arario, although Freya familia is the strongest, it is not the best choice for him. Because everyone in Freya Familia is a die-hard follower of Goddess Freya. All members of Freya Familia view each other as potential rivals, and the hostility between them will never disappear, even though they will absolutely execute all commands under the goddess's orders. Moreover, all members of Freya Familia need to undergo baptism after joining the Familia. Before reaching level 5, they need to fight desperately in Folkvanger, fighting each other until they meet the standards. This is why, in Aurario, although Freya Familia is the strongest, it's rare to see members of Freya Familia on the streets. Even if you're lucky enough to encounter them, they are all those with well-known reputations, like Otter. In such a cruel environment, after being supported by the other party, he really fears that one day, he might be dismembered by those crazy guys in her Familia. Ethan really wants to say, "Goddess, I can't bear it." Chapter 5, Goddess of Beauty, Freya. Looking at Ethan's face covered with rejection, Freya felt a bit displeased. After all, she was the Goddess of Beauty, and also the most influential goddess in Aurario. She was willing to condescend to take care of him, but he was ungrateful and dared to refuse, showing a lack of gratitude. "How come am I not worthy of taking care of you?" As soon as these words fell, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped by several degrees. This instantly made Ethan sober, realizing that the current situation was not about whether he wanted it or not, but about how the other party intended to deal with him. "Of course, that's not what I mean, Goddess Freya. It's just that I'm just an ordinary person. Where do I have the qualifications to receive your favor?" "No, you're qualified." Staring at Ethan, Freya smiled mysteriously, and the charm she unintentionally released caused Ethan's heart to flutter. As a goddess of beauty, Freya didn't need to actively showcase her charm. Just her casual behavior was enough to captivate anyone, mortal and god alike. "What exactly do you want, Goddess Freya?" Looking at Freya, Ethan decided to be straightforward. He knew that this goddess liked bright souls, but his soul, no matter how you looked at it, had no association with the word bright. Not to mention carrying all the evil of the world. Ethan didn't even know if he could still be considered human. "Seems like you're really impatient, Tilda." Freya swayed the goblet in her hand, and the bright red liquid inside continuously swirled, plunging the entire room into silence. Looking at Freya, Ethan sighed inwardly. Falling into the hands of this wayward goddess, he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. "Tell me your name." Suddenly, Freya's voice echoed once again. "Ethan Tilda." "Ethan, huh? What about your surname?" "Starfall, my full name is Ethan Starfall." "Starfall, huh? Quite a fitting surname since you're not from this world, right?" "Well, yes, I guess." In this world, even though the gods had their divine powers sealed and became indistinguishable from ordinary people. However, in the presence of a god, no one could lie because gods could see through falsehoods. Therefore, lying was not an option, especially considering his life was at the mercy of the goddess in front of him. Ethan had no doubt that with a single word from Freya, Otter would come in from outside and swiftly eliminate him. Upon hearing Ethan's response, Freya's facial expression remained unchanged, but she felt a bit surprised in her mind. In this world, gods had existed for countless years. In such a long time, they had experienced everything in heaven and lost interest in it. That's why they sealed their divine powers, came to the mortal world, formed familia, and sought fun. Now, a human from another world was standing right in front of her, and this intrigued Freya. After all, a new world represented the unknown and the potential for new enjoyment. "I'm curious, how did you come to this world, and why do you carry such evil with you?" "I don't know. Honestly, I ended up in this world by accident, and then found myself burdened with all evil of the world." Ethan told her a half-truth and didn't mention his system. After all, such a secret should be buried with him in his grave. "All evil of the world, huh?" Freya gazed at Ethan, finding that he wasn't lying. However, this conclusion failed to intrigue Freya, but it was just a small disappointment. After all, even gods had no means to traverse between worlds. So, it was impossible for an ordinary human to achieve such a feat. Nevertheless, if she had a child from another world, join her familia, maybe in the future, she could make contact with other dimensions. Moreover, Freya was intrigued by Ethan's special nature. Just the fact that he bore all evil of the world intrigued her. Today on the street, you expressed a desire and I responded to it. So, from now on, you belong to me. Do you have any objections? Freya simply decided his future. Nope, Goddess Freya. What else could he say? Ethan now feels like a fish on a chopping board, helpless and at the mercy of others. Snap. At this moment, Freya threw a card in front of Ethan. The entire card was made of a translucent crystal, looking incredibly expensive. Ethan glanced at Freya, his forehead filled with question marks. This is a crystal card issued by the guild. You can borrow 1 million volleys from the guild every month. Now Ethan was baffled. Being able to borrow 1 million volleys every month sounded like a credit card. But why would he need one for himself? Every month, I will have someone deposit 1 million volleys in this card's account, so you can spend it however you want. Got it. It turned out to be his pocket money for being taken care of. Looking at the crystal card on the table, then at Freya, Ethan subconsciously swallowed. Was he really being raised by a goddess? If so, would he need to serve her? I should agree, right? I need to agree, right? I agree. Involuntarily, Ethan's gaze fell on Freya's body. As the goddess of beauty, Freya's body had an unparalleled golden ratio. Long and slender legs, delicate skin that seemed fragile, emitting feminine charm all over her body. Especially her sexy and attractive legs made Ethan's heart race a bit. In fact, everyone has their own preferences, and Ethan happened to be particularly interested or obsessed with legs and feet. Now, lie on the bed and take off your clothes, tilde tilde tilde. Freya's voice echoed leisurely, making Ethan's spirits lift, feeling a bit excited inside. As a virgin wizard in his 20s, he usually had little contact with women. Now, being taken care of by a beautiful goddess right from the start, and with things getting straight to the point, made him a bit flustered. Observing Ethan's changing expression, Freya was initially puzzled, then realized something. It was just that Ethan, who looked tall and mature, might not have had much contact with the opposite sex. This is not Freya's overthinking, but Ethan's current appearance, which is really easy to understand. Thinking about this, Freya couldn't help but smile. After all, for an one-san like her, teasing an inexperienced boy was quite enjoyable. Swoosh swoosh tilde. At this point, Ethan had already taken off his coat and shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. Before crossing over, Ethan was just an ordinary person with a bit of belly fat. He weighed around 77 kg, with a layer of fat around his belly and thighs. But after arriving in this world and integrating with all evil of the world, Ethan's body underwent a baptism and transformation. Now, Ethan could certainly be considered slim when wearing clothes and muscular when undressed. He possesses a defined waist, 8-pack abs, a muscular body, an athlete physique, and well-defined biceps. Seeing this scene, a flash of surprise passed through Freya's eyes, but she quickly returned to her calm demeanor. Chapter 6, Miracle of Absolute Evil. After observing Ethan's physique, Freya nodded slightly. Good figure, quite beautiful tilde. Gazing at Ethan's body, Freya's eyes showed no desire whatsoever, just an appreciative gaze, as if Ethan were a piece of art. As the goddess of beauty, Freya tends to take a second look at things that are beautiful. In Aurario, no one has a physique like Ethan. It's either handsome types, like elves, with innate capital that ensures elves never lack handsome men. Or it's macho types, all rough muscles with little connection to aesthetics, only giving off a daunting feeling. Someone like Ethan is probably one of a kind, representing modern society's aesthetic. All right, lie down there, tilde. Lie down there. Hearing Freya's words, Ethan was somewhat puzzled. What's he supposed to do by lying down there? Is it something inappropriate for children to view? If you don't lie down, how can I bestow Falna upon you? While speaking, Freya elegantly set down her goblet, a pleased smile appearing on her face. At this point, Ethan couldn't possibly not understand. He's being teased. However, it also relieved him a bit. Originally, he thought he might have to lose his virginity here, making him somewhat nervous. And after this, disappointment followed. After all, spending a sexy night with a goddess is quite attractive to any man, let alone this goddess being the goddess of beauty, Freya. Seeing so many expressions and emotions on Ethan's face in such a short time, Freya smiled. He is indeed an interesting child. The sharp needle pierced the slender finger of the goddess, and a drop of bright red divine blood flowed out. Drip, drip. Divine blood fell onto Ethan's back, and a burst of white light illuminated, signifying the miraculous, divine blessing/Falna imprinting on Ethan's body. Seated at the edge of the bed, Freya watched as the Falna formed bit by bit on Ethan's back, with a flash of anticipation in her eyes. After all, children from another world should have something special. Sure enough, the next moment, Freya was astonished. Name, Ethan Starfall. Level, LV1. Attributes. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Developmental abilities, none. Magic. Skills. Miracle of Absolute Evil. Superdomain Soul Enhancement. Superdomain Body Enhancement. Immunity to negative effects. The skill named Miracle of Absolute Evil made Freya widen her eyes in disbelief. It's almost on par with a hero. In this world, the world longs for the arrival of heroes, and the gods look forward to the appearance of heroes. It can be said that the title of hero is an existence that countless people are eagerly waiting for. Now, a person from another world bearing the world's evil has unexpectedly acquired such a unique skill. The name of absolute evil is definitely not a positive term. And Ethan, being the bearer of evil sin, with some information known about him, carries the evil known as all the evil of the world. Therefore, he can be called the evil hero. And this skill effect, even within Freya Familia where there are countless talents, including the past incarnation of talent, Freya has encountered quite a few monsters. But Freya is certain that Ethan's skill is unique in Arario. Superdomain Soul Enhancement. Superdomain Body Enhancement. Immunity to negative effects. Each of these three effects, taken individually, is enough to create a monster, but unexpectedly, they are all combined in a single skill. Goddess Freya, how is my status? Ethan, lying on the bed, asked as Freya was still in shock. After all, he was curious about the status of his Falna. As a bookworm, he had read many DANMACHI fanfictions where the protagonist awakened extraordinary skills or magic. Take a look for yourself, Tilda. Freya said, picking up a piece of paper and copying Ethan's status onto it, then handing it to him. Upon examining his own status, Ethan was slightly surprised. Neither all the evil of the world, nor projection magic, appeared in the status. He had initially thought that both of these would be included in his Falna. Unlike Freya, Ethan was sure that the title of Absolute Evil is not simple at all in his skill, Miracle of Absolute Evil. Looking at countless anime and light novels, Ethan has seen many types of characters, and one that left a deep impression on him is the three-headed dragon from Problem Children Are Coming from Another World, Aren't They? Representing the evil side in the dualism of Zoroastrianism mythology, absolute evil, one of the last trial of mankind, and one of the strongest god-slayers. And all the evil of the world that Ethan bears happens to belong to the worldview of Zoroastrianism mythology. Ethan has, at one point, fantasized about if he were to transmigrate into the little garden, would he also obtain an incredibly powerful spiritual power. Now it seems that this fantasy has been absorbed by Falna, giving birth to this unique skill. Skills are the crystallization of human thoughts and represent human possibility and miracle. The effects of this skill are quite exaggerated. Superdomain Soul Enhancement, Superdomain Body Enhancement, and immunity to negative effects, making it exceptionally powerful. However, Ethan wonders if the effect of his skill is really as exaggerated as described. How do you feel? Freya couldn't help but ask as she watched the excited expression on Ethan's face. It's surprising, I never expected to gain such a unique skill, Ethan didn't know what to say. Indeed, I've never seen such a skill either. I didn't expect that the child I picked up from the street would turn out to be a hidden talent. Ooh, Tilda. Hearing Freya's words, Ethan fell silent. Goddess, let's not bring up that topic. We're good friends if you forget this. In Freya Familia, all members, after joining, need to go to Folkvanger to fight until they become qualified. Huh. At this moment, Freya's words woke Ethan up abruptly. Right, he almost forgot about this. A group of crazy rivals. If he, the one raised by Freya, goes there, wouldn't he be torn into pieces? It's over, he's doomed. But well, just as Ethan was on the verge of collapse, Freya's voice continued. Huh, Ethan looked at her in daze. However, since I adopted, you are not a formal member of Freya Familia, so you tilde. Listening to Freya's words, Ethan was suddenly speechless. What's the meaning of this? Why does it sound like a threat? XX, you also don't want to XXX. Chapter 7, Moving In. In the end, under Freya's peculiar bad taste, Ethan provided the other party with a massage, primarily focusing on her feet. Before crossing over, Ethan had learned some massage techniques, mainly because his mother had health issues. Having done a lot of heavy and tiring work in her early years, various health problems surfaced as she aged. As for Ethan, as the one being taken care of by the goddess, serving the goddess was naturally his duty. Regarding whether or not to serve her in bed, Freya laughed it off. She was only curious about Ethan, which is why she took him in. As for making out and when to have an intimate relationship, it depended on her mood. In response to such an answer, Ethan expressed, "Since you're the one paying, you're the boss, and you're the wisest, what you say goes. It feels good. From now on, you are my personal messer." Tilda. Regarding Freya, even though her reputation in forums and online communities before transmigration was not great, often being labeled as a slut, later volumes reveal that the Freya appearing in public was actually an incarnation of Sir Horn's skill. The real goddess of beauty was the cheerful and mischievous Sir, so Freya wasn't as promiscuous, but many people still doubted this explanation. Now Ethan has truly arrived in this world and is in contact with the goddess of beauty, Freya. Ethan expressed that he didn't know if the other party was a bicycle, but as a beauty goddess, Freya's feet were exquisite, with no excess flesh, making people obsessed with its beauty. As a hidden pervert, if Freya wanted to have an intimate relationship with him, he would definitely not refuse. After all, while massaging, especially when focusing on her feet, Ethan felt that life was complete, and if he could have a more intimate experience, he couldn't help but get excited at the thought. Oh, by the way, where are you staying? At a hotel in Daedalus Street, Tilda. Ahem. Upon hearing Ethan's words, Freya slightly furrowed her brow. Daedalus Street, that's Aurario's slum area, where most of the poor and weak adventurers reside. It's a place filled with a mix of different types of people, chaos, and danger. It can be said that Daedalus Street is Aurario's slum area, and as the pet she has adopted, how can Ethan live in such a shabby place? If others were to know this, she couldn't afford to lose face. Thinking about this, Freya made a decision. How about this, from now on, you will live here. I'll have Otter clean up the room next door, and you can move in. Hi. Ethan was suddenly dumbfounded. Where is this? It's the upper level of the Tower of Babel, the residence of gods. Moreover, this is the top of the Tower of Babel, belonging to a VIP area. Living in such a place, does this soft rice taste that good? However, upon second thought, living here, meeting Freya every day, and if other members of Freya Familia found out, he would probably become the enemy of the entire Familia. After all, even if one joins Freya Familia, not everyone can regularly see Freya. This honor is reserved for Otter, the captain of Freya Familia, as her bodyguard, who stays by Freya's side every day to protect her safety. What, you don't want to? Freya asked impatiently. Willing, of course, willing. It's just that I can't believe I can actually live in such a luxurious place. Serve me well, and you'll get even more. Yes, I understand, Goddess Freya tilde. Being taken care of, not having to sacrifice his virginity. and getting so many benefits for free, what more is there to say? The only danger might be those lunatics from Freya Familia, but give him some time, even Otter wouldn't be a match for Ethan. After all, in the world of fate-type moon, there are too many things that can make him stronger. As long as his luck isn't too bad, surpassing them is just a matter of time. All right, you can go now. Yes, Goddess Freya Tilda. Ethan nodded, considering his task completed. Although there were some differences from his imagination, it didn't matter. Moreover, becoming a member of Freya Familia, receiving Falna, was also a good thing. Squeak. Opening the door, Ethan walked out. However, just as he stepped out, he saw a tall and sturdy man standing at the doorway. Otter, the captain of Freya Familia, the only level 7 in Arario, and the adventurer bestowed with the alias of King. He was the one who had knocked Ethan unconscious with a single blow before. With his imposing stature, Otter seemed quite intimidating. However, this is Freya's bedroom door. He's really diligent, standing outside. If anything intimate happens inside, he can probably hear everything from outside. For a moment, Ethan's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect such a development. Come with me. Where are we going? Following Goddess Freya's order, I'll take you to the room next door. Oh, Tilda. Well, no need for explanations. He can perfectly execute the tasks of the Goddess of Beauty, truly a qualified subordinate. This gave Ethan a sense of being a master. In front of the master, being the most considerate servant, proactively resolving all troubles and matters to let the master have the best enjoyment. Now, Otter gives Ethan a similar feeling. He is undoubtedly Freya's most loyal servant, absolutely devoted and unwavering loyalty. Bang! Here it is, Tilda. Pushing the door open, Ethan entered. Wow, it's really luxurious. Wooden floors made of expensive and valuable wood, countless exquisite and luxurious decorations throughout the room, and even the tables and chairs are of considerable value. Even if you casually take something from this place, you could sell it for a good price. I'll be living here. As the moment approached, Ethan felt a bit dazed. Just this morning, he was staying in a cheap hotel room where mice even ran around at night. Now, in the evening, he was living in such a luxurious room. This is Goddess Freya's gift. Just remember this favor and cherish it. I understand, Ethan nodded. After glancing at him, Otter turned and walked out. For him, who Ethan is, his background and his abilities, it doesn't matter. He only knows that the goddess is interested in Ethan, and that's enough. After Otter left, Ethan entered the bedroom, lay down on the luxurious bed, feeling a bit surreal. This world is indeed strange. He never dreamed of such a turn of events. Could it be that he is also a protagonist? Otherwise, isn't this treatment a bit too good? What's this? Subconsciously, Ethan opened the card drawing interface, and then he saw the balance of his diamonds, which should have been 0. But now it had unexpectedly changed to 300, leaving him puzzled. What's going on? He had worked hard for half a month and had only earned a bit over 100. Why did it suddenly become 300? Chapter 8, Magic Attribute, Imaginary Number. Name, Ethan Starfall. Current card pool, Fate. Diamonds, 300. The interface was concise to the extreme, and in the Diamonds column, a glaring 300 caught his attention. Earlier, he had exchanged for 10 consecutive draws and obtained projection magic, but now, in the blink of an eye, his balance was 300. Achievement: the person favored by God receive Falna, bestowed by the gods and become one favored by them. Reward: 200 diamonds. Achievement: new adventurer, become a level 1 adventurer. Reward: 100 diamonds. He had achieved 2 achievements, gaining a reward of 300 diamonds. At this moment, Ethan was stunned. Did his system have this function? Clearly, it was his golden finger, but he was unaware of this function, and the system had no artificial intelligence or usage instructions. Everything had to be figured out by himself. If receiving Falna leads to gaining an achievement, could leveling up in the future result in new achievements? Ethan wondered, but this speculation could not be confirmed at the moment. To verify it, He would have to try it in reality and find out later. However, the most important thing right now was not this, but drawing cards. With 300 diamonds, that meant 30 draws. Thinking about this, Ethan's mood suddenly became beautiful. Today, he first acquired projection magic, then gained the favor of goddess Freya, and now has 300 diamonds. It was his lucky day, so he had to make the most of his luck. Almighty God, Sakyamuni, Shiva, Amaterasu, please lend me your strength. Using the familiar formula, Ethan respectfully invoked these great deities. However, this time, he was praying to some different deity. Following the ritual, Ethan started his first 10 consecutive draws. Snap! In the void, a card pack emerged, and an invisible force tour opened the seal. Subsequently, cards flipped out one by one. Ethan had witnessed this scene before, but now his attention was focused on the content of the cards. Black silk pantyhose, black silk over-the-knee stockings, black silk suspender stockings, black silk knee-high socks. Observing these exquisite cards, each depicting beautiful girls with corresponding types of stockings, Ethan recognized the likes of Makai's Kurisu's pantyhose, Yukinashita Yukino's over-the-knee long black stockings, Takasaki Kurumi's suspender stockings, Kato Megumi's knee-high short black stockings, and so on tilde. Not only that, in the nearby warehouse, there were similar cards of the same types. Various stockings, black, white, flesh-colored, and even fishnet, were all cards obtained in previous draws. Ethan couldn't help but express his feelings, saying that while he appreciated beautiful legs and various legwears, there should be a limit to these things. Maybe tilde right. A 10 consecutive draw cost him a total of 100 diamonds, transforming into 10 different types of black stockings. However, gazing at these exquisite cards depicting lifelike beauties, Ethan felt that these cards were more valuable than the stockings. He directly stored them in the warehouse, planning to research them more closely during quiet nights. 100 diamonds, down the drain tilde. Though it was an unexpected fortune, losing all of them at once still pained him. Let's go again. Behold my divine power, 10 consecutive draws. Snap! Familiar scenes, familiar rhythm. Accompanied by the tearing of the card pack, cards flew out once again. However, the next moment scene nearly stopped Ethan's heartbeat. White silk over-the-knee socks, white silk pantyhose, white silk suspender stockings. Black stockings were one thing, but having a 10 consecutive draw of white stockings seemed excessive. Moreover, the card images of girls in black stockings were each a beauty in their own right, but the card image of the figure in white stockings was a bit too much. Shirayasha wearing white silk pantyhose. Did you not know that although this is a character with a lowly body, she's an out-and-out pervert? As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Both are perverts, although Ethan is a hidden pervert. Taking her card out, isn't it a bit much? Additionally, Ethan had a question lingering in his mind. Wasn't this the card pool supposed to be from Fate Type Moon? Why were all the card draws depicting various anime beauties? Could this apply to only consolation prizes? However, regardless of how much Ethan complained, the system simply didn't respond to him. 2 sets of 10 consecutive draws, a total of 20 draws, and not a single useful card. Could it be that he had exhausted all his luck for the day? Such thoughts began to creep into Ethan's mind. No, I don't believe it. Let's go again. Another 10 consecutive draws started once more, and cards flew out one by one. The result did not disappoint. This time it was flesh-colored stockings, showcasing beautiful images of women in various styles. However, Ethan expressed little interest. Black stocking is faith, white stocking is persistence, but flesh-colored stocking is like a cult. What are stockings? They are artifacts that highlight women's charm. Black stockings bring mature allure, white stockings bring pure heartthrobs, both leaving a lasting impression. But what on earth are flesh-colored stockings? They are heresy. Magic attribute, imaginary number. Finally, a draw yielded a card with the magic attribute of imaginary number, and this appearance lifted Ethan's spirits. In Fate, within the realm of magecraft, imaginary number was defined as possible but not present in the material world, also known as void. Magus with imaginary number attributes were stealthy individuals capable of inserting their hands into dimensional gaps. During the Fifth Holy Grail War, Madhu Sakura possessed the imaginary numbers attribute. In the battle against Medea's puppets and Gilgamesh, Sakura's shadow absorbed their moves into the imaginary number space, rendering them ineffective, a manifestation of imaginary number magecraft. Among the characters in the Fate series, the imaginary number attribute was extremely rare. Only 3 individuals were confirmed to have it: Madhu Sakura, Lev Laner Floros, Professor Lev from FGO, and Trisha Fellows, assistant and home tutor to director Olga Marie. In essence, imaginary numbers could be described as a non-existent yet considered present imaginary number space, resembling a dimensional pocket. Objects that fell into it became unaffected by both space and time. Magus, who awakened the imaginary number attribute, used these characteristics as a temporal container. In a nutshell, the imaginary number attribute had a faint space flavor, but not entirely. However, it undeniably was a very powerful magic attribute, with immense potential for development. Chapter 9, Subsequent Effects. Bangs! With a thud, Ethan collapsed onto the bed, finally yielding some good results after 30 consecutive draws. Indeed, he had hit the jackpot with only one magic attribute, imaginary number, preventing it from being a total loss. Although a decent reward, when converted, it required continuous completion of daily missions for 30 days to earn 300 diamonds. It would take a month to accumulate that many diamonds, and now it could be said that he had exchanged them for imaginary number attribute. Now that he thinks about it, it somehow feels like a loss. After merging with magic attribute, imaginary number, Ethan could sense a strange feeling around him. However, he couldn't perceive the imaginary number space, reminding him that this wasn't the world of Fate Type Moon. There was no imaginary number space in this world. P.S. Whether there is an imaginary number space or not, just pretend it doesn't exist in the DANMACHI worldview. Every world has its own rules. Now, Ethan felt that his imaginary number attribute might be useless. Without the imaginary number space, what was the point of having this attribute? The world was different, the power system was different, and the rules were also different. Ah, my diamonds! A mournful wail echoed in the luxurious room. In the next room, Freya elegantly sat on her throne. In front of her was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Through it, she could take in the entire view of Aurario. As the top level of the Tower of Babel, the building materials here were the best, and soundproofing was no exception. Even if Ethan wailed on the other side, not a single sound could be heard. Knock tilde. Come in tilde. Sipping from her glass of liquor, Freya spoke like a queen. Next, the door was pushed open, and then Otter walked in. Is everything arranged? Everything's arranged. A very simple conversation, yet it revealed the situation between the master and servant pair. For Goddess Freya, Otter offered everything: loyalty, faith, belief, and even feelings. In return, Freya had absolute trust in Otter. How does it feel? Freya asked Otter with a charming smile. I can't figure him out. Although he's still very weak now, there's a power in him that makes my heart palpitate. Even though it was just a momentary outburst before, I felt a hint of threat. You feel threatened too, that's quite impressive. Glancing at Otter, Freya said with a smile. All the evils of the world, not to mention anything else, just this name alone was enough for her to remember. As a god, she knew better than anyone what evil was. Clearly a weak human, yet carrying such pure evil. It was something hard to believe, especially since Ethan seemed completely unaffected. Lady Freya, what do you plan to do about him? Otter, I won't do anything. There's no need to pay special attention to him. The growth of a hero cannot be without setbacks. His great deeds, I will personally witness with my eyes. Yes, I understand. For Otter, Freya's words were everything. Since Freya said so, he would unquestionably execute, no matter what this command was. If the members of Freya Familia were raised in an extremely harsh environment, then for Ethan, Freya chose to raise him in a more unrestrained manner. Setting him free, without restrictions or assistance, Freya was curious to see if Ethan could grow into a hero or villain. After all, bearing the burden of all the evils of the world, he could never be an ordinary person among the masses. Twilight Manor, the residence of Loki Familia. Another Familia that, alongside Freya Familia, was known as the Twin Kings of Arario. They once drove the remnants of Zeus and Hera Familia out of Arario, thus ascending to their current thrones. What did you say? Freya, that slutty woman, adopted someone on the street. Loki's face was filled with astonishment. It wasn't surprising. After all, that was Freya, the famous goddess of beauty. Not to mention humans, even gods lined up endlessly with just a beckoning of her finger. As for the children in the lower world, just a single glance of her could captivate anyone. The reason why Freya Familia is so powerful is definitely due to Freya's charm. To gain Freya's favor, members went to extreme lengths, enduring hardships to become stronger, all for the sake of receiving the goddess's recognition and praise. Does such an influential goddess need to support a child from the lower world? It's true, this incident happened on the street, and many people witnessed it, said Finn, the leader of Loki Familia, with a hint of doubt crossing his face. As the leader of Loki Familia, he was not a foolish person. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. Regarding Goddess Freya, he couldn't fathom why she would need to support someone when she could have any man she desired. The man who was raised is definitely not that simple. Could it be that slutty woman has seen another promising talent, so she did this? Although the gods sealed their divine powers in the mortal world, some abilities inherent to the gods could still be used. For example, take Mikazuchi, even without divine power, still possessed exceptional martial skills, enough to defeat level 3 adventurers. Hephaestus could forge weapons that mortals could never craft in their entire lives. Soma could brew divine wine, and once consumed, except for those with firm wills, they would become lifelong slaves to the divine wine. Freya having eyes to see through souls, the more shining the soul, the greater the potential. Combined with Freya's charm, it was not surprising that she could establish the current powerful Freya Familia. Now, Freya impulsively kept a man on the street, naturally leading Loki to make such speculations, which were quite reasonable. It's said that the guy was directly knocked unconscious and forcibly taken away by Otter. Finn added another sentence, further confirming Loki's speculation. Damn, Freya found another talented child, and it's definitely not a simple one for her to do it directly on the street. As old friends who still cooperate frequently, Loki knew quite a bit about Freya's personality. By various means, she would acquire the children she had her eyes on. Even those who had already joined other familia were not exempt, and there is also the shadow of Loki in this, given the lucrative rewards Freya offered. Chapter 10, One Person, Two Character Panels. Splatter. A cold light flashed, blood scattered, and a goblin fell into a pool of blood. Around him were numerous blood pools, indicating that a massacre had just taken place, and the instigator was none other than Ethan. Having received Falna and awakened a powerful skill, it naturally made his hands itchy. My overall strength has improved a lot. Not only that, my strength, speed, and reflexes have all increased significantly. So, this is the effect of superdomain enhancement, Ethan realized. In the past, he had struggled and fought bravely in the dungeon to increase his strength. Now, just receiving Falna and awakening, a skill had led to such a significant improvement. Enhancement on both soul and body, a double reinforcement at superdomain level, greatly improved his strength. In addition, he gained immunity to negative effects, so he no longer had to fear poison and the like. It was simply exhilarating. Not only that, Ethan also discovered something interesting. Falna and his original strength seemed like two different systems. Although both belonged to Ethan's power, they were independent of each other. It was like having one account with two character panels simultaneously, and they stacked on each other without affecting each other. This was great news. Even if one day something happened to Freya and his Falna was sealed, he wouldn't become weak. Falna is indeed amazing, unlocking human potential and even giving rise to miracles like skills and magic. However, it also had significant drawbacks. Just like devil fruit users feared seawater, Falna was bestowed by a god, and if something bad happened to that god, the granted power would also be sealed. In this world, gods were eternal but could be sent back to heaven. Once they suffered fatal injuries, the seal on their divine power would be unlocked, forcing them to return to heaven. Although it's true that if other gods convert them, one can unseal their previously locked Falna. However, what if during this period of weakness, enemies come knocking on your doorsteps? That would be disastrous. Now, Ethan has no such worries. Even without Falna, he still possesses formidable strength, thanks to his system, ensuring a bright future. Hemtilda, holding the recently obtained magic stones in his hand, the next moment, Ethan began to absorb the magic energy within it. This entire process made Ethan feel a wonderful sensation akin to ascension to immortality. After a few seconds, everything ended. Ethan came back to his senses, somewhat dissatisfied. The magic stones in his hand had turned into transparent crystals, and the magical energy had been exhausted. Fortunately, Freya gave me the crystal card, otherwise it would have been a bit troublesome. After all, money is necessary no matter where you are, and magic stones are very useful to Ethan. Naturally, he couldn't exchange them for volleys. Even if possible, he would like to buy magic stones from others. But the guild forbids the sales of magic stones outside, making it difficult for him. As for the dropped materials, they could earn him some money. After all, the value of dropped items on upper floors was not much. Previously, living in the impoverished Daedalus streets was due to a tight budget. Even meals could only consist of some dark rye bread, a taste that Ethan vividly remembered. Clatter, clatter. Some noisy sounds came from the surrounding ground. Ethan looked over, and monsters were being born. In the dungeon, all monsters are given birth by the dungeon itself, and the destroyed environment will also repair itself. Moreover, the monster spawn rate around injured and weakened adventurers is significantly higher than others. From various observations, adventurers came to understand one thing: the dungeon is likely to be alive. Moreover, the dungeon harbors great animosity towards humans and gods alike. Therefore, whenever adventurers enter the dungeon, they become targets of relentless monster attacks. And if a god enters the dungeon, upon discovery, will erupt in a riot, giving birth to irregular black monsters to kill the god. Ethan is currently on the 6th floor of the dungeon, where the monsters are no longer just goblins. One of them is a creature completely black, resembling a shadow, with a round face, eyes like light bulbs, an extremely slender body, and sharp claws at the wrists. It looks like a shadow monster. The War Shadow, a monster that appears on the upper floors, is also known as the newbie killer. Its agility and speed make it nearly impossible for many novice adventurers to catch up, leading to potential disasters. With sharp claws, the War Shadow can easily slice through an adventurer's armor, posing a direct threat to their lives. Additionally, most adventurers, after becoming familiar with the battles on earlier floors, may develop overconfidence after easily defeating weaker monsters like goblins. In such a situation, encountering a War Shadow could easily turn them into dead souls. Bang! The War Shadow suddenly launched an attack, catching Ethan off guard and causing him to be directly scratched. At the shoulder, there were several bloodstains. Ethan glanced at them, felt it, and realized that the opponent's attack could hurt him, but the injuries were not severe, within his tolerance range. Even if he traded injuries, he could still kill the opponent because he wasn't an ordinary person. Clang! The second round of attacks came, and this time Ethan was not careless. He thrust his sword directly forward. The monster's sharp claws pierced Ethan's arm, but Ethan's sword also penetrated the War Shadow's body, and with a bang, the War Shadow disappeared into a cloud of ashes. Ah, Tilda, it really hurts. I still don't know how to fight properly. My fighting style is no different from brawling, just with greater strength and slightly faster speed now. Having no prior experience, it was impossible to have combat skills. Even after half a month of honing, he only improved his reflexes and crisis awareness. As for combat experience, Ethan couldn't understand that kind of thing without proper guidance. While Ethan exclaimed in pain, the wounds on his body visibly healed at a rapid pace. Rapid regeneration, even if his hands or feet were severed, as long as Ethan's magic reserve was sufficient, he could gradually recover. The reason Ethan was so confident in this was that on the first day, he had severed one of his hands. Yes, looking down on goblins as mere small fries, he ended up having one bite off his hand. On that day, Ethan even thought he might bleed to death, but to his astonishment, his severed hand sprouted new flesh within less than half an hour. Overnight, the lost hand grew back, a truly horrifying experience. This laid the foundation for Ethan's daring and crazy fighting style, exchanging injuries for injuries with confidence. Otherwise, only a fool would engage in such recklessness, as it was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 11, Getting a Consultant for Free. Finally, familiarizing himself with his current strength, Ethan left the dungeon. Moreover, his first visit to the guild, the true behemoth of Arario, where all familias were nominally under the guild's jurisdiction. Behind the guild stood the great god Oranos, instrumental in Arario's establishment. In the guild hall, numerous adventurers were present. Those offering services for adventurers were mainly beautiful young ladies, elves, dwarves, humans, or beast humans. Without exception, all were young and beautiful girls. "Hello, may I help you with anything?" Reaching the front desk, Ethan was greeted by a half-elf girl with pointed ears. With chestnut short hair, emerald green eyes, and wearing glasses, she exuded intellectual beauty, making Ethan unable to resist taking a few extra glances. However, when the elf beauty looked at Ethan, a hint of discomfort flashed in her eyes. Elves revered nature and were proud of their purity, having an aversion to filth impurity. Though she couldn't sense all the evil of the world Ethan carried, she still felt discomfort in his presence. "Hello, it's my first time at the guild. I'd like to register as an adventurer and withdraw some money." "Sure, may I ask which familia you belong to?" "Freya familia." Freya familia. This time, Ina was genuinely surprised. After all, members of Freya familia were rarely seen in Arario. Not to mention newcomers, the strictness of Freya familia in accepting new members is unparalleled in Arario. Every member must be approved by Goddess Freya before joining. "Any questions?" "No, please fill out this form." While speaking, Ina took out a form from the table drawer. In Arario, no one dared to impersonate a member of Freya familia. That was truly risking their life. Moreover, it was just registration, with no other significance. So, there was no need to hide or fabricate information. Ethan took a look, and there wasn't much to fill in: name, age, level, affiliated familia, and some other simple personal information. As for why Ethan understood the language of this world, he wasn't sure. It was probably his system's help. Even though he didn't pass the English proficiency test back in college, in this world with a new language and script, he could read and write effortlessly, which he found unbelievable. "All right, Tilda." Soon, Ethan filled in the information and handed it to Ina through the window. Ina glanced at it, but when she saw the age section, she looked at Ethan in surprise. Clearly, he looked like 18 years old, but she didn't expect his age to be 26. To this, Ethan guessed that after transmigrating into this world, his body seemed to have undergone a time reversal, though the reason was unclear. However, Ethan had no intention of pretending to be young. He told others his actual age. He didn't want to follow the trope seen in many online novels where a man in his 30s or 40s insists on being a 17-year-old youth. After confirming that it was correct, Ina stamped the form with the guild seal and then put it away. From now on, Ethan was officially a registered adventurer, affiliated with Freya familia. "It's done, Mr. Starfall Tilda." Although Ina didn't understand why his surname was so weird, she didn't dwell on it. She didn't know that Ethan was not from their world after all. "Sorry to trouble you, Miss Consultant Tilda." "Just call me Ina." Although her gut feelings weren't positive, Ina, as a guild consultant, had to maintain a professional attitude during work, and she genuinely felt Ethan was not a bad guy. "All right, Miss Ina, you can also call me by my first name. Besides, I also need to withdraw 100,000 volleys." Saying this, Ethan took out the crystal card given to him by Freya and handed it over through the window. Ina glanced at it and was immediately surprised. This type of crystal card wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. It was something that only gods could apply for. Moreover, not all gods could apply for this type of crystal card. It required corresponding financial strength before they could apply for it in the guild. After all, the function of this crystal card is to borrow money from the guild. The symbol of Freya Familia was engraved on Ethan's crystal card, clearly indicating that it belonged to the goddess of beauty, Freya. However, Ina didn't dwell on this matter. Even though only gods could apply for it, the cardholder wasn't necessarily a god. Many gods would often give their crystal cards to their favorite children. Ethan possessing the crystal card of goddess Freya indicated that, in Freya Familia, he should be a rising star among newcomers. "Mr. Ethan Tilda." What's wrong?" "Since you are a new adventurer, I wonder if you need consulting services." "A consultant?" "Yes." "Well, how much does it cost?" Although he now had enough money, as someone who grew up in poverty, Ethan subconsciously wanted to inquire about the price. Upon hearing Ethan's question, Ina found it somewhat amusing. She didn't expect that the first thing he would ask about would be the cost. "It only requires a 5% fee on your future earnings." "Just 5%, no other charges?" "Yes, just 5%. "Well then, sign me up." Ethan thought it was a great deal, a chance to get a free consultant. Little did Ina know that the guy in front of her had never exchanged a single magic stone in the guild. The so-called 5% fee was practically equivalent to nothing. Her role as his consultant was essentially a non-paid job. Soon, after some procedures, Ethan became an adventurer under Ina's care. Not only that, but Ina also handed him a money bag with 100,000 volleys inside and returned his card. It was the first time Ethan had seen so much money. "I'm really troubling you today, Miss Ina. I'll head back now." "See you tomorrow, Mr. Ethan." "Until tomorrow." After exchanging pleasantries, Ethan left the guild, carrying 100,000 volleys in his pocket. His first thought was to improve his life. He was determined to have a proper meal. Having been in Aurario for over half a month, Ethan had only eaten dark rye bread and some of the cheapest foods. Now that he had money, he wanted to satisfy his taste buds. Walking on the bustling streets of Aurario, there were numerous vendors selling weapons, equipment, various potions, clothes, and backpacks. It was like a free market with everything available. "I'll take one of these." "Is this squid skewer? I'll take 2. "Wow, croquettes, give me 2. "Oh, fried potato balls, 2 of those too." On the snack-selling side, Ethan accumulated more and more food, and his face was filled with happiness as he enjoyed his purchases. Chapter 12, Sir, so annoying. Delicious, indeed, money makes everything better. Walking on the bustling streets of Aurario, Ethan's mouth was full of grease. Due to the influence of all the evils of the world, all the food Ethan consumed would be converted into the energy his body required, resulting in a being full sensation. Moreover, Ethan didn't have to worry about gaining weight from overeating, so, as long as he wanted, he could keep eating, as it was just a way to replenish energy. Because of this, Ethan completely let loose and tried everything he wanted to eat. In life, only beautiful women and delicious food should not be missed. Hostess of Fertility is a famous tavern in Aurario that not only offered delicious food, but also had beautiful young waitresses, attracting countless people for visual enjoyment. However, although each waitress was beautiful, none of them were simple. Without exception, anyone who tried to cause trouble here ended up dying miserably, becoming a negative teaching material. "Welcome, may I ask what this adventurer gentleman needs?" Ethan wandered around aimlessly and ended up here, where a pleasant female voice greeted him. Turning around, he was instantly captivated. With short gray hair and dressed in a green outfit resembling a maid's uniform, she exuded a naturally charming temperament that easily won people's favor. Sir Fleva, the signboard girl of Hostess of Fertility, was also a well-known beauty in Arario. Of course, she had another identity. She was the alternate persona of the goddess of beauty, Freya. Due to her innate charm, even if she just appeared on the street, Freya would instantly become the focus of everyone. Coincidentally, one day, Freya encountered a strange child. The child harbored extreme disgust and even wanted to give up her own body. Upon seeing Freya's beauty, the child wished to become like her, surprising and intriguing Freya. Freya brought this child back to her residence, and later, the original Sur offered her name to Freya. In return, she received the name Horn and gained the magic to transform into Freya, as well as the Sur we know, sharing 5 senses with Freya and unilaterally experiencing Freya's emotions. Afterward, Freya, using Sur's identity, worked hard at the tavern for having fun. If Freya was not present, Horn would act in her role in Freya Familia. Now, the person in front of Ethan is definitely Freya herself. Previously, Ethan was charmed by Freya and only recovered due to the backlash of all the evil of the world, which made Ethan have some complicated feelings toward Freya. Oh, really worthy of being burdened with all the evil of the world. Did you recognize me so quickly? Seeing Ethan's expression and especially the fleeting astonishment, Sur knew that she had been recognized. However, she didn't feel angry. Instead, she was quite intrigued. After all, this alternate persona of hers had never been exposed, and now a child from the mortal world had recognized her with a single glance, making her even more interested in Ethan. Moreover, although nothing was told, Sur knew that Ethan would definitely not expose her in public. Looking at Ethan, Sur found it amusing, but now she was Sur, not Freya, so her current task was to lead the guest inside. "Are you here to dine?" Yes." Looking at her gaze, how could Luke say no? "How many peoples?" "Just one." Ethan extended one finger. In Arario, he didn't know anyone else, and if he had to mention someone with a closer relationship, it would probably only be Freya, the goddess of his familia. Upon hearing his reply, Sur chuckled, then walked into the tavern. "Mamma mia, we have a guest. He wants a set menu for big eaters, please." "Okay, I got it." As the signboard girl of Hostess of Fertility, Sur's talent in attracting customers was undoubtedly the best in the city. And countless people came here because of Sur, spending all their money after being exploited by her, yet still smiling and enjoying themselves, truly living up to the title of goddess. "Oh, dear guest, I'm really sorry for arbitrarily ordering the set meal for you. You won't be angry, right?" With a pitiful appearance that melted people's hearts, Ethan couldn't help but blush and feel a bit flustered. If Freya was a mandrake flower full of charm, then Sur was a lotus in full bloom, irresistibly fascinating. "It doesn't matter, I can handle it." "Thank you so much, but the set meal costs 12,000 volleys per serving, which will cost you a lot of money." "It doesn't matter, I have someone to support me financially, so I'm not short of money." With one sentence, Sur, with her mischievous personality, was almost choked to death. She remembered that she gave him a guild card that could withdraw 1 million volleys per month. If so, then it seemed like he really didn't care about the money. Thinking about this, Sur felt a bit annoyed. Did she set a trap for herself? Faced with Sur's dissatisfied look, Ethan said, "This is your choice and it has nothing to do with him. He will not take the blame." Boom! Soon, a cat girl, dragging a large plate of a set meal, came over. A large bowl of rice, with chunks of well-cooked grilled meat on top. Ethan tried a piece, and the meat juice poured on it, resembling teriyaki sauce. Combined, the taste was truly delicious. Of course, it was also expensive, priced at 12,000 volleys per serving, definitely an expensive combo. But it was undeniably worth eating. The cat girl waitress looked at Ethan, who was enjoying his meal heartily, inexplicably giving him a few more glances. Unlike most women, she prefers cute young boys over adult men, especially their buttocks, which she finds irresistible. And Ethan, although he is 26 years old, after crossing into this world, his body is no different from that of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Plus, his figure is concealed by his clothes, making him look like a delectable, oversized soda. "Chloe, what are you doing? Mamma Mia is calling you." "Hey." Sir's voice suddenly roused the cat girl, who was immersed in her thoughts. Looking back, she happened to meet Mamma Mia's dangerous gaze. This moment made the cat lady break into a cold sweat. In the Hostess of Fertility, Mamma Mia is definitely the scariest person. She regarded every staff member as her daughter, so she was merciless in beating and scolding as an act of discipline. Chapter 13, Sir's Service Fee. After the cat-eared waitress left, Sir looked discontentedly at Ethan. He was still fooling around outside, oblivious to his current status. After all, she had paid to support him. As a goddess, Freya's possessiveness was terrifying. Anything she desired was off-limits to others, and she would go to any lengths to secure it, even if it belonged to someone else. "It seems you're quite popular, adventurer, sir." Ahem. Sir's voice sounded in Ethan's ear, and he raised his head in confusion. Looking at the goddess with a clearly unhappy expression, Ethan was filled with question marks. What's going on? What did I do this time? Seeing Ethan looking utterly bewildered, Sir also realized that this time it couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he knew nothing from start to finish. "Want a piece?" Ethan picked up a piece of grilled meat and handed it over. There were more than 20 pieces of grilled meat on the plate, each with a substantial portion. Ethan was enjoying the meal, but it was still expensive, 12,200 volleys for all this meat. After all the calculations, it seemed like it was not enough. "No need, Tilda." After saying that with a flick of her expression, Sir turned and walked away, still angry. What does "want a piece" mean? Does this mean her mind was all about eating? However, after venting her anger, Sir arrived in the kitchen and chuckled. This feeling was the first time she had encountered it in thousands of years, since coming to the mortal world. It's important to note that as a goddess, in front of mortal children, she was always a lofty and unapproachable existence. Even for members of her own familia, she was the supreme deity, and they revered her immensely. Now, Ethan's attitude towards her was a new experience. He obviously feared her in his heart, but there wasn't much respect, especially after recognizing her. His attitude towards her remained unchanged. For a goddess, or more accurately, a being who had been in high position for far too long, this was an undoubtedly unique experience. Throughout the ages, Freya had been searching for her partner, Otter, and all the children of her familia were possibilities for Otter. This intense internal competition within Freya familia led everyone to want to be the most outstanding, to be chosen by the goddess as her Otter, exclusive partner. However, they didn't know that the moment they were captivated by Freya's charm, they permanently lost this qualification. She was the goddess of beauty, and she never lacked love. Whether divine or mortal, as long as she wished, she could easily obtain their love, selfless love, willing to overturn everything for her, absolute love, twisted love, and so on. On the flip side, if she were to bestow her love, countless people would compete fiercely for it. Like the contradictions of the wealthy, such love in Freya's eyes began to feel dull. Therefore, love for Freya became a kind of curse. She sought genuine love, not the fake love obtained from her own charm. After descending to the mortal world, she consistently acted with this goal in mind, but none of the individuals she encountered fit the criteria. In simple terms, as the goddess of beauty, even unintentionally, Freya would receive all kinds of favor. However, this favor was a result of her charm, rather than true love in a genuine sense. What she sought was a true love, unrelated to her divine powers, a love that belonged solely to her as an individual. P.S. Consider this as a patch. It doesn't involve the original plot. The author has a preference for beautiful goddesses but dislikes the Nettori storyline. So, in this book, Freya is just a woman longing for love without any inappropriate plot twists. Now, Ethan's appearance is an absolute glimmer in the darkness for Freya, making her irresistibly want to seize it. Why did she have Otter forcefully seize him on the street? It's because Ethan wasn't captivated by her charm. In his eyes, there was no love for her. This was a completely unprecedented situation. This planted a seed in the goddess's heart, and someday in the future, due to certain events, It will gradually sprout, take root, and grow into a towering tree. Burp tilde. After letting out a satisfied burp, Ethan thoroughly enjoyed his meal. Eating meat in large bites, if this were before he crossed over, even if he got a bonus, he wouldn't dare to eat like this. It's truly a delightful meal. How's the food? The taste is excellent, just a bit expensive. Anyway, it's not your own money. Would Mr. Adventurer feel sorry for it? Of course, I feel sorry. No matter how it came about, now it's in my hands, which means it's my money. And this is something Subconsciously, he wanted to babble on. After all, whether in school or after starting work, this was his personality. At the dinner table, boasting and talking nonsense with friends, boasting isn't taxed, and showing off isn't illegal. Over time, he got used to it, and his mouth became quite unrestrained. However now, Ethan's expression froze for a moment, and he turned his head slightly stiffly. Seeing Sir standing there with hands on her hips, the slight anger on her face made Ethan break out in a cold sweat instantly. Casually flaunting his money, talking nonsense about the other party, and happening to be caught red-handed by the other party. What should he do now? Urgently waiting for answers online, emergency. Ethan's brain started to run at high speed, but the CPU was almost overclocking, and he couldn't think of anything. Guessed, was the food to your liking? Very good tilde. Involuntarily swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he wondered, what is she trying to do? So let's settle the bill. The total is 30,000 volleys. What, 30,000 volleys? Wasn't it 12,000 for one serving? Yes, the cost of the set meal is 12,000, and the remaining 18,000 are service fees tilde. At the mention of service fees, Ethan broke out in a cold sweat. He had received money after being taken care of by the other party, but now he was enjoying the other party's services. It was quite thrilling, using her allowance to buy her service. We don't accept credit, and working to pay off the debt is not allowed. Even before Ethan could speak, the other party directly blocked his way. This made Ethan feel heartbroken. 30,000 volleys, gone like this. He had previously spent less than a few thousand volleys casually eating and drinking on the bustling street. Here tilde. Although extremely unwilling, what else could he do? Ethan took out 30,000 volleys from his money pouch and handed it to Sir standing in front of him. Seeing Ethan in this state, Sir nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Ethan in this state, Sir finally nodded in satisfaction, thinking, that's more like it. If I don't make you suffer a bit, I feel like I'm at a loss. Chapter 14, The Person Impersonating the Goddess. As evening approached, Ethan sat in his room, gazing at the night scenery outside, feeling somewhat peculiar. Just yesterday, he was staying in a shabby temporary rental, and today he resides on the top floor of Tower of Babel. Life is truly mysterious. The magic attribute of imaginary numbers. Although this world doesn't have imaginary number space, why do I feel like I can still use the power of imaginary numbers? This feeling was strange, and almost as if to confirm Ethan's thoughts, magic energy surged in Ethan's palm. A faint spatial crack began to tear open, and Ethan widened his eyes in astonishment. He was just trying it out, not expecting it to actually succeed. Imaginary number magecraft is not widespread in the world of Fate Type Moon, with one of the most famous users being Madu Sakura. After her darkening, Sakura could absorb opponents' moves into imaginary number space, rendering them ineffective, a power similar to spatial exclusion. And this subtle space crack revealed a possibility to Ethan. Although he didn't sense anything like imaginary number space, Ethan wasn't aware of what lay on the other side of this spatial crack. However, all of that was irrelevant. If he could develop this power, it might actually work. In a fight, opponents wouldn't be able to land their techniques on him, while his skills could reach them. That would be interesting, a blatant cheat. Let's test it out. Picking up the unfinished teacup, Ethan created another spatial crack. The teacup was immediately sucked in, but then, Ethan's magic reserve began to rapidly deplete. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his magic reserve was consumed. This sudden turn of events startled Ethan, and he quickly withdrew his magic energy, causing the spatial crack to disappear. "No, I can't mess around like that. I almost screwed things up." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ethan was genuinely frightened just now. It seems that it's better not to mess with these unknown things. One small mistake could lead to playing oneself to death. His promising life had just begun, and if something went wrong, it would be a big loss. Knock tilde knock tilde. At this moment, a knocking sound echoed. Ethan slightly froze, then understood that it was probably his goddess wanting to see him. After all, this place wasn't like any normal place. Ordinary people couldn't just come in. Creak tilde. Approaching the door and opening it, as expected, Otter, resembling a fierce beast, stood outside. "Lady Freya wants to see you." Now. Then let's go." Glancing at Ethan, Otter didn't waste words and turned to walk away. Ethan closed the door after turning around. Although there was no one else who could come here, it was a good habit to close the door before leaving. Because the destination was right next door, he reached it in a few steps. "Lady Freya is inside. Go in." "What about you?" Glancing at Ethan, Oda didn't answer, as if no one was talking to him. Faced with Oda's attitude, Ethan's mouth twitched. "Fine, you're impressive. Just you wait. When I climb onto the goddess's bed, I'll make sure you regret standing here." Ethan crazily complained inwardly. Thud tilde thud tilde. Taking a deep breath, Ethan forced himself to calm down and then knocked on the door. "Come in tilde." Freya's languid tone echoed from behind the door. After hearing it, Ethan finally opened the door and walked in. From start to finish, Otter seemed like a security guard with a calm expression. As soon as he entered, Ethan saw someone dressed in a gauze-like gown. In the slightly dim light of the room, she emitted an unparalleled charm. However, looking at the person, Ethan felt something strange in his heart. "Goddess Freya." "Ethan, come over and sit down tilde." With a charming smile, coupled with that seductive beauty, Ethan felt a surge of blood in his heart. Well, calling him over on such a late night, did she plan to let him serve in bed? But she just rejected him earlier. Why did she change her mind after nightfall? Could it be that the lonely night is making her restless? Perhaps with doubts in his mind, Ethan felt that something was off as he looked at the enchanting goddess in front of him. In Ethan's understanding, Freya wouldn't behave in such a coquettish manner. Rather than saying she wouldn't, it's more accurate to say she doesn't need to. As the goddess of beauty, just her presence alone was the most beautiful and tempting existence. However, the person in front of him seemed more like an imitator, mimicking the goddess of beauty, pretending to be Freya in their own way. "Who are you?" "Huh, who am I?" "Ethan, you left for a while and already forgot who your goddess is." The power of God is like a prison. God's grace is unfathomable. In an instant, a vast divine might descended, and Ethan was instantly overwhelmed. His body half knelt on the ground, and there were crunching sounds between his bones. This terrifying pressure seemed to want to shatter his soul. However, after going through this, Ethan 100% confirmed that the woman in front of him was definitely not Freya. Impersonating a goddess is a heinous crime. If I catch you, you'll have a hard time explaining. Looking at the Freya in front of him, Ethan already had some guesses in his mind. In Aurario, there was only one person who could imitate goddess Freya, and considering their location was the top of Tower of Babel, the identity of the other party was self-evident. Buzz. However, after this incident, the dormant malice in Ethan's soul began to stir under the stimulation of divine might. The malice that carried all the evil of the world truly revealed a tip of the iceberg in this moment, and Ethan's magic energy was instantly tainted. Just like the colorless Great Grail, contaminated into the black all the evil of the world. "What is this tilde?" Watching the black mist emanating from him, Freya was slightly surprised. This was the first time she encountered such a thing. Swish! The black mist transformed into a large hand, directly reaching for Freya. Ethan believed that once caught, the malice of all the evil of the world would entwine around her like maggots on dead bones. He could bear all the evil of the world without being affected because he had the system's assistance. During the integration process, his soul was protected by the system. However, for others, they would undoubtedly be devoured by this endless malice. Even servants, once tainted by the black mud manifested from all the evil of the world, would undergo corruption. As for her identity, Ethan didn't care. He was never a magnanimous person. Since she dared to harm him, she deserved some punishment. Not good can evade. Watching the approaching black mist, Freya's pupils shrank and despair rose in her heart. All right, that's enough. Boom. Chapter 15, Ethan's Explanation. The immense divine power, or rather, the genuine divine power, made the black mist that had emerged from Ethan's body instantly dissipate, returning to the depths of his soul and sinking into silence. Ethan's gaze turned to the side. Da-da-da-da. Clear footsteps echoed, and then the real goddess of beauty, Freya, walked out. The appearance and figure of the fake Freya, who had almost caused trouble just now, quietly changed. After a moment, she transformed into another appearance. Lady Freya, I apologize for disappointing you. The woman stood up and expressed self-blame to Freya. You've done well, Horn. Go rest now. Yes. Casting a fierce glance at Ethan, Horn left. Seeing this, Ethan knew he had guessed correctly. All of the previous drama was orchestrated by Freya, and the one who just left was probably the real Sir. She had offered her name to Freya, exchanged it for a new one, and gained the qualification to transform into Freya. It was like a substitute body, trained by emperors in ancient times. Most of the time, Horn would play the role of Freya in the Familia, allowing her mischievous goddess to have enough time to enjoy herself outside. After Freya sat down, she scrutinized Ethan from head to toe, her eyes filled with surprise. Although Horn's transformation was not flawless, in the mortal world, no one had ever seen through it. Now, on their first meeting, Ethan had managed to see through Horn's magic, which astonished Freya. Shouldn't there be something you want to say? Freya crossed one slender leg over the other, leaning on her seat with a languid posture. Her enchanting figure emitted an overwhelming amount of feminine hormones into the air. Despite Freya appearing lazy and carefree, her charm was even more explosive. It felt like she was passively giving away her charm freely every second, causing an itch in the men's heart, like a cat scratching, but one couldn't do anything about it. So, for a young and energetic man, this was nothing short of torture. Nothing, Ethan could probably guess that his goddess held grudges. Wasn't it just using her money to buy her service in Hostess of Fertility? Was it necessary to take this matter so seriously? Gurgle Tilda. Whether it was due to the seductive atmosphere in the room or for some other reason, Freya's pair of enchanting legs were displayed in front of Ethan. Watching those white, slender long legs and attractive feet, he couldn't help but feel increasingly thirsty. Standing by such a beauty, being able to see but not touch, who could understand this torment? Freya naturally noticed Ethan's subtle expressions. Since a while ago, his gaze had continuously fallen onto her legs and feet. She could guess that he was probably the type who was into beautiful legs and feet. As the goddess of beauty, every inch of her body exuded the most perfect feminine grace in the world. Therefore, it was only natural for others to steal glances or even become infatuated with her body. Is it nice? Want to touch them? Just as Ethan was engrossed in watching, Freya's voice softly echoed. Can I? Did his wish come true? Ethan subconsciously raised his head in excitement. However, what greeted him was Freya's playful smile. Suddenly, Ethan's enthusiasm was extinguished. Having his act of peeking at someone's legs and feet exposed made him feel a bit embarrassed. Cough, Goddess Freya, I didn't mean that, don't get me wrong. Oh, not that, then what do you mean? Well, it's nothing, really. Nothing, then what did you mean before? Fine, caught in the act, there was no escape now. Whatever you think I meant, that's what I mean. Under the roof, one had to bow one's head. Here, Goddess Freya was in charge. Hearing Ethan's words, Freya let out a light snort but didn't press further on this matter. All right, tell me, how did you figure out that Horn isn't me? You know, her magic can even deceive gods. How did you discern it? Lady Freya, I don't know what you mean. Hump, what do you think I mean? Seeing Ethan's astonished expression, Freya gave him a white glance. However, Freya was genuinely curious about Ethan's answer. After all, Horn just now shared a part of her innate charm, which ordinary people could hardly resist. Because the Freya I know wouldn't actively release her charm. That fake one not only released it voluntarily, but also seemed to be intentionally trying to seduce me. You should know, this afternoon, it was Lady Freya who kicked me out. Is that so? Of course, the goddess Freya I know is the embodiment of beauty. She doesn't need to actively release her charm. Only those unattractive women would use their charm powers. This statement was a bit of flattery, but most women, including goddesses, happen to love to hear it. Even if they had some thoughts about actively releasing charm, as long as it was a woman, they cared about their original appearance. The goddess of beauty was no exception. Ethan's words pleased Freya a lot. Of course, there was a special bonus in this, considering Ethan wasn't affected by her charm. Therefore, the praise spoken by him carried more weight than others. Those who were charmed by Freya would probably speak much more beautiful words than Ethan did. However, in Freya's ears, their countless sentences couldn't compare to Ethan's single word. That's the difference. Come here, give my feet a little massage. Hearing Ethan's compliment, Freya's mood improved a bit, and she couldn't help but speak. Hi. Now it was Ethan's turn to be confused. Wasn't the topic changing too quickly? What, you don't want to? Of course not. I'm willing. Being able to serve Lady Freya is a blessing accumulated over my 8 lifetimes. Saying this, he walked over to the goddess, sat on a low stool beside her, which Freya usually used to prop her feet. It had now become Ethan's seat. With some excitement, he took the goddess's attractive feet into his hands, this being his second time touching the goddess's feet. Ethan was very excited and pleased. After all, for a guy with a foot fetish, such an occurrence was nothing short of a blessing. Glancing at the excited Ethan, Freya's lips curled slightly. To be honest, Ethan's massage skills were not great, just pressing a few acupoints, mainly for relieving fatigue. Moreover, due to his unhealthy desires, it was more like taking advantage of the goddess than giving her a good massage. But Freya approved of his misconduct, as she was experiencing this kind of feeling for the first time. Ethan looked at the enchanting pair of feet in his hands and Freya's perfect, long, slender legs. Although they were naturally flawless, he still felt they lacked something. With legs like this, it would be a pity not to wear black stockings. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her beauty. Chapter 16, Freya in Black Stockings. Tilde. Leaning back in her seat, Freya savored Ethan's service, her eyes slightly narrowed. The entire room fell into silence, but a subtle change in the atmosphere lingered. It felt ambiguous. If anyone were to enter at this moment, their jaws would surely drop. How could a mortal from the lower world casually touch a goddess's body? Lady Freya tilde. Ahem. Upon hearing Ethan's voice, Freya slowly opened her captivating eyes, looking somewhat displeased. She had given him the chance to satisfy his desires, and yet he didn't seem to cherish this opportunity. I have a gift for you, Lady Freya. A gift? What gift? A piece of clothing that can further enhance your charm, ensuring that Lady Freya will become the most beautiful goddess in Arario. Oh, so what do you mean? I'm not the most beautiful goddess right now. Freya caught the flaw in Ethan's words, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite friendly. This time, Ethan broke into a cold sweat. He had misspoken again. Of course not. Lady Freya is naturally the most beautiful goddess in this world. No other goddess can compare to your beauty. However, my gift can definitely significantly enhance Lady Freya's charm. HMPH, that sounds nice and all. But you have only become an adventurer for a day. What good thing could you possibly possess? Glancing at Ethan, Freya didn't believe a single word he said. After all, not long ago, Ethan was still living in the impoverished streets of Daedalus. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't even have a decent meal. Given his situation, how could he possibly possess anything good? Lady Freya, this is my treasure. Originally, I intended to save it for my future girlfriend, but now that I've met Lady Freya, I realize that no one is worthy of it except you, my goddess. Your words sound sweet, but I wonder how much of it is true and how much is fake tilde tilde tilde. Compliment and flattery-filled words were something Freya couldn't stand in the past. However, hearing them from Ethan's mouth at this moment made her feel pleased and satisfied, with a hint of joy. It turned out that words of people who are favored are always special. Wait a moment, Lady Freya Tilda. Suddenly, a card appeared in midair without any warning, surprising Freya slightly. There was no magic fluctuation, no divine aura. This move caught her off guard. Swoosh! The card fell into Ethan's hands, showing a picture of a curvaceous beauty with slender, long legs wrapped in black stockings. Though just the image, it still made him quite excited. Then the entire card flickered with white light, and the next moment, a strange black fabric appeared in Ethan's hands. These are black stockings. If Lady Freya wears them, it will greatly enhance her charm. Black stockings. Freya sat up, holding the black stockings in her hands. The smooth touch caught her attention. The stocking was made from the highest grade silk, soft and smooth. Ethan guessed that since it was a system item, although it was just high-quality silk, the fabric was definitely the best. These look like legwears. How do I wear them? Lady Freya, please lift one of your legs. I will help you put on the stockings. At this moment, Ethan revealed his true intention: to personally assist the goddess in donning black stockings, an experience he believed could be cherished for a lifetime. Freya naturally discerned Ethan's intention, but opted not to reveal it. Furthermore, she felt quite pleased with Ethan's infatuation with her legs. All right then, come on Tilda. With a subtle movement, Freya gently lifted her right leg. In such close contact, with the goddess's enchanting legs and feet, Ethan felt that he had reached the pinnacle of life. Of course, if she could give him the opportunity to lick, kiss her legs, it would be even better. Swoosh, swoosh. Picking up a black stocking, Ethan delicately adorned Freya. First, her smooth feet, then her slender legs. Particularly when stretching the black stocking, he personally sensed her perfect figure. The black stockings covered the entire leg, from the feet to the ankles, knees, and up to the thighs. At the end, there were exquisite lace carvings, intricately designed patterns that further enhanced the wearer's charm. Observing the masterpiece before him, Ethan exclaimed that it resembled a world-famous painting. The most beautiful goddess adorned in black stockings truly accentuated the allure of this legwear. Indeed, it looks quite alluring. Put the other one on as well. Yes, Tilda. With Freya's cooperation, Ethan adorned her other leg with a black stocking as well, creating a beautiful experience too. Leaning back in her seat, legs adorned with enticing black stockings, Freya's charm was off the charts. Tilda, very nice. It's comfortable to wear. I'm satisfied with the gift you presented. As long as Lady Freya is content. Ethan was practically grinning from ear to ear. Having touched the goddess's beautiful legs and feet, it was incredibly satisfying. If this were a dream, he hoped never to wake up. As she looked at the black stockings adorning her legs, Freya's gaze subtly changed. If she wore this to the banquet tomorrow, it would undoubtedly capture everyone's attention, including that of the other goddesses. Contemplating the possibility of surpassing all the goddesses in appearance, even though Freya was the goddess of beauty, a sense of joy involuntarily welled up in her heart. After all, for gods, enjoyment is everything. And for Freya, relishing the envious and jealous looks from other goddesses was also a source of pleasure. All right, you return to your room now. Hi. One moment, Ethan was thinking about whether Freya would reward him with something. The next moment, she poured cold water on his expectations. It's getting late, and I need to rest. Yes, Lady Freya. When the goddess says so, can he really linger? Not to mention, Otter is standing in front of the door. With a somewhat reluctant expression, Ethan stood up and left the goddess's chamber, casting 3 lingering glances backward with each step. Freya observed everything with a slight smile. Goddesses hold grudges, and their desire for revenge is very strong. Did Ethan think what just happened was punishment? No, that was just an appetizer. Teasing his desires and then dismissing him outright. Tonight, Ethan won't even dream of having a good night's sleep. If Ethan knew what the goddess was contemplating at this moment, he would feel utterly miserable. Nevertheless, the black stocking seemed to please Freya quite a bit. Chapter 17, Speculations and Imaginations. Click. Upon opening the door, as expected, Otter was still standing at the doorway. Suddenly, Ethan felt something was off. Could Otter have overheard what he said to Freya just now? For a moment, Ethan felt a bit awkward. However, Otter completely ignored Ethan from start to finish. For him, only Freya's orders would prompt him to take action. Back in the adjacent room, Ethan flopped onto the bed. Despite the awkward situation caused by Freya's teasing, there was no denying that tonight's harvest was absolutely enormous. Leaving aside everything else, just personally helping Freya put on black stockings and even touching her enchanting legs was already a big win. With these thoughts in mind, Ethan slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. A night without words, the next morning, Ethan woke up from his dreams. The first thing upon waking up was to open the mission panel. It had become Ethan's habit. The first thing he did after waking up was to see his daily mission objectives. Daily mission: explore the dungeon, reach the 12th floor. Mission reward: Diamonds 10. The 12th floor of the dungeon, that had been Ethan's goal for a few days now. Nodding, he mentally noted the mission, got up from bed, stretched lazily, glanced at the weather outside the window, and seeing clear skies, anticipated another good day. After freshening up and tidying his appearance, changing into a clean set of clothes, everything was ready. Thump. As soon as he stepped out, the first thing he saw was Otter standing guard at the door next to his room. This guy, did he stay there all night without sleeping? Truly, he was Freya's most loyal guardian. Despite being Aurario's strongest adventurer, he seemed no different from a butler. After yesterday's brief encounter, Ethan also learned about the other party's personality. Unless it was something related to Freya, Otter wouldn't pay much attention. Even if someone took the initiative to greet him, they wouldn't get a response. Since that was the case, Ethan didn't bother wasting time and went straight to the dungeon. As the center of the world, the labyrinth city, built on top of the dungeon, it was undoubtedly the most prosperous and magical place in this world. Relying on the magic stones produced by monsters in the dungeon, a special technology tree was developed. In Aurario, magic stone resources were equivalent to modern electricity and had been applied to various industries, reaching every accessible field. For example, the Tower of Babel had elevators powered by magic stones similar to modern society, making it very convenient. Another example was magic stone lamps, scattered throughout Aurario, making them as common as modern electric streetlights. Ethan descended all the way down, arriving at the bottom floor, then directly entered the entrance to the dungeon. Living in the Tower of Babel, aside from other benefits, entering and exiting the dungeon was very convenient. Taking the elevator, he was at the entrance to the dungeon in no time from his room, and vice versa. Now it was morning, the time when adventurers entered the dungeon. A large number of adventurers flooded into the dungeon, including humans, beastmen, elves, dwarves, creating a grand spectacle. These adventurers wore different types of clothing and equipment, and carried various types of weapons. Ethan was like a lamb among wolves, not only wearing a simple outfit, but also not carrying any weapons, as if he had come here to have fun. Soon, passing through the spiral staircase at the entrance and separating from the others, Ethan once again entered the dungeon. Yeah. The dungeon always welcomed adventurers with vigor. As soon as he arrived, several goblins started roaring and rushed towards Ethan, waving the wooden clubs in their hands. Ya tilde. Ethan felt a bit helpless at this situation, but then his lazy and casual look suddenly sharpened. Projection begin. Swoosh. In Ethan's hands, magic energy began to surge, and in the air, an extremely sharp one-handed sword gradually took shape and finally materialized. This was a high-quality weapon that Ethan had noted down yesterday in a weapons store. However, Ethan wasn't like Emiyashiru, and he didn't have unlimited blade works. Therefore, his projection magic could only project 2 or 3 weapons at most. Additionally, Enchanted weapons like magic swords were beyond Ethan's ability to analyze. Watching someone like Emiya Shiru, who could even replicate noble phantasms, while he struggled to record an ordinary magic sword, the difference was indeed significant. At this moment, 2 goblins had already rushed over. In the past half-month, Ethan had received the most combat lessons from fighting goblins. Coupled with his current strength, dealing with these small fries was a breeze. Splat. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the one-handed sword in Ethan's hand tore through the chests of the 2 goblins successively. Their fallen bodies then burst open, turning into 2 clusters of ashes, leaving only 2 magic stones on the ground, albeit small in size. Looking at the magic stones, or should he say magic stone fragments on the ground, Ethan subconsciously wondered if he could directly collect these magic stones into imaginary number space, or something similar if such a thing was possible. Rip. The moment he had such thoughts, the space in front of him cracked, and the next second, the 2 magic stones were directly sucked in. Just as Ethan was a bit alarmed, thinking he would lose a considerable amount of magic energy, he found that he hadn't actually consumed much of his magic reserve. Moreover, inexplicably, Ethan seemed to sense a space that he could manipulate at will. What's going on? Just like last night, something was swallowed. Snap. Subconsciously wanting to retrieve the magic stones, the next second, a crack suddenly tore through the space, and 2 magic stones dropped out, along with a steaming teacup. Seeing this scene, Ethan was instantly shocked. This teacup was the one swallowed by the spatial crack last night, and he had consumed a significant amount of his magic reserve because of it, and now it appeared in front of him again. Not only that, there was still warm water in the teacup. Yes, who should he ask? The bottom of the teacup still had some temperature. The one just now couldn't be the imaginary number space, right? This sudden speculation popped into Ethan's mind, and once it emerged, it couldn't be contained, spreading rapidly. Chapter 18, Imaginary Space, the correct way to use Falna. At this moment, Ethan's mood was extremely excited. If his guess was right then, Ethan immediately turned and left the dungeon, heading straight for the top floor of Tower of Babel. Otter, has Lady Freya woken up? Tilda. Otter mumbled, cherishing his words like gold, but Ethan was no longer in the mood to pay attention to him. Knock tilde. Then Ethan turned and knocked on the door of Freya's bedroom. Seeing this scene, Otter was immediately furious. How dare someone disturb their goddess's sleep? It was disrespectful. Without hesitation, Oda was ready to arrest Ethan and punish him severely. Being disrespectful to their goddess was definitely a serious crime in Freya Familia. Come in, Tilda. At this moment, Freya's voice came from inside. Judging by her tone, she probably wasn't just waking up. Ethan didn't consider himself an outsider at all, and directly pushed the door open. Otter, who witnessed everything, had a very poor opinion of Ethan. In his eyes, Ethan didn't understand proper manners and lacked respect for their goddess. He felt that the boy needed some proper guidance. However, since Freya had given permission, Otter couldn't do anything else. So, he chose to ignore the situation. Ethan, who had just entered the room, had no idea how dangerous his previous situation was. After all, he was still in the stage of adapting to his new environment and identity. As soon as he entered, he saw Freya sitting there, still looking as beautiful as ever. You came here so early in the morning, what do you want? Lady Freya, I would like to ask you to update my status. Updating your status, that's it. Yes. Sai, you have just become an adventurer and haven't done anything amazing, so there won't be much improvement. Let's talk about it in a few days. Listening to Ethan's words, Freya instinctively refused. He received Falna just yesterday, and now wants an update. Who does he think he is? Even ancient heroes didn't grow much in a single day. It seems like she has been too kind to him, making him a bit too ungrateful. Lady Freya, I can't specify the reasons, but trust me, it is very important to me. Ahem. As soon as these words came out, Freya squinted her eyes slightly. Ethan was very mysterious. After all, he was a visitor from another world with many unknowns attached to him, and he carried the burden of all the evil of the world. Therefore, Freya was a bit hesitant. However, upon further reflection, she concluded that updating his status was a necessary step, and trying it wouldn't hurt. If it turned out he was deceiving her, she would make sure Ethan understood what the means of a goddess truly entailed. To attain the pinnacle of Aurario, Freya was not as benevolent as she seemed on the surface. Although she tolerated Ethan in some aspects, it didn't mean she was kind-hearted. "Come here, then take off your clothes, Tilda. Thank you for trusting me, Lady Freya. Remember, I'll trust you this once, but if the result disappoints me, you'll be sent to Folkvanger, and can only come back after reaching level 6. With these words, Ethan felt a chill down his spine. He definitely didn't want to go there. It was a true hell. Even if he couldn't die there, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Among Freya's die-hard followers, the emergence of someone raised by the goddess herself would incite the anger of the entire group. Although, according to the rules of Freya Familia, his life won't be in any danger, he might have to endure countless torments, making his life worse than death. After all, sometimes, death is a kind of relief. Drip. A drop of divine blood fell on Ethan's back, and the next moment, a white light flashed. Under the influence of Freya's blood, Ethan's miracle was born. What is this? Upon seeing the changes in Ethan's status in front of her, Freya's pupils contracted, her face full of shock. Name, Ethan Starfall. Level, LV1. Attributes. Strength, I0I11. Endurance, I0I15. Dexterity, I0I9. Agility, I0I22. Magic, I0I30. Developmental abilities, none. Magic, imaginary number magic. Skills. Miracle of absolute evil. Superdomain soul enhancement. Superdomain body enhancement. Immunity to negative effects. Imaginary space. Inner side of the world. Unobservable. Incomprehensible. Untouchable. The attribute improvement was minimal, as Ethan had just received Falna and was still in the stage of beginner's growth. However, what shocked Freya was not the attributes, it was the magic and skill that Ethan just awakened. Imaginary number magic harnesses the power of imaginary numbers and is the key to unlocking the imaginary space. Imaginary space, a skill that Falna couldn't comprehend. Just a few sentences of description left Freya completely baffled. Inner side of the world, unobservable, incomprehensible, untouchable. What do these words mean? This is the first time in millions of years that Freya has encountered such a thing. It looks like this person from another world was not just someone with heroic potential, but an emerging new hero. After a long while without hearing Freya's response, Ethan couldn't help but speak out. Lady Freya. How is my new status? Well, you better see it yourself. Taking a deep breath and forcing herself to calm down, Freya imprinted the status and translated it and handed it over to Ethan. Now she needed some time to calm down. Upon seeing the details of his updated status, Ethan smiled. His premonition had indeed come true. There is no imaginary number space in this world, but due to some unknown circumstances, an adventurer awakened the magic attribute, imaginary numbers. It just so happens that there is such a miraculous thing as Falna in this world, which can make impossible into possible. Thus, Ethan's unique miracle was born. Built on the foundation of Falna, using the framework of imaginary numbers as the skeleton, magic energy as the flesh and blood, thoughts as the medium, a miracle unique to Ethan was created. The skill is called imaginary space, and the magic, imaginary number magic. Moreover, Ethan discovered the correct way to use Falna. After gaining new powers from the system, and under the catalysis of Falna, new miracles could be awakened. All the evil of the world, miracle of absolute evil. Magic attribute, imaginary numbers, imaginary space, and imaginary number magic. What comes next, Ethan was somewhat anticipating. Ethan speculated that the reason projection magic, did not have any impact was because it was just an ordinary magecraft. Nevertheless, Ethan was already quite satisfied with this result. In game terms, one character, but two panels independent of each other. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Chapter 19, Orcs on 12th Floor. Splash. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, the needle rabbit's body was directly cleaved in two, and blood sprayed out. Around it, blood puddles of various sizes were scattered everywhere. Bang! Having suffered a fatal attack, the needle rabbit's body disintegrated directly, turning into black ashes that vanished into the air, leaving only a magic stone lying quietly on the ground. Swoosh! Just after the magic stone fell to the ground, a crack tore open in space, and the magic stone was directly sucked into it. Ethan had also been curious about why his imaginary number magic manifested in this way. He wondered why it looked like this compared to others in Fateverse. However, in this world without magecraft or magus, this question was destined to remain unanswered. Under the influence of Falna, the imaginary space was born into this world, and it even existed in the form of Ethan's skill. However, Ethan's imaginary space was still in a primitive state, requiring continuous development and exploration. The way to do so was simple: consume magic energy, and he could develop and enhance the imaginary space. Last night, after storing the teacup, more than half of Ethan's magic reserves were suddenly consumed at once. It wasn't the cost of activating the imaginary space, but rather the consumption of expanding its volume. Moreover, because within the imaginary space, there was no concept of time, space, or even physical rules. Anything placed inside and then taken out would undergo no changes. Ethan liked this aspect a lot because it meant that if he encountered something precious, storing it in and taking it out wouldn't cause any issues. The only regret was that the current imaginary space was still too small and couldn't hold much. Clatter. In front of Ethan, a space crack opened, and several magic stones fell down. Hemtilda. Then came the familiar pleasure time. The sensation of absorbing magic stones was truly exhilarating, making it irresistible. Sometimes Ethan wondered if there were any drawbacks to this, like getting addicted to it like narcotics and developing a dependency on it. Of course, all of this was just speculation. It's the 11th floor, and now the needle rabbits are starting to appear tilde. Today's daily mission is an exploration type, with the objective of reaching the 12th floor of the dungeon. And it seems like Ethan will complete it soon. At the same time, after this experience, Ethan can confirm that his strength has improved a lot. Previously, he would hover around the 3rd to 5th floors, but now he can easily handle the 11th floor. Indeed, after gaining Falna, the speed at which his strength improves is much faster. Step. Soon, crossing the passage between the 11th and 12th floor, Ethan finally arrived at his destination. Daily mission: explore the dungeon, reach the 12th floor. Completion progress, 1212. Mission reward, Diamonds 10. With the mission completed, Ethan smiled, and a new round of diamond accumulation began. As the rewards arrived, Ethan instinctively looked around. The 12th floor was shrouded in mist, with low visibility, visual range about 7 to 8 meters. Moreover, the terrain here was plain, with quite a lot of weeds and some dead trees. Shush. At this moment, there were some rustling sounds around, and Ethan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Soon, pairs of crimson eyes appeared in the dense fog. It seemed like there were quite a few of them, at least a dozen enemies. Not long after, Ethan clearly saw the true faces of these guys. Orcs, monsters that appear in the upper floors of the dungeon, level 1 monsters. But for most low-class adventurers, they are troublesome enemies. Splash. An orc directly pulled a dead tree from the ground, holding it as a weapon. Such scenes were constantly playing out around. The 12th level also had another name, the Nature Weapon Arsenal. The dead trees here were like weapons provided by the dungeon for monsters. Yalla tilde. Watching the orcs approaching from all sides, Ethan felt a bit helpless. Dealing with so many orc would take some time, but conveniently, there was something Ethan wanted to test. Projection begin. Hum. In Ethan's hands, two exquisite one-handed swords appeared. Howl. Suddenly, an orc let out a roar, acting like a spark that instantly ignited all the others. They all rushed forward, howling. This scene was a first for Ethan, as he had mostly been on the upper floors before. However, faced with this situation, Ethan couldn't just sit back and wait for their attack. Just now, he had an idea. If his guess could succeed, he would have gained a good technique against multiple enemies. Swoosh! Facing the charge of a group of orcs, Ethan took a deep breath, focused his mind, and then directly threw one of the one-handed swords in his hand. Splash! Because these orcs moved in groups, they were relatively dense. The sword he threw pierced the arm of one orc, but for these thick-skinned creatures, such an attack was practically useless. In fact, piercing the skin of the orc and making them bleed only seemed to stimulate them, arousing their ferocity. Broken Phantasm. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Ethan's lips as he slowly uttered these four words. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded. Among the orcs, it was as if a grenade had detonated. Instantly, 3 orcs were blown apart, and a few others were seriously injured. The power seems not bad, it's already comparable to a hand grenade. However, using a sword as a grenade every time might not be feasible. Ethan thought he should get a bow, especially since Archer Emiya was a good example. Broken Phantasm could be initiated with a bow, projecting arrows, and then detonating them. Splash! At this moment, an orc tried to sneak attack Ethan, but unfortunately, Ethan stabbed the creature through with his newly manifested sword. Although he was contemplating just now, it didn't mean he had lost awareness of his surroundings. After surviving in the dungeon for over a month, especially experiencing several life-threatening situations, he had already grown up. He might not be a qualified warrior, but he was definitely a qualified adventurer. Chapter 20, Trouble Comes Knocking. Puffs. Tear. Snap. Barbaric, chaotic, without any order, this was not a battle but a thorough slaughter. It is a fight for survival, where killing the opponent is a necessity. As monsters, orcs naturally do not have a specific fighting style. All they know is to kill all humans, nothing more. Ethan, on the other hand, had never learned or witnessed how other adventurers fought. Everything he knew about fighting, he figured out on his own in the midst of battle. Purely a self-taught fighter, combined with his unique circumstances, exchanging injuries for injuries was just a routine for him. Roar! An orc swung a club directly onto Ethan's back, and Ethan showed no sign of response. The sword in his hand mercilessly pierced through the eye socket of the orc in front of him, stabbing through its head. Having dealt with this one, Ethan turned around to settle the score with the one who had attacked him from behind. Puffs! The sharp blade cut through the orc's chest, penetrating its body. Bangs! In the next moment, the last remaining orc also turned into a cloud of black smoke, leaving behind a magic stone on the ground. Taking deep breaths, Ethan slowly stood up. His body is covered in bruises from the orc's attacks, but fortunately, no bones were broken. This makes Ethan realize that he is getting stronger. In the past, he would have probably suffered multiple bone fractures, but now it is just some bruises. Let's call it a day. It's about enough fighting for the day. Collecting the magic stones scattered around him, Ethan decides to conclude today's adventure. Unlike many predecessors, Ethan doesn't have much interest in the dungeon and doesn't want to spend his entire life exploring it and killing monsters. For Ethan, the dungeon is just a location, and he only comes when he needs to complete missions or fight with monsters. Today's daily mission has been completed, so Ethan has no intention of staying here. After all, as long as he steadily accumulates diamonds, he will eventually become stronger. Ethan understands that the system is his most important opportunity. Even Falna is not comparable to it. Moreover, with a goddess sponsoring him, he can easily get 1 million volleys every month, so he's not short of money. In such a situation, why push himself so hard for little gains? Why not enjoy life in this new world? Hemtilda. Grabbing all the orc's magic stones, Ethan feels the magic energy merging into his body like a stream, giving him an extreme sense of pleasure. After a few seconds, everything returns to calm, and Ethan is somewhat reluctant to part with the previous experience. The magic stones in his hand have turned transparent and lost their value, so Ethan casually discards them. If it weren't for the guild monopolizing magic stone business in Arario, and adventurers can only legally exchange magic stones for money in the guild, Ethan would have liked to open a magic stone exchange business. By then, exchanging money for magic stones, he wouldn't need to do anything extra while lying down at home and could still enhance his magic reserve. Mr. Ethan. Just out of the dungeon entrance, Ethan sees a familiar figure. Are you the half-elf advisor from before? Just call me Ina, Mr. Ethan. Oh, hello, Miss Ina. As a man of culture, Ethan naturally has a favorable impression of girls with glasses. Have you finished today's exploration? Yes, my goal has been achieved, so I came back. I'm not the type who likes to linger in the dungeon all day long. It's a good habit, Mr. Ethan. Adventurers must not take unnecessary risks. I don't want to see your name on the missing list. All right, I understand. Ethan appreciates the girl's goodwill. However, Ethan is very aware of his own identity. He is currently raised and sponsored by a goddess. The goddess in question happens to be a somewhat possessive type, so it is better for him to keep a certain distance from other girls at present. Unless he accomplishes something, like conquering that goddess, then he can then truly let himself loose. Well, Miss Ina, you go ahead and continue working. I have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave. Well, goodbye then. Thanks. Watching Ethan's departing figure, Ina feels a bit strange. She's quite popular among other adventurers, and many of them even get into fights because of her. They want her to be their personal guild advisor. Although it wasn't her intention, and it brought her considerable trouble, wasn't this a testament to her charm? However, with Ethan, it seems like she doesn't have much appeal. He only talks to her for a short while, and then eagerly leaves, as if it's a waste of his time talking with her. On the other side, Ethan is unaware that his subconscious actions were misunderstood by the sensitive half-elf girl. He is currently out shopping. It's already afternoon, and Ethan is hungry after a day of running around. So he decides to treat himself in the bustling street, indulging in a feast. However, today Ethan doesn't plan to go to the Hostess of Fertility. That place is just too dangerous, and yesterday's lesson is still fresh in his mind. Spending 30,000 volleys on one meal, even with 1,000,000 volleys balance, is not something he can afford every day. This kid looks like a big fish. He buys things so casually, picks whatever he likes, and seems curious about everything. Probably a rich kid from a wealthy family. In the shadows of an alley, a rugged-looking guy observes Ethan's back with malice in his eyes. So, what do you want to do? Of course, grab him. By then, we can buy some divine wine and have a good time. Okay, what do you want me to do? Keep an eye on him, find a remote alley on his route, and lure him in. Leave it to me, Tilda. In the darkness, two figures conspire, their eyes on Ethan as if he were a piece of fat meat. And as Ethan continues to wander around, they closely follow behind him. From the looks of it, this isn't their first time doing something shady like this. At this moment, Ethan remains oblivious to the fact that he's being targeted. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, who is he? He's the boy supported by Goddess Freya. If something happens to him, it won't end well for anyone, and there will be no escape for those involved. Besides, he's not so weak that any shady guy can harm him. Chapter 21, Ethan Under Gaze. Walking along the bustling streets, surrounded by various vendors calling out their wares, Ethan thoroughly enjoyed this moment, free from the pressures of survival, not having to hustle for money every day. This feeling made him extremely content with his new life. Before transmigration, Ethan had always lived under high pressure. During his school days, he worked hard for his studies, with countless days and nights spent on piles of homework and textbooks for crucial exams like the middle school and high school entrance exams. After entering university, things eased up a bit. The pressure wasn't as intense, but he still had to strive for various certificates, as they were crucial for his future employment. After graduation, after many struggles, he joined a moderately sized company. For the sake of money, he worked tirelessly every day. Although it seemed like he didn't earn much throughout the year, every single day of the 365 days felt like an endless loop. After all, as a man, the pressure and burden on his shoulders were too heavy, especially with the things needed for marriage. Cars, houses, money, each one felt like a mountain pressing down on him. After arriving in this world, all those pressures disappeared, replaced by a more primitive need. To survive, to ensure he wouldn't be thrown out of the inn today. For today's meal, he had to engage in a life-to-death battle against monsters in the dungeon. Now all those pressures are gone. Suddenly relieved of his burdens, Ethan's mood became much lighter, especially this feeling of newfound freedom, which truly captivated him. Ahem. Suddenly, Ethan felt something was off. It seemed like someone had been staring at him all along. At first, Ethan didn't pay much attention. After all, Aurario was so big, and there were so many people coming and going out of the streets. It was normal for someone to look at him now and then. However, some time had passed, and this gaze hadn't disappeared. Instead, it persisted. This made Ethan somewhat wary because, in the past, inside the dungeon, he had been ambushed by other adventurers several times, nearly losing his life. This was the first lesson the cruel reality had taught Ethan. This world is not an anime. Behind its bustling exterior lay countless shadows of darkness, unknown to most. Clang! Lady Freya, some little mice in the dark, seemed to be targeting Ethan. On a high platform in Aurario, Freya sat, her gaze fixed on the streets below. Beside her, Otter stood guard. Well, are you worried about him? Freya looked at Otter with some surprise and amusement. After all, she had Otter by her side, not only for his strength, but also for his absolute loyalty. Compared to others, Otter was the most reliable, never causing trouble or starting a conflict. If it were someone else in Freya Familia, Ethan would have probably been threatened or even punished by now. After all, Freya Familia didn't prohibit internal conflicts, and fights are even encouraged. No, it's just that he is the object of your attention. Lady Freya, if I may ask. No need to worry, Otter. His potential is not simple. Freya smiled as she continued to watch the scene below. Hearing Freya's words, Otter nodded and remained silent. For him, Ethan's affairs were inconsequential. What mattered was his goddess's mood and thoughts. Freya's eyes also continued to watch Ethan's figure. For her, Ethan's growth process was akin to the journey of a hero, something highly attractive to divine beings. Moreover, just a few rats in the sewers, a group of waste, couldn't possibly harm Ethan. As the only goddess in all of Aurario aware of Ethan's potential, Freya was eagerly anticipating the day he would shine in this world. Meanwhile, after noticing something off, Ethan intentionally left the main road. Heading towards some secluded alleys, his goal was clear: to lure out the figures lurking in the shadows. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a visible spear, but hard to guard against an invisible arrow. Since he had identified the problem, it was best to deal with it soon rather than later. Delaying might lead to some unforeseen circumstances. This kid, where does he think he's going? That's the residential area up ahead. The person who had been secretly following Ethan, observing his movements, suddenly felt puzzled. HMPH, isn't the residential area a good choice? There are plenty of corners there. I feel something's off. Could this guy have noticed us? Impossible. We've been cautious all along, and that boy's been indulging himself along the way. How could he have noticed us? I think he might just be lost. Lost? That's right, look at him. He clearly isn't familiar with Aurario. Plus, the way he's spending money so lavishly, his family must be quite wealthy. A newcomer to the city, huh? To be honest, this labyrinth city isn't as glamorous as it looks outside. Let's give this wealthy newcomer a welcome gift and teach him the hidden rules of Aurario. Hee, leave it to me then. The two exchanged smiles, and their gazes towards Ethan filled with greed and excitement. The thought of soon making a big fortune uplifted their moods. there was still some leftover divine wine in their familia this month. If they succeeded today, they could have a taste of it again tonight. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but gulp involuntarily. Just the thought of drinking divine wine made them salivate uncontrollably. Hey, that kid has stopped. Looks like he's observing his surroundings. This wealthy guy probably realized he's lost. Get ready, it's time for us to make our move. Oh, Tilda. At that moment, Ethan looked around and nodded slightly. This was a corner of the residential area, similar to a back street. Compared to the clean and tidy streets just now, this place appeared much more chaotic. Though it was far better than the slums, it still had its limitations. And this was precisely the spot Ethan had chosen to deal with the sneaky tail that had been following him behind. After all, he didn't like the feeling of being stared at. "Friend, you seem lost. Do you need any help?" At that moment, a burly man emerged from the other side of the street. His rough features and the rough stubble on his face, along with his coarse attire, indicated that he wasn't doing well for himself. Chapter 22, Trapped in the Alley. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Ethan smiled. They had finally come out. However, as he looked at the pair of animal ears on the man's head, a hint of repulsion flashed in Ethan's eyes. Cute animal ear girls were treasures of the human world, but male beastmen made him dislike them. As the saying goes, opposite sexes attract, and the same sexes repel, especially when it's a guy with a face full of muscles. "Friend, it seems you need some help." "Oh, how could you guess that?" Looking at the guy in front of him, Ethan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. That blatant malice, Ethan perceived it clearly. Moreover, he wasn't the only one here. On the other side, there was another malicious intent constantly shifting, about a dozen meters away. That other guy seemed to want to flank him from behind. But Ethan didn't show any wary expression. He wanted to see what these two shady guys were up to. "Ha, Tilda, I am a friendly adventurer, adhering to the principle of mutual assistance, here to provide people like you with some help. But of course, you'll need to pay a little reward, my friend." With that, the beastman Walter revealed his true face. He wasn't a talented guy. At best, just a low-class adventurer from a third-rate familia. Now in his 30s, he was still at level 1. If nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to rank up from level 1 to level 2 in his lifetime. It could be said that his fate was already sealed. And adventurers like him were not uncommon in Aurario. Indeed, the god's blessing/fauna was miraculous, capable of unleashing the hidden potential of people from the mortal world. Through continuous effort, they could gradually improve their strength. But not everyone had this qualification. The so-called potential was just as significant as their existence. Most adventurers spent their entire lives stuck between level 1 and level 2, and ranking up to level 3 wasn't something just anyone could achieve. A little reward. That's right, just a small reward. Presumably, my friend, you come from a wealthy background, so a small amount of money shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? Walter said so. Actually, if possible, he didn't want to fight. After all, his strength was not that great. At most, he could only bully some newcomers. If the other party had a deep background, he couldn't afford to provoke them. He just wanted to make a little profit. As for more, he hadn't thought about it. To be honest, I'm not short of volleys. It's just that I don't have much on me at the moment. How about I give you this crystal card? You can withdraw 900,000 volleys at the guild. 900,000 volleys. Upon hearing such a large sum of money, Walter's mouth almost dropped open. However, when he saw the familiar emblem on the crystal card in Ethan's hand, the side profile of a Valkyrie, this pattern was familiar to all adventurers in Aurario, especially thugs and gangsters. After all, even thugs had self-awareness. They only bullied those weaker than themselves, and wouldn't foolishly provoke those they couldn't afford to mess with. In Aurario, as one of the Twin Kings, Freya Familia undoubtedly belonged to the pinnacle of all familias. Holding such a crystal card meant that even if the other party wasn't from Freya Familia, he had a close relationship with them. Walter didn't know the function of a crystal card, but something with such apparent value couldn't be simple. Provoking Freya Familia, let alone the 2 level 1 adventurers. Even if the entire Soma Familia were involved, it wouldn't be enough to go against Freya Familia. "Oh, friend, what's with that expression? Why do you look so ugly?" You. Looking at Ethan, Walter stuttered, unable to speak clearly. "Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm really sorry for letting you see that. It's my fault tilde, my fault tilde." At this point, Ethan looked at the emblem on the crystal card, suddenly expressing regret in an apologetic tone, his face full of self-blame. In this situation, if someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think Ethan had really done something wrong. As a bottom-tier adventurer in Aurario, Walter naturally feared the strong and preyed on the weak. The powerful Freya Familia was something he couldn't afford to mess with. However, as a beastman, his temper was also not good. One could say he was very irritable and easily angered. This frail-looking boy, even if he were to die, no one would know it was Walter's doing. After all, this was Aurario, where many people died every day. Killing the boy, robbing him, and then quickly withdrawing 900,000 volleys, it was definitely a sure bet. Thinking of this, Walter's gaze towards Ethan subtly changed. The original greed began to be tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Since he had already provoked the boy, it was better to nip this trouble in the bud and just eliminate him. "Do you want to kill me?" Watching Walter's change of expression, Ethan smiled. He had seen such eyes, such looks, many times before. In the dungeon, he had often encountered other adventurers who wanted to rob him because of his weakness, even to the point of killing him for silence. But they hadn't expected that, although Ethan was weak in strength, his physique was extraordinary. He had successfully counterattacked in the end. Thinking back to when he was pierced through the abdomen by an adventurer, he had finally managed to kill him by pretending to be dead, luring him close to loot his belongings, and then swiftly ambushing him by slashing his throat. The gushing blood had dyed his body red. His hair, eyes, nostrils, even his mouth were all smeared with blood. That time, he had vomited uncontrollably, almost bringing up stomach acid. It was his first time killing someone, and both physically and psychologically, Ethan had taken several days to recover. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. Things only happen 0 times and countless times. After the first time, there will be a second time, a third time, and so on. He had gradually changed, discarding cowardice and timidity, and starting to do whatever it took to survive. This city would literally devour people, and in order not to be devoured, Ethan had already prepared himself to harm others. Looking at Ethan, who remained calm with no change in emotion, Walter's heart began to pound. Did the boy set a trap? Looking at his demeanor, could he possibly be a powerful adventurer? It wasn't strange for him to feel scared and overthink. After all, in Aurario, Freya Familia was synonymous with strength. Though rare, there wasn't a single weak person among Freya Familia who were permitted to go outside. However, on the other side, Jard had already stealthily approached Ethan from behind and was cautiously getting closer. He had a magic that could conceal his figure, making it very useful for sneak attacks. Walter, who had been feeling a bit panicky, became instantly elated when he saw Jard's position. "Boy, let me show you what it means to wish you were dead." Thinking of this, a cruel smile crept onto Walter's face. Chapter 23, Beauty Saves the Hero. Boom. Thud. Just as the danger was about to arrive, Walter's face was almost creased with laughter. But suddenly, an unexpected attack landed on Walter and Jard, who were preparing to ambush Ethan from behind. Both of them fell to the ground, without any defense or resistance. This sudden turn of events also stunned Ethan, the guy who practiced fishing law enforcement. "Are you okay?" At that moment, an elf woman in Hostess of Fertility attire appeared. With one hand holding a bag of groceries and the other holding a blood-stained twig, she noticed some bruises on the back of Walter and Jard's heads. "You are Rue Lion, we met before at Hostess of Fertility. It's you, the beautiful elf waitress." Tilda. Looking at Ethan, Rue nodded. She coincidentally saw Ethan strolling on the street. Then she spotted Walter and Jard following him. Out of her former sense of belief in justice, she intervened. Although she was no longer a member of a righteous familia, nor did she deserve to enact justice anymore. However, when faced with misfortune that was about to happen, she couldn't help but intervene, perhaps as a way to atone for her past sins. Thank you for today's help, Tilda. Although he didn't need it, thanking someone for their help was indeed a proper course of action. Although this area is better than other neighborhoods, it's not safe to go to deserted places like this. Aurario isn't as glamorous as it appears outside. I understand. Facing Rue's warning, Ethan acknowledged it. After all, she meant well. However, as someone who believed in tit for tat, Ethan wouldn't let go of these two scoundrels who had murderous intent towards him. Ethan adhered to the principle of eliminating problems at the source, as he didn't want to face future troubles because of them. After all, if these insignificant small fries were to retaliate against him, even if they couldn't harm him physically, they could still bother him with other stuff and waste his time. Moreover, Aurario wasn't exactly peaceful. Therefore, to prevent any unexpected incidents, it was best to deal with them thoroughly. You seem new to Aurario. Let me show you around. Thank you so much, Tilda. Ethan quickly followed, but as they passed by Walter and Jard, a mass of black substance fell down. Soon, Ethan and Rue's figures disappeared at the end of the street. Gurgle. On the ground, the black substance that Ethan had dropped began to expand. Ahem. At that moment, Walter slowly regained consciousness, feeling pain at the back of his head. He reached out to touch it, and his hand was covered in fresh blood. Damn it, who attacked me from behind? The fat sheep he had caught had escaped, and his action might even provoke Freya Familia. This made Walter's mood extremely sour. However, he didn't notice that a mass of black substance behind him had expanded to half the size of a person. Wrestle. What's that sound? Instinctively turning around, he then saw a black monster covered with mud. Phew. Smack. Before he could finish speaking, Walter was directly wrapped up by the black mud, just like a slime, completely disregarding the struggles of a grown man, slowly devouring him. In just a moment, the struggle ceased, and the black mud monster moved on to another target. In less than a minute, two grown adults vanished just like that, and the black mud monster gradually disappeared from this world. On the other side, Ethan, who had followed Rue onto the main street, also sensed something. Turning his head towards the depths of the alley, a slight smirk formed on his lips. The black mud, materialization of all the evil of the world. In Fateverse, servants who contacted the black mud would be blackened and corrupted, and the black mud could even give heroic spirits a physical body. However, in this world, the black mud, or rather Ethan's black mud, lacked these powers for the time being. But it could still devour all living beings and gain magic energy. Ethan admitted he wasn't a good person, but he couldn't bring himself to use such an evil method to enhance strength. Hence, he had never used the black mud before. This time, it was the first for him to use the power of black mud just to erase all traces of their corpses. And it seemed a bit of overkill. All right, from now on, don't casually wander into those deserted alleys. I understand, Miss Rue. I'll remember your words. MHM Tilda. Giving Ethan a faint glance, Rue turned and left. The two of them had only met by chance. Even at Hostess of Fertility, they had only seen each other once and had no real connection. Today, the fact that she was willing to save him was simply due to Rue's generosity. On a high platform in the distance, Freya's eye observed all of this. She had seen everything that had just happened, though she was disappointed not to have seen Ethan's retaliation. However, she witnessed his final move of erasing their corpses, and she saw it all. At this moment, Freya smiled. She didn't find anything wrong with Ethan's actions. In fact, she even liked his cautious and decisive nature. After all, she wasn't a benevolent goddess, and under Aurario's shadow, she had done plenty of dark deeds herself. However, those two just now were from Soma Familia, right? Hearing this, Otter, who was beside her, suddenly understood. His goddess was not pleased with Soma Familia. If that was the case, then Otter would go and make them pay the price. If they couldn't satisfy his goddess, then Soma Familia had no reason to exist. A third-rate familia, despite their large numbers, their strongest member was only a level 2 leader. Such a weak familia, even if a single member of Freya familia came out, could make them disappear overnight. After all, without high-end combatants, any number of low-class adventurers were meaningless. Knock knock. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door echoed, and Otter immediately looked at the door. Come in, Tilda. Creak. Hearing Freya's voice, the person outside pushed open the door. Lady Freya. The newcomer was a cat-like beastman with a pair of cat ears on his head. If Otter was Freya's personal bodyguard, then Alan was the covert protector of Sir. He was always protecting Freya when she was active under the persona Sir. The deputy leader of Freya Familia, a level 6 adventurer, with the title of the city's fastest. Chapter 24, Jealous, the city's fastest. Looking at the goddess in front of him, a slight sense of strangeness arose in Alan's heart. However, such a situation was not a special case. To be precise, all members of the Freya Familia were admirers of the goddess Freya, regardless of gender. Yes, as a goddess of beauty, Freya's charm was irresistible to both men and women. How's the investigation going? Everything has been investigated, Lady Freya. Speak. After Freya glanced at Alan, he slowly began to speak. Ethan Starfall, 18 days ago, suddenly arrived in Aurario, and at the beginning he was just a normal person, weak in strength. The first time he entered the dungeon, he lost a hand. Lost a hand? This caught Freya's attention, as Ethan now had both hands intact. Yes, this was confirmed by the innkeeper where Ethan was staying. Although it's unknown how he recovered, he indeed lost a hand that day. It seems this little guy is really not that simple. Truly worthy of being a person from another world, regenerating a severed hand, such a feat is not easy to accomplish even in Aurario. Moreover, according to the innkeeper, his hand recovered overnight. Overnight? At this point, Alan was also curious about how the other party managed to do it. Could it be a special skill? If that was the case, it would be great. Then if someone in their familia lost an arm or leg, they could recover. Although they couldn't stand each other, as the vice-captain of the Freya Familia, he still cared about the safety of the members of his familia. After all, the members of the Freya Familia are the goddess's admirers, laying the foundation for the Freya Familia to be the strongest. All the evil of the world tilde. Freya, on the other hand, immediately thought of something on Ethan. Evil is not something that is easy to bear, requiring a huge price to pay, but in return, one could gain some benefits, such as regeneration. In this world, there are many powerful monsters, or terrifying evils, that only heroes could conquer. This is because only this type of world-favored has the qualification to defeat evil, and only heroes can achieve such feats. In that era before the gods descended, heroes were equivalent to humanity's only hope. Alan, is there anything else? Not much else, but Ethan's growth rate is very fast. In just half a month, he has grown from a weakling with no strength to a newbie's level. This newbie refers to new adventurers. Ethan, who has not yet received Falna, already possesses strength equivalent to that of an adventurer, which is quite surprising. Freya nodded. She had also inquired about Ethan's situation. The sudden appearance Alan spoke of must be the day Ethan arrived in this world. The reason it's sudden is because there was no trace to follow. By the way, Alan, what about the innkeeper you mentioned? I've already dealt with it. Good, Tilda. Ethan's uniqueness made Freya particularly concerned, especially his identity as a person from another world. So to make everything about him belong only to her, she would erase all traces of his past. Lady Freya is just a boy with some potential worth your concern. At this moment, Alan couldn't help but ask, as Freya's attention to Ethan was indeed too much. Throughout the entire familia, no one has ever received such attention from their goddess, making Alan, who has always strived to become the strongest and most useful, a bit jealous. And with this remark, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Freya looked down at Alan, her gaze calm and unfathomable, showing no emotion. Are you teaching me how to do things, Alan? A calm statement to Alan sounded like a thunderclap. Alan dares not. Without hesitation, Alan knelt on one knee, bowing deeply in front of Freya. He wasn't afraid of punishment, but he was afraid of being hated by their goddess. If it really came to that point, it would be more torturous than killing him. And looking at Alan kneeling on the ground, Freya's gaze remained unchanged. In Freya's eyes, the entire Freya familia wasn't that important, similar to playing a development game. No matter how much time and effort was invested, it was just a game. If necessary, even abandoning it, Freya wouldn't care. Not just her, most gods felt the same, as they descended to this lower world seeking fun, not to develop familia as their main objective. And Freya came to the lower world to find her otter partner. Alan, this is the first time, and I hope it's the last. Otherwise, next time you can roll back to Folkvanger. Yes, Lady Freya. At this moment, Alan's heart was filled with fear and deep jealousy. He couldn't understand, just a nobody who popped out of nowhere, why their goddess valued him so much, even more than himself. He had no doubt, if he made another mistake, their goddess might send him back. As the vice captain, bearing the responsibility of protecting their goddess's safety and identity, within the familia, his level of attracting hatred was only slightly less than Otter, also one of the few who could spend more time with their goddess. Losing this honor would be akin to death. Remember, Ethan is my chosen hope. He might become the new hero. New hero. Although Alan was puzzled, he firmly remembered this matter in his heart. The title of hero is not something anyone can carry, and he didn't believe that that guy could grow into a hero. On the bustling streets, Ethan had no idea that because of him, the second in command of Freya Familia had just been reprimanded. Now, Ethan continued to enjoy his life, indulging in various foods and drinks. As time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened. Ethan once again visited Hostess of Fertility, but this time it was not because of Sur, but because of Ryu. After all, she had helped him, and visiting the tavern she worked at as a customer was a way to repay her. Chapter 25, Are You the One? At this time, because it wasn't mealtime yet, there weren't many people around. Although the Hostess of Fertility was popular, it wasn't packed all day. Inside, several beautiful girls were wiping tables and cleaning the tavern. Ah, we have a guest, Naya. Hello. Looking at the cat girl, Ethan quickly responded. Anya Fromel, like him, was a member of Freya Familia. No, to be precise, a former member, now just a staff member at the Hostess of Fertility. She is the biological sister of Alan Fromel, the current vice captain of Freya Familia, and a second-class adventurer, with the alias Vana Ulfi. However, due to certain events, she left the adventurer's life along with Mia Grand 9 years ago. Coming to eat at this time, don't you have any work, Naya? I'm not really in need of money, nor am I pursuing quick strength, so even if I go to the dungeon, I don't stay there for too long. There are adventurers like you, Naya, quite surprising, Naya. Maybe because I'm too lazy. Haha, I've never met someone like you before, Naya. Which familia are you from? Freya Familia. As soon as these words came out, the entire Hostess of Fertility fell silent. Especially Anya, who had been smiling just a moment ago. Her smile froze after hearing this, and her gaze towards Ethan subtly changed. Mamma Mia behind the counter spotted Ethan at the door, but didn't pay much attention to him. She was already aware of Ethan's identity. After all, she herself was the former leader of Freya Familia. Even Otter was her junior, not to mention her own goddess had been experiencing the life of an ordinary waitress here. She naturally knew what she needed to know. Even though she had retired, cutting entire ties with their familia wasn't something one could just do. And Anya's stiffness lasted only a second before she recovered and diverted his attention. You're from the Freya Familia, Naya? A newbie, Naya? Wait, you're not that guy who's been the talk of the town, being kept by Goddess Freya, are you, Naya? If there's no second person, then it's probably me. Ethan was somewhat speechless. His reputation had spread this wide already. How did everyone know? Although he was kidnapped in the street, the spread of information was too exaggerated. Wow, you're that legendary guy, kidnapped and kept by a goddess on the street. but you're not as handsome as the rumor says, Naya. Well, rumors are called rumors for a reason after all. The actual situation is that goddess Freya discovered my potential and invited me to join her familia. Really, Naya? Are you not lying to me, Naya? Anya squinted her eyes at Ethan's reply, looking at him doubtfully. Really, that's the truth. I'm not lying, Tilda. Did the goddess do something weird to you, Naya? At this moment, Anya's fire of gossip in her heart was blazing. Being a member of Freya Familia and a former core member, she naturally knew the internal situation of their familia and all members' attitudes and thoughts towards the goddess. And she was somewhat aware of goddess Freya's purpose in finding someone special. I'm a decent person, and besides, that's the goddess of beauty. How could she do anything weird to me? Ethan responded righteously, without hesitation. However, Anya wasn't satisfied with this answer, scrutinizing Ethan, trying to find some clues. A decent person. As far as I know, there are no decent people in Freya Familia Naya. Others may not be able to say this, but she had every right to say so. I say, miss, are you slandering my familia's reputation? To end this topic, Ethan directly invoked his familia's name. Although he knew her real identity, she didn't know that he knew about her, so there was nothing wrong with what he said. Slander Freya Familia. I have no interest in doing such a ridiculous thing, Naya. Anya was not flustered by Ethan's question. She had the confidence that Freya Familia would not do anything to her. After all, she used to be a past member herself. HMPH, I can pretend not to hear anything this time, but next time, things won't end so easily. Humph, what do you want? A fight, Naya? You wouldn't want to know, Tilda. Glancing at Anya, Ethan showed a dissatisfied look. I really want to know, you. Anya, what are you doing there? Hurry back to work. Just as Anya was about to continue bickering, Mamma Mia's roar came from inside. Instantly, Anya, who had been visibly upset, jerked back to reality, turning her head to meet Mamma Mia's death glare. At this moment, cold sweat broke out of her forehead. Mamma Mia, I'm going back to work, Naya. At this time, Ethan didn't matter anymore. Anya hurried back to work, fearing that Mamma Mia might beat her up. Ethan knew that everyone at the Hostess of Fertility feared and respected Mamma Mia, but he hadn't realized it was to this extent. This was absolute suppression, truly befitting the former leader of Freya Familia. Boy, are you here to eat? Yes, I'm here to eat. Then order your food honestly, then eat quickly and get out of here. Understood. Facing her unfriendly gaze, Ethan was wholeheartedly compliant. After all, she was a 180 cm tall dwarf and a level 6 adventurer. Not someone of his level could afford to provoke. So, it was best for him to be honest. Seeing Ethan sitting on his seat obediently, Mamma Mia nodded in satisfaction. The boy understood the rules. When you come for a meal, you follow the rules of the place, and whatever she said was the rule of Hostess of Fertility. What would you like to order? At this moment, Ryu came over and asked Ethan. Although they had just interacted, it seemed she hadn't taken this matter to heart. What's today's special? Today's special is a pork cutlet rice bowl tilde. Then I'll have that, and a glass of fruit wine. Got it, please wait, I'll bring it right away. Ryu took note and then left. Ethan was somewhat disappointed, hoping for a bit more conversation and then to express his gratitude. Chapter 26, Mana Burst. After the meal, Ethan hurriedly returned home and laid down on his bed. In the next few days, he went to the dungeon as usual to complete his daily mission. Roar. Troublesome guys. Ethan lamented the nuisance these monsters caused. Casting a glance at the side where the ground was charred black, his visage bore a heavy shade of vigilance and readiness for combat. The adversaries he faced were hellhounds, notorious monsters that roamed the middle floors of the dungeon. These creatures were not only perilous for their ability to emit magic flames, but also for their agility, sharp claws, and fearsome fangs, making them a formidable challenge for newbies daring to traverse the middle floors. It was common practice among adventurers to arm themselves with salamander wool to mitigate the damage inflicted by fire-based attacks. Ethan, having amassed considerable wealth, followed suit and bought this protective gear for himself. His preparation proved fortuitous when he encountered these troublesome monsters upon venturing into the 15th floor of the dungeon. Focusing intently on the hellhounds before him, Ethan activated his imaginary number magic. His magic forged a connection to the imaginary space, a dimension beyond the physical realm where he could store an arsenal of weapons. Slowly, the portal to imaginary space opened, and a weapon silently extended towards him, signaling the start of their battle. Ethan's lips curved into a slight, confident smile, signaling his readiness and strategic foresight. This technique, inspired by Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, involved storing weapons into the imaginary space in advance and summoning them in need, much like firing arrows from a quiver. Over the past few days, Ethan had dedicated himself to be proficient in the use of imaginary space and imaginary number magic, exploring and innovating new techniques for its application in combat. It's just like how the awakening of magic and skills is a highly individualized process, with each person manifesting abilities unique to their essence and potential. Despite the commonality of awakening the magic attribute, imaginary numbers, Ethan's manifestation of this power was distinct, likely influenced by his envy of Gilgamesh's abilities. This envy drove him to develop similar abilities, blending desires with innovation. As the confrontation ensued, Ethan unleashed a barrage of weapons from his imaginary space, each strike meticulously aimed at the hellhounds. Swish tilde tilde. The air was filled with the sound of weapons slicing through the atmosphere, their sharp blades effortlessly penetrating the tough hides of the hellhounds and pinning them to the ground, effectively neutralizing their threats. Upon finishing them, Ethan was greeted with the notification of a completed daily mission. Daily mission: kill 8 hellhounds. Progress 8-8. Reward 10 diamonds. With the acquisition of these 10 diamonds, Ethan's excitement surged as he reached the milestone of 100 diamonds, giving him another opportunity to draw cards. The prospect of unlocking new powers or acquiring rare items filled him with a palpable sense of anticipation and eagerness. Without hesitation, Ethan invoked the familiar interface of the card drawing system, a ritual that had become a cornerstone of his daily life. As the virtual space unfolded before him, a pack of cards materialized, the seal breaking to reveal the contents within. 10 cards, all face down, began to flip over under Ethan's anxious gaze. His heart raced with anticipation, memories of previous draws tempering his expectations with a mix of hope and apprehension. Black stockings, black stockings, black stockings. White stockings, white stockings, white stockings. The first few draws were underwhelming, an array of black stockings and white stockings, a seemingly mundane outcome that was nothing but a waste of opportunity. Ethan's initial reaction was one of disappointment. However, the tide of fortune turned with the revelation of a card that gave him a big surprise. Unique skill Mana Burst. This card, shining with the golden lights, represented a significant enhancement to Ethan's combat capabilities. Mana Burst, a skill renowned in Fate series for its ability to drastically enhance physical prowess and weapon efficacy through the manipulation of mana, was now at Ethan's disposal. The skill's description hinted at the vast improvements it could bring to Ethan's combat effectiveness. In Fateverse, characters of seemingly modest physical stature could, through the application of Mana Burst, amplify their strength and durability to match that of far more formidable adversaries. This skill, capable of transforming even the most unassuming objects into lethal weapons, was a testament to the enhancement of magic. In Ethan's case, the acquisition of Mana Burst was not merely a boon but a transformation. Unlike predefined skill levels of Fateverse, or the digital confines of a game, the effect of Mana Burst in reality was intrinsically linked to wielder's magic reserves. Although his magic reserve was not as good as Artoria's Dragon Heart, it was still better than most adventurers in this world. Through his diligent practice of projection magic and imaginary number magic, coupled with daily absorption of magic energy from magic stones, his magic reserve had steadily grown in the past few days. Despite not having updated his fauna recently, the increase in his magic reserve was undeniable. With the activation of Mana Burst, Ethan immediately felt a surge of strength coursing through his veins. His physical attributes were significantly enhanced, his movements imbued with newfound speed and agility. Contrary to his initial concerns about the skill's consumption, Mana Burst proved to be a sustainable enhancement, gradually depleting his magic reserves rather than exhausting his magic reserve at once. This revelation was a pleasant surprise, offering Ethan a strategic advantage in prolonged battles. Russell tilde. A group of Almiraj appeared at the right time, their eyes blood-red and full of aggression, presenting Ethan with an immediate opportunity to try out his newly acquired skill. Swish! With a burst of speed, he charged towards these monsters, his sword drawn and ready for battle. The moment Ethan approached, the rabbit monsters, despite their innocent appearance, revealed their ferocious nature as inhuman monsters and swiftly charged at him. Yet, under the effect of Mana Burst, Ethan found himself effortlessly dodging their attacks, his movements fluid and precise. Strike. So light tilde. With each strike, Ethan eliminated an Almiraj with ease, his swordplay a dance of death that left no room for counterattack. Within minutes, all Almiraj were defeated, a testament to Ethan's enhanced combat capabilities. HIATUS. As he deactivated Mana Burst, Ethan felt the temporary loss of strength, a reminder of how powerful Mana Burst really was. Yet the experience left him with a deeper understanding of his combat capability and the strategic significance of Mana Burst. With careful management of his magic reserve, Ethan could sustain Mana Burst's enhancement for approximately 15 minutes, a duration that could prove decisive in the heat of battle. Chapter 27, I Really Want Golden Rule. Clacked. Observing the broken longsword in his grasp, Ethan sighed. In the field of imaginary number magic, he had indeed devised some methods of use, even replicating Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon by developing a similar method of attack. However, Ethan's method could hardly be deemed a high-quality imitation. It was merely a low-grade replica. Within Gilgamesh's treasury, there exist authentic noble phantasms, their ranks varying from E tilde a ++. And even were one to discard them, it would be inconsequential because the Gate of Babylon would automatically reclaim them. As for Ethan, though he amassed a modest fortune, it was just that, modest. And such a method of use, frequently, would result in the weapon coming into direct contact with rocks and walls. Once or twice might be manageable, but as the frequency increases, the wear and tear on the weapon would intensify, eventually leading to its destruction. Regarding weapons crafted from projection magic, Ethan could only utilize them himself, unable to store them in imaginary space, since the projected weapons would vanish once the stored magical energy was depleted. For all these reasons, Ethan began to deplete his funds. 1,000,000 volleys, aside from the past 2 days when Ethan indulged extravagantly for some time, were mostly expended on purchasing weapons thereafter. However, it has only been a few days, and the funds are nearly all depleted. Regarding the repair of his weapons, Ethan never contemplated it. After all, maintenance also demands funds, and with his usage method, it's more prudent to purchase new ones rather than repair them, especially since he wasn't acquiring costly weapons. I'm running out of money. Ah, how wonderful it would be to possess the golden rule tilde. At this moment, Ethan truly envied Gilgamesh, who, with the golden rule, would never run out of wealth. He too wished to be like Gilgamesh, given his impoverished state. Murmuring internally, he adeptly collected the magic stones in his palm and then absorbed them collectively. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, the monsters he battled became more formidable, and the magic energy contained in their magic stones increased, as did Ethan's magical reserve after absorbing them. However, it was also for this reason that Ethan sealed off the guaranteed method of amassing wealth. This is Hellhound Fang. I hadn't anticipated such an unforeseen gain. Though not a valuable drop item, it could still fetch a few thousand volleys. After all, in Aurario, the most suitable materials for crafting equipment are the various materials dropped by monsters, like the Hellhound Fang, which is very apt for crafting blade edges. Of course, this refers to ordinary weapons. Today's mission is also accomplished. It's time to return. These days Freya also hasn't made an appearance. Ethan hasn't seen Freya for several days. Not just Freya, Otter also hasn't shown up. This left Ethan somewhat perplexed, but after all, she is the goddess of their familia and his superior. She isn't obliged to inform him of her whereabouts. Thinking thus, Ethan began to depart from the dungeon. He really had no desire to linger in this dreary place for an extended period. Even saying, if not for daily missions, he would not wish to visit the dungeon. After all, unlike other adventurers, his potential is boundless. As long as he has diamonds, he can continue to grow stronger. All the evils of the world: projection magic, magic attribute, imaginary number, unique skill, mana burst. Just these 4 rewards from drawing cards have already significantly enhanced Ethan's strength beyond his contemporaries, and his future is naturally brimming with limitless possibilities. Moreover, after being busy for so many years in his previous life, Ethan is somewhat weary, and what he desires most now is to lie down and rest for a while. After all, he was formerly an ordinary human without any special talents. Even now, he hasn't completely shed this mindset. In the entirety of Aurario, adventurers with such sentiments are probably rare. After all, Ethan hasn't fully adapted his mindset to that of an adventurer. Step. Finally, after exiting the dark dungeon, Ethan stretched languidly under the sunlight. First, sell the loot, then return and find something to eat. Observing the bright sun in the sky, it seems to be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Compared to other adventurers, he is truly an anomaly. His work hours definitely don't exceed 6 hours a day. Mr. Ethan. Miss Ina, good afternoon, Tilda. You've returned early again. Yes, I felt it was about time. Okay, Tilda. Observing Ethan, the half-elf advisor girl was at a loss for words. She is a compassionate girl, so she frequently repeats a phrase to the adventurers she advises. That is, adventurers should not take unnecessary risks. Hence, many of them find it vexing. She recognizes her approach may not be appropriate, but she has never ceased, because one day, perhaps her words might save a life. Even if it's just one individual, it would be worthwhile. But since meeting Ethan, her perception of adventurers has been disrupted. He is indeed an anomaly among adventurers, not requiring her caution. He himself shows scant interest in the dungeon, always returning early. This isn't her first encounter with such conduct. Furthermore, it has been 10 days now. She has never formally counseled him. This indicates, although he visits the dungeon daily, each time it's just sufficient exploration, returning when it's about time, more punctual than her work hours, and very nonchalant in demeanor. Not resembling a human at all, but more akin to a god, in Aurario. What's abundant are gods who idle their days away, engaging in frivolities with no serious engagements. Moreover, he has never exchanged magic stones at the guild, and since magic stones are the primary source of income for adventurers, not converting them to volleys, how does he sustain himself? It was later that Ina discovered some details about Ethan. He is the man supported by the goddess of beauty. Oh boy, upon learning this, coupled with Ethan's conduct and transactions, her view of Ethan somewhat diminished. Clearly an adult male, but not pursuing improvement, kept by a goddess, living a life of leisure, loitering about, it's indeed regrettable. Therefore, Ina and Ethan's interaction remained at the advisor and adventurer level. By the way, I have some errands today. I won't linger, Ina, I'm leaving now. I haven't tilde. Originally, Ina intended to advise him not to be like gods. Most gods are capricious. Perhaps they are happy now, but once their interest wanes, they will be thrust back to reality. Not aspiring for betterment, squandering time, it will be too late for regrets later. But regrettably, Ethan didn't provide her the opportunity to advise. On this side, Ethan took the elevator to the lower area of the Tower of Babel, where Aurario's largest market is located. Ethan has consistently sold his monster findings here. Although the pricing isn't as favorable as outside, it triumphs in safety. After all, this is the Tower of Babel, where no one dares to cause trouble. Chapter 28, Dwarf Friend in Aurario. Boom! After several twists and turns, Ethan arrived at a familiar stall. He directly threw over a bag containing the loot, all of which he had obtained today. It wasn't much, but it could still be exchanged for some money. Yo, isn't this our goddess's pet? The stall owner is a guy with a big beard, less than 1.5 meters tall, but broad and strong, a dwarf, a blacksmith of the Hephaestus Familia, a level 3 adventurer. Ethan met him while selling dropped items and later became friends. Whitebeard, this is today's haul, take a look, then give me the money. In front of this dwarf owner, Ethan doesn't consider himself an outsider, directly sitting down on a chair and saying casually, "Shut up, I'll say it again, my name is Edward Hendy." "All right, Whitebeard, I got it, Whitebeard." Foo%. Watching Ethan, the dwarf owner suddenly burst into curses. He couldn't understand the nickname given by Ethan. His beard was clearly black, yet Ethan always called him Whitebeard. He asked why countless times, but the only answer was that his name was Edward. This made the dwarf owner so angry, ultimately unable to make Ethan change his mind. He gave up but was still angry about it. Gurgle. While the other was powerlessly furious, Ethan nonchalantly took a bottle of wine from the side, pulled out the cork, and started drinking. Ethan didn't use to drink alcohol, but after coming to this world, he found drinking them quite enjoyable. Especially the dizzy feeling after getting drunk, all worries gone. Plus, the alcohol in Aurario is mostly like beer, then some low-alcohol percentage drinks, a bit like champagne and red wine. But for a modern person, such drinks are just like beverages. "Hey, that's my drink." "What are you talking about? Aren't we brothers? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine." Listening to Ethan's shameless statement, the dwarf owner laughed in anger. "I've never seen someone as shameless as you, but weren't you kept by the goddess of beauty? Why are you still coming here to freeload every day?" "Can't help it, the stuff that doesn't cost money is always the sweetest." "Just shut up, I don't want to talk to you." Ethan's words nearly filled him with anger. If he were 10 years younger, he would definitely kick this guy's ass. Though he said that, the dwarf owner still picked up Ethan's bag, looked inside, and found common dungeon loot, valuable but not much. Killer ant shell, purple moth wing, needle rabbit's tusk, even a hellhound fang, seems like you had good luck today. Seeing the items in the bag, the dwarf owner said somewhat surprised. "Not bad, just small money tilde. Just shut up, Tilda." This guy, looking not bad, why is every word out of his mouth so annoying? Then the dwarf owner started calculating the price. Despite their bickering, he really considered Ethan a friend. Dwarves are very peculiar. They treat people they approve of wholeheartedly as friends, and for those they dislike, they won't even spare a glance. It's rare for people like Ethan to be able to casually chat with a dwarf blacksmith. After all, most dwarves are unkempt. With their temper and character, plus some peculiarities, not many can get along well with them. "I calculated, your stuff today is worth about 14,800 volleys. I'll take a loss and give you 15,000 volleys." "Whatever, just small money tilde." "HMPH, take the money and scram. This is craft rum, you drank it all, I was saving it for tonight." "You're getting old, drink less, I drank it for your health benefit." "Scram." The dwarf owner showed no good face to Ethan. Because he knows this guy starts getting cocky after someone talks nicely to him. So, he cannot give this guy a good face, otherwise, he might get his face slapped. "By the way, Whitebeard, do you have any defective weapons here?" What do you want them for?" "I naturally have a use." No blacksmith dares say they're 100% successful, so what you said is nonsense. "How many do you have?" "Tell me, what do you want them for?" "My weapon broke again. Buying new is too expensive. Better to buy some defective ones." Hearing Ethan say this, the dwarf owner's expression immediately became serious. "Ethan, I warn you, in the dungeon, the most reliable thing is the weapon in your hand. In the face of danger, all you can rely on is your weapon." What do you mean?" Taking defective weapons to fight monsters in the dungeon, are you really not afraid of dying there? At this moment, the dwarf owner's voice became louder, even with a bit of a roar. As one of his few friends, despite being a questionable person, he didn't want him to die young in the dungeon. You misunderstand. That's not what I mean. Well, you see, I have a magic that can shoot weapons as cannonballs, like this tilde. Whoosh! Ethan immediately demonstrated his skill. The door to imaginary space opened, and then a long sword shot out, directly nailed into the floor. Seeing this, the dwarf owner was stunned. In his decades of life as a blacksmith, it was the first time witnessing such magic, truly eye-opening. But this magic causes too much strain on the weapon, especially in the dungeon. If I use it a few times, the weapon will quickly wear out, a few more times, and it's basically scrapped. Ethan spread his hands, complaining to the dwarf blacksmith. The dwarf owner didn't pay him any mind but pulled the sword from the floor. Indeed, the blade was worn out, even the tip had a notch. Such a method of use does indeed cause severe strain on the weapon. I have some junk here. I was planning to throw it away in a few days. Since you want it, you're free to take it away. Hearing such a generous offer, Ethan was somewhat disbelieving. Is this the same stingy guy? Chapter 29, Ethan asks his goddess for weapon. All right, that's it for now. After rummaging through the warehouse, Ethan finally selected over 30 defective weapons. They were all swords and blades. It wasn't that he disliked other weapons, but these were all that were available. Spears weren't something his dwarf friend specialized in making. That's all you're taking? The dwarf owner couldn't help but ask, as he looked at the weapons Ethan had chosen. Over 30 weapons sounded like a lot, but they were all defective products. Their quality was mediocre, and if anything was wrong with them, they were essentially scrap. In the end, these trash weapons would either be melted down and recast or sold cheaply as scrap. Thus, the dwarf owner wasn't particularly concerned about them. Space is limited. Do you think my magic can store an infinite amount? It's linked to my magic power. I would love to take them all, but I have to be able to carry them. All right then. The dwarf owner didn't think too much about Ethan's explanation. After all, no one could really say for sure how this kind of magic worked. Plus, it was a personal matter, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask too many questions. He wasn't that kind of nosy person. Thank you this time, Whitebeard. You bastard, get out of here. I get annoyed just seeing you. All right, I'm going. Ethan said as he walked out of the warehouse, then left without looking back. The dwarf owner couldn't help but understand that the reason Ethan had come to him today was probably for this. He was a really cunning guy. On the other side, Ethan left the dwarf owner's shop and went straight to the next floor. He entered the elevator and went straight to the top floor. His weapons had been replenished, but he still had to be careful. After all, these weapons were all consumables, and they were all defective products. They were worse than his previous weapons, and they would break faster if used more. Ahem. As soon as he returned, Ethan saw a familiar figure. Otter. Otter's figure finally appeared again at the door of Freya's bedroom. Otter's appearance meant that Freya had returned. It had been 8 or 9 days, and Ethan was curious to see how much his status had grown. However, before Ethan could speak, Otter spoke first. Freya-sama said, after you come back, go see her directly. Inside. Ahem. As always, cherishing his words like gold, Ethan had almost gotten used to it. Dong dong. Arriving at the door, Ethan knocked on the door. Come in. A languid voice came from inside, and only then did Ethan push the door and enter. Otter glanced at Ethan, a flicker of a different color passing through his eyes, but Ethan, with his back to Otter, didn't catch that. Entering the room, Ethan instinctively looked for Freya's figure. On a throne belonging only to the goddess, Freya wore an exquisite white dress. The pattern, outlined stitch by stitch, exuded elegance and nobility, with the edges design being exceptionally beautiful. However, under that pure white dress were a pair of perfect feet wrapped in lustrous black stockings. To Ethan, the combination of black stockings and white attire seemed odd, but on Freya, it perfectly showcased all her charms. Does it look good? Freya, seeing Ethan staring at her as soon as he entered, smiled charmingly. It looks good. That was the truth, really beautiful, far surpassing any celebrity beauties from before his transmigration. When watching the anime, because of the animation quality, Freya was like a moving picture. Although beautiful, it was just that. But when you truly gaze upon Goddess Freya, you understand what flawless and goddess mean. Did you miss me these past few days? Clearly, with a tempting tone, it involuntarily led to fanciful thoughts. I did. I can't be at peace not seeing my goddess for a day. What a cute little guy. Freya knew the credibility of Ethan's flattery wasn't high, but she was pleased nonetheless. It's like saying, money can't buy my happiness. Similarly, wealth can't bring me joy. Do you have only this pair of black stockings? Oh, what's wrong? Although it's comfortable and nice, the style is a bit monotonous. Saying so, she lifted her beautiful leg, the layer of black stockings, especially the lace at the goddess's thigh, showcasing her charm. Other styles, yes, if it were someone else, I wouldn't give a single thread, but in front of Freya-sama, I have to bring out my treasures. Saying this, Ethan gestured, and card after card appeared out of the void, falling into his hands. Although not the first time seeing this, Freya was still amazed. This child from another world of hers is truly mysterious. Short black stockings, long black stockings, pantyhose black stockings. Transparent, semi-transparent. A total of 7 or 8 types of black stockings, all of different styles, were presented in front of Freya. Seeing these exquisite black stockings, Freya also smiled. With so many styles, she could match a lot of dresses for attendance, definitely making other goddesses envious. Very nice, tell me, what do you want as a reward? Putting away the black stockings, Freya looked at Ethan. She had also understood Ethan, knowing his character. He wouldn't show anything good without asking in return. Even last time, he only offered a single pair of black stockings. This time bringing out so many, there must be a reason. Well, I want a better weapon. I'm a bit strapped for money, so I was hoping to ask Freya-sama for a favor. A better weapon. That's right, it doesn't need to be the best. A first-class weapon would do. You really dare to ask. First-class weapons are the strongest equipment in Arario. Ask for something outrageous, then settle for less. We can negotiate. Seeing Ethan's thick-skinnedness, Freya was somewhat amused. In all of Arario, only the guy in front of her dared to speak to her like this, but that's not bad. No one knows, as the goddess of beauty, Freya can easily win everyone's favor. Yet she herself is an incredibly lonely goddess. Don't even think about a first-class weapon. There's a sword in the Familia's treasury. Let Otter deliver it to you tomorrow. A sword, what class? It's a second-class weapon. A second-class weapon, that will do for now. Hearing Ethan's words, Freya rolled her eyes. A second-class weapon is just okay, he really dared to say. Chapter 30, The Cost of Taking Advantage of His Goddess. Curtains hung loosely inside the goddess's bedroom, a breeze fluttering past her earlobes as it blew through. On the luxurious bed, Freya rested with her eyes closed, while Ethan gently massaged her at the edge of the bed. If one were to ignore Ethan's almost drooling appearance, this scene would seem rather normal. On one side of the bed, a pair of discarded black stockings lay quietly. Looking at this pair of goddess-flavored black stockings, his reason struggled to restrain him. Otherwise, he really didn't know what he might do. Ethan, what have you been doing these past few days? This sudden question immediately made Ethan freeze. You haven't been to the Hostess of Fertility for over a week, right? I can't help it, I'm short on money. Although the food there is good, it's not cheap either. Didn't I give you 1,000,000 volleys before, and you go to the dungeon every day? How come you are poor? Well, my expenses are a bit high. I developed something with my imaginary number magic to store weapons in imaginary space and launch them like arrows. Oh, that sounds useful. It is, but it's a money pit. A weapon can only last 2 or 3 days before it wears out excessively, and it's not worth repairing. In such cases, the weapons get scrapped very quickly. You won't stop using it. You know it's expensive, and yet you still use it. Freya-sama, but fighting like this is so cool. I don't have to do anything else, just one magic, and I can solve all the enemies in one go. It's so cool. In exchange for money, Tilda, Freya's voice sounded like a whisper, like a small knife piercing straight into Ethan's heart. Ethan couldn't refute it, because it was indeed bought with money. He hadn't cared much at first. A weapon only costs a few thousand volleys, and he had 1,000,000, so he could afford it. But 1,000,000 volleys doesn't last long. Lavish meals every day, frequent visits to the Hostess of Fertility, the cost of alcohol, and finally, the endless demand for weapons. The money slipped through Ethan's fingers like water. By the time he came back to his senses, Ethan realized the month wasn't even half over, and the first 1,000,000 was already spent. Freya-sama, look, I'm almost penniless. Can you tilde? No more money, Tilda. Freya interrupted Ethan's words without hesitation. A free 1,000,000 volleys for a month was enough. If he wants more money, then he should go to the dungeon and earn it himself. Besides, she knew what he'd been doing these past few days. He goes to the dungeon almost at noon every day and comes back in the afternoon when the sun is just setting. This rough gem with endless potential seems to be ruining his future due to a lack of motivation. Freya even doubted whether she should have given him that free 1,000,000 volleys or not. Maybe, then, he wouldn't have become a mess like this. Before this, he used to go to the dungeon early and return late, almost dying several times. Why did he become lazy and unmotivated after joining her familia? Goddess, look, I can't even afford to eat. Please be kind, Tilda. Can't afford to eat, are you sure? Tilda, looking at the goddess who opened her eyes and stared at him, Ethan averted his gaze. Of course, it was impossible for him not to afford meals, but his funds were definitely tight. HMPH, stop talking nonsense, or you'll lose another 1,000,000 starting next month. Please no, Freya-sama, Tilda. Hearing this, Ethan immediately panicked and hugged her legs tightly. Tilda, this sudden touch made Freya's body tremble, but deep down, she wasn't opposed to Ethan's unexpected intimacy. Just as Freya was about to scold Ethan, she caught sight of his lecherous expression, and her face instantly changed. Bangs! Without a word, she kicked him away, sending him flying off the bed and onto the floor with a thud. Without my permission, freely touching my body, you'll lose next month's money. Hugging your legs deducts 1,000,000 volleys. That's 2. 2 what? She gave him a kind gaze. Too cheap, Tilda. Ethan swallowed his protest and gave the opposite answer. Oh, since you think so, then let's deduct 2 months. Your money for the next month and the month after all gone. Goddess Freya directly delivered the heartbreaking verdict to Ethan. Slap, Tilda, slap, slap, Tilda. Ethan slapped his own mouth, blaming his own loose tongue, and now losing another 1,000,000. But then 2,000,000 for a hug, that really is expensive. His own heart ached, it was just too steep. Watching Ethan like this, Freya laughed. Not to mention 1,000,000, even 10,000,000 or 100,000,000, it was all just a drop in the bucket. As the goddess in charge of Arario's strongest familia, especially when the members of her familia were super bootlickers, she was definitely a super-rich lady, the top-tier kind. The deduction was meant to make Ethan feel the pinch, and of course, touching her body casually required punishment. All right, I almost forgot what I called you here for. Get up here and take off your clothes. Do you need another service? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct all your money for the year. I'll keep quiet, Tilda. Ethan quickly shut up. If all of his yearly earnings were deducted, then he'd be playing for free. Such a huge loss. HMPH, Tilda. The goddess also has her little tempers. Too many suggestive jokes, and even she will get angry. Then Ethan took off his shirt and sat on the edge of the bed, with his back facing Freya. Freya took out a needle, pricked her finger, and divine blood flowed out. Under the effect of this drop of divine blood, a white light bloomed on Ethan's back, revealing his growth to Freya. Name, Ethan Starfall. Ability values. Strength, 11G. Endurance, 15G. Dexterity, 9G 177. Agility, 22G 201. Magic, 30C 666. Magic, imaginary number magic. Skills. Miracle of Absolute Evil. Imaginary Space. Chapter 31, Ethan Under Investigation. Freya was surprised to discover Ethan's growth. Although it was true that the ability values would increase very quickly at the beginning because he had just become an adventurer, it had only been a few days, and he had already gained so much. It should be noted that the fastest record in the city to upgrade from LV1 to LV2 took a whole year. And the holder of this record was none other than Ise Wallenstein of the Loki Familia, which had shocked the world at the time. Now, Ethan had improved so much in just 10 days, it felt like there was no suspense at all in surpassing her. At the same time, under the catalysis of divine blood, the growth called excelia was converted into ability values, and Ethan clearly felt the improvement of his own strength. In particular, his magic power had increased by a large margin, directly surpassing the total amount of magic reserve that Ethan had obtained by absorbing magic stones in the past 10 days. So this is Falna. At this moment, Ethan truly understood the benefit of having Falna. As long as one worked hard, one would gain something. Although it was true that different people were not the same, it was undeniable that compared to other worlds, Falna's way of improvement was simply too straightforward. The ability values of Falna, after training or actual combat, the excelia obtained will increase the proficiency. The more frequently the attribute is trained, the more prominent the proficiency and gain will naturally be. If you want to increase your strength, go to battle, go attack. If you want to increase your endurance, bear damage. If you want to increase your magic power, keep using magic, etc. different ways, increase different attributes. To be honest, although you have been slacking off a lot these past few days, I am very surprised by this growth. If you were a little more diligent, you might be able to create an unprecedented upgrade record. As she spoke, Freya made a copy of Ethan's status and handed it to him. Looking at the increase in his ability values, Ethan nodded, but he was also surprised to see that his magic value had now reached 666 points of C rank. However, on second thought, it should be because of his frequent use of projection magic and imaginary number magic. Also, before going to bed every night, Ethan would exhaust all of his magic reserves to expand the imaginary space. In the process, he must have accumulated a lot of excelia/experience points, right? Seeing Ethan smile after looking at his status, Freya's eyes lit up. This was the first time she had seen him smile so purely. It was a smile without any ill intention, a smile from the bottom of his heart. Coupled with Ethan's already good looks, Freya found him more and more pleasing to the eye. That, Freya-sama, look at how much I've improved. Shouldn't you give me a little something? However, in less than 3 seconds, Ethan returned to his usual self. Freya's eyebrows started twitching. She must have seen an illusion just now. How could this shameless guy have such a nice side? Get out. Hey Freya-sama, you see I'm so poor now. Bang! Once again, Ethan was kicked straight out of bed, and this time with even more force than before. If you're not going to give it to me, then don't just kick me away. Ethan couldn't help but complain. What, you have a problem with that? Freya looked at him with sharp eyes. No tilde, no tilde. Even though he really wanted to say, you can actually kick me a few more times, he held back. Although he already didn't have much of an image left, he still wanted to save some face. After all, with this amount of force, it was actually no different from a reward. If possible, she could kick him all day long. Freya can't read minds, otherwise she would definitely have collapsed by now. What she thought was punishment, in the other person's eyes, is reward. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing, appearing handsome on the surface, but extremely perverse and twisted inside. On one side, Ethan and Freya's secret affairs are unfolding, while on the other side, the gears of fate quietly begin to turn. Twilight Manor, Loki Familia. In the conference room, the upper echelons of Loki Familia are gathered, along with the goddess Loki herself. So Finn, what have you found out about this Ethan? Loki sits on her seat with her legs crossed, looking carefree. Although she is a little curious why Freya treated Ethan so special, he is still just a child from the lower world, not enough to make her care too much. Over the past thousands of years, There have been countless miracles born from the lower world, and this one is nothing special. I didn't find much information. It must have been handled by Freya Familia. Finn sighs helplessly. However, it is understandable. Ethan is very likely to be a new star of Freya Familia, and it is natural to protect his information. The dwarf Gareth and the elf Reveria on the side both look at Finn curiously. The fact that the boy's past has been erased highlights the problem. After all, if Ethan was an ordinary Familia member, his information would not be treated so cautiously. After dealing with the Freya Familia for so many years, this is the first time they have seen such a situation. Therefore, this guy named Ethan is definitely not simple. Tell me how much you know Tilda. Loki spoke, and she also became serious. Obviously, this goddess also understood the meaning behind this. This newcomer named Ethan Starfall came to Arario a month ago and lived in an inn on Daedalus Street. However, the owner of that inn is now missing. Speaking of this, Finn lowered his head slightly, and the expressions of the others were quite surprised. No one here is a fool. Ethan was taken away by Freya on the street, and the owner of the inn he lived in disappeared shortly after. It's hard to believe that there is nothing fishy going on. That woman is really getting more and more unscrupulous. Openly killing people in Arario is strictly forbidden. If it is discovered, they will be severely punished. However, it is too difficult to prove this kind of thing. Therefore, in the darkness of Arario, this kind of thing happens all the time, and most of them lack evidence for trial. However, in the case of Freya, in a situation where such blatant behavior can be found out with just a little investigation, only a powerful Familia like hers would dare to do such a thing. There is one more important piece of information. This Ethan had already explored the dungeon for more than half a month before joining Freya Familia, and his strength also improved rapidly during this time. Huh, you mean he fought monsters in the dungeon without receiving Falna? If nothing else, yes, because there is no other record in the guild. Speaking of this, Finn's tone also became serious. He spun a favor to get this information. After all, as a neutral organization, the guild does not disclose adventurers' private information to the public. Chapter 32, Conflict between Dwarves and Elves. In Arario, the status of adventurers is unequivocally the highest, acknowledged by everyone. This stems from the fact that only by joining a god's familia, receiving the Falna, can one gain strength and earn the right to enter the dungeon to battle monsters within. While the dungeon imposes no entry restrictions, the survival rate for ordinary individuals is exceedingly low if they venture in. Not to mention, without the Falna, surviving in the dungeon for half a month continuously might be attributed to luck, but extending beyond half a month, luck no longer serves as a valid explanation. Finn, can you confirm? Loki asked. It has been confirmed. Raoul knows someone in Daedalus Street. That person has encountered Ethan before and claimed to have seen Ethan return covered in wounds. Given his appearance, he did not anticipate Ethan's survival. Finn looked serious while saying this. It seems Freya has discovered a gem. At this juncture, Loki's eyes shimmered with envy and a touch of concern. Although the Loki familia is currently faring well, it falls short compared to the Freya familia, especially in terms of the strongest combat power, as her familia lacks even a single level 7 adventurer. In Arario's previous golden age, adventurers of levels 7, 8, and even 9 were present. That was truly a golden era. Hence, Loki is acutely aware of the significant gap between levels 6 and 7, which has always been a source of worry for her. As an unscrupulous goddess, Loki has never been aligned with the forces of good. She understands that her current peace with Freya is due to the minimal disparity between their strengths. Should Freya Familia gain a second level 7 or a new level 8 adventurer in the future, Loki has no doubt Freya would initiate conflict against her. After all, she has acted similarly in the past, allying with Freya to overthrow the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia, subsequently ascending to Arario's summit herself. Given the chance, Freya would undoubtedly seek to replicate this scenario, and Loki would do the same if presented with the opportunity. After all, who wouldn't desire their familia to be the sole dominant force? Living in peace is merely a result of the inability to alter the current situation. If given an opportunity, both Freya and Loki wouldn't hesitate to backstab each other. I've also gathered some information. A junior in the guild shared insights about Ethan. Suddenly, Riviera said something. What kind of information? Finn asked. This Ethan, known for his indolent nature, acts on his whims. According to her description, he spends no more than half a day in the dungeon daily, perhaps not even a third. Ahem. Upon hearing Riveria's report, the others were taken aback. Especially Finn, well aware of the intense internal competition within the Freya familia, where everyone is desperate to strengthen themselves. If the Loki familia resembles a harmonious and beautiful extended family, the Freya familia is akin to a fiercely competitive corporate entity, cloaked in extreme rivalry. Did Freya allow this? Loki couldn't help but ask. It's uncertain, but he roams around Aurario daily and frequents the Hostess of Fertility, spending lavishly, suggesting he isn't financially constrained. Finn didn't know what to say. That's peculiar. If he's indeed talented, would Freya truly permit such behavior? Loki and the others in the room were confused. Such conduct, if attributed to a promising individual, would signify wasted potential. Yet Freya is not known for folly. Otherwise, Folkvanger, Aurario's most ruthless training regimen for familias, wouldn't exist. By the way, he likely resides in the Tower of Babel. It's confirmed by his daily descent from and return to the tower at night. At that moment, Finn's additional comment nearly overwhelmed Loki's cognitive processing. Residing in the Tower of Babel, a privileged few, including gods, can claim, raises questions about Freya's rationale if Ethan indeed lacks significant potential. Loki was perplexed. The information collected was scant, mixed, and challenging to interpret. I'm lost in your discussion. If you're keen to understand this individual, why not directly approach him? This roundabout discussion yields little. Gareth, having remained silent until now, interjected, showcasing the dwarves' straightforward approach. His comment promptly silenced the room. Loki, Finn, and Riveria exchanged glances, pondering their next move. It sounds straightforward, but who should initiate contact? Considering he's from Freya Familia, wouldn't they misinterpret our actions? So, we just continue discussing here. What progress can we make? Then propose a solution. Who should reach out, you, or perhaps I should? Are you seeking trouble, you infuriating elf? Silence, you impulsive dwarf. As the exchange grew increasingly heated, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What began as a strategy session regarding Ethan swiftly devolved into internal strife. Riveria and Gareth, despite years of camaraderie and trust within the dungeon, couldn't escape their inherent racial prejudices. Though both hail from the same familia and have collaborated for years, their interactions have been marred by friction, now somewhat ameliorated. All right, calm down, both of you. Finn swiftly intervened, mindful that both Gareth and Riveria, despite their experience, occasionally let disagreements escalate into conflicts. Though they exercise restraint, avoiding excessive hostility, their long-standing rivalry occasionally resurfaces. HMPH. Gareth stepped back at Finn's urging, ceasing his argument. Riveria, too, managed her emotions, reverting to her dignified elf persona. She didn't want to damage her image meaninglessly arguing with Gareth. Observing these two long-standing friends, Finn couldn't help but lament their unchanged tempers over the years. This Ethan maintains a close contact with an old friend of mine, Gareth suddenly disclosed. Your old friend? Finn asked for confirmation. Yes, Edward Tilda, Gareth replied. And how did he come across Ethan? Finn couldn't help but ask. I'm unsure. It was a chance observation during a meeting with him. I saw the boy chatting with Edward. Gareth started recalling. Despite the dwarf boss's modest level 3 status, being able to own a large stall in the Tower of Babel is not an ordinary feat. Chapter 33, Monster Party Minotaur Attack. Ding! A crisp sound of impact resonated as a sword pierced through the body of an Almiraj, pinning it to the wall. Then, with a bang, the Almiraj's body instantly burst open, turning into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing, leaving behind a faint purple magic stone lying quietly there. Such scenes were quite common in the dungeon. It works well, but it's a bit expensive, tilde. Opening the gate to the imaginary space, Ethan slowly collected all the weapons and magic stones. However, possessing such a cool ability, it felt awkward not to use it. It's like when you're in school and you buy the latest smartphone. Can you resist using it and showing off? Looking at the long sword in his hand, the blade was already noticeably worn, even though it wasn't particularly sharp. Its lifespan was already counting down. After tidying up the surroundings, Ethan's gaze turned straight ahead. The place where Ethan was currently located was the 16th floor of the dungeon. Just a short distance through the passage, and he would enter the 17th floor. This was Ethan's mission for today, to explore the 17th floor of the dungeon. The 17th floor of the dungeon was the room of the floor boss and also the necessary passage to the safe zone on the 18th floor. The floor boss, also known as the Lonely King of the Labyrinth, was a term for monsters that have existed since ancient times. They were the only ones that moved alone on their birth floor, called the floor boss. Floor boss usually possessed a strength about 2 levels higher than other monsters in the same area, and their respawn cycle was not fixed. Although the criteria for judging the strength of the floor boss were the same as for adventurers, they often had huge bodies and powerful special abilities and armaments, making them more dangerous than adventurers of the same level and often requiring multiple adventurers of the same level to defeat. Like the floor boss of the 17th floor, Goliath, with a potential ability value at around level 4. For most adventurers, it was a disaster they couldn't contend with. Once encountered, it was either death or injury. Step, step, step. Unlike the cave environment before, the 17th floor area was very bright, with many crystals around. In addition, there was an immensely huge crystal wall. It was said that Goliath was born from this crystal wall. Ethan was not clear about this, although he had seen the scene in the anime. However, that was just watching through the screen in his previous life, and he couldn't remember it very clearly now. Wow, tilde. Walking in the passage of the 17th floor, Ethan looked at the huge crystal wall in front of him, feeling indescribably shocked. Indeed, what he saw with his own eyes was completely different from what he saw in the anime. Such a miraculous structure would definitely be made into a tourist attraction in the world before he transmigrated. Cracks. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were various sounds coming from the surrounding walls. Ethan subconsciously looked over, and there was one after another groove appearing on the walls, and minotaurs standing erect emerged from the walls. Minotaurs, monsters with strength around level 2, and with a large number, it was obvious that this was not a normal situation. A monster party, tilde. Watching this scene, Ethan was also somewhat surprised, but then his expression turned cold. A monster party, a special situation that rarely occurred in the dungeon, where a large number of monsters would suddenly spawn, forming a scale. For most adventurers, it was a disaster. Roar. Just born, the Minotaur let out roars. Here, with only Ethan in the area, he naturally became their primary target. Ethan also roughly counted. There were about 13 or 14 Minotaurs, and he was just a level 1 adventurer. Now, facing so many level 2 opponents, it was indeed a considerable challenge. Grrrr. Accompanied by roars, these Minotaurs rushed towards Ethan quickly. Seeing this, Ethan didn't dare to be careless at all. A cracked door opened the space beside him, followed by a pitch-black, pure black long sword. This sword was given to him by Otter early this morning. The black sword, a second-class weapon, was something even some level 3s and 4s in Aurario couldn't afford. Bangs! The Minotaur at the front had already rushed over. Ethan dodged backward, avoiding the Minotaur's attack. Although it was just a monster, its fighting style was still very brutal. Swoosh! Then Ethan swung the black sword in his hand, but the effect was minimal. The tough body of the Minotaur only suffered a slight scratch from Ethan's attack, barely considered an injury. As a level 2 monster, the Minotaur's defense was far above the monsters he previously encountered. Boom! However, at this moment, the Minotaur's attack also arrived. With ferocious impact, especially with its sharp horns, it directly pierced Ethan's skin, leaving 2 blood holes on Ethan's body. Not only that, under the tremendous force of the impact, Ethan was also sent flying. Cough, cough. Ethan covered his chest, feeling that his entire chest was burning. Furthermore, there were blood holes on his stomach and left chest, blood continuously flowing out. At this moment, Ethan felt like he was back to more than half a month ago, when he first entered the dungeon, weak and struggling to survive. I'm still too weak, Tilda. Strength, when needed, was always insufficient, just like now. To be honest, Ethan hated this feeling. Roar! And at this moment, the other Minotaurs behind also rushed up. Ethan had no doubt that if he faced so many Minotaurs at once, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Boom! Mana burst. Magic energy burst out of Ethan's body. In the next second, Ethan's physical qualities were boosted to another level by the amplification of mana burst. Swoosh! Not daring to waste any time, Ethan went up and swiftly stabbed at the waist of the Minotaur. However, the tough muscles of the Minotaur hindered his attack. And then, with a boom, Ethan was sent flying again. After all, there was not only one Minotaur here. If you attacked one, the others would attack you too. Not only that, the black sword also slipped from his hand and remained inserted in the Minotaur's body. Spit! Spitting out the blood clot in his mouth, Ethan's gaze began to change. From the initial panicked expression to a determined look. Facing these Minotaurs, he probably had to fight desperately, otherwise, it would be almost impossible to escape unscathed. It was a kill or be killed situation. Drip. As he spoke, a drop of ink-like black mud dripped from Ethan's body. Chapter 34, Controlling the Black Mud. Can Ethan tame monsters? As a being burdened with all the evil of the world, Ethan wondered if he could still be considered human. The magic power within his body, influenced by all the evil of the world, had evolved into black mud, which could be wielded at will like magic. However, this power had negative effects, so Ethan had only used it once before to silence someone. Now he was left with no choice but to use it again. Faced with a life or death situation, everything else, including his hesitation, had to take a back seat. Survival is the top priority. As long as they could survive, countless people would be willing to use any means necessary, no matter how evil or magical. And Ethan was no exception. Whoosh! Thanks to the black mud's repair, the wounds on Ethan's chest and abdomen, pierced by Minotaurs, were quickly filled and restored to their original state. Ethan's ability to rapidly recover and regenerate flesh stemmed from this. The black mud's essence was an aggregation of magic energy, but it was tainted with all the evil of the world. Therefore, as the embodiment of all the evil of the world, Ethan could freely control the black mud. Hence, as long as he had sufficient magic reserve, even his severed limbs could be restored. The only issue is, I'm still not strong enough, magic is my weak point, otherwise. The black mud repaired Ethan's injuries in an instant. Since becoming an adventurer and updating his fauna, Ethan's magic reserve had improved significantly. Consequently, his recovery speed had also improved. I have many abilities now. If I combine them, there could be some surprises. The black mud began to boil, covering Ethan's body with a layer of black substance. Instead of turning into black mud, these substances merged with Ethan's clothes, transforming his black and gray battle suit into a black robe. A red pattern similar to a command spell adorned Ethan's face, adding a unique beauty. At the same time, the rampaging Minotaur also charged forward. They gave Ethan no time to think. Despite their lack of intelligence and their most basic instincts being bloodlust and beastly instincts, the presence of the black mud agitated them. Their animalistic instincts sensed danger, compelling them to tear their opponent apart to feel safe. Driven by the Mother Dungeon's command and their predatory instincts, they focused solely on rushing towards and killing the human in front of them. Kill him, tear him into pieces, that's the only thought they have. With the simultaneous enhancement of Mana Burst and Black Mud, Ethan's speed skyrocketed, surpassing that of the Minotaur. The Minotaur closest to him still had his black sword strapped to its waist. Ethan swiftly grabbed it and, with a powerful thrust, pierced through the Minotaur's body. Then, with a backhand, he pulled the sword out, splattering a large amount of blood on the ground. "The first one," Ethan declared. The black sword in his hand pierced through the Minotaur's head mercilessly, killing it instantly. As a second-class weapon, the sharpness of the black sword was unquestionable. Previously, Ethan's strength was insufficient to pierce through the Minotaur's muscles with the black sword, but now he could. With this dual enhancement, Ethan's strength had surpassed the limits of level 1. Even some average level 2 adventurers were no match for him. Meanwhile, the other Minotaurs rushed towards him. Although he had killed one, more than 10 remained, and his danger was far from over. Projection begin. Ethan took a deep breath and began to concentrate, activating the magic called projection magic. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Swishy. A black sword, identical to the one in his hand, appeared in Ethan's other hand. While the projection was successful, there were still subtle differences from the original sword. Additionally, its duration was limited, and a significant amount of his magic reserve was consumed in the process of its manifestation. Black sword-style dual wielding. With a black sword in each hand, Ethan moved with lightning speed. The sword blades in his hands sliced through the Minotaur's body, cutting their skin, muscles, and joints relentlessly. His goal was to inflict heavy damage on these monsters, since he couldn't kill them with a single blow. At that moment, Ethan seemed to transform into a shadow in the darkness, launching attacks constantly. There was no set pattern or technique to his movements. They were pure and instinctive, relying solely on his swift speed, powerful strength, and sharp reflexes. Swishy. Roar. Bang. The sharp blade of the black sword sliced through the Minotaur's skin, severing the muscles at the joints of their arms, rendering them partially disabled. This was true for all the Minotaurs. Each one sustained severe injuries. Futilda. Finally, after some time, Ethan stopped and took a deep breath. The enhancement on his body gradually faded away, and the sudden loss of strength made him feel weak. Roar. The Minotaur closest to Ethan let out a roar of anger. However, with one of its limbs rendered useless, it could no longer run. The other Minotaurs also suffered varying degrees of injuries. "I've had a suspicion all along. Let's try it now." Swishy. In a flash, black mud erupted from Ethan's body, engulfing one of the injured Minotaurs. Just as Ethan's face was about to show a surprised expression, the Minotaur violently exploded, leaving behind only a tattered magic stone and black smoke. At that moment, Ethan's expression froze. Did he just fail? Ethan had intended to try controlling these Minotaurs with the black mud, hoping to gain an additional trump card. However, as soon as the black mud infiltrated the Minotaur's body, it triggered a violent rejection reaction with the magic stone within, ultimately destroying both the Minotaur and the magic stone. Chapter 35, Malice of the Dungeon. Boom! All 14 Minotaurs collapsed after being contaminated with black mud. At first, Ethan thought it was an accident, but then he discovered that it was not an accident at all. These monsters were simply incompatible with the black mud. To be precise, their cores were made of a material that was extremely similar to black mud. Ethan even felt that if he could touch their cores, that is, their magic stones, he could probably corrupt and blacken them, and then he could wipe them out. However, the idea was good, but all the monsters that were invaded by the black mud collapsed directly before they could be corrupted. This collapse was not caused by the monsters themselves, but rather, it seemed as if he had touched some kind of protection mechanism that caused the Minotaurs' bodies to collapse. Could it be? Ethan couldn't help but look around at this magnificent underground labyrinth, the dungeon. The dungeon is a place where monsters are born from the walls and ceilings of the labyrinth and are hostile to humans and gods. When monsters are killed, their bodies will dissipate, leaving behind magic stones and, in some rare cases, materials. And the vast majority of monsters have very low intelligence and lack the necessary wisdom for survival. They can only act on instinct. The dungeon attracts countless adventurers to enter, kill monsters, and obtain magic stones and materials. The existence of the dungeon can be traced back to the time before the gods descended to this lower realm. At that time, the monsters that spewed from the dungeon wreaked havoc on the earth, and they were simply synonymous with calamity. Countless years ago, the great god Ouranos established the city of Aurario at the entrance of the dungeon and resided here, using his own divine power to suppress the entire dungeon, and he prayed day and night to suppress the dungeon, creating the current Labyrinth City. However, the dungeon still keeps producing monsters, and no one knows why. In the dungeon, there are all kinds of strange and wonderful monsters, all of which can be said to be the children of the dungeon. When monsters are killed, their bodies turn into black smoke and disappear completely, leaving behind only a magic stone. This naturally leads Ethan to a series of associations. As a creation that was created when a monster was suddenly invaded, and its control was about to be taken away. So, what would the will of the dungeon do? Would it be possible to directly destroy these invaded monsters to prevent this kind of thing from happening? Ethan wondered aloud, though he knew it was only speculation. There was no way he could confirm it, but the thought lingered in his mind like a seed of doubt. In Fateverse, the black mud was a terrifying substance that corrupted and blackened servants swallowed by it. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the surroundings, making Ethan raise his head in shock. To his horror, he found that a large group of monsters had appeared out of nowhere, each with scarlet eyes fixed on him. His system issued a warning. You, who have been disgusted by the will of the dungeon, are about to face retribution. Special mission triggered. Special mission, Malice of the Dungeon. Completion criteria, leave the dungeon alive. Mission reward, 500 diamonds, time-limited card pool is enabled. Ethan was taken aback by this sudden development and wondered what it all meant. The monsters around him were making a deafening noise, and Ethan felt beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. He recognized all the monsters around him: goblins, orcs, needle rabbits, hellhounds, war shadows, minotaurs, kobolds, and more. Almost all the upper floor monsters had appeared here. Ethan wondered if this was an army of monsters mobilizing against him. He knew he was in for a tough fight, but he was determined to give it his all. As the monsters began to charge at him, Ethan tightened his grip on his two black swords and activated Mana Burst and the strengthening effect of the black mud. Though the number of monsters was immense, most of them were high-level monsters. Under Ethan's current state of double strengthening, they were all dispatched with a single sword strike. The ferocity in Ethan's bones was fully ignited. Faced with so many monsters intent on killing him, he naturally desired to eliminate them all. This was no longer a battle but a frenzied slaughter. Each sword strike sent a spray of blood into the air, claiming the life of a monster. However, in the dungeon, monsters were plentiful, especially these high-level ones. The thread of reason was on the verge of snapping, replaced by the survival instinct of a beast. To survive, Ethan would have to resort to any and all means necessary. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Space cracks appeared around Ethan, and all types of swords and blades shot out, claiming the lives of one monster after another. However, in the process, some of the swords and blades were crushed underfoot by the monsters or struck on their bodies, resulting in heavy losses to his arsenal. At this moment, Ethan had no time to feel remorse. He saw only these monsters before him. By now, Ethan had already descended into madness. His fighting style had become reckless like a berserker. Under the onslaught of these monsters, he was covered in wounds, his body bearing varying degrees of injury. The ground around him was stained red with blood, impossible to distinguish whether it came from the monsters or from Ethan himself. Howls. Thud. Suddenly, a minotaur with a mighty blow crashed directly into Ethan's side. Caught off guard, he was directly sent flying. Ethan's body hit the wall heavily, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Minotaur roared and rushed towards Ethan again. Ethan struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with determination. He knew that he couldn't give up. If he gave up, he would die. He had to survive for himself, for his new life, and for his goddess. Dying without accomplishing anything, just like his previous life, was something he absolutely didn't want. Roar! Ethan roared and rushed towards the approaching Minotaur. The two figures collided, and a fierce battle began. The battle was fierce, and both sides were injured. However, Ethan's will to survive was stronger than the Minotaur's. In the end, Ethan defeated the Minotaur and killed it. Ethan was exhausted, but he was also relieved. He had survived. He had won. He had defeated the monsters and the dungeon. He had reached the pinnacle of his life. The future was bright. Or so he thought when he was snapped back to reality. A fresh group of monsters were already charging towards him with ferocious intent. The dungeon was never a place for the faint-hearted, as it showed no mercy to any living being that dared to enter its confines. Its sole purpose was to tear everything apart. Chapter 36, Tsubaki Callbrand. Cough tilde, amidst a bout of light coughing, fresh blood stained Ethan's lips. The impact was not light at all. Feeling the pain in his body, Ethan couldn't help but feel a bit of sorrow and anger. Given a little more time, he was certain he could have slaughtered all these monsters. At the same time, at this moment, Ethan's desire for power had climbed to its peak. Well, if this isn't karma finally remembering my address, Ethan murmured self-deprecatingly. Moreover, he regretted his past, negligence and laziness. Maybe if he had worked a bit harder before, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Just like when he received his college entrance exam results in his previous life, which were not ideal, leaving him to attend a slightly lesser, reputable university. He didn't care much at the time, thinking of university as just a mere transition, idling his days away, since he wasn't necessarily going to work in his field of interest after graduation. However, after graduation, when he started applying for jobs with his lackluster resume, he realized the cost of laziness he indulged in required much more time and effort to compensate for later. Without any notable achievements, high-value certificates, awards, or anything impressive to offer, better companies wouldn't even give him a second glance, forcing him to try one failed interview after another. At first, he had requirements and standards for his working place, but later, he was grateful for any interview opportunity. Now, history repeated itself, and he regretted once again. Once again, his laziness got the better of him, and he's reaping the consequences. As an adventurer, he should have been cautious, making all sorts of necessary preparations before heading into the dungeon. The dungeon is not a playground. It's a battlefield where a single mistake might cost someone their lives. Damn, it really hurts tilde. At this moment, Ethan's left pinky finger had vanished, leaving behind a bleeding stump. Not just the finger, various parts of his body, arms, legs, chest, back bore wounds of varying degrees, and his clothes were soaked in blood, even dripping from the hem. Within Ethan, the black mud continuously repaired his injuries, but the damage was too severe for a quick recovery. Roar! At that moment, another group of monsters charged at him again, and Ethan, without a second thought, hurled his black sword. Broken Phantasm. Boom! The projected black sword exploded among the monsters, killing all within a 5-meter radius. Although powerful, Ethan's magic reserve was nearly depleted, and he couldn't project a second sword. Roar! Thud! A needle rabbit attacked from behind, piercing through Ethan's shoulder with its sharp horn before he could react. Damn it, tilde! Ethan retaliated with a sword strike, killing it instantly, but the wound on his shoulder worsened his already grim situation. The surrounding monsters didn't give Ethan a chance to relax, relentlessly charging at him. They wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. What's going on over there? At this moment, near the entrance to the 17th floor, a figure approached. Seeing the dense crowd of monsters in front, she was startled, thinking such a gathering of monsters could only be found in the lower or deeper floors. This was only the 17th floor, considered middle floors, where such a scenario was unlikely to occur. Is that an adventurer up ahead? Looks like he's in a tough spot. Due to the terrain, she spotted Ethan amidst the monster siege and realized his dire situation. Normally, other adventurers would avoid getting involved, as it's easy to risk one's life in such a situation, especially in the dungeon where lack of strength often leads to death. However, she was not one of those cowards. She was willing to help if able, driven by a sense of compassion. Perfect, I wanted to test this blade anyway. Let's use these monsters for practice. She drew a blade from her waist, resembling a samurai sword but with slight differences. Broader, sharper, with a serrated edge and a longer hilt. With a swift strike, she bisected a minotaur, a sight so gruesome it could make many vegans vomit. Even the minotaur's magic stone was shattered by her overwhelming power. Someone's there. Engaged in battle, Ethan noticed the newcomer. He saw monsters being efficiently killed with each strike, making him wonder if this was a high-level adventurer. Bangs! While distracted, an orc hit Ethan in the stomach with its weapon, and the severe pain brought him back to his senses. Then he killed the orc with his backhand, and then continued to fight other monsters. Distracted in battle isn't a good habit. Just hold on a bit longer, I'll deal with these monsters quickly. Hearing the cheerful voice from afar, Ethan was momentarily surprised. Was this person really here to help? It wasn't strange for him to be cautious. He'd faced too much malice from other adventurers before, often narrowly escaping death. In less than 10 minutes, the area was cleared of monsters. Ethan was at a loss for words upon seeing the woman before him. A dark-skinned woman with a stunning figure, wielding a blade that had quickly eliminated all monsters, was beyond surprise. I owe you my life. If there's anything I can do for you, just say the word. Well, which familia are you from? Freya Familia Tilda. Freya Familia. She seemed surprised, as Freya Familia members were rarely seen in Aurario. But her own goddess has a good relationship with goddess Freya, leading to frequent interactions between their familias. So, she often receives tasks from Freya Familia. I am Tsubaki Kalbrand, from Hephaestus Familia. You're Tsubaki-san. You know of me. As the strongest mortal blacksmith in Aurario, how could your name be unfamiliar? You flatter me, Tilda. As a blacksmith, she was naturally pleased to receive such praise for her craftsmanship. Especially since Ethan was quite good-looking, Tsubaki had a very good first impression of him, particularly impressed by his perseverance in the recent ordeal. Such a vicious, monster party would likely have overwhelmed even a level 2 adventurer. Chapter 37, An Accident, or Was It a Scheme? With steady steps, a silhouette emerged from the entrance of the underground dungeon, one after another. Among the returning figures, one stood out from the rest. Bathed in sunlight, Ethan took a deep breath and then let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he truly received a solid wake-up call. He clearly understood a fact. No matter which world one is in, to live freely, one must have the capital to do so. Before his journey through dimensions, that capital was money and power. In this fantasy world, it became strength. Only with strength can one have the fundamental capital for everything. Otherwise, they will forever be at the mercy of others. At that moment, a pleasant sound echoed in Ethan's ear, indicating the completion of the special mission. Special mission, Malice of the Dungeon. Completion criteria, leave the dungeon alive. Mission reward, 500 diamonds, time-limited card pool is enabled. Opening the card draw interface, Ethan smiled. He was fortunate enough to survive a near-death experience, and through this, he became acquainted with Aurario's strongest blacksmith. Name, Ethan Starfall. Current card pools, Fate-type Moon and Jujutsu Kaisen limited to 7 days. Diamonds, 530. The new card pool was unexpected for Ethan. He had been guessing it could be from worlds like Bleach/Naruto/One Piece, or various other world-famous anime. However, he never anticipated the Jujutsu Kaisen card pool, which was a surprise to him. Regardless, it didn't matter anymore. The new card pool had a time limit, so Ethan decided to set aside the Fate card pool for now and use all his draws on the new Jujutsu Kaisen. Ethan-kun. A familiar voice called out, causing Ethan to turn instinctively. Not far away, a familiar half-elf guild advisor in official attire stood with some documents in her arms, clearly just passing by. Ina-san Tilda. Ethan-kun, you look. Ina was taken aback by Ethan's appearance, his clothes soaked in blood and a finger missing, indicating he had encountered some misfortune in the dungeon. Well, I ran into some trouble, so I ended up like this. Ethan took it in stride. Despite the severity of his injuries, he knew that given some time, he could recover fully, including his missing finger. Seeing Ethan in such a sorry state, Ina thought his luck was incredibly poor, barely surviving out of the dungeon. Ethan-kun, did you go adventuring? I've told you, adventurers should not take unnecessary risks. Why won't you listen? Ina couldn't help but lecture him. Ina-san, it wasn't recklessness on my part. I just had bad luck and encountered a monster party. I didn't see it coming. Ethan patiently listened to her and retorted. Monster party. As a guild staff member and adventurer advisor, Ina was well aware of what a monster party entailed. Ethan's encounter with such an event in the dungeon less than half a month after joining, a familia was beyond unlucky. I'm sorry, Ethan-kun, I thought. Ina didn't know what to say. It's okay, Ina-san, you were just looking out for me, but I shouldn't keep you with my injuries being quite serious. I need to head back. Ethan just wanted to rest. Do you need help getting back? Ina offered help. What are you talking about? I'm a grown man. Do I need a girl to help me? No, I'll take the elevator. Ethan wasn't so weak that he had to be carried back home. If you insist, but please be careful. Ina could only say so. Will do, Tilda. Ethan waved at his advisor and headed towards the guild's elevator, leaving a trail of bloodstains on the floor. Seeing this, Ina couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Despite his severe injuries and blood loss, Ethan still managed to chat and even joke with her as if nothing was wrong. She felt she had been too harsh on him before. Ethan-kun. Watching Ethan's departing figure, the half-elf felt a twinge of guilt. She shouldn't have been so harsh on him before. Next time, I must apologize. With that thought, Ina went back to her duties, but her focus was no longer on her work. The image of Ethan, bloodied and injured, weighed heavily on her mind. After this incident, her impression of the boy underwent a 180-degree change. Meanwhile, after entering the elevator, Ethan sighed with relief. He was aware of his condition. Even under the repair of all the evil of the world, his injuries were not completely healed. But complete recovery would take some time. Looking at his blood-soaked clothes, Ethan sighed. If not for the black mud, continuously repairing his damaged body and even replenishing his blood, he might have already died from blood loss. The elevator soon reached its destination, and Ethan headed straight to his room. Upon entering, he stripped off all his clothes and threw them into the trash, then headed for the shower. He couldn't stand the smell of blood on him. Turning on the magic stone heater, the cold water was heated to a comfortable warmth. The sensation of the warm water on his wounds was both painful and a sharp reminder of the day's events. Ethan knew the risks of exposing wounds to water, but chose to do it anyway, wanting to remember this day forever. As Ethan dealt with his injuries, a figure emerged from the shadows of his room door and knocked softly on Freya's room. Otter. Freya's voice came from inside. It's me, Freya-sama Tilda. Come in, Tilda. Otter entered, finding Freya seated on her throne, gazing out at the city through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Well done, although you did nothing. I never expected the dungeon to stage such a brilliant show. Yes, Tilda. For Otter, fulfilling the goddess's will was his sole purpose, willing to execute any task without hesitation, even at the cost of his own life. After this ordeal, our future hero won't be able to stay idle. With such potential, it would be a waste if it weren't utilized. Unknown to Ethan, his encounter with the monster party on the 17th floor was originally intended to be orchestrated by Otter as per Freya's order. But the goddess didn't expect Ethan to disgust the dungeon so much that it resulted in the previous incident. It was really an unforeseen incident. Chapter 38, The Jujutsu Kaisen Card Pool, a huge win. Click. With a click, Ethan, after having washed off all the blood, steps out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. If someone were to enter at this moment, they would see wounds of various sizes all over his body, with many of the injuries revealing tender, pink flesh. Even with the recovery ability of all the evil of the world, his body was not completely healed. After all the evil of the world focused more on internal injuries rather than surface wounds. Anyway, after a good night's rest, his body would be back to normal, as usual. Name, Ethan Starfall. Current card pool, Fate/Jujutsu Kaisen's 7-day limit. Diamonds, 530. After saving up diamonds for 3 days, the Jujutsu Kaisen card pool, with a 7-day limit, meant that Ethan could still perform a 10 consecutive draw on the last day. That being said, Ethan plans to save these 30 diamonds for a bit longer. Someone forgot that today is the first day of the 7-day limit, and today's daily mission has already been completed, meaning that on the last day, it will be 90 diamonds instead of 100. Sighing, Ethan looks at the draw interface, takes a deep breath to calm himself, and then clicks on the Jujutsu Kaisen card pool. The next second, a draw interface, not much different from the Fate card pool, appears. Let's start draw cards. This time, Ethan didn't pray to any gods or deities, he just started the draw. With the 100 diamonds, 10 consecutive draw, selected, Ethan's diamonds instantly decreased by 100, and a card pack emerged from the void. Familiar scenes, familiar images, the card pack was torn open, and cards flew out one by one. Shanghai-style Cheongsam, Beijing-style Cheongsam, Seju-style Cheongsam, Cantonese-style Cheongsam. Unlike the various stockings cards from the Fate card pool, the Jujutsu Kaisen card pool produced various styles of Cheongsams. Moreover, each card featured a stunning beauty, whose Cheongsam perfectly showcased their charm. Curse technique, puppet manipulation. Ethan was somewhat excited by his first 10 consecutive draw. Puppet manipulation, that seems to be the technique of the principle of Tokyo Jujutsu High in Jujutsu Kaisen, capable of creating cursed corpses. The panda in the second year is one of his creations, albeit an abrupt mutated cursed corpse. Although it's a cursed corpse, it possesses self-awareness and can grow, from a young panda cub at the beginning to an adult panda as the story starts. Following the fusion of cursed technique, puppet manipulation, Ethan's mind was flooded with a vast amount of information. All information about cursed technique, puppet manipulation, flowed into his brain, and though he had just obtained it, he understood it as if it were the back of his hand. The only pity was that there was no information about creating abrupt mutated cursed corpse. Most experimental results come from chance or even accidents, much like experiments in a lab. The birth of Panda was probably an irreproducible accident, otherwise there would not be just one panda. His brother and sister were failures and later became part of Panda. Ethan planned to continue his luck with 4 more 10 consecutive draws. Second 10 consecutive draw. Chingsam, 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 power of grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Third 10 consecutive draw. Chingsam, Chingsam, Chingsam. Fourth 10 consecutive draw. Chingsam, 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 Jujutsu, reverse cursed technique. Fifth 10 consecutive draw. Chingsam, 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 special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. After the draws, this round of 50 consecutive draws produced 4 significant items, all of which were quite good. Curse technique, puppet manipulation, power of grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer Jujutsu, reverse cursed technique, special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. Ethan collected them all, and the next second, a force representing negative, cursed energy merged into Ethan's body. However, this cursed energy was absorbed by his magic power upon entering his body, or rather, it was devoured. Cursed energy, derived from human negative emotions, is minuscule compared to all the evil of the world. That being said, the reverse cursed technique is a godsend technique. It is a special type of cursed technique that takes cursed energy and reverses it into positive energy. It is a very complex technique and is mainly used to heal human bodies. In Jujutsu Kaisen, few have mastered this technique. Just in time, let's see its effect: reverse cursed technique. Swish! The injuries in various parts of Ethan's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Including the broken finger, the section of the finger that was bitten off quickly recovered as before. Afterwards, looking at the bright red severed finger in his hand, Ethan was somewhat speechless. This was a top-grade cursed object, and also the protagonist's standard plugin. Although it backfired on the protagonist in the end, the terror of this severed finger could not be denied. Wait a minute, as a special grade cursed object, it contains immeasurable huge cursed energy. If you use this, Sukuna's finger, as a battery to make a cursed corpse, it should be feasible. Cursed technique, puppet manipulation, allowed for the infusion of cursed energy into a cursed corpse for manipulation. If a battery was added, could it achieve sustained operation? The more Ethan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Every man dreams of having a Gundam. With the cursed technique, puppet manipulation, Ethan wondered if he could create a cursed corpse Gundam, especially since Mechamaru in Jujutsu Kaisen also made a Gundam. With his imagination, creating an alternate world version of a Gundam wasn't out of the question. Using Sukuna's finger as a battery might even unlock unexpected benefits. However, creating a high-level cursed corpse should wait. Let's try making a simple one first. Although Ethan had acquired the cursed technique, puppet manipulation, it didn't mean he could create cursed corpses at will. Understanding the theory and methodology was one thing, turning it into reality was another challenge. First, I'll ask Freya for some money, then I'll try making a cursed corpse. Ethan changed into new clothes, his injuries fully healed. This is the first time since his arrival in Aurario that his desire for power had reached a new peak. Chapter 39, Borrowing 20 million volleys. Looking at Ethan standing in front of her, Freya revealed a satisfied smile. She adored the glow of soul, a particular brilliance that set her heart aflutter. There was a unique pleasure in crafting scripts, guiding her targets toward transformation, watching their souls burn ever brighter. Although she couldn't see through his soul, the Ethan now, compared to before, was already completely different. Before, Ethan was like a salted fish who had given up hope, with his mind full of thoughts of muddling along and just getting by. The dungeon's harsh and unforgiving trial transformed him. Impurities vanished, replaced by a dazzling brilliance. I heard from Otter that you came back in a very sorry state today, but looking at you now, you seem to have recovered quite well. Great disasters bring great fortune. I had a bit of good luck, so I had a bit of improvement. So, what are you here for? Freya asked with a light smile, expressing her curiosity. I need a sum of money, Tilda. How much? 10 million volleys, and it might even not be enough. Okay, Tilda. For her own people, Freya was never stingy, and 10 million volleys was just a small amount of money for her. The previous trouble over 1 million volleys was purely for her amusement. Ethan was somewhat surprised to hear Freya agree so readily. However, this money is loaned to you. You will have to pay it back in the future. No problem, Tilda. Ethan nodded. 10 million volleys was indeed not a small amount for him at the moment, but he believed that he would definitely find a way to pay back in the future. In the worst-case scenario, he would repay her with his body. Since he's already being kept, it doesn't matter anymore. Otter, Tilda. As Freya's voice fell, the door was pushed open, followed by Otter walking in. He held a bag, presumably filled with cash. This puzzled Ethan. 1 million volleys given by card, so why was 10 million given in cash? This is 20 million volleys. Since 10 million might not be enough, then just double it up to avoid trouble. Hearing Freya's words, Ethan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He desperately wanted to play the rich lady, I'm hungry, please feed me card, but, well, he was already living that life and had blown through his allowance. I will pay back this money as soon as possible. Don't rush, take your time. Freya was very indifferent. After all, compared to 20 million volleys, the changed Ethan was what she cared about. Because he was concerned about the production of cursed corpse, Ethan didn't stay for too long, didn't say much, and left. The money was already in his hands, and he couldn't wait to start making his first cursed corpse. Otter, did you notice? After Ethan left, Freya said with a smile. After he came back, he has changed from the inside out. His desire for power has reached an extreme. The ambition deep in his heart has also been completely awakened. To be honest, I didn't expect the effect to be this good this time. If I had known, I would have done it earlier. Do you need to send someone to follow him? No need, I have said. I will not interfere with his growth. Just when necessary, will give a little stimulus. Your will is my command, Tilda. Otter is a qualified warrior. He will carry out his goddess's orders without compromise, and will not do unnecessary things. Freya, a goddess of breathtaking beauty, unveiled a smile that captivated gods, mortals, and all creation. When was the last time she felt expectation? Freya had forgotten. It's been too long. On the other side, with 20 million volleys in hand, Ethan naturally went straight to the marketplace of Tower of Babel. With the dwarf boss as a friend, acquisition of materials and such were not a problem at all. This old dwarf is a seasoned city blacksmith with a wide network. Years here haven't been for nothing. By nightfall, his 20 million volleys was nearly gone. 18 million spent, but with money to spare, Ethan hadn't hesitated to purchase everything he needed. Whether it could be used this time or might be used in the future, all were bought. This also let the merchant circle in the Tower of Babel know. Today came a big customer. Scene change, Ethan has already returned to his room. The so-called cursed corpse is a non-living object that has been endowed with a curse, allowing it to gain self-control. Cursed corpse doesn't have a material restriction. In Jujutsu Kaisen, Yaga Masamichi's cursed corpses are all doll puppets. The materials that make up his cursed corpses are all materials for making dolls. However, the world is different. Cursed technique, users are different naturally, their method is also different. Here is the world of DANMACHI. With who knows how many rare materials, not to mention others, just the drops from monsters in the dungeon, there are many good materials. For his first production, Ethan plans to keep things simple. He lacks confidence right now and needs to test the process. In his mind, he began to conceive the image and type of his first cursed corpse. Soon, an image emerged in his mind. After some thought, Ethan decided to go with it. Anyway, it's a trial if it's successful. It's a good thing, even if it fails. Just consider it as a process of gaining experience. Opening the imaginary space, one by one, materials fell out. Using smelted metal to construct the skeleton, then various monster drops to fill the body parts of the cursed corpse, especially using the rare monster infant dragon's leather as the outer skin. For the core, equivalent to the cursed corpse's heart, Ethan used a magic gemstone. To know just this one magic gemstone cost Ethan a total of 5 million volleys. This is still just a bit more advanced type. Top grade, or even the super grade magic gemstones, are already not purchasable with volleys. Concentrating, Ethan began to imprint his own cursed technique onto the magic gemstone. He must maintain absolute focus. Any mistake risks ruining the magic gemstone or causing a dangerous cursed technique, imprinting failure. To know, this one is 5 million volleys. He doesn't have the extra money to buy a second one. Asking Freya for 20 million volleys is already a huge debt. If he needs to ask for more later, it would be incredibly embarrassing, even for someone as thick-skinned as Ethan. Drip, drip. Above the forehead, drop by drop, crystal-clear sweat beads kept sliding down. He was fully focused during the process, fearing that a small problem could lead to all his efforts being wasted. Chapter 40, Cursed Corpse. Buzz. After more than 10 minutes, a faint light slowly appeared on the magic gem. Ethan also let out a sigh of relief, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. He succeeded. If he had failed, he would have lost a lot. However, Ethan was still a little proud of himself for successfully imprinting a cursed technique on his first try. He placed the magic gem that served as the core into the cursed corpse, and with that, all the preparations were complete. The next step was to inject cursed energy and activate the cursed corpse. This was the most important step, because activating a cursed corpse was not that simple. If a cursed corpse was a program, and the cursed technique was the framework for building the program, then the activation process was the code to run the program. The complexity of this process was self-evident. This was especially true for some special cursed corpses that had some special settings. For example, when Itadori Yuji was training his emotional control, that boxing bear would attack if he didn't continuously inject cursed energy and would sleep peacefully if he did. The control of this kind of cursed corpse was already set in the rules of its action. Wait a minute, since cursed energy has fused with my magic, and the black mud is a manifestation of my magic. What would happen if I used the black mud to fill the cursed corpse? As soon as Ethan thought of this, he decided to act. The black mud that seemed to be filth flowed out of his hand. Then, under Ethan's control, it slowly merged into the cursed corpse and fused with the core magic gem. Ethan could feel that his control over the core had been further enhanced. Previously, he relied on the cursed technique to control it, but now, with the addition of the black mud, it was much easier to control. Not only that, but after filling it with black mud, some of the flaws due to Ethan's inexperience were also smoothed out, and the entire cursed corpse was directly fused into a whole body. Cursed technique, puppet manipulation. Ethan activated his cursed technique, which was called puppet manipulation. The originally lifeless cursed corpse was enveloped by a surge of magic power, and its stiff body began to have some subtle changes. Then, a pair of eyes that were originally decorated with crystals also appeared with pupils. Bangs! This cursed corpse moved, and Ethan immediately smiled. His cursed technique had succeeded. Cursed corpse Charmander. In front of Ethan was a familiar small orange dinosaur with a round head and sharp claws. The flames burning on its long tail especially proved its identity. Charmander used flamethrower. In order to restore the original Charmander, Ethan had designed it with the ability to breathe fire. After connecting it to its magic core, it could breathe fire simply by consuming magic energy. Roar! Boom! Along with a roar, the flames suddenly exploded. The smile on Ethan's face, which had been full of smiles just now, instantly froze. The fire did come out, but it didn't come out of its mouth. Instead, it exploded directly in its mouth, and half of the head of the cursed corpse, Charmander, was blown to pieces. It seems that the fire magic gem is still not good enough. I have to use something else to replace it. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Ethan sighed. Although he was disappointed, it was supposed to be an experiment after all, even though it failed in the end. Although the cursed corpse exploded, it didn't hurt the core. It only exploded the head area, which was a minor problem overall. Ethan could easily repair it with other materials. After all, he didn't lack such stuff now. There were plenty of them in his imaginary space. This was all his harvest today after all. After spending some time, the repair was completed. The cursed corpse, Charmander, was reactivated by Ethan. This time, Ethan removed its ability to breathe fire, leaving only claws and bites as attack methods. After all, he had assembled its claws and teeth with materials dropped by dungeon monsters. The fangs of the hellhound and the nails of the lizardman were very sharp drop items in the upper floors. Charmander used scratch. Bangs! This time, Charmander perfectly executed Ethan's command, and a chair was directly smashed into pieces by it. Charmander used bite. Cracked! With another bite, a corner of the table was bitten off. Ethan, who was full of excitement, forgot one thing. This was a room on the top floor of the Tower of Babel. Even a table and a chair here were worth a lot of money. With these two blows, he destroyed a chair and made a corner of a table missing. If someone else saw this, they would definitely curse him for his stupidity. Such expensive items were destroyed just like that. It was really too much. Then Ethan tested other aspects of Charmander, and the results were not bad. However, there were still many aspects to improve. Since this was the first time Ethan had created and manipulated a cursed corpse, there were many things he didn't understand. This experiment also exposed many problems. One of them was the stiffness of the cursed corpse. It didn't seem like a problem now, but it would be a big problem in battle. After all, it was just a puppet. Even if it was controlled by Ethan, it was not as agile as a normal person. The main thing was that in the dungeon, I'm afraid those monsters would have demolished his cursed corpses as soon as they appeared. His cursed corpse might not even be able to launch an attack and hit the opponent with such obvious flaws. Dividing line. On the other side, in Aurario on the other side, Hephaestus Familia's base. After testing her new weapon, Tsubaki also returned to her residence and told her goddess, the divine smith Hephaestus, what happened today. What did you say? You saved someone from Freya Familia today. Well, it looks like he's a newcomer, probably just a LV1 tilde. A newcomer from Freya Familia actually entered the dungeon alone. As a partner ally of Freya Familia, Hephaestus naturally knew the cruel internal competition in Freya Familia. She didn't approve of that kind of radical growth method. In her opinion, such training and competition was unreasonable, but it was after all other Familia's business, and she couldn't interfere. Now, a newcomer who didn't need to join the competition had appeared in Aurario. It was strange, just like the child who was kidnapped by Freya on the street before. However, thinking of this, Hephaestus's whole body trembled. She realized something she ignored. What's the name of the person you saved today? I think it's Ethan Starfall. He's a strange guy. Ethan Starfall, it's really him. Now, Hephaestus was shocked. This name was familiar to most of the gods in Aurario. The little guy who was snatched and kept by Freya on the street, many gods said that they were really envious of him. After all, this was the goddess of beauty, Freya, we're talking about. Chapter 40, One Charmander vs Infant Dragon. Ethan woke up early on the second day. His first action upon waking up was to plunge into the dungeon. His objective was to test Charmander's strength, as he had high hopes for it, being his first creation. Moreover, he made several adjustments to Charmander last night. After entering the dungeon, Ethan felt a bit excited. After all, this was his first time controlling a cursed corpse to fight. As for letting the cursed corpse fight on its own, Ethan can't do it yet. He needs to be more proficient in the technique before he can try it. Upon entering the dungeon, Ethan stopped on the first floor. Today's goal was to test Charmander's combat capability. Much like a newbie adventurer, the initial targets for testing would naturally be the weakest goblins. Yeah. Shortly after stopping, goblins started spawning out of the dungeon wall. Ethan looked at these green-skinned little monsters and chuckled. They spawned at the right time. Swish! A half-human height fissure tore open the space in front of Ethan, and then a round-headed orange-skinned Charmander walked out, albeit with some stiff movements. Ethan had grown more proficient with imaginary space and imaginary number magic. Before, Ethan stored weapons in the imaginary space. Now, he has changed his mind. Instead of storing weapons, he wants to store an army of cursed corpses. When the time comes, he will wave his arm and summon thousands of troops. Yeah. For goblins, it didn't matter whether it was humans or other beings. They were all enemies, objects to be killed. Thus, the goblin charged towards the Charmander, wielding a wooden stick, intending to bash it. Snatch. Plopped. In the next second, Charmander raised its tiny claws, looking adorable, but when it struck down, it tore apart the goblin's body. The nearby goblins were startled, and they all froze, too scared to move forward. Although monsters lack intelligence, they still have the basic instinct of self-preservation. The most classic example was the incident when the protagonist Belle and the female lead eyes met, due to her pursuing the fleeing minotaurs. Tackle and then crunch it. The Charmander's body consisted of materials dropped by various monsters, bones forged from metal alloy, and its core made of magic gem worth 5 million volleys, plus filling and connecting with black mud. Even if it stands still, the goblins wouldn't be able to land a single scratch on Charmander. Plopped. At this moment, Charmander chomped down half of the goblin's head. Watching this scene, Ethan felt joy well up inside. Charmander's teeth were all made from Hellhound's fangs, which only appear in mid to upper floors. Its sharpness was undoubtedly high. In a matter of seconds, all the goblins were swept away. This overwhelming victory couldn't show Charmander's strengths, so Ethan continued to advance with Charmander. During this time, Ethan's control over the cursed corpse became more skilled and smoother. Various goblins, orcs, and killer ants, and a series of monsters were killed under the claws of his Charmander. Of course, some monsters couldn't be handled easily, like war shadows, whose agility was significantly above Charmander, making it difficult to attack them. During this period, Ethan also discovered some other problems, which he noted in his mind, planning to review them after he got back. Boom! On the 12th floor, as Charmander tackled, its round little head directly killed an imp. With dark appearances and slender bodies, they looked malnourished, but these little creatures were very agile, easily sneaking and attacking from behind if one was not careful, though their strength was not considered strong. Boom, boom. In the mist-like surroundings, a vibrating sound came from the distance. Roar! A pair of crimson eyes appeared, and a roar came from there. Ethan looked over. In midair was a massive figure, but after a moment, he could clearly see the other party's appearance. It was a creature with a body structure somewhat like a mini dinosaur monster, with something similar to dragon horn on its head, but no wings. At first glance, it looked like a large lizard. An infant dragon, a rare and powerful monster found in the upper floors, tough for an ordinary LV-1 adventurer to deal with. However, after being defeated, it would drop a lot of precious materials, such as its hide, teeth, bones, etc., which could all sell for a good price in the market. After all, having the word dragon associated with it naturally wouldn't be bad. And the material of Charmander's hide was also made from infant dragon's hide. In a way, the two even had a bit of similarity. This is indeed a good test subject. Looking at this infant dragon, Ethan smiled. He was worried about not having a suitable target for experiment, and here it was, coming at the right time. Roar! At this moment, the infant dragon let out an angry roar, and then charged with heavy steps. The opponent's size far exceeded Charmander's. However, Ethan was confident. After all, Charmander was not cheap, and it had also been strengthened by Ethan's cursed technique. If it failed, then Ethan would have to reconsider the effectiveness of his technique. Tackle. Boom. Directly a fierce tackle, this sudden attack directly repelled the infant dragon by 2 steps. However, the size advantage was there. Charmander's hit did not actually cause any damage. Boom. At this time, the infant dragon began to condense flames in its mouth, and then directly sprayed it out. Charmander was directly engulfed by the flames, but Ethan was not worried at all. Even a slight smile appeared on his face. As the user of cursed technique, puppet manipulation, Ethan could control everything about the cursed corpse and perceive all changes in the cursed corpse. The infant dragon's flames also didn't cause much damage to Charmander. After all, Charmander's skin, after being strengthened by the black mud and his cursed technique, was just as tough as the infant dragon in front of it, or maybe even tougher. With its superior hardware and innate advantage, Charmander is truly in an unbeatable position. Crunch. Boom. Charmander burst out of the flames and directly bit the infant dragon's neck. Roar. Being bitten on the neck, the infant dragon also let out a roar. Chapter 42, Suspicion. Roar. In pain, the infant dragon kept shaking its neck, trying to shake off Charmander, but it was in vain. Charmander's sharp teeth were firmly embedded in its neck. Crunch. Under Ethan's control, strands of magic energy flowed from Charmander's core to its head, coating its jaws and teeth. The next moment, Charmander's biting force and the sharpness of its teeth were enhanced. Splash. Snow scattered everywhere as Charmander tore off a large piece of flesh from the infant dragon's neck. A large wound appeared on its slender neck, with blood flowing uncontrollably, likely having hit a major artery. Crunch. With a single move, ruling the world, as an initial experimental subject, Charmander's attack methods were naturally limited. Ethan didn't care. Any move that could defeat the opponent was a good move. Ripped. Again, Charmander tore another strip of flesh from the infant dragon's wound, the blood staining the surrounding ground red and continuing to spread. At this time, Ethan took out several bottles from the imaginary space and ran over. Roar! At this moment, the infant dragon desperately wanted to kill Charmander in front of it, but unfortunately, in the next second, it was suppressed by Ethan. A barrage of weapons descended from the sky, pinning it to the ground. Ethan, taking advantage of it still being alive, quickly went over, stepping through a pool of blood, and began collecting the blood spilled from the infant dragon's wound into bottles. Dragon blood, after all, was a precious commodity, even if it was just from an infant dragon. Considering the difficulty of extracting blood from an infant dragon, this situation made it even more priceless. Having a few extra bottles could result in a significant profit. Glug glug. Having a large body was advantageous, even though the wound was large and the bleeding severe. However, this infant dragon only lasted for a while before dying reluctantly. With a bang, Ethan, covered in blood, especially his hands stained red, looked at the not yet full bottle of dragon blood with some disappointment. Is it dead already? He glanced at the side, a total of 12 and a half bottles of infant dragon blood. Selling a bottle for 200,000 volleys shouldn't be considered expensive, considering its rarity and usefulness in weapon tempering. As for potions, Ethan wasn't sure if it could be used in alchemy, as he had no knowledge in that area. However, looking at the large amount of dragon blood spilled on the ground around him, Ethan felt he had lost out. He should have used a basin instead of bottles. Look at all the waste, at least 20 to 30 bottles worth. If the infant dragon were still alive, it would surely curse. Being killed was bad enough, but to have its blood drained as well is too much. Ahem. At that moment, Ethan suddenly had a brilliant idea. Swoosh! Ethan summoned black mud, covering all the spilled dragon blood, which the mud absorbed in just moments. Then, controlling the black mud, now infused with dragon blood, he merged it directly into Charmander's body. After all, it was Charmander, so absorbing some dragon blood seemed natural. The black mud, filled with dragon blood, flowed into the core of Charmander, and under the catalysis of energy from the dragon blood, some changes occurred in its core made of magic gem and the cursed technique, puppet manipulation. Hemtilda looks good. After bathing in dragon blood, it can be considered a successful start. Ethan assessed his masterpiece, up and down, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he glanced at his daily mission, which was already completed for the day. Daily mission, kill 12 orcs. Progress 1212. Reward Diamonds 10. Having killed 12 orcs, as the controller of the cursed corpse, Charmander's kills were naturally counted as his achievement, thus completing the mission. World. At that time, a new batch of monsters was born. Ethan looked over, good grief, a group of imps not far away, about a dozen or so, followed by a group of fat orcs. Suddenly, he wanted to try something out. Swoosh! With a flick of his hand, a large amount of black mud shot out like a spray gun. All the monsters that were touched by the black mud were instantly eroded and died in the next second. This further confirmed that the black mud indeed caused the monsters to collapse, leading to their instant death. Seeing this scene, Ethan was on high alert, ready to face another monster army. After all, this was not the 17th floor, and the strength of the spawned monsters should be much reduced. Plus, he had almost no consumption, so he was confident in facing any number of enemies. But after a long while, nothing happened, which made Ethan a bit puzzled. Could it be that the last time was an accident? The riot was not caused by the black mud. This thought had just arisen when Ethan immediately dismissed it. Are there so many coincidences and accidents in this world? The first monster party could be a coincidence, but was the second monster riot an accident? No way. All the monsters that had appeared on the upper floors were there, except for the enhanced strengthened species of monsters and the floor bosses. Otherwise, he would have thought some god had entered the dungeon, thus being sensed by the dungeon and initiating an attack, Just like in the original story, where Hesta's divine manifestation triggered a malicious outbreak in the dungeon. Wait a minute, God. Speaking of God, a flash of inspiration struck Ethan's mind. In the original story, many of the adventures of the protagonist Belle were facilitated by Freya to help Belle grow and transform. Especially when Belle was once terrified of Minotaur and fled, Freya dispatched Otter to personally train a Minotaur, enabling him to overcome his nightmare and make further progress. If that was the case, the sudden outbreak in the dungeon yesterday seemed rather mysterious. It suddenly erupted, and the name of the mission was very clear: Malice of the Dungeon. Initially, Ethan thought it was the dungeon's rejection of the black mud. But looking at today's events, he wasn't so sure. There might be another reason. Once suspicion arises, it's difficult to dispel. My goddess, this wouldn't be your doing, would it? A chill ran down Ethan's back, along with a sense of dread. If it was as he suspected, what should he do? It seemed he had no other options. Chapter 43 Banquet. Name: Ethan Starfall. Level: LV1. Attributes: Strength: G267C, 601. Endurance: G279B, 727. Dexterity: G177D, 559. Agility: G201C, 696. Magic: C666S, 980. Development abilities: none. Magics: Imaginary number magic. Skills: Miracle of Absolute Evil. Imaginary Space. Jujutsu Sorcerer. Power derived from negative human emotions. Power of Curse. Mental Enhancement. Looking at his status, Ethan smiled. His growth this time was greater than the last. Inspired by the Jujutsu Kaisen card pull, the miracle of Falna transformed concepts like cursed techniques, cursed power, and jujutsu into a unique new skill. Jujutsu Sorcerer, a title from the Jujutsu Kaisen series, has now become one of his own skills. Moreover, with the emergence of this skill, Ethan also felt that he could now obtain curse power from his own negative emotions. Precisely, it was a fusion of curse power and magic. This has a bit of a cultivation flavor. As everyone knows, the world of DANMACHI is one about leveling up by fighting monsters. Cultivation is not the main theme of this world. To become stronger, one must fight monsters in the dungeon, gain excelia, achieve great deeds, and increase the level of Falna. Now, Ethan has mastered a method of cultivation, which allows him to enhance his magic from his own negative emotions. Although it is not as efficient as directly devouring magic stones, it is still better than nothing. The only regret is that he did not awaken a new magic. Your growth rate is truly astonishing. As Ethan was looking at his status, Freya's leisurely voice sounded beside him. In less than a month, Ethan's ability values have increased to this extent, which is really exaggerated. As long as he can achieve a great deed, Ethan could level up at any time. This speed of improvement is simply terrifying, and it would be hard for anyone to believe if spoken out. Just good luck, Tilda. Glancing at Freya, Ethan did not say much. Ever since the speculation about Freya arose in his heart a few days ago, Ethan has developed a subconscious rejection towards his goddess. He has never been a person of broad mind. He can even be described as petty and vindictive. Although it was just a suspicion, it is enough, as the so-called trust is extremely hard to build but very easy to break down. It only takes a single suspicion. Freya also noticed that something was wrong with Ethan. In the past, Ethan was full of desire when facing her and even wanted to transgress several times. But this time, she found that Ethan had become restrained in front of her. Logically, Freya should be happy. After all, as a goddess, it's not good to have one of her familia member being disrespectful all the time. However, when all this really happened, she felt very uncomfortable. The reason she looked at Ethan differently, even gave him special treatment, was because Ethan was not charmed by her, and yet he was deeply infatuated with her beauty. Now that infatuation is gone, replaced by a sense of distance, which makes her very uncomfortable. Putting on the clothes beside her, facing Freya's incomparable beauty, Ethan, although still tempted, no longer had the previous idea of taking advantage. He realized that Freya, the goddess of beauty, is, at her core, no different from other gods. They all act according to their own desires. For most gods, the lives of mortals like him shouldn't matter very much, right? Freya suddenly informed him, "There's a banquet tomorrow night. Would you like to accompany me?" Ethan instinctively frowned, accompanying Freya to a banquet. You know that in Freya Familia, such an honor has always been reserved for only Otter, as he is the strongest adventurer in Freya Familia and the goddess's absolute loyalist. So wherever Freya goes, she would bring Otter along, of course, as a bodyguard and as a kind of display. The gods' banquet itself is a vanity fair. For gods, excellent Familia members are the best capital to show off, and Otter is currently the highest quality adventurer in Aurario. A banquet, DANMACHI. This isn't a DANMACHI. For one, the timing is off, it's not scheduled for a few days. Additionally, mortals aren't allowed to attend DANMACHI except for the staff. Then who is hosting this banquet? Apollo tilde. A tilde. Hearing Apollo, Ethan's face suddenly changed. He has deep memories of this god. In Greek mythology, Apollo is regarded as the god in charge of arts, in charge of light, the sun, medicine, herding, music, etc., and is the protector of humanity, the god of light, the god of prophecy, the protector of sailors, the god of medicine, and the god of disaster relief. But in DANMACHI, Apollo is portrayed as a perverted homosexual, also bisexual, a disgusting god who plunder members of other weak familias. Ethan felt that this was definitely the worst version of Apollo he could encounter. Before, when he was watching anime, he would just find it speechless. But this is a real world, and the Apollo of this world is just such a disgusting god. What, do you have any opinions on Apollo? Seeing Ethan's unpleasant expression, Freya wondered, could he have clashed with Apollo? As far as she knew, he shouldn't have encountered him before. No, just heard a bit of rumors about god Apollo tilde. Hearing Ethan say this, Freya understood immediately. In Aurario, although Apollo Familia is not considered top tier, it is definitely not weak. Moreover, there are various rumors about them in the streets. Don't worry, you are mine. Even if Apollo was lent 10 times the courage, he would not dare to mess around. I know tilde. Freya's words were arrogant, very self-confident, but she has the capital to be so. Apollo Familia's strongest is only a LV3 adventurer, while for Freya Familia, only LV4 would be considered qualified members, and the weaker ones would be embarrassed to walk around. In Freya Familia, just any random executive could easily destroy Apollo Familia. Hearing Ethan's lackluster response, Freya felt somewhat dissatisfied. I'm a bit tired today, help me massage my feet tilde. Yes, Freya-sama. Looking at Freya's enticing long legs wrapped in black stockings, although very tempting, he still craved, but there was no longer the previous brazenness. After all, he was almost planted in the dungeon before, and he had suspicion that it was designed by the goddess in front of him. With such a thorn in his heart, naturally, there is nothing else to talk about. He knows it's petty, yet he can't ignore it and act as casual as he did before. Ethan Starfall, after all, was just an ordinary person. He is neither a hero who forgives others selflessly, nor a villain who kills everyone who plotted against him. Chapter 44. Does that include putting a collar on you, goddess? In a luxurious room, the graceful and noble goddess was reclining on a luxurious throne. Beside the goddess, a man with an indifferent expression massaged her enticing feet. This peculiar scene filled the room with tension, especially for the goddess, whose growing dissatisfaction was almost palpable. Slowly opening her eyes, Freya looked at Ethan, who was bowing his head and serving her in silence. All right, no need to massage anymore. After a few minutes, Freya, already bored, directly spoke up. Hearing Freya's words, Ethan released the goddess's beautiful feet, knowing well that his attitude was problematic, but he was not one to hide things by nature. He didn't clarify directly, partly because he was under someone else's roof and had received too much help from Freya. The goddess sat up, pulling back her lustrous, beautiful legs. Her gaze then settled on Ethan. She was inherently a queen-type goddess, with arrogance engraved in her soul. "Ethan, you've changed a lot these past few days," Freya said straightforwardly. "I'm just a bit tired, after all, I am still too weak," Ethan replied. "The contrast between before and now is so great, I'm very curious, what exactly is the reason for your change? Did someone talk to you, or did you come up with something on your own?" With one sentence, Freya directly increased the tension. Although not directly stated, the intention to clarify things was now apparent. Ethan was also taken aback by Freya's words, confused about what she meant. Was she trying to make things clear or to reprimand him? What should he do? Step back and let things remain as they were, or speak out clearly? Previously, on the 17th floor of the dungeon, I first encountered a monster party, followed by a monster riot, and I almost lost my life there, Ethan started explaining. "I've heard about this from Otter," Freya interrupted him. "What I want to say is, Freya-sama, this might not be a coincidence, but rather someone intended to kill me, someone plotted against me." Ethan was silent for a while after finally deciding to speak out. "Intend to kill you, scheme against you, how can you be so sure?" Freya was surprised and asked back. "That day's riot in the dungeon was strange. Perhaps something I did, or maybe the will of some god caused it, and I was merely caught in the crossfire." When mentioning God, Ethan raised his head, his gaze meeting Freya's. A man and a god, now only separated by a thin layer of paper, needing only a slight push to break through everything. The dungeon has a will of its own, and it loathes the gods. It riots at the slightest hint of divine presence, even spawning those irregular black monsters. Freya directly stated this, causing Ethan to frown. "So you're admitting it?" Ethan also threw a straight ball, speaking without beating around the bush. "No, unfortunately," Freya admitted without hesitation. "That day's incident wasn't my doing." "Is that so?" Ethan breathed a sigh of relief, though a hint of doubt lingered. "But I had previously ordered Otter to try and cause a riot in the dungeon, thereby putting you in a desperate situation." "Why?" Ethan stood up, his tone intensifying. He didn't understand why the other party let him go outside freely and didn't treat him the same way as any other member of her familia, and now she was scheming behind his back, which was incomprehensible to him. "Because I dislike your laziness and lack of motivation. Your potential is enough to amaze Aurario, but this process requires blood and tears, not indolence. Just for that reason." "Is that reason not sufficient?" A rhetorical question left Ethan silent. Is that reason not sufficient? That was not even the issue. As the goddess in charge of his familia, her mark was branded on him. Most importantly, she is a divine being and he is a mortal. Enough. What else could Ethan say at this point? And Freya could see that now, Ethan harbored dislike and rejection towards her, a stark contrast to his previous attitude. This highlights the biggest difference between Ethan and the original inhabitants of this world. As a visitor from another world, never having encountered the so-called gods, Ethan does not have the inherent awe of gods that the people of this world do. Especially after having watched a large amount of anime and novels, Ethan's perception of gods is quite peculiar. His previous liking was because she was the most beautiful goddess. His current rejection is because she almost made him lose his life. Unlike other members of his familia, he's not a devoted follower of Freya. He isn't driven by the desire to sacrifice everything for her. On the contrary, he is always lusting after the goddess's body. Freya watched Ethan, her expression unchanged, but what she thought inside no one knew. "I know your heart must be filled with resentment, dissatisfaction, and indignation." Silence, no response, but it seemed more like an acknowledgement. To have gone through such an ordeal, it would be impossible not to have any negative emotions. But the world is like this, without strength, you can't even decide how you die right. A slightly mocking statement, but undeniably irrefutable. The main theme of the world has never changed, that is, the law of the jungle, respect for the strong. Especially in Aurario, this is even more the case. Powerful adventurers can do whatever they wish, while the weaker ones can only swallow their grievances. Watching the silent Ethan, Freya also leisurely stood up and approached him. For a moment, Ethan was somewhat perplexed, as the atmosphere between them had become so stiff. Why would Freya still act this way towards him? Ethan could even smell the pleasant fragrance emanating from Freya. Though now was not the right time, he still had some restless thoughts. My actions you find unsatisfactory, but against me you are powerless because you are too weak. However, I can give you a chance. Otter is the strongest member of my familia. As long as you can defeat him, you can do whatever you want to me. The power of charm, as Freya's words fell, quietly began to spread. Whatever I want. Yes, whatever you want, even if you want to possess me, it's not impossible. Does that include putting a collar on you, forever tied to my side? At these words, Freya was slightly stunned, her gaze full of astonishment at Ethan. Although she wanted to use her charm to influence Ethan, she did not expect him to say such a thing, truly an unexpected surprise. She had thought of countless possibilities, but never this one. Chapter 45, Conquer me first if you wish to possess me. Ethan's words, if spread, would definitely constitute a grave crime. After all, in Aurario, although the gods have sealed their divine powers to experience life in the lower world, a god is still a god and can never be the same as mortals. It's like a big shot coming to experience life in the countryside. You can't forget his identity just because he wears simple clothes. He is still a big shot. Speaking of putting a collar on a goddess, such outrageous words would be enough to get him expelled from Aurario. However, at this moment, Freya experienced a different kind of feeling. She couldn't describe it, but she was not angry at Ethan's disrespectfful words and even felt a bit expectant. After all, it was something she never experienced in her long life as a goddess. If you can do it, Tilda. Looking at Ethan, Freya said with a smile, feeling pleased for the first time in many years. The gods came to the lower world in search of entertainment, and at this moment, Freya felt an unprecedented excitement. Ethan, observing Freya's current state, felt a bit weird. Why did he feel that Freya was even more eager than he was? However, looking at the enchanting goddess in front of him, and recalling the danger he previously encountered, especially after he had uttered such blasphemous words, her attitude made Ethan feel that she simply did not believe he could achieve it. Her smile, in Ethan's eyes, was mockery. Thinking this, Ethan felt a surge of irritation. And deep within Ethan's soul, all the evil of the world, stirred slightly due to Freya's action, especially since Ethan's emotions were currently unstable. All these factors combined led to what happened next. Suddenly, Ethan, in a rush of emotions, launched a sudden attack on Freya. The lips of the goddess of beauty were forcefully taken by a child from the lower world, who even initiated a surprise attack. Throughout the whole process, Freya was in a dazed state. Ethan pried open her mouth and tasted her divine tongue. He didn't know what the taste of Nakiri Erina's god tongue was like, but Freya's divine tongue certainly tasted delicious. As a goddess of beauty, every part of her body is imbued with the essence of beauty. Therefore, even her saliva tastes like delicious wine, with the added effect of an aphrodisiac. Agitated, Ethan attempted to touch her breasts, but then Freya regained her senses. After a moment of shock, Freya reacted and tried to push Ethan away, but found herself unable to do so. After all, at this moment, Freya, having sealed her divine power, had no more strength than an ordinary person, not to mention Ethan, who had grown much stronger. Boom! Presumptuous, how dare you? With no other choice, Freya's divine will erupted, blasting Ethan away. Ethan felt a burst of pain, his mouth tasted bitter, but he forcibly swallowed it back. However, his gaze towards Freya carried a hint of victory. Bangs! At that moment, Otter, sensing the explosion of Freya's divine will, immediately rushed inside. Seeing the injured Ethan and the angry Freya, Otter's gaze towards Ethan was filled with murderous intent. Having received so many favors from their goddess and even special treatment, Ethan was neither grateful nor reverent, and even angered their goddess, which was an unforgivable crime. Otter, who let you in, get out. Freya was unexpectedly displeased with Otter's forceful intrusion. Freya saw Matilda, Otter was surprised and didn't know what to say. Otter, do you also wish to defy me? Freya glared at her loyal guard. Not at all. Your wish is my command, Freya-sama. Although reluctant, Otter then turned around and left. Before leaving, Otter gave Ethan, whose lips had turned bright red, a glance. Although he would not defy his goddess's command, he would not let Ethan off for angering the goddess of his familia. After Otter left, Ethan also stood up, painfully holding his chest. You get angry too, Freya-sama. I thought you would always maintain that aloof demeanor. Ethan, you did well. Looking at Ethan, Freya laughed, but this smile was filled with immense anger. For a goddess to be forcefully kissed by a mortal from the lower world, if this were to spread, it would be unbelievable, but now such a thing has really happened to her. Kissing a goddess feels amazing, I like it. Ethan expressed his opinion. You didn't hesitate to do so, are you trying to provoke me? Freya glared at him. I just wanted to see what a goddess looks like when she's angry, especially someone as beautiful as you, Freya-sama. Ethan calmly replied. Now you've seen it. You just said you wanted to put a collar on me, to bind me to your side forever, right? Freya unexpectedly asked this. Yes, Tilda, although confused, Ethan truthfully answered. Then conquer me, and I will belong to you. Hearing Freya's words, Ethan was surprised. Why was she not punishing him for doing something so outrageous? And to his surprise, she actually agreed to his previous, outrageous condition. Conquer. Looking at the beautiful goddess in front of him, Ethan was somewhat surprised. She actually said such a thing. Yes, if you want me to be your possession, then conquer me. After all, obtaining a goddess is not so easy. Freya calmly stated. I'm curious, how can I conquer you? Now, Ethan was truly curious. Humph, to conquer a goddess, you must first become a hero. Freya didn't hesitate to say so. A hero's hug. Looking at Freya, Ethan was curious. Did all gods await the appearance of hero? Throughout DANMACHI, everything about the protagonist Belcranel seemed predestined, all to promote the birth of the hero of this era. You mean the 3 great quests? Ethan thought of something. You actually know. Freya was surprised. A child from another world knew about the 3 great quests. After all, the 3 great quests date back to ancient times. Before the gods descended, 3 powerful monsters plunged the lower world into an abyss of terror, and defeating them became the lifelong wish of all adventurers. Among these 3 monsters, many years ago, 2 were already defeated by Zeus and Hera Familia. However, when it was time to defeat the last monster, Zeus and Hera Familia failed, leading to the annihilation of their teams and marking the end of the most prosperous era for adventurers. Due to this event, the powerful force of order was diminished, allowing Evolus to rise and plunge Aurario into a period of darkness and turmoil. Later, with the efforts of Loki Familia, Freya Familia, Astrea Familia, Ganesha Familia, etc., Aurario returned to peace. Then came the current Age of 2 Kings, but compared to the previous era, it fell far short. Don't worry about where I got the information from. Do you want me to defeat that last monster, the legendary one-eyed black dragon? Ethan asked. If you want to possess me, then you need to first conquer the world. How about it, do you think you can do it? Freya asked, as she was genuinely curious about his answer. Hey, Tilda. Ethan laughed, thinking that given time, not just becoming a hero, but even touching the throne of gods wasn't impossible, especially since Fateverse was not lacking in gods. Chapter 46, Cursed Technique, Ratio Technique. Puffs. Slap. Bangs. Within the depths of the dungeon, a brutal spectacle of violence continuously unfolds. Wielding a black sword, Ethan rampages through, slashing all monsters in his path without exception, leaving numerous magic stones uncollected on the ground. Haha, Tilda, is this the effect of the ratio technique? It's really powerful. Ethan's face is filled with excitement, although he is a bit weary from the high-intensity fighting. However, the joy in his heart makes him even more restless. After making such a promise with Freya, Ethan decided to use up all his diamonds, though not yet reaching 100. He couldn't wait any longer. And he finally realized that he couldn't accumulate 100 diamonds on the last day to make a 10 consecutive draw. So he thought, Since it's all single draws anyway, why not give it a try? Maybe a miracle might bless him. With this thought, Ethan made a draw and actually hit the jackpot. Curse Technique, Ratio Technique. From the Jujutsu Kaisen series, the adult Nanami Kento's Cursed Technique, with a straightforward effect. No matter who the opponent is, this cursed technique can divide his target with 10 lines and forcibly create a weak spot at the ratio point of 7-3. Hitting the weak point triggers a critical hit. Even opponents stronger than the user can be significantly damaged, targeting any part of the body, and is equally effective against non-living objects. Even against a special-grade cursed spirit in battle, Nanami Kento can use his cursed technique to easily sever its arms and legs. Phew, let's take a break. Having acquired such a powerful cursed technique, Ethan was so excited that he rushed all the way here. Only now, having released it continuously for a while, he somewhat resembles the protagonist Belle Cranel in the original story, who, too excited about obtaining magic, forgets about the consumption of mental energy and ends up fainting due to Mind Zero in the dungeon. Pitter-patter. Opening the imaginary space, a large number of magic stones fall out. Ethan skillfully absorbs the magic energy from these magic stones, feeling exhilarated. It's an awesome feeling. Tap tap. It's you. At this moment, a voice comes from afar, and Ethan instinctively looks over. Then he sees a familiar figure, with brown skin, wearing the Far East's distinctive bright red hakama pants, covering down to the calves, and a continental-style battle garment covering her ample chest. Over that, she wears arm guards and shoulder pads. Inserted at her waist, she carries a katana in a black scabbard. Tsubaki-san Tilda. Seeing her, Ethan greets with a sincere smile. He will never forget the kindness she showed by stepping in to help before. Although he is petty and vindictive, he always remembers those who have helped him and doesn't hesitate to return the favor when they need it. Ethan Starfall, right? You have a nice name, Tsubaki said. Yes, Tsubaki-san has a good memory, Ethan complimented. Tsubaki is a half-dwarf born from a human from the Far East and a dwarf from the continent. Because of this, she is familiar with the naming style of both the Far East and Arario, which are somewhat different. But she has never encountered a unique surname like his before. Why are you back in the dungeon after something like that happened? Tsubaki couldn't stop herself from asking. I'm an adventurer, where else would I be but in the dungeon? Ethan replied matter-of-factly. That's not what I meant. Last time on the 17th floor, you encountered such an unfortunate event. It hasn't been that long, shouldn't you be resting properly? Tsubaki remembers very clearly how severe Ethan's injuries were last time. Especially the part where he broke his finger. Such injuries need proper rest and healing to avoid future complications. Thinking this, Tsubaki catches a glimpse of Ethan's completely intact fingers and is momentarily stunned. Ethan, your hand tilde. My hand. Ethan looks at his hands, somewhat puzzled, not understanding her point. Last time didn't you lose a finger? How did it grow back now? Tsubaki asked in surprise. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I know healing magic and it works pretty well. Just a lost finger, I can recover it any time. Can a finger be regrown? Tsubaki is now shocked. Healing magic is rare in Arario. Especially high-level healing magic like this is extremely scarce, with the most famous being D-Saint amid Tezenair. She is Arario's best healer, capable of high-level healing magic, capable of healing wounds, restoring vitality, removing toxins, and dispelling curses. Just using this healing magic once is expensive, as the god Diane sect charges a hefty service fee for it. And such a healer is unique in the whole of Arario, showing how rare people with high-level healing magic are in this world. Ethan's ability to regenerate a lost finger with his magic is unheard of in Arario. Not even a mid possesses this power. If word of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a great shock. If Tsubaki-san ever needs healing and recovery service, feel free to come to me. Ethan didn't forget her kindness. Come to you anytime, that's a generous offer. Tsubaki was surprised. After all, life-saving grace is remembered forever. Ethan's words make Tsubaki feel good. Her momentary act of kindness unexpectedly brought such a huge reward. After all, friendship with a high-ranking healer is something many people can't ask for. If I really need help, I will definitely come to you. Tsubaki accepted his offer without hesitation. I actually hope Tsubaki-san won't come to me for healing purposes, Ethan didn't forget to remind. You Tilda. Hearing his words, Tsubaki bursts into laughter. Wishing she won't come to him means he hopes she won't get hurt severely enough to need his help. By the way, Tsubaki-san, are you heading back? Yes, the weapon testing is complete, and I should go back. There is a bunch of stuff waiting for me to deal with in the Familia. As the largest Smith-type Familia in Aurario, Hephaestus Familia has numerous collaborations, not to mention those adventurers who cooperate privately. And as the captain of Hephaestus Familia and the best mortal blacksmith in the city, Tsubaki naturally has no shortage of orders. Even testing weapons requires her personal involvement, showing how seriously she takes her blacksmith career. Next time I'll treat you to a meal, Tsubaki-san, Ethan said. All right, I'll be waiting. Looking at Ethan, Tsubaki smiled and answered. Chapter 47, The Enthusiastic Boars. Bangs! With the last monster falling to the ground, Ethan let out a long sigh of relief. Beneath the fatigue, the excitement in his heart gradually faded away, yet Ethan was very fond of the ratio technique, a cursed technique, finding it extremely useful. In Jujutsu Kaisen, with just a blunt sword, Nanami Kento was invincible. Now, in Ethan's hands, all monsters he encountered today could not withstand a single strike from him. Under the effect of the ratio technique, they were all cut down. Collecting all the magic stones, he absorbed the magic energy within them. After all, increasing his magic reserve was never a bad idea. The 17th floor not long ago, he nearly perished here, but now he is back, stronger than before. This time, he won't be as miserable as before. Tap, tap, tap. Under the light refracted from the crystal walls, this floor looked drastically different from the previous ones. It was very bright. Unlike last time, Ethan easily passed through the passageway without encountering any accidents or monsters. The 18th floor is the first safe zone of the dungeon. Here, monsters rarely appear, and with scenes of mountains and rivers, it's much safer compared to other floors where monsters can spawn at any time. Therefore, many adventurers choose to rest here, since it's relatively safe. Over time, people discovered that there was a huge business opportunity here, and a small town called Riviera emerged on the 18th floor. Riviera is a dungeon town built by adventurers where they can rest and trade. However, prices here are much higher than above ground, especially for adventurer-related items, which are several times more expensive. But due to the difficulty of ensuring a stable supply in the dungeon, they can still sell at sky-high prices. Although the 18th floor is a safe zone, it's not completely secure. Monsters can occasionally attack and destroy buildings. Because of this, Riviera Town has been rebuilt many times. Riviera Town, the 331st generation. Arriving at this dungeon town, a sign at the entrance displayed these words. The 331st generation, meaning this town had been rebuilt 330 times. Ethan couldn't help but look inside, where the majority of houses, over 80%, were made of wooden structures, likely sourced locally from nearby forest. Apart from wood being easy to obtain, there's no need for overly sturdy buildings since the town might be destroyed again. Simple shelters that provide basic living conditions are sufficient. Inside the town, there were many stalls, and Ethan glanced at a few. Most were selling weapons and equipment at exorbitant prices, several times higher than in Aurario. This made Ethan's heart itch. With his imaginary space, he could easily bring a large amount of items here, where a weapon worth 1,000 volleys could sell for over 5,000 volleys, or maybe even more. But the thought of endless hours spent hawking his goods made him hesitate. Is this your first time in Riviera, my friend? Ahem. A man's voice came from behind, and Ethan turned around to look back. The man had a burly figure with a broad build, one eye covered with a black eye patch, wearing a sleeveless shirt, his face smiling at Ethan. He resembled a pirate. However, from the man's smile, Ethan sensed greed. He probably saw Ethan as an easy target. "I'm Boar's elder, the boss of this town, and you are?" the man named Boars asked. Ethan Starfall, an adventurer Tilda, Ethan replied without much interest. Hearing Ethan's response, Boars was slightly taken aback. Aside from his name, the boy really didn't say much. But that's normal. Out here, especially in this lawless dungeon, most adventurers are wary of strangers. "Ethan, right? I guess it's your first time here in Riviera." Boars tried to get more information. "This is my first time here," Ethan didn't lie. "I, Boar's elder, love making new friends. It must be fate that we crossed paths today. Tell you what, let me get you a drink," Boars said enthusiastically. "A drink?" Ethan was surprised. "Yes, even though this is the dungeon, alcohol is indispensable for most adventurers, right?" Boars genuinely believed so. "It won't be cheap, right?" Ethan looked at Boars, eyes wide. The prices here weren't just sky-high, they were astronomical. This town was indeed a scam city. Hearing Ethan's comment, Boars wasn't surprised. After all, Riviera's pricing was well known in Aurario. "Look, meeting is fate. Today's drink is on me." Boars didn't mind the price. "Really?" Ethan asked again. "Lie me? Never. Go on, ask anyone in Riviera. They'll all tell you Boars is the most honest man you'll ever meet. I never lie," Boars declared, puffing out his chest. Ethan internally scoffed at Boars's words. As the head of Riviera's gang of scammers, this guy never lies. Then what about all those unlucky adventurers who got scammed over the years? But Ethan didn't confront him and followed Boars through the street to a tavern. "Bangs. Boss, bring out the drinks. I've made a new friend today, and we need to celebrate properly." As they entered, Boars called out, and many in the tavern, who all knew Boars, turned to look at Ethan in interest. Seeing Ethan's slender physique, they were curious about what made Boars pay such attention to the boy, as Boars was known for being profit-oriented. "Bangs." Boars led Ethan to an empty spot and sat down boldly as if he owned the place. Soon, 2 large cups of drinks were served, and Ethan saw it was rum, a drink he often enjoyed with the dwarf boss back in Aurario. "Come on, brother, don't be shy." Seeing the drink served, Boars picked up his cup. "All right, Tilda." Though unsure of Boars's intentions, Ethan wasn't one to refuse free drinks. Since he was immune to almost all negative effects, he wasn't worried even if something was added to the drink. Besides, with his reverse cursed technique, he could easily protect himself unless his head was chopped off. The others around watched this, enthusiastic Boars with puzzlement, wondering if the sun had risen from the west today. At the table, Boars downed a large cup of rum in one go, showcasing his openness. Chapter 48, Monster Attack on the Town. "Hey, what's gotten into Boars?" "What do you mean?" Being so generous, offering drinks to the boy. Usually, he'd con people into buying him a drink. "What's the deal today?" "Do you know the guy he's treating?" "You're talking about the boy. What's his background?" Looking over at Ethan, who was drinking with Boars, they remained full of questions. But it seemed like the other party had seen through Boars's intentions. That guy is not just any ordinary adventurer. Then who is he? "You know about the buzz recently, about the pretty boy kept by the goddess of beauty?" "Yeah, wait, you mean?" The guy's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked over at Ethan once again. Being kept by goddess Freya was something beyond the dreams of all male adventurers in Aurario. After all, she's the goddess of beauty, and she is in charge of Aurario's strongest familia. What does a man live for if not for money, beauty, and power? Becoming raised by such an awesome goddess, would he ever lack money? Moreover, relying on Freya Familia's influence, even if his strength was lacking, everyone would be hesitant to offend him unnecessarily. All the goals people strive for in life, this guy just got them like that. Now who could they complain to? Life, more often than not, is simply unfair. So you're saying, Boars is trying to get on his good side. After all, people from Freya Familia are all tough and crazy, and they look down on others. Boars couldn't even get close to them, but this guy is much more approachable compared to those psychopaths. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's right, Tilda. Watching the two getting along well, the others nodded. If Bors could establish a connection with the Freya familia, the potential gains would far outweigh the cost of a few cheap drinks. And the name of Freya familia itself is a deterrent in Aurario. On this side, Ethan, seeing how Bors was introducing Rivera to him, also had some guesses. In this way, after 3 rounds of drinking, Bors was starting to feel dizzy, but Ethan remained unfazed. To the current Ethan, as long as he didn't want to get drunk, any alcohol was like spring water to him. After all, being drunk was also considered a negative effect. "Brother, I'm really happy to meet you today." Bors, his face red and speech slurred, was clearly drunk. "I'm also happy that someone treated me to a drink just after arriving in this town," Ethan expressed his opinion. "A drink's nothing. From now on in Riviera, brother, consider me your friend. Any expenses there on me," Bors winked, subtly reinforcing his goal of befriending Ethan. "Thank you, but I can't accept that. I wouldn't feel right taking rewards I haven't earned. Even if you're the boss, it wouldn't be fair to your men," Ethan said firmly. "Truly worthy of being my good brother, thinking about me," Bors didn't forget to compliment. Ethan just smiled at Bors's attempts to foster a closer relationship and didn't say much. From this drinking session, Ethan could see that Bors just wanted to establish a connection with him. Understandably, Freya Familia's support made him an influential figure in Aurario. This meant Bors, as the leader of an adventurer town, could reap significant benefits simply by associating with him. Ethan wouldn't even need to do anything beyond leveraging Freya Familia's name. Bangs! Suddenly, the tavern's door was burst open, and a cat-eared adventurer barged in. After scanning the room, the cat-eared adventurer saw Bors, who was groggy at the table, and quickly ran over. "Bors, drop the drink, there's trouble outside." The cat-eared adventurer snatched the wine away, his voice sharp with dissatisfaction. What's the trouble?" Bors didn't care, thinking nothing could happen in Riviera. Seeing Bors like this, the cat-eared adventurer was speechless. How much had he drunk? "Monsters are coming, probably targeting this place." Monsters are coming." The cat-eared adventurer's words instantly sobered Bors a bit, and he stood up abruptly. Many others drinking in the tavern also changed their expressions upon hearing this. Roar. Howl. Boom. Then, the sound of monsters howling and explosions came from outside. Now everyone was sure monsters had really arrived. "It's been such a short time, and these monsters are here again. Damn it, Villy, notify everyone, prepare for battle. Get rid of these creatures as fast as possible." It's been notified, but there are no mages left in the town. "No mages?" "Yes, I've asked around, there really aren't any." "That's troublesome." Bors's face darkened slightly. Monster attacks on Riviera Town were a common occurrence, since so-called safe floors weren't really that safe. Different from fighting in the dungeon here, they had to protect the town as well as fight monsters. If the town got destroyed, rebuilding would cost a lot of resources and manpower. That's money. The best way to clear large numbers of monsters was powerful magic. Just needing to buy time for mages to chant, their power could equal the efforts of a group of ordinary adventurers. Bangs! It's bad, monsters have broken in. The tavern's door was slammed open again, and a man stumbled in. Roar! With a roar, a monster followed the man inside. A bulky body with deep pink skin, sharp tusks, and wielding a wooden club, it charged in like a ferocious beast. Orc! Bors frowned at the sight of the creature. Orcs, creatures with potential strength between LV1 and LV2. While not weak, they were easy for a seasoned adventurer like Bors to kill. What made them troublesome was that they appeared in groups now, like imps and killer ants, moving in swarms and calling for companions. Roar! Facing the human before it, the orc raised its wooden club, ready to smash down. Spurt! A sword flew out from nowhere, piercing the neck of the orc. The ferocious creature, just a moment ago, became a corpse in the blink of an eye. Brother, you tilde. Bors turned to look at Ethan, his eyes filled with shock. He thought he was just a pretty boy, but didn't know the boy had real skills. But then again, without real skills, Ethan wouldn't have made it to the 18th floor. Chapter 49, the opportunity to get rich has come. The entire town of Riviera is now swamped with a large number of monsters. All adventurers are fighting. Those who can reach here are not weak, even if they are level 1 adventurers. They are all veterans. Furthermore, the monsters attacking the town are not that strong, so there have been no casualties so far. Monster attack, damn it, something like this happened just half a month ago. I didn't expect it to happen again. Bors looked at the monsters around him, his face darkening. After all, this was his turf, and the monster attack would cause him to suffer unnecessary losses, so how could he be in a good mood? Roar! A hellhound suddenly sprang out of nowhere, its sharp fangs aimed directly at Bors's neck, and bit down. Bangs! However, as the gang leader of Riviera Town, Bors's strength was naturally not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in control here. Bors grabbed the hellhound's neck with one hand, and with the other, he punched fiercely, directly smashing the monster's skull. Cracked! He then threw the corpse aside, and the lifeless monster turned into a puff of black smoke with a bang, leaving only a magic stone behind. However, Bors didn't have the mood to care about these magic stones now. The most important matter was the group of monsters attacking the town. Brother, sorry, something like this happened today. I'll treat you to a good drink in the future. Bors didn't forget to apologize to Ethan. No one could have predicted this. Let's deal with these monsters first. Right. Hearing Ethan say this, Bors nodded. At this moment, a group of fully armed adventurers ran over, and many nearby adventurers also joined the fight. Riviera Town is a place for adventurers to rest in the dungeon, so there are quite a few of them staying here. And there is an unwritten rule in Riviera Town. That is, in the case of an accident, everyone must deal with it together. This is something all adventurers will abide by after settling in Riviera Town. If someone does not follow the rules and is found out, they will forever be expelled from Riviera Town, as nobody in the town will welcome them. Monster attack, it seems my luck is really good. Every time I come to the dungeon, something weird happens. At this moment, Ethan was also somewhat speechless. He had only been in Aurario for just over a month, and had already encountered countless accidents. Unexpectedly, he could experience another monster attack on the safe floor of the dungeon. Roar, roar, roar. Orcs appeared on the streets, and upon seeing humans, they launched attacks mercilessly. Not far from these orcs, there were 3 blood-stained guys. Hey, you guys, retreat quickly. A demi-human, seeing this scene, immediately shouted loudly. Hi. What, are there orcs here too? Stop talking nonsense, quickly run away. The guy at the front directly dragged the 2 unreliable guys to retreat. Danger was right in front of them, and they were still wasting time being shocked. The guy felt helpless about these 2 idiots. However, compared to the injured humans, the orcs as monsters were a bit faster. Projection begins. Swipe. In Ethan's hand, a black sword began to materialize bit by bit. Boom. Mana burst. At this moment, Ethan, wielding the black swords, turned into a streak of black light and charged forward. Ratio technique. In Ethan's view, each of the orc's body parts was divided into sections. In this way, the cursed technique from Jujutsu Kaisen made its first appearance in this world. Breaks. Puffs. 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 The necks of the orcs in the next second were directly smashed. If it were a sword, the sharp blade would directly cut through the neck, but the ratio technique caused damage similar to a critical hit, making it look more like the orc's necks directly exploded. Ethan also realized that sharp weapons like the black sword are not suitable for the ratio technique, which made him understand why Nanami Kento's weapon is a blunt sword wrapped up. Because there is no need, under the effect of ratio technique, all targets are treated equally. It looks like I need to get a new weapon. Looking at the black sword in his hand, Ethan muttered. Thank you very much. At this time, the guy saved by Ethan thanked him. However, the scene of Ethan instantly killing 3 orcs just now was too shocking for him. You know, these are orcs, tough-skinned, and it's not easy to break their defense. Let's go over there. Understood, Tilda. The weak naturally have an instinctive reverence for the strong. Although he does not recognize Ethan, the strength Ethan has just displayed is definitely above his own. On the other side, all of this was witnessed by Villy, who originally thought Ethan was just a pretty face, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be so strong. No wonder even goddess Freya took him away by kidnapping him right on the streets. She must have seen his potential. Indeed, people are different from one another. Some people cannot be categorized with ordinary people. He has been struggling in the dungeon for more than a decade, and now he's just a level 2 adventurer, without the hope of ever reaching level 3, while Ethan has just joined Freya Familia a few days ago, and his strength has already become so strong. Really, Bors is such a sly guy. Shaking his head helplessly, Villy ran towards the other side, as Revera town was now in complete chaos. Swipe. Looking at the magic stones around, Ethan opened the imaginary space portal and collected them all. However, it was at this moment Ethan realized something amazing. There were battles everywhere, between adventurers and monsters. A large number of magic stones were not picked up by anyone, and with his imaginary space, this was simply a godsend opportunity to get rich. Indeed, I deserve to make a fortune today. Leaving behind such a phrase, Ethan began to search for monsters in various places of Revera town. The main goal isn't killing monsters, but rather collecting all the dropped magic stones nearby. After all, opportunities like this to make easy money are rare. Who is this so powerful? I don't know, never seen him in Revera before. He was in the tavern before, Bors invited him to a drink, there must have been a reason. All the monsters, all killed in one move, do you think he is level 2 or level 3? It could even be level 4 tilde. Chapter 50, Oh no, I forgot about the appointment. In Revera town, due to Ethan's presence, along with the fact that there were already many adventurers staying there, the monsters were quickly suppressed. However, the battle continued on for a long time. It was Ethan, with a sword in each hand, who became the talk of the town, as each of his swords could take down a monster with a single hit. Though attacking in groups, the monsters were not endless. Over time, their numbers dwindled, and the adventurers felt less pressure. With a puff, a sword slashed through the chest of a minotaur, its unnatural destructive power carrying it off. Then, a magic stone fell to the ground, and Ethan let out a sigh of relief. The surrounding battles had nearly all ended. This time, Ethan had killed about 50 to 60 monsters, mainly because he was focused on moving through the battlefield. Seeing the large number of magic stones stored in his imaginary space, Ethan couldn't help but smile. It was a windfall indeed. This monster attack brought Ethan many unexpected gains, earning him a small fortune. Afterward, Ethan also looked around. Revera town had suffered considerable damage. After all, being made of wood, the buildings and structures were easily shattered in front of powerful monsters. But of course, they were easy to repair since there was no shortage of wood around. Bro, I heard you kicked some serious ass this time. At this time, Bors, full of smiles, approached, looking at Ethan with even more eagerness. This time, without the presence of mages, Bors had thought there would be significant losses. However, Ethan's arrival brought him a surprise. Across the town, the boy had killed countless monsters, reducing the pressure on others and preventing significant casualties. It was just luck tilde. That's not how it works. Just talking about the Minotaur, you'd need at least level 3 strength to kill it with a single sword strike, right? Are you level 3, brother? Ethan was speechless after hearing Bors's words. He had only been in Arario for a short time, so how could he be level 3? Bors must have known that too. No need to guess about today's events. Once word gets out to the city, he would become famous once again. Previously, being directly taken under Freya's wing in the street had made him quite well known in Arario, and who knows what trouble another such fame might bring. When he ranks up to level 2, who knows what kind of messy alias the gods might give. Wait, Danatsu, the appointment, oh no. Suddenly, Ethan remembered he had something to do today. Freya had asked him to accompany her to the divine banquet. Now he was on the 18th floor. If he stood Freya up, he could only imagine the consequences. "Boars, I have something urgent. I have to go now. We'll drink another time." After saying that, he ran off, leaving Boars confused. What was going on? Just a moment ago, everything seemed casual, and then suddenly, he was acting as if he saw a ghost. It seems like the boy really remembered something urgent. Really now, I had just found a few beautiful women to strengthen relationships, and he just left. Boars was disappointed. For a man, there are many ways to befriend them. He had specifically found a few beautiful female adventurers, promising them a handsome reward, convincing them to attend to Ethan for the night. Well, men pursue a few things: money, power, and beauty. Although Ethan was kept by the goddess of beauty, men understand men best. No man can resist the temptation of outside beauty. Just add a little alcohol, and everything falls into place. It was a good plan, but now that the target had left, it was all for nothing. "Boars, there's a problem." "What now? Haven't all the monsters been dealt with?" "It's not the monsters, it's the magic stones. After counting, we found that nearly a third, if not more, of the magic stones dropped from this monster attack are missing." "What? A third of the magic stones are missing?" "Only more, not less." Hearing this, Boars was furious. The monster attack had already caused significant damage to the town, and those magic stones were supposed to be his reward for recuperating the losses. Now so many were missing. Are other people from Riviera hiding them? I don't know, and there's no way to check. Someone must be scheming behind the scenes. Very well, I'll have everyone investigate. I refuse to believe they left no traces. I understand Tilda. From beginning to end, neither of them considered that Ethan, who had just left, was the culprit. After all, he was active at the front line of the battle, never stopping, and he didn't carry a backpack or anything, so there was no opportunity or time to pick up magic stones. What they didn't know was that Ethan possessed a spatial skill called imaginary space. Meanwhile, Ethan activated Mana Burst and dashed at full speed towards Aurario. He must hurry back. If he really stood Freya up, he would be doomed. Just a few days ago, he just made a big boast, and then turned around and did something like this, quite the turn of events. On top of the Tower of Babel, Freya changed into a white dress, complementing her enchanting beauty and perfect golden ratio figure, displaying the charm of goddess of beauty to the fullest. "Otter, where is Ethan?" Looking at the magic clock beside her, Freya spoke with a displeased tone. "He hasn't returned yet." Otter honestly replied, knowing that Ethan had gone to the dungeon early in the morning, not just today, but recently as well. After that incident, Ethan had made a 180-degree change from his usual laziness, as if reverting to his old self. "He hasn't returned. What time is it now, and he still hasn't come back?" Freya's face turned a bit sour. She had asked him to accompany her to the divine banquet, a privilege many could not obtain. Yet there he goes off to the dungeon, and he still hasn't returned. The time for the banquet was approaching, and she had planned to show off in front of the other goddesses. Unexpectedly, Ethan had pulled such a move now. Chapter 51, Cheongsam. In the lower levels of the Tower of Babel, at the entrance to the dungeon, a bustle of people was returning to Aurario. It was already afternoon, time to get off work, and adventurers, being human, were exhausted after spending a tiring day in the dimly lit dungeon. With a bang. Ouch! At that moment, a figure burst out of the entrance. Due to high speed, especially on the spiral staircase, an unfortunate adventurer who couldn't dodge in time was knocked down. "Bastard jerk, watch where you're going." The person who was knocked down cursed instinctively, but when he got up, he couldn't see even a shadow of the culprit. People around him were at a distance. They looked behind him and then ahead, but saw nothing. A few onlookers, who had seen the incident, knew someone had just rushed past them. However, since they were strangers, no one would kindly remind the guy, fearing they might instead get wrongly accused. "Did I see a ghost?" The unlucky fellow was baffled, clearly having been knocked down, yet upon standing up, found nothing amiss. But after pondering for a while and coming up with no explanation, he could only resign himself to bad luck. There was nothing else to be done. On the other hand, Ethan, who had hurriedly left the dungeon, was heading straight for the elevator. A few minutes later, he finally arrived and saw Otter standing at the door of Freya's room. Ethan let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had made it in time. "You are late, Freya-sama is very angry." Seeing Ethan panting, Otter spoke harshly. Making the goddess wait so long was too much. To Otter, Ethan was becoming more and more hateful, having been disrespectful in front of their goddess and angering her several times. If it weren't for their goddess's forbearance, he would have struck Ethan down already. Very angry. Glancing outside at the sky, it was nearing evening. The sun had not set yet, but it was beginning to descend. It wouldn't be long before sunset was visible, indicating that it was indeed getting late. Knock tilde knock tilde. Taking a deep breath, Ethan stepped forward and knocked on the door. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, you can't escape it. The other party is already angry, so what else can you do? You can only go in with a thick skin. "Come in, Tilda." Freya's voice came from inside, and her tone suggested she was not in a good mood. Creak. Ethan pushed the door and entered, immediately noticing Freya dressed in a pure white gown, looking truly beautiful, especially as she was formally dressed up for meeting with other gods, making her even more stunning. "I thought you had forgotten about today's event, my dear Ethan Tilda." "Of course not, I was just delayed. There was a monster attack on the 18th floor of the dungeon. A massive influx of monsters stormed into Rivera town." "Monster attack." Freya looked at Ethan with a slightly strange expression, not really doubting him. However, the boy's luck seemed poor. Following the previous monster party, he had encountered another monster attack the very next day. Ethan seemed to be quite the jinx. Such special events are not easily encountered by other adventurers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered special. "All right, go and clean yourself up quickly, you reek of sweat, and change into these clothes." "Clothes?" Ethan looked over and saw a set of neatly folded clothes and a pair of shoes on a nearby table, clearly fancy and expensive. "What, you plan to attend the divine banquet with me in those pathetic rags? Even your thick skin can't save you from the embarrassment I'd feel." Disapproving of Ethan's current attire, Freya was quite critical. "By the way, Freya-sama, I have a piece of clothing for you. Would you like to try it?" Ethan suddenly remembered something. "Clothing?" Freya was curious. "Yes," Ethan nodded. "Let me see." Freya instinctively wanted to refuse, doubting Ethan's taste in fashion. But then she remembered the black stockings he had given her before, which she had liked, so she decided to give him a chance. "This is the clothing Tilda." Ethan pulled out a card, the cover featuring a beautiful woman in a cheongsam. Then, with a flash of white light, a noble and elegant white cheongsam appeared in Ethan's hand, embroidered with black ink paintings, exhibiting a unique beauty. "This dress." Seeing the cheongsam in Ethan's hands, Freya's eyes lit up. She had never seen this style before, but she loved it at first sight. It was interesting to try a new style of clothing. "Do you like it, Freya-sama?" Ethan asked. "Not bad, put it down and then hurry up and clean yourself," Freya ordered. "Got it, Tilda." Seeing Freya distracted by the cheongsam, Ethan smiled, having managed to divert her attention. The cheongsam was a prize from the Jujutsu Kaisen card pool, and Ethan more than once suspected that his system was a perverted system, considering the types of items he drew out. This cheongsam, a feng shui ink-long cheongsam, was one of Ethan's favorites. He brought it out not only to shift Freya's focus, but also out of genuine curiosity to see what the goddess of beauty would look like in a cheongsam. With this little scheme in mind, Ethan returned to his room and thoroughly cleaned himself up. Then he changed into the set of clothes prepared by Freya, a very formal men's attire that made Ethan look even more handsome and added a touch of nobility. Knock, knock. The knocking sounded again, and Ethan knew without guessing who it was. "Coming, Tilda." Opening the door, sure enough, Otter was standing there. "The goddess says it's getting late, it's time to leave." "I know." Ethan could guess that Otter was here to signal their departure. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp sound echoed, and Ethan instinctively looked over. Freya walked over wearing the ink-long cheongsam. The white base with black ink patterns perfectly complemented her noble and incomparable temperament, She looked absolutely stunning. How do I look? Freya, a perfect mannequin for any attire, looked absolutely charming in this dress. If the old Freya was like a seductive mandala flower, drawing people in without them even realizing it, then the current Freya is like an elegant snow lotus. She is so untouchable that people are afraid to even lay a finger on her, for fear of sullying her otherworldly elegance. Very beautiful Tilda. Faced with Freya's question, Ethan honestly responded. Chapter 52, The Banquet Goddess Loki. Tonight's banquet, although initiated by a god, is actually just an activity for some idle gods to pass the time and is far from being as serious as outsiders might think. However, just like there are classes among people, the same applies to gods. In theory, all gods can attend such banquets, but those who are not doing well generally do not attend, as it's easy to be ridiculed since most gods are playful creatures. The host of this banquet is Apollo Familia, who in Aurario is considered a second-class Familia. Apollo Familia has many members, but lacks high-end combat power, with the strongest being only a level 3 adventurer, which is a huge gap compared to first-class Familias. In a nutshell, Apollo Familia is inferior to the best, but superior to the worst. Tap tap. With crisp footsteps, Freya, dressed in an ink-colored cheongsam, walked into the banquet hall. By this time, many gods had already arrived, gathering in pairs or groups, chatting and laughing, as these types of banquets are inherently places to pass time. Is that Freya? Freya, where? She looks so beautiful today, Freya. She truly deserves to be the goddess of beauty. What is she wearing? It looks so pretty. A new type of dress. I've never seen anything like it before. Where did she buy it? Some people are born protagonists, and Freya is just such a person. The moment she stepped in, she became the center of attention of the entire banquet. Freya has long been accustomed to high-profile appearances. Yo, Freya, it's been a long time, hasn't it? A short-haired goddess in a black dress came over, seemingly having a good relationship with Freya. However, the other party owned an airport of her own, which makes people unable to arouse even a slight trace of interest. It has indeed been a long time, Loki. Seeing the approaching figure, Freya also smiled and greeted. Hearing Freya's address, Ethan couldn't help but look over, and indeed, this was Loki, just like in the anime. Hard to distinguish between male and female. Me boy, what's with that look? Women, especially goddesses, are very sensitive to certain types of gazes. Ethan's pitying gaze was as obvious as a candle in the dark to Loki. One can only say that even a goddess is not perfect. Nothing goddess Loki. Facing Loki, Ethan vehemently denied, of course. How could he admit such a thing? That would be suicidal behavior. Humph, you kid, I haven't seen you before. You wouldn't be Freya's new love, would you? The other party hit Ethan's sore spot with one comment. He and Freya were completely innocent. At most, he might have been slightly flirtatious, but the others imagined night service never happened. Loki. On this side, Ethan hadn't spoken, but Freya interrupted. Although the two had a cooperative relationship and got along well privately, some things shouldn't be said so casually, especially in a banquet hall. All right, I won't say anything anymore. Rebuked by Freya, Loki quickly waved her hands and said. However, Ethan noticed that many gods' gazes had already shifted to their side. Obviously, Ethan Starfall, this handsome boy, had caught the attention of many male gods. After all, being favored by a beautiful goddess, especially the goddess of beauty like Freya, is no small matter. By the way, Freya, where did you get this dress? Loki changed the subject, asking Freya directly about the source of the cheongsam. Obviously, the elegant cheongsam from another world was a game-changer in this world, and for fun-seeking goddesses, such a new style of attire was extremely attractive. It was a gift from my child. I don't know where it was made, Tilda. Speaking of the cheongsam, Freya immediately smiled, then glanced at Ethan next to her. The implication was clear, indicating that the dress was a gift from Ethan. Boy, are you the one who gave it to her? This time, Loki's gaze turned to Ethan, with a flash of realization in her eyes. No wonder he could accompany Freya all the time. The boy's ability to win the heart of a goddess was not to be underestimated. Not to mention anything else, at tonight's banquet, she's afraid no other goddess can compare to Freya in terms of appearance, although it was almost the same before. Yes, Goddess Loki. You kid, where was this dress made? Sorry, Goddess Loki, this style of dress is from my hometown. There's no one selling it in Arario. Your hometown? Yes. What is this dress called? Cheongsam. Cheongsam, unique name, I'll remember it. Loki nodded, though she didn't believe Ethan's words. Arario is the center of this world, the most bustling labyrinth city, gathering people from all parts of the world. Just a piece of clothing, she didn't believe it couldn't be found here. Freya watched this scene, her lips slightly curled up. She is a goddess, but like any woman, she enjoys the special feeling of having something unique, a sign of her vanity. Then, as the conversation between goddesses continued, it wasn't appropriate for Ethan to stay, and since it was a banquet, he decided to find a place to eat as he hadn't had dinner yet. However, just as he found a spot and picked up some pastries to nibble on, a young-looking man came over, with golden short hair, looking very handsome and cute. Though cute might not be the right term to describe him. Hello, I'm Finn Damney, the captain of Loki Familia. I'm Ethan Starfall, a member of Freya Familia. Seeing the other party, Ethan was a bit puzzled, not understanding why this person was seeking him out. Finn's status in Loki Familia was comparable to Otter in Freya Familia, second only to goddess Loki herself, truly a leader figure. I've always wanted to meet you, just never had the chance. Finn smiled and spoke. Meet me, what do you need from me, Captain Finn? Ethan asked, a bit puzzled. Just call me Finn, it's an old friend of mine who often mentions your name, Finn said. Old friend? Now, Ethan was even more puzzled. That's Edward Hendy from the Hostess Familia, Finn explained. Whitebeard, you know each other, Ethan was surprised. Yes, if the Whitebeard you mean is Edward Hendy. We've been friends for over a decade now. He and Gareth from our Familia are old buddies. I've got to know him over the years, how time flies, Finn sighed. Ethan was shocked. He had not expected the old dwarf he had casually met to have such great connections. Chapter 53, Under Apollo's Gaze. Originally, Ethan was somewhat cautious around Finn Damney. After all, the relationship between the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia is quite delicate, being both partners and rivals. Finn, as the leader of the Loki Familia, naturally made Ethan suspicious with his close approach. However, Ethan's guard was slightly lowered when the name Edward Hendy was mentioned. Whitebeard must not have said anything good about me, huh? Well, not too bad. Finn didn't know how to respond to Ethan's question. This was because, when he went to meet the dwarf boss, the latter did nothing but complain about Ethan's various inappropriate actions from start to finish. Although he understood this was a sign of their good relationship, the other party really didn't say anything positive. Looks like I need to empty his wine cellar when I get back. That bastard is always ruining my reputation. Upon hearing Ethan's words, Finn didn't know what to say, as both seemed to be of the same type. One aiming to swindle others' money, the other wanting to empty the dwarf's wine cellar. Then, the two of them just chatted about trivial matters, mainly with Finn actively changing topics. Ethan was no fool and naturally noticed Finn's purposeful approach, which made him wary, though he outwardly just casually chatted with Finn. The banquet soon began. This was a banquet of the gods, and all the attendees were gods and goddesses. People like Ethan and Finn, who came here with the gods, were just sidekicks. They were also objects of showing off, like children flaunting their rare cards. Finn, come here. Coming, Tilda. Following Loki's call, Finn stood up, nodded slightly to Ethan, and then walked over. After all, it was a summon from his goddess, so Finn naturally had to go and show his support. Despite being over 40 years old, Finn, as a member of the Palom race, still looked like a young boy. His popularity in Arario was exceptionally high. In Arario, countless fangirls admired him. Powerful, high status, and an eternal Shota, the perfect big brother in the hearts of numerous women. Meanwhile, Ethan was left to enjoy the banquet's delicacies alone. As a food lover, Ethan was quite satisfied with this arrangement. As for Freya, as the goddess of beauty, she naturally had no shortage of female companions. Most of the goddesses in Arario had a pretty good relationship with Freya on the surface. Especially tonight, Freya, in her ink-painted cheongsam, was surrounded by many curious goddesses. Such attire, perfectly showcasing her figure and exuding noble elegance, was simply irresistible, making it hard for them to stay away. Whose child is that? A god, while scanning the banquet hall, inadvertently spotted a human sitting alone in a corner. The moment he saw the other party, he was captivated. Such a beautiful child should belong to him, not be left alone in the corner. With that thought, a bright smile appeared on his face. Apollo-sama, everything is ready. We can start the banquet now. At this time, a man who looked like an attendant walked over and spoke to the male god, wearing a laurel wreath. HIATUS, whose child is that over there? Following Apollo's gaze to a corner of the banquet hall, HIATUS saw Ethan there, continuously enjoying the food. Seeing his handsome face, combined with Apollo's interested gaze, HIATUS had a bad feeling. Not sure, but he must be a child brought by one of the attending gods to the banquet. Such beauty, this child should belong to me. HIATUS, bring him to me. I want to personally invite him into my familia. Hearing Apollo's instruction, HIATUS frowned and instinctively clenched his fists. He adored God Apollo to an extreme extent, though within the familia, he was the most favored one. Now, he felt like he wasn't Apollo's favorite anymore. This was something HIATUS could not accept, but he could not refuse his revered Apollo-sama's order either. Yes, Apollo-sama. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, HIATUS approached Ethan. Apollo smiled when he saw this scene. He seemed to envision acquiring this child soon. He was very excited and looking forward to how he would dote on him later. On the other side, HIATUS, filled with resentment, approached Ethan, who was enjoying his meal, and felt even more disgusted. Hey Tilda. Suddenly interrupted, Ethan looked over in confusion. At this banquet, he didn't know anyone, and Finn, whom he had just met, had been called away by Loki. So, who was this person in front of him? My god wishes to see you, come with me. The tone was haughty from the start, and the undisguised repulsion made Ethan very unhappy. He even dared to tease his own goddess. Who does this guy think he is, ordering him around? Oh Tilda, who is your god? Why should I go with you? Hearing Ethan's sarcastic words, HIATUS became angry. In his heart, Apollo-sama was the most sacred. Having the chance to see Apollo-sama was already an honor. Yet this person in front of him was so disdainful, which made him very angry. My god Apollo is also the host of this banquet. Come with me now. However, HIATUS was angry, but he still had to follow Apollo's instructions, so he said again with suppressed anger. Apollo, you mean that homo god? Asshole. Although he didn't know what it meant, it definitely wasn't anything positive. And this sudden outburst also startled Ethan. Then he realized it was indeed inappropriate to disrespect someone's god in their presence. His words had been too harsh. I'll give you one more chance. Come see Apollo-sama with me, or don't blame me for being rude. Looking at HIATUS in front of him, although Ethan didn't recognize him, he could guess that he definitely held a high status in the Apollo familia. But what does his high status in Apollo familia have to do with me, a member of Freya familia? Ethan doesn't even need to step back. He's part of the Freya familia. You realize any random member of Freya familia could wipe the floor with this guy, right? So who the hell does this person think he is, bossing Ethan around? Chapter 54, Apollo's Downfall. Watching HIATUS, Ethan sneered with disdain, not taking the other's threat seriously at all. If you were from Loki familia, Ethan might have been a bit wary, but just a mere Apollo familia, with only one level 3 to show off. Where do you get the confidence to be so arrogant? Seeing Ethan's disdainful expression, HIATUS's face changed. Ungrateful bastard, being valued by Apollo-sama is your honor. Such honor I cannot afford. Looking at the guy in front of him, Ethan's tone also became a bit heavier. This time, HIATUS was truly enraged. In his heart, God Apollo was absolutely supreme. Although he was jealous that Ethan was favored by Apollo-sama, now Ethan was being so ungrateful and arrogant, it directly angered him. Then don't blame me for taking action, bringing you before Apollo-sama. Saying so, he walked towards Ethan, clearly ready to make a move. Ethan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not the type to stir up trouble, but he was definitely not the type to sit still either. If the other party wanted to pick a fight, Ethan wouldn't give them an inch. However, this is a banquet, surrounded by many gods and adventurers accompanying them. And without exception, those who could attend this banquet held by gods were no ordinary people, especially these adventurers. Each of them have a keen perception. At this moment, Ethan and Hyacinthos became the target of public criticism. Especially the preparing to act Hyacinthos Cleo, who was being watched by many people, but of course, most people were just there for the show. As for the gods, each and every one of them was a fun-loving being. Not adding fuel to the fire was already fortunate. Isn't that Freya's child? Sharp-eyed Loki also noticed the situation on the other side, speaking with some surprise. Finn, who had just escaped from troublesome social interactions, also saw this scene. Is the Apollo Familia planning to start a war game with the Freya Familia? Finn was a bit surprised. Ethan was from Freya Familia. Where did Apollo Familia get the courage to mess with him? Probably that guy doesn't know Ethan's identity. Oh, that makes sense. However, understanding is one thing. Finn's look towards Hyacinthos also carried a hint of pity. Who else to provoke but the Freya Familia? Doesn't the guy know that everyone in Freya Familia is a lunatic? Even he would not provoke them unless there was no other choice. After all, the entire Freya Familia are diehard fans of goddess Freya. As long as Freya shows the slightest displeasure, the entire Familia would retaliate without regard for the consequences. What they care about is not the unfortunate person being bullied, but that anyone from Freya Familia represents the goddess's face. You hit a member of our Familia, then you're slapping their goddess's face, that's the key. It can be said that Freya Familia is a very contradictory Familia, internally hostile and very discordant. But once something happens, the battle line is absolutely united. Internal conflicts are their own problems, but externally, that's another matter. They won't allow anyone to make their goddess unhappy. Finn, do you think we should help out? What do you mean? Now, stepping in to help the other side, that's a favor owed. Loki said as a matter of course. As Finn was one of her earliest Familia members, their relationship is very good. However, hearing Loki's words, Finn couldn't help but smile wryly. Look at the situation on the other side. Does it look like he needs help? Ahem. Following Finn's gaze, Loki suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. On this side, Hyacinthos, who had just been high and mighty, was now held at sword point by Ethan. The previously haughty Hyacinthos, feeling the coldness at his neck, reached the peak of his anger. He was actually controlled by an unknown youngster, a great humiliation indeed. Many people around, seeing Ethan take out a sword from Void, all had one thought in their minds. Space magic. In Aurario, spatial magic and skills can no longer be described as rare, but are extremely scarce. Looking back over the hundreds of years of Aurario's history, the number of people with spatial magic can be counted on one hand, showing how rare it is. Now, in this era, another user of spatial magic has appeared in Aurario, able to conjure a weapon out of thin air, proving that this is also a spatial magic capable of storing items. Come on, why aren't you talking? Ethan said, holding the sword at Hyacinthos' neck. Do you know where you are? I know. Then you still tilde. SHSS. Ethan's sword blade moved forward just a little bit, the sharp blade directly cutting Hyacinthos' neck. The blood flowed out, and Hyacinthos instantly shut up, although he did not know if Ethan dared to kill him, but he dared not gamble with his life. I just wonder, why must you provoke me for no reason? The people around, watching this scene, each took mental note of Ethan's appearance. Goodfellow, at the banquet of the Apollo Familia, pointing a sword to the neck of the leader of Apollo Familia, looking like he was about to kill the other party. You really are something amazing. Hyacinthos wanted to spit out harsh words, but feeling the burning pain on his neck, he really dared not speak out. Clap, clap, clap. Just when the atmosphere was getting tense, a round of applause sounded. All eyes were drawn over, and Ethan was no exception, looking over, then seeing a man with a laurel crown and orange short hair walking over. Apollo-sama. Seeing the other party, Hyacinthos lowered his head and thought his mission failed, and he even messed up. This made Hyacinthos feel very remorseful. Failing Apollo-sama's task was a great sin. Hello, child, I am Apollo, the god in charge of Apollo Familia. Which Familia are you from? A very kind tone, as if the threatened person wasn't the leader of his Familia. Such a weird scene confused many people. However, none of the gods were surprised. Apollo's predilections were common knowledge within their circle. Back when the gods had not yet descended to the lower world, Apollo was one of the most playful among all the gods. Chapter 55, Ethan's Ruthlessness, directly severing an arm. Watching Apollo approach step by step, with the disgusting smile on his face. Combining his own understanding of Apollo from the DANMACHI anime, Ethan instantly felt disgusted. This guy actually set his sights on him. How unlucky. God Apollo. Looking at Apollo, although Ethan felt extreme disgust inside, he still had to maintain polite appearances. After all, the other party was a god. No matter how disgusting, a god was still a god. Hyacinthos just offended you. I'm here to have him apologize to you. No problem, it's just a small conflict, tilde. Although Ethan really wanted to smash his head in with a punch, he couldn't do that. Glancing at Hyacinthos, Ethan sheathed the black sword and casually flicked off the blood from the blade onto the ground, making Hyacinthos seethe with anger. All the surrounding gods showed knowing smiles. They knew the most interesting part was coming. Although they didn't know which Familia's child Ethan was, next, Apollo would definitely publicly declare his love. Then, it's interesting to see whether the boy will accept or reject it. Child, which Familia are you from? Although Apollo was impatient, for safety's sake, he still wanted to ask about the other party's identity. If he belongs to a weak Familia, then he can act without worries. If he's from a strong Familia, then he'll have to wait for another opportunity to make a move, at least not openly. God Apollo, I am from Freya Familia, Ethan answered with an interested expression. Freya Familia. At this moment, the smiling Apollo's face suddenly froze. Hyacinthos was also stunned, his face filled with disbelief. How could the other party be from Freya Familia? In recent years, Freya Familia had never taken in newcomers, except for that. At this point, many in the banquet hall realized Ethan was the person rumored to be supported by the goddess of beauty, Freya. Now it's even more interesting. The banquet hall has become quite lively now. The pretty boy kept by Freya has now caught Apollo's eye too. This really is a case of attracting both men and women. They don't know whether Apollo will be directly killed by Freya because of this incident. Tap, tap, tap. Just when the atmosphere froze at this moment, a glamorous figure walked over. Apollo, what do you want to say to my child? No tilde, nothing tilde. Looking at Freya, Apollo's face instantly froze, then he plastered on a smile. In Aurario, the one person they can't afford to provoke is this goddess in front of them, for a simple reason. She is the most terrifying goddess in Aurario, both herself and her Familia members. Ethan, tell me what happened. Freya turned to Ethan, her tone clearly cold. Although they've known each other for less than a month, Ethan knew how strong Freya's possessiveness was. The people who belong to her are absolutely not allowed to be touched by anyone else. Well, it's nothing much, just that God Apollo wanted to see me, so he sent this guy to fetch me over. I didn't want to go, so a small conflict erupted. Hearing Ethan's frank answer, Apollo instantly broke into a cold sweat. And correspondingly, Freya's face also darkened. She knows Apollo's preference, both men and women, and for the children he fancies just like herself. He would stop at nothing to get them. Previously, Freya hadn't taken Apollo seriously, but she didn't expect him to reach out to her own person today. It's a misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. I never said such a thing, Hyacinthos, what have you done? In his panic, Apollo directly pushed everything onto Hyacinthos. Hyacinthos, disbelieving, widened his eyes, not expecting to be sold out by his beloved Apollo-sama so easily, feeling somewhat at a loss for a moment. Ahem. Seeing the unresponsive Hyacinthos, a stern look flashed in Apollo's eyes. Freya-sama, everything was my own doing. It has nothing to do with Apollo-sama. Although hit hard and depressed, Hyacinthos had already regarded Apollo as his choice of faith, so even if he was directly sold out by Apollo, he would take all the blame himself. Ethan, what do you think? Freya looked towards Ethan. This incident started because of Ethan. How it ends, she wanted to see Ethan's attitude. Anyway, I didn't suffer any loss. Just a minor punishment will suffice. The black sword in his hand, without any warning, directly chopped down on Hyacinthos' shoulder. An arm was severed and fell to the ground, blood spraying everywhere, staining the expensive carpet in the banquet hall red. Such ruthless action instantly shocked everyone present. Especially Finn. During his previous conversation with Ethan, he thought Ethan was a decent guy, someone he could develop a deeper relationship with, planning to arrange for his familia's members to interact with him after returning. He didn't expect the boy to be so ruthless and decisive. Just for a small conflict, in front of so many gods and adventurers, he severed an arm of Hyacinthos. Even with the panacea to reattach it, there might be some aftereffects. Not only that, but Apollo Familia's reputation was completely ruined tonight. Sorry, God Apollo, I seem to have gone a bit too far, but since the arm can still be reattached, there should be no problem, right? Ethan pretended to be guilty. No problem tilde, this is his own fault. Apollo said with a livid face, but with Freya beside him, he dared not show any anger. In contrast, Freya, looking at Ethan's actions, flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although this behavior was a bit impulsive and reckless, since it was just Apollo, he couldn't stir up any waves. And Hyacinthos, clutching his severed arm, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. The other party chopped off his arm. He will remember this grudge. However, he didn't dare to look up, afraid that the other party would notice his murderous intent. After tonight, the name Ethan Starfall will echo through Arario. Freya's pampered gigolo, in a banquet held by Apollo, chopped off the arm of Apollo Familia's leader Hyacinthos Cleo with a sword. This is indeed making a big name. And from now on, as long as Ethan is alive, Apollo Familia's face will forever be trampled in the dirt. Being humiliated by a child from the lower world like this, Apollo doesn't know how many gods will mock him in the future. Probably for the next 1,000 years, he'll be highly noticed. After this turmoil, this banquet is pretty much ruined. Ethan, as the instigator of everything, after everything ended, was taken away by Freya. After all, such a big mess has been made. The banquet can no longer continue. Chapter 56, The Girl with Prophetic Dreams. The banquet ended just like that, in a muddled manner. After this incident, Apollo's face was completely disgraced. Naturally, he no longer had any thoughts of continuing the banquet. Having witnessed such an interesting drama, the guests who had come also left one after another in satisfaction. Bangs, pa, clatter. In the grand banquet hall, the exquisite dishes on each table were thrown to the ground by Apollo. His face was incomparably furious. He had never suffered such humiliation before, not even in the heavens. At the side, Hyacinthos had his severed arm reattached, after his familia companion brought over the elixir. However, he still needed to recuperate for a period of time before he could move it. Fortunately, the time his arm was severed was not too long. If it had been any longer, it would have been a pipe dream to reconnect it. However, even if it was reconnected, this arm would never fully recover. He will undoubtedly have difficulty holding a sword in the future with this hand, let alone fighting. He could be considered half-disabled. That bastard, and that bitch Freya, I will remember this grudge. At this moment, Apollo was close to going crazy. The surrounding members of the Apollo Familia, every single one of them, were shrinking their heads and not daring to speak loudly, for fear of provoking the god in charge of their familia. However, in the corner, a blue-haired girl was huddled there, her mouth constantly mumbling something. When Daphne, who was at the side, saw this, she squatted down with some worry and pulled the other party up. "Hey, Cassandra, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Looking at her friend, Daphne was a little worried. This was her only genuine friend in the Apollo Familia. The sun's radiance will be devoured by evil, the nightmare will descend at night, and everything will eventually come to an end. Daphne was helpless when she heard these incomprehensible words. Everything about her friend was good, except that she liked to talk about some strange things. She did not understand either, and could do nothing about it. However, Cassandra, who was huddled in the corner, kept repeating this sentence with her head lowered. This was not nonsense, but a prophecy. Cassandra Ilion possessed the unique skill of prophecy. Prophetic dream, the ability to foresee the future through dreams. The form is a poem with a fuzzy image attached to it, but the content is absolutely accurate. There are also hints in the dream that can avoid the tragic ending of the future, but the content is often more abstract and difficult to understand. However, due to the skill's inherent curse, magic power, nobody believed her prophetic dream, not even the gods. Therefore, even their close friendship couldn't convince Daphne. Cassandra's words seemed like mere ramblings, not prophecy. "Cassandra, what's wrong with you?" She pulled Cassandra in front of her and then kept shaking her shoulders, trying to wake her up. After a moment, Cassandra, outwardly composed, looked at Daphne's face. Her own expression flickered with unreadable emotions. "Daphne, let's quickly leave the Apollo Familia." What did you just say?" "Apollo Familia is going to perish. Everyone will be killed. Whether it's the captain or the other members of the Familia, they will all die." As she said this, Cassandra's body trembled slightly. In the dream she saw, all the members of Apollo Familia were dead. Many of them died with their eyes wide open, lying in a pool of blood. Especially, their captain Hyacinthos was directly chopped into pieces, and his body was split into multiple pieces. Even if it was just a dream, such a gore-filled scene still had a tremendous impact on Cassandra, causing her emotions to become extremely unstable. Whenever she thought about those scenes, she would instinctively feel fear. After all, she was also a member of Apollo Familia. The only thing that made her happy was that among all the corpses, there was no trace of her and Daphne. Otherwise, she would not know what to do. Over the years, the future she dreamed of had never failed once, and it had all come true. Although she had tried to change the future time and time again, no one believed her. Even Daphne only thought she was talking nonsense. Over time, she resigned herself to her fate and did not tell anyone what she dreamed of, because no one would believe her anyway. They would only think that there was something wrong with her brain. But now it was different. This time, she had dreamed of the end of Apollo Familia. So no matter what, she had to bring Daphne with her to leave, or else, who knew what would happen? "Cassandra, Cassandra, are you okay?" Looking at Cassandra, Daphne asked with some concern. After all, Cassandra was a bit too abnormal this time. "Daphne, do you believe me?" I believe you." "Then let's quickly leave Apollo Familia, the sooner the better." Hearing Cassandra's words, Daphne was a little confused. The two of them were originally not members of Apollo Familia. Apollo took a fancy to them, so he used some means to poach them away from their original Familia. So, they did not have any sense of belonging to Apollo Familia in the first place. However, in Aurario, Apollo Familia was also a considerable Familia. The two girls did not know where to run to if they wanted to escape. Furthermore, the fauna behind them was converted to Apollo Familia, so no matter where they escaped to, it would not change the fact that they were once members of Apollo Familia. "Please, for once, listen to me. We have to leave tonight. I don't care where we go, as long as it's far away from Apollo Familia." "What's wrong with you, Cassandra?" "Daphne, please trust me. You have to believe me." Okay, I believe you. Geez, we'll leave tonight then. You should get up first." Tilde. After coaxing Cassandra like a child, Daphne also felt a bit helpless. However, after knowing each other for so many years, this was the first time she had seen Cassandra so agitated. Anyway, let's leave for Cassandra's sake. If it doesn't work, they can always leave Aurario as a last resort. In any case, with the strength of both of them being LV2, they could still do well outside. In the middle of the banquet hall, Apollo was still going berserk and venting his anger. Everything in the entire banquet hall was smashed into a mess, and Apollo himself also looked a bit hideous. How pitiful, Apollo. As a god, you've actually fallen to such a sorry state. It's really worrying. Who is it? The sudden voice made Apollo very angry. A guy wearing a black robe walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall. Moreover, behind him, there was another person, or to be exact, a goddess. Apollo, who was in a state of rage, looked at these two individuals. His first reaction was that they came to mock him, and he was instantly filled with anger. Chapter 57, Ishtar and Apollo's Collaboration. It's you. After seeing the true face of the person who had come, Apollo was a bit confused. He didn't understand why the other party had come to find him at this time, since he and she had no intersection or conflict. It's me, Apollo. Look at yourself now. Are you still the glorious sun god? Shut up. Apollo, calm down. I'm here to help you. Faced with Apollo, who was furious and barking wildly, the other party did not get angry, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. Help me? How can you help me? That bitch Freya, she's always putting on airs. She has no idea how many people can't stand her. In this regard, we're in the same camp, she said, looking at Apollo. However, although Apollo was furious now, he did not lose his mind, and his gaze towards the other party was full of mockery. Humph, you're the one who can't stand her the most, Ishtar, he said, looking at the other party with a disdainful expression. The conflict between Ishtar and Freya was no secret in heaven. After descending to the lower world, it became even more intense. Both of them were goddesses of beauty, but one was pursued by all the male gods, while the other could only look up. This made Ishtar very unwilling and jealous of Freya. Why are you so high and mighty, when we are both goddesses of beauty? Why can only I fall to this level? After descending to the lower world, Freya Familia became stronger and stronger. And now it has become the strongest Familia in Aurario, one of the two kings. And although hers is also a first-class Familia, the strongest member in her Familia is only an ugly level 5 adventurer. Angry, jealous, unwilling. Such negative emotions made Ishtar always want to pull Freya down from the altar and completely trample her into the mud, letting her experience the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. And she had been working hard all along for this purpose, but there had been no results so far. But just a while ago, she accidentally discovered a good product that gave her hope. As long as she could make good use of this trump card, she would be able to pull Freya down. However, relying solely on members of her Familia was still a bit lacking, so Ishtar needed some allies. To this end, she did not hesitate to collude with Evelys, secretly sending a large amount of funds to the other party, in order to plunge the entire Aurario into chaos in the future, so that she could take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Freya Familia. However, the incident with Apollo here today gave her a flash of inspiration. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Apollo, who was so humiliated by a child from Freya Familia, must have already hated Freya to the bone. Isn't he the most perfect cannon fodder? Apollo, what happened today will soon spread throughout Aurario and even the world. The dignified sun god, the god of light, was so humiliated by a member of Freya Familia. Such news will definitely be spread for thousands of years. Shut up. Ishtar was completely dancing on the other party's bottom line, but this was also her purpose. She just wants to stir up hatred between Apollo and Freya, adding fuel to the fire and giving some false news. When the time comes, won't he be the best cannon fodder? What are you here for? Cooperation. You hate Freya, and so do I. With the same goal, we're the best allies. Allies, humph. Looking at Ishtar, Apollo's face was full of mockery. Ishtar didn't care about Apollo's attitude. His opinion was irrelevant because she knew, given Freya's personality, today's events wouldn't end with a simple grudge. Apollo, you should understand that although everything seems over now, it doesn't mean that there will be no problems tomorrow. What exactly do you want to say? I know Freya better than anyone. She's not a generous goddess. Moreover, you coveted her things. Do you think she'll let you go with her personality? Her words left Apollo unable to refute because it was the truth. With so many gods present, Freya wouldn't mess around, but it didn't mean that everything was over. It is a hard fact that Freya Familia is way stronger than Apollo Familia. Afterward, she wouldn't even need to dispatch cadres. It wouldn't even take much. A single level 4 adventurer could wipe Apollo Familia off the map of Arario. Moreover, Hyacinthos was already half crippled, with an arm severed and his strength greatly reduced. How do you want to cooperate? Finally, Apollo calmed down and looked at Ishtar to ask. He had no choice but to cooperate with her. Ishtar smiled when she heard Apollo's question. She finally got suitable cannon fodder. It's very simple. I have already prepared a trump card here. It will only take a little time to take effect. At that time, it will be Freya's time to pay the price. HMPH, seriously, taking on the Freya Familia with just us two? What a joke. Of course not. In Arario, there are many people who want Freya to fall from grace, Ishtar said, causing Apollo to nod. If it was really just Ishtar, he wouldn't do anything stupid. After coming from the heavens to the lower world, he had never seen Ishtar win against Freya once. Who else? You don't need to know. Aren't we allies? You're unwilling to reveal this. Don't worry, we have a lot of allies. Boom. The black-robed man beside him exuded a terrifying killing intent. Although Apollo couldn't tell how strong the other party was, he was definitely a high-level adventurer, at least stronger than his Hyacinthos, and from the looks of it, he should also be a man. After all, most of the members of Ishtar Familia were Amazonas battle prostitutes known as Berbera, and there were no men. This means that the other party did not lie to him. There are other allies in the dark, and their strength is not low. Apollo, I will visit you again when the time is right. At that time, it will be time for Freya to pay the price. Okay, but I have a condition, said Apollo. Condition? Ishtar frowned slightly. You, a cannon fodder, dare to make conditions. Don't you have any self-awareness? However, it was still necessary to win over Apollo now, and Ishtar didn't want to fall out with him so soon. I want Ethan Starfall. I'm going to pamper him so much that he'll be my slave for all eternity. Okay, Tilda, Ishtar did not refuse and directly agreed, and Apollo suddenly revealed a twisted and perverted smile on his face. Soon, after discussing the details of the alliance, Ishtar and the black-robed man left the residence of Apollo Familia. Are you really going to cooperate with that god Apollo? Asked the black-robed man as soon as they came out. Cooperate? HMPH. He's just cannon fodder, someone to hold back Freya. Although his Familia is a bit weak, it's still better than wasting our people, right? That's true, but what can a bunch of level 1 and level 2 adventurers do? Delaying that bitch for a second is enough. Besides, isn't there still a level 3 in Apollo Familia? Well, a crippled level 3. His strength isn't much better than a level 2 now. That's why he's just cannon fodder. And Apollo dares to bargain with me. He doesn't even see what level he is. Freya's little gigolo is mine. Are you interested in that guy too? That's right. When I snatch the man she's interested in, I think her expression will be quite exciting. At the thought of this, Ishtar felt a burst of twisted pleasure. Just thinking about such a scene was exhilarating. If Ethan were here, he would definitely complain. In the original story, Ishtar's man was charmed by Freya with a single glance. Although both of them were goddesses of beauty, the gap was simply too big. One only needed to stand there to captivate everyone, whether it was a god or a human. The other needed to show off her beauty, and it wasn't certain that others would appreciate it. Freya's beauty was cool and captivating like a queen, while Ishtar's jealousy marred her beauty, making her presence increasingly unappealing. One was Snow White, the other the envious queen. Chapter 58, Sacrificing Freya's 1,000 years of lifespan. At the top of the Tower of Babel, Freya sat on her seat, her eyes burning as she stared at Ethan. She was just curious as to why Ethan seemed like an unlucky star, no matter where he went. He always managed to find trouble. In the dungeon, he encountered various special events. Previously in Arario, he was robbed on the roadside. This time, he even clashed with Apollo. It was simply as if the god of misfortune had possessed him. Tell me, how did you get involved with Apollo this time? Freya-sama, what do you mean I was getting involved? I was simply eating when this guy approached and demanded I meet his god. I refused, and the other party tried to drag me. I only acted in self-defense. All right, you're ruthless enough to break off an arm of Apollo Familia's captain in one move. Humph, if it wasn't in public, I would have killed him long ago. Ethan's belief was that only a dead enemy was a good enemy. Especially in a city encouraging the survival of the fittest, aren't two deaths commonplace? Besides, ambition and hidden dangers lurk everywhere in a place like this. Therefore, in order to prevent the other party from causing trouble in the future, it was the best choice to nip it in the bud now. Humph, your tone is not small. No matter what, the other party is also a LV3 adventurer. If the two of you really fought, you basically have no chance of winning. Although Ethan's strength had increased rapidly, there was still a huge gap between LV1 and LV3. However, Ethan did not agree with Freya's evaluation. He was a transmigrator, possessing a system. After drawing cards again and again, his strength had also become stronger and stronger. The strength defined by the level of fauna was not applicable to Ethan. Let's not talk about anything else. Just all the evil of the world that was dormant deep within Ethan's soul. If he really encountered a life-threatening danger, it would definitely riot. At that time, let alone a LV3 adventurer, even LV4 or LV5 adventurers might not be of any use. In addition, he obtained so many rewards after drawing cards, especially in the card pool of Jujutsu Kaisen. The two cursed techniques and a first-grade Jujutsu sorcerer's cursed energy had greatly improved him. In particular, that bit of cursed energy had greatly increased Ethan's total amount of magic reserve after merging with his magic power. It just so happens that I have time now to update your fauna. I'm quite curious about how much you have grown. Okay, Tilda. Ethan did not refuse. In fact, he was quite curious as well. He smoothly removed his shirt, revealing a physique with balanced proportions, a tapered waist, and sculpted obliques. Even though Freya had seen it many times, she still paused for a few seconds. Then, as a drop of divine blood fell, a white light flashed on Ethan's back. The numerical values of his fauna appeared. Catalyzed by divine blood, it began converting the accumulated excelia into Ethan's growth stats. Name, Ethan Starfall. Level, LV1. Attributes: Strength, C601B 788. Endurance, B727A 836. Dexterity, D 559B 722. Agility, C696A 811. Magic, S980S 999. Development abilities, none. Magic, imaginary number magic. Skills: Miracle of Absolute Evil. Imaginary Space. Jujutsu Sorcerer. How could the growth rate be so great in such a short period of time? In particular, his magic stats had already reached the max of S rank. Does this mean that he was about to break through the limit of fauna? It should be known that even Otter had experienced countless hardships and tribulations before breaking through the limit of S999 and reaching 1,000 plus. However, Ethan, a LV1 newcomer, had actually touched this realm. And the most important thing was that he had started to break through the limit from LV1. From the beginning, he had already surpassed countless adventurers. When he's at LV5 or LV6, he might have far surpassed other adventurers of the same level. This was without mentioning the 3 skills he possessed, each more powerful than the other. Ethan looked at his status and was quite satisfied with his growth rate. Although he did not have the kind of cheating skills like the protagonist, which could increase his growth rate, his skills were not bad either. However, looking at the magic column, Ethan had some expectations. The magic attribute, imaginary number, had allowed him to obtain the magic, imaginary number magic. Now that he had obtained the cursed technique and jujutsu, would he be able to awaken new magic? Ethan understands that not all magic drawn from the system will awaken a new magic. Whether it was the Black Flash that could strike a critical hit or the domain expansion that could almost be considered a bug, Ethan was very much looking forward to obtaining them. I really don't know what kind of little monster you are. According to your growth rate, you might be able to defeat that monster in the future. Is Freya-sama starting to get attracted to me? Attracted? Humph, with your current level, you don't have that qualification yet. Moreover, your previous offense against me hasn't passed yet. Hearing Freya say this, Ethan was not worried. Indeed, the other party had tried to plot against him before, making him very unhappy. However, after he had retaliated against the other party in the same way, their subsequent promise made Ethan even more eager to conquer her. Conquering a high and mighty goddess and pressing her under his body would definitely be a super awesome thing if it succeeded. However, right now, this could only be considered an ambition. After all, although his goddess seemed gentle and weak, without much fighting power. However, if she released her divine aura, the entire Aurario would become her back garden. In the original book, in order to obtain the protagonist Belle Cranel, Freya used the active ability of Goddess of Beauty for the first time on a large scale, releasing her inherent charm that controlled the vast majority of people in Aurario. In addition to Hestia, Auranos, Ryu, and Isfi, who had escaped from Aurario, she forcefully altered the memories and history of Belle's involvement with other gods, making everyone believe that Belle had always been a member of Freya Familia. This feat alone was enough to prove Freya's terror. At the same time, it also proved one thing from the side. In this world, gods may appear similar to ordinary people, but their divine nature sets them fundamentally apart from mortals. Perhaps it was because of resentment. Freya did not let Ethan massage her anymore and directly asked him to go back. As soon as he returned to his room, Ethan immediately opened his imaginary space and took out all the magic stones he had harvested today. Then he absorbed all of them in one breath. Hemtilda. This was the first time Ethan had ever felt so cool. In the past, he could only absorb small fragments of magic stones. This time, there were so many magic stones, all of which were from middle-floor monsters. Their quantity and quality were much better than those of the upper-floor monsters. After a while, all the energy in the magic stones was absorbed, leaving only crystal-clear crystals. While he was in a good mood, Ethan looked at the system interface. Although he only had 10 diamonds from completing the daily mission, today, Ethan still wanted to draw a card. The card pool of Jujutsu Kaisen had a time limit. Anyway, since he could not buy a 10 consecutive draw, it was better to buy a single draw and hope for a miracle. Let me sacrifice Freya's 1,000-year lifespan as an offering. Start. This time, Ethan directly chose to sacrifice lifespan. However, the one he sacrificed was not himself, but Freya. As a goddess who had lived for millions of years and had an infinite lifespan, sacrificing a few thousand years would not hurt her anyway. Shoo. On the card draw interface, a card was selected and then flew out. Under Ethan's gaze, it slowly unveiled its mysterious veil. Chapter 59, Special Grade Cursed Tool, Inverted Spear of Heaven. This is... Looking at the card in front of him, Ethan was immediately shocked. Although it only appeared a few times in Jujutsu Kaisen, it left a profound impact on countless people, especially its user, which surprised many. Special Grade Cursed Tool, Inverted Spear of Heaven. Inverted Spear of Heaven. A short dagger with a peculiar design, it only appeared in Gojo Satoru's memories. However, this special grade cursed tool almost killed Gojo Satoru, and was personally destroyed by him due to its specialness. The ability of Inverted Spear of Heaven is simple yet powerful. It forcibly cancels an activated cursed technique. If it comes into contact with Jujutsu, it can force the Jujutsu to be nullified. The effect is single but terrifying. In Jujutsu Kaisen, the user of Inverted Spear of Heaven, Fushiguro Toji, managed to cancel the power of Gojo Satoru and defeat him using this effect. If Fushiguro Toji had used the Inverted Spear of Heaven to finish off Gojo Satoru at that time, then there would have been no strongest jujutsu sorcerer Gojo Satoru afterwards. Click. After materializing the inverted spear of heaven and holding this special grade cursed tool in his hands, Ethan was slightly startled. Because inside this inverted spear of heaven, Ethan could feel the terrifying curse, which is the essence of a cursed tool. A cursed tool is an instrument that carries a curse. However, this is not the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. There are no curses and cursed energy here. Can the inverted spear of heaven still be effective? Swish. After swinging it lightly, Ethan felt very good about its handling. Moreover, compared to the black sword, inverted spear of heaven is more suitable for ratio technique. Along with jujutsu and cursed tools, it is also more comfortable to use. This is. Suddenly, all the evil of the world inside Ethan began to react, and then the curse inside the inverted spear of heaven also started to leak out. In the next second, the two interacted with each other, and in just a moment, everything returned to calm. However, Ethan could feel that the curse, originally within inverted spear of heaven, was gone, replaced by evil, the malice of all the evil of the world. Although there was no change in the appearance of inverted spear of heaven, its interior had undergone earth-shattering changes. The original special grade cursed tool can now be called an evil cursed tool. However, because of this, holding inverted spear of heaven, Ethan felt like it was an extension of his own arm. I was originally thinking about forging a new weapon, but now I don't need to. Looking at the inverted spear of heaven in his hand, Ethan grew more fond of it. Lying on the bed, Ethan's thoughts began to drift. A lot happened today. Finally reaching the 18th floor of the dungeon and witnessing the adventurer's town within the dungeon, he even got to know the manager of Rivera Town. Also, encountered a monster attack, taking the opportunity to steal a large amount of magic stones. At night, attended a divine banquet, had a conflict with Apollo Familia, even cut off the arm of the captain of Apollo Familia, and completely antagonized the Apollo Familia. What a day! Ethan lived a wonderful life from morning till evening, not wasting a single moment. And in a daze, Ethan fell into a deep sleep. Ethan slept very deeply, not waking until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Tilda. He stretched and got up. After washing up and dressing, Ethan took his new weapon and was ready to head to the dungeon. New weapons naturally need to be tested. Just out the door, Ethan subconsciously looked towards Freya's room. Otter was not there. Has she gone out? Ethan said, somewhat surprised. Through over a month of interaction, Ethan also found that Freya hardly ever goes out except for attending divine banquets or meetings or dealing with familiar matters. Otherwise, she would not leave her room in the Tower of Babel. It's not that she's an aloof goddess, but because her charm is just too overwhelming. Even just walking on the street, everyone would be immersed in her charm. Sometimes she had to wear a magic robe to cover her identity and to hide her charm. This is also one of the reasons why she created an alternate persona at Hostess of Fertility and worked there as a female waitress. But Ethan didn't think much about it and headed straight for the dungeon. Step by step. Once again stepping into the dungeon, Ethan was in no mood to linger on the upper floors. He went straight to the middle floors. Many monsters he encountered along the way were ignored by Ethan. He had no interest in these cannon fodders anymore. Meanwhile, on the other side of Aurario, within a shop in the bustling street of the city. Speak up, what brought you to call me over early in the morning today? The red-haired goddess Loki sat in her seat, sounding somewhat displeased. She was about to give her favorite eyes a morning surprise, but unexpectedly she was called out by the other party. After all, such opportunities are rare. Eyes is a leveling addict, mostly staying in the dungeon. It's nothing much, just a small favor I need from you. Sitting opposite Loki was none other than Freya, but today she was dressed in a long robe, covering herself tightly. A small favor. I'm curious to know how small this matter is. Listening to Freya's words, Loki sneered. If it were a small matter, would she come to find her early in the morning? Moreover, the commotion caused by Ethan last night was not small at all. Now Aurario is buzzing with rumor. Goddess Freya's favorite gigolo, at Apollo Familia's banquet, had cut down one of the arms of the captain of the other party with a single sword. The cause and the final result are ignored by most. What they care about is this explosive gossip. Especially since Apollo Familia's reputation was already not so good, there are many gods who are happy to see his misfortune. Furthermore, rumors are becoming more exaggerated, and who knows what they will turn into soon. I want to ask your braver to teach my child for a while. Finn, teaching your child, don't tell me it's that kid. Loki was slightly shocked, but more bewildered. Freya Familia is the least lacking in adventurers with rich combat experience, so why ask Finn from her Familia to teach him? Isn't that redundant? Chapter 60, Freya's Calculations. Loki has always wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Ethan. However, there has never been a chance. It's really hard to imagine that a person, a young man, could actually have no particular hobbies. The only thing that could be found out is that he seems to enjoy tasting various foods and often goes out to eat and drink. Other than that, no other hobbies of his could be found. Even last night, when Finn took the initiative to get to know him, it ended without success. Although having a mutual friend, Ethan was quite friendly to Finn, but it was impossible for the captain of the Loki Familia to learn anything specific. Loki was speechless and didn't expect Freya to send him directly to her Familia. Freya, does your Familia lack such a senior in this regard? Why are you looking for my Finn? Doesn't your Familia have one? Despite the surprise, Loki still voiced the doubts in her heart. The members of my Familia, Loki, you should be aware, that kind of environment is not suitable for Ethan. Compared to my place, he actually fits better with your Familia. So, you want to hand him over to me? At this, Loki became interested, looking at Freya with a surprised expression. Loki, please don't joke about this. I hope our long-standing friendship won't end over this. In an instant, Freya's gaze changed from casual to serious. She was very serious. This made Loki understand, but she herself didn't really take this matter seriously, just shrugging slightly to indicate it was just a joke, not to think too much about it. All right, tell me the truth, what's really going on? In him, I see the potential of a hero, so I don't want to interfere too much with his growth. That's why I haven't sent him to Folkvanger, but kept him by my side. Hero's potential, Freya, are you not joking? At this, Loki's expression changed drastically, and her gaze towards Freya changed as well. During Aurario's golden age, when the Zeus and Hera Familias reigned supreme, both Loki and Freya recognized the exceptional talents of members of these two Familias. Even so, in the end, they all failed and disappeared from the pages of history. Even a level 9 adventurer couldn't defeat this monster. It is also the hero the gods are most looking forward to, a miracle that turns the impossible into possible. The gods are looking forward to the birth of the hero, and also want to witness the birth of a new legend. All along, in Loki's opinion, the candidate for this hero was her own eyes, but she understood that being a hero is not easy. To become a hero, one must go through numerous hardships. And now, Freya says that a child she just casually took in has hero potential, which is a shocking statement. Loki, I can't see the end of his potential. Even compared to that monstrous talent of the past, he is even more amazing. Do you think he's better than Ulfia? Are you joking, Freya? That boy doesn't seem that strong to me. Loki, have you seen Ethan's true strength? Freya's words left Loki unable to retort, because she indeed hadn't seen it. Without having seen it, outright denial is impossible. Looking at the silent Loki, Freya smiled. So, do you want to witness his potential for yourself? Then let your child personally teach him, then you will see. HMPH, although I know this is your scheme, I agree. I want to see if this boy is as powerful as you say. Looking at Freya, Loki finished her coffee in one gulp, but her face was still displeased. She could tell that Freya was doing this deliberately, throwing out the bait of hero potential to arouse her curiosity, wanting to see for herself. This requires agreeing to Freya's small request. It's not a major issue, but Loki finds being manipulated uncomfortable. Hearing Loki's agreement, Freya smiled too, her objective achieved. The meeting of Aurario's two queens ended like this, and after finishing their tea, both goddesses left separately. Upon returning to her familiar residence, Loki went straight to Finn's office. Bangs! She pushed the door open, without caring whether there were others inside, and barged in. Loki, why are you here? Finn, who was dealing with familia affairs, was surprised to see Loki enter, as she rarely comes to him unless it's something important. There's something I need you to do. What is it? You remember Ethan, right? How could I not remember? I met him yesterday. What about him? Freya came to see me just now, specifically asking you to teach him. I agreed. Instead of trying to find ways to probe and understand, it's better to make direct contact. Me teach him. Finn was also taken aback by Loki's words. The two are not from the same familia. How can he teach? Familias are often competitive and antagonistic towards each other, even if Loki familia and Freya familia have many collaborations. Having him teach a member of Freya familia is like aiding the enemy. I can't say the exact reason, but this is a joint decision by Freya and me. If nothing goes wrong, the boy will come over tomorrow, and you'll be the one to personally teach him. Loki, what exactly do you want to do? Just want to witness something. I can't say too much. All right, I understand. Looking at Loki, Finn finally agreed. As the goddess who leads the Loki familia, Loki prioritizes their well-being above all else. She would never allow her familia to suffer. Moreover, being able to directly interact with the mysterious Ethan is also a good thing. Ethan, who is deep in the dungeon, does not know he has gained a teacher, and it was goddess Freya who personally made arrangements for him. Now, Ethan was heading straight for the middle floors of the dungeon and has already reached the 12th floor. Here, a large group of orcs and imps appears, and seeing so many monsters in front of him, Ethan also thinks it's about time. The monsters of the 12th floor can also be used to test the strength of the inverted spear of heaven. Boom! With one hit without using cursed technique, an orc is instantly killed. Chapter 61, Hero Saves the Beauty Girl. Boom! A very ordinary strike, but it caused an unreasonably powerful destruction. Just a few days ago, for Ethan, defeating a minotaur required some effort, but now he can kill it with a single strike. Inverted Spear of Heaven combined with ratio technique, the effect is simply 1 + 1 2. The improvement is too significant. Roar roar. There are 2 more minotaurs nearby. However, seeing their own kind fall one by one at Ethan's hands, even though they are just mindless monsters, the desire for survival made them have thoughts of retreat. The next second, the 2 minotaurs turned and ran away, which left Ethan stunned. You are monsters, what are you running for? This situation was unexpected for Ethan, although in the original story, there was indeed a scene where minotaurs fled. He did not expect it to actually happen now. However, while Ethan was stunned and complaining, the 2 minotaurs had already headed towards the upper floors. As monsters with level 2 strength, if these 2 guys ran to the upper floors, they would definitely cause a huge impact. Not to mention, some unlucky ones might meet them and possibly get killed. Tap tap tap. Ethan rushed through the corridors of the dungeon, and in this underground labyrinth with many paths, he was momentarily confused and did not know where the 2 minotaurs had fled. Click! A team of adventurers wearing leather armor and carrying various weapons was proceeding methodically towards the middle floors. Among them, 3 strong and sturdy guys, each carrying a huge wooden box on their backs, from which noisy sounds kept coming, obviously containing many suspicious items. Whoosh! An adventurer wielding a bow and arrow took down a distant monster with an arrow. The arrow directly hit the monster's head, killing it. Boom! The monster turned into a puff of black smoke, and a magic stone fell to the ground, making a clear sound. Hey, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Hurry up and collect the magic stone. If you miss one, see how I deal with you. Yes, Adventurer-sama, I'll go right away. A small figure walked out from behind the team and trotted over to pick up the magic stone. The small body, yet carrying a backpack almost 4 to 5 times larger than herself, it's really hard to believe how she could carry such a huge load. And moreover, if the backpack was filled with items, How could she possibly carry it? Whoosh! Roar! Suddenly, a hellhound appeared out of nowhere and pounced at the girl. Hellhound! In a panic, the girl fell to the ground. As the monster was about to end her life with its gaping jaws, she was filled with anger and resentment. She was just a supporter, supposed to pick up dropped items after the battle ended. Now, just after killing a monster, they sent her to collect its magic stone, only to encounter such a hellhound. It's like they wanted her dead. Meanwhile, the adventurers nearby all watched with an attitude of watching a show. Hellhound, this little one is really unlucky. Hey, aren't you going to save her? We still need her to carry stuff back. No need, what Riviera town doesn't lack is supporters. You can find a bunch of them anywhere. Moreover, if there's one hellhound, it means there are more nearby. It's not worth the risk for just a supporter. That makes sense, Tilda. A very cold and realistic conversation. A supporter being hired for money is never in short supply in the dungeon. To fight against a pack of hellhounds for such a person, no one would do that. It's just a contractual relationship, plus if the person dies, they wouldn't have to pay her. As for the things she was carrying, they weren't far from the 18th floor. They could just retrieve them after she died, and the hellhounds dispersed. This is the dungeon. There are not so many beautiful encounters. What exists is brutality and the cold reality. Am I going to die? Collapsed on the ground, her legs weak with fear, unable to muster any strength, the girl was filled with infinite regret. If only she hadn't accepted this commission. Puffs! At this critical moment, the ferocious hellhound suddenly burst into a spray of blood, then howled pitifully and was killed. The blood of the hellhound spilled, drenching the small girl's body red. Oh, look what I found, a scared little girl. A frivolous voice sounded, and the girl looked up to see a figure she would never forget for the rest of her life. In this dungeon, she had never seen such a handsome human. His facial features were similar to those of a male elf. If it weren't for his ears being different from elves, she might have mistaken him for one. Hey, are you okay? Seeing the girl staring at him dumbfounded, Ethan also felt a bit helpless. This was one of the rare times he was being kind-hearted. Otherwise, he would not have spared a second glance, since in the dungeon, people die every day. Whether someone dies or not has nothing to do with him. Today, because he had obtained the inverted spear of heaven, his mood was very good, so he didn't mind saving someone. I'm fine, Tilda. The little one nodded and then got up. She instinctively looked behind, where the adventurers who had hired her were, but now they had already disappeared without a trace. Hellhounds are not to be trifled with, and not to mention there might be a pack of them. A slight carelessness could cause them a huge loss, so to avoid injury, they chose to take a detour. After all, this is the dungeon. The path to the next floor is never just one. Since you're okay, I'll take my leave. Ethan didn't plan to waste time. He still had to find those two escaped minotaurs, although he might not be able to find them now. What's your name? Please tell me the name of my savior. Ethan Starfall Tilda. After speaking, he paid no more attention to the girl with the vacant gaze and left straight away. Ethan Tilda. At this moment, the girl watched Ethan's back, her emotions very conflicted. From a young age, she had been at the bottom class of Aurario. The pain and darkness she had experienced were absolutely unbearable to most people. Hence she had long stopped believing that there were good people in this world. But today, at her desperate moment, ironically, she encountered a good person. Chapter 62, The Damsel in Distress, Lilaruka Ard. Glancing once at Ethan, who had already disappeared, the girl turned to look at the backpack beside her. It was filled with goods that adventurers had entrusted to her to carry. Even so, they had abandoned her, leaving her to die in the jaws of the hellhound. On the same day, she experienced both the evil and good of humanity. P.S. Whether someone is good or bad often depends on their appearance. Both good-looking and ugly people, regardless of gender, have different subsequent effects. Approaching the package, she opened it to find an array of weapons inside. All these items were weapons. Even if she were killed by monsters, these weapons would not be lost. After all, the monsters wouldn't eat these weapons. So they just needed to wait until everything was over and then come back to retrieve them. Thinking this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the girl's eyes. As someone who had been bullied and grown up in a painful environment from a young age, her heart was much more ruthless than other people's. Lilaruka Ard was born into the Soma Familia because her parents were adventurers belonging to the Soma Familia. Thus, Lilaruka had been a member of the Soma Familia since birth. And her parents were beguiled by the divine wine and squandered their entire fortune. In desperate need of money, they went to the dungeon and ended up losing their lives in battle. How a child could survive in the cruel Erario was a struggle only she knew. Inside her familia, she was mercilessly oppressed by her own people. Outside, she was humiliated by other adventurers. In despair and anger, Lilaruka once briefly escaped from her familia, but when the familia members found out that a flower shop owner and his wife had taken her in, they destroyed the flower shop, indirectly leading to her being hated by the kind couple. All these experiences made Lilaruka hate adventurers very much, even leading her to degrade herself, constantly honing her thieving skills to steal from adventurers and finding solace in their anger and despair as she watched from the shadows, her heart sinking deeper into darkness. However, this time, she had almost lost her life, but for the first time, experienced kindness from an adventurer. Even with the desire to believe the worst, a heart shrouded in darkness still yearns for light, a truth that cannot be denied. However, while she was grateful to Ethan, she harbored a deep resentment towards the adventurers who had almost killed her. "You abandoned me, so it should only be right that I give you a gift in return." Saying this, Lilaruka took out a small package from a compartment in her backpack, revealing a small, exquisite short sword. This is a magic sword. In Erario, magic is a very powerful means of attack, and among all adventurers, only a small portion of talented individuals possess magic. And among those, even fewer can wield attack magic. This shows how rare mages are in Erario. The magic sword, not requiring the user to have magic, was coveted by many, and due to its high cost of production, its price was naturally very high. The magic sword she held was not of high quality, but it was still an expensive item. She had saved money sparingly for a long time to buy this magic sword for self-defense. Unexpectedly, when real danger came, she had no time to retrieve or use it. Next, Lilaruka tore her backpack to simulate an attack seen by hellhounds. She took out some weapons and scattered them around. After rummaging for a while, she found a package at the bottom. It reminded her that this was something specifically asked to be carried by those people. She didn't know what it was, but due to their intimidation, she hadn't dared to ask. Now, thinking about it, there seemed to be something suspicious about this package. Thinking this, Lilaruka took out the package and quickly untied the knots. Upon opening the cloth, she was shocked to see its contents, feeling a chill starting from her feet. Kinseki are extremely unstable items that can easily cause violent explosions if struck. This package contained many kinseki. If something went wrong and they exploded, she would be completely annihilated. Feeling a chill down her spine, she realized why they had always insisted she carry it and maintain a distance from them. They were afraid of them exploding. However, after the initial shock, her anger intensified. She couldn't believe that from the beginning, they had made her carry such dangerous items and hadn't even allowed her to know about it. "You really wanted to kill me." Lilaruka clenched her fist tightly, her anger and murderous intent towards those hateful adventurers reaching a peak. Looking at these kinseki, she retied them and put them back in the backpack. Previously, she was worried that just a magic sword might not be powerful enough, and even if she could take out one or two, dealing with all of them would be difficult. Now with these kinseki, she had no worries. Just by detonating these stones, she could ensure all those people would perish here. "Your wound is mine, my wound is mine," echoing the message of midnight. Accompanying the chant, Lilaruka's magic was activated, and her appearance began to change gradually, from a palom to a beastman form. Then, holding the magic sword, she carefully hid in a corner. She would wait for those hateful people to return. All these weapons and the kinseki together were not cheap. She did not believe they would just abandon them here. Once they returned, she would make them realize how quick revenge will come. Meanwhile, Ethan had already found the two fleeing minotaurs. Luckily, they hadn't injured anyone. Otherwise, it would have been his fault. "You two unlucky bastards, you made me look hard for you for so long, now die." With a roar from the minotaurs, Ethan ended their lives. However, at that moment, at the place where the minotaurs died, a horn dropped, surprising Ethan. Never before had a minotaur dropped a horn after dying at his hand. In the original story, the protagonist Bel Cranel, after killing the minotaur trained by Otter, obtained a horn, which was later made into a weapon. Ethan didn't expect to obtain one himself. Chapter 63, Come Over Tonight. Did you hear? What? Today, on the 16th floor, there was a severe explosion that caused the entire floor to collapse. An explosion. Yes, they say it was a kinseki explosion. Apparently, some reckless folks brought a lot of kinseki with them, but they encountered hellhounds on the 16th floor, which eventually triggered the explosion. What about those people? Do I even need to say? They must be completely gone. That's kinseki we're talking about. What did you expect? What's the situation now? Not sure, but the impact is said to be bad, although the guild has already sent people to deal with it. At the Hostess of Fertility, Ethan, who was dining, listened to the conversation of two people at the next table. Although somewhat surprised, he didn't pay much attention. He knew about kinseki. It's something similar to gunpowder. Just a small piece can cause a severe explosion. It's a dangerous item. As Ethan was lost in thought, a charming figure sat down in front of him. "It's been a long time, Adventurous Ann Tilda." Across from him, a beautiful female attendant sat down, her bright, large eyes fixed on Ethan. "Fatilda, Sir Santilda." Ethan almost slipped up while looking at her, but he eventually caught himself. Subconsciously looking around, he noticed that the customers from the neighboring table had left without him noticing, and Anya, Ryu, and others were attending to customers elsewhere. "Adventure-san, it's been a long time since you've been here. Is there something wrong?" Facing the goddess in disguise before him, Ethan didn't know what to say. "Been a bit busy, Tilda." Evasion was his only option. Other than evasion, Ethan had no other choice. At the counter, Mamma Mia sighed helplessly as she looked at Sir sitting opposite Ethan. What could she do? She was her goddess after all. Even if she had now retired, the falna on her back would forever bind her to the Freya familia. As for this capricious goddess, she could only turn a blind eye. Has Adventure-san been so busy that he doesn't even have time to eat dinner here anymore? I tilda. Faced with the pitiful beauty before him, Ethan was speechless. "Do you have to do this? You know I'm aware of your identity, yet you're still acting like this. In the Tower of Babel, you were a majestic queen, but now you're acting like a little girl." Seeing Ethan's conflicted expression, Sir suddenly smiled. "Come over tonight, I have something to tell you." After the tease, Sir stood up, leaned over to Ethan's ear, and whispered these words softly. After finishing her words, Sir showed Ethan a bright smile, then turned and went back to work. As the mascot of Hostess of Fertility, her job was indispensable, attracting countless customers to visit the tavern. However, her warm breath on his ear made Ethan's heart flutter. Since joining the Freya familia, he was often tempted by the goddess of beauty. Ethan's passion has been rising day by day, with no outlet for release. Being so intimately close naturally triggered some reaction in Ethan. However, the next second, Ethan calmed down, as the woman in front of him was his direct superior for now. "Come over tonight." Watching Sir return to the kitchen, Ethan was puzzled. Was there something else? Otherwise, why would she ask him to come over tonight? Wait a minute, come over tonight. Does she have something to explain? What can't be said during the day and has to wait until the night? Could it be that this goddess who supported him is about to do something weird to him? Ethan didn't know, but that didn't stop him from wildly guessing. Now that she had left, he had no way to ask further and could only go back after eating and drinking his fill. Back home, Ethan lay on his bed, his mind filled with wild thoughts, especially imagining a multitude of R-rated scenarios due to Sir's previous words. "This won't do. I need to clear my mind or I'll explode." Eventually, Ethan sat up and couldn't help but shout. When one has nothing to do, it's easy to brood over things, and Ethan, being a hidden pervert, found his thoughts becoming more disordered, nearing a mind full of lewd rubbish. Right, the cursed corpse, I still need to perfect Charmander. The gate to the imaginary space opened, and the orange-colored Charmander appeared in the room. For his first creation, Ethan was very concerned, and he also cared a lot about the puppet manipulation technique. Recently, after obtaining the ratio technique, although not as invested as before, Ethan was still very concerned. Refining his creation, making it more perfect bit by bit, was Ethan's current desire. Besides, creating more cursed corpses was also Ethan's goal. Then, Ethan began to refine Charmander, a routine he had, testing in real combat during the day and resolving issues at night. Compared to before, this Charmander now qualifies as a proper cursed corpse. Due to the effect of all the evil of the world, Ethan could now freely manipulate Charmander in combat, the previous stiffness now completely gone. This feeling is like a combination of building Lego and assembling circuits. Creating a life-sized figure by hand for a boy was an immensely attractive thing to do. Puff, puff, puffs. Rapid breathing echoed in this cramped space. Lily curled up in the corner. Beside her on the table was a bag full of money. I killed someone. Today, she personally ignited the Kinseki with a magic sword, causing 5 adventurers to die in the explosion. Although she had lied to others countless times since she was young, it was her first time taking a life, which was a huge shock to Lily, requiring time to recover. Thoughts and actions are completely different things after all. Chapter 64, Visiting Loki Familia. Time progressed to late at night, and finally, amidst nervousness, Freya summoned Ethan. With excited emotions, Ethan arrived at his goddess's chamber, only to find that the scenario he had imagined did not occur. Freya saw Matilda. As soon as he entered, Ethan spoke to Freya. Well, I have found you a teacher. Go to his place tomorrow and learn from him. Teacher. Yes, at this stage, you are strong, with not low ability values, and you do not lack skills and magic, but your combat experience is too weak. Therefore, you need someone to guide you on how to fight. Listening to Freya's words, Ethan did not object but nodded instead. He knew his own situation, just as Freya had said, he really didn't know any fighting techniques. In other words, his way of fighting was the most primitive, relying on instinct and intuition. It's nothing now, but in the future, this will become his weakness. Freya-sama, who is this teacher? Otter, Alan, or someone else from our familia? None of them, it's Finn Damney, who also is the captain of Loki Familia, whom you met at the banquet before. Who, Finn, really? Yes, what are you not satisfied? It's not that I'm dissatisfied, I just didn't expect, Freya-sama, you would find me a teacher from another familia. Looking at Freya, Ethan also had some doubts. This possessive goddess was actually letting him learn from a member of another familia. Otter and the others from my familia are not suitable to teach you, and so I have no other choice. Tilde. Hearing Freya's reasoning, Ethan really didn't believe it at all. Such a large Freya familia, and not a single person able to teach him. He's afraid no one will believe this. There must be other reasons, but she does not want to tell him. Ethan had no objections. Compared to the potential enemies within his own familia, Finn was definitely a good choice for a teacher. Should I visit Loki Familia tomorrow, or is Finn coming here? You need to go there in person. I've already discussed everything with Loki, so how much you learn from Finn is up to you. Understood, Tilda. Ethan was actually quite curious about Loki Familia. When he first arrived in this world, the Loki Familia was his top choice. As one of Arario's top 2 familias with a harmonious atmosphere, it was definitely the best option to join. But fate is a funny thing. Things don't always develop the way you expect them to. The next day, Ethan got up early for his first visit to Loki Familia, with a bit of expectation. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, Ethan left the Tower of Babel and headed for Loki Familia's residence, Twilight Manor. Twilight Manor is located in the northern part of the city, directly facing the north street of the central square. It just happens to be opposite the location of the Freya Familia's residence. One is in South Street and the other in North Street. Amazing, Tilda. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Twilight Manor, Ethan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Being able to occupy such a large territory in the bustling part of Arario, truly worthy of being one of the two strongest familias in Arario. However, it's also funny. He hasn't even visited his own familia's residence and has come to visit Loki Familia's base first. Who are you? The guard at the entrance asked Ethan as he approached. I am Ethan Starfall from Freya Familia. I'm here to find Captain Finn. Please pass the message. Someone from Freya Familia looking for our captain. Yes, Goddess Freya and Goddess Loki have already given me permission. Please wait a moment, Tilda. After glancing at Ethan, one of the guards ran back to report, while the other remained on guard. A few minutes later, the guard returned, accompanied by Loki Familia's captain, Finn. It must be said, the differences between races are truly significant. Despite being a man in his 40s, Finn looked almost like a young boy, truly worthy of being a member of the Palom race. Ethan, we meet again. Captain Finn, I'm troubling you this time. It's no trouble at all, come in. Under Finn's invitation, Ethan entered Loki Familia's residence. The guards at the door looked at Ethan with curious faces, wondering what a member of the Freya Familia was doing here. Ethan, Loki, and I have discussed this, and for the next month, I will spend 3 hours every morning teaching you. What do you think? You're the teacher, and I'm the student. The timing of the classes naturally depends on you. Don't say it like that. We're not in a teacher-student relationship. It's just friendly exchange. Finn dared not acknowledge this teacher-student relationship. After all, no one can say how long their familias can stay peaceful with each other, so it's better to be cautious. Ethan didn't say much more, he just casually mentioned it. Together with Finn, he went to the training ground, as it was still early, so there were no other people there. Ethan, what weapons are you accustomed to? Short swords and long swords. He currently had 2 weapons, the second-class weapon, Black Sword, given by Freya, and the special grade cursed tool, Inverted Spear of Heaven, obtained from drawing cards. Finn nodded. Although he was accustomed to using a long spear, he was not unfamiliar with short swords and long swords, as there were many people in their familia who used such weapons. Then let me test your strength first. Teach according to the student's abilities. To teach someone first, you need to know their strength. And the best way to understand it is through actual combat. All right, Tilda. Ethan drew a long sword from his waist. As for the Black Sword and the Inverted Spear of Heaven, they were in his imaginary space. After all, this was not a real fight. Finn smiled slightly and picked up a long spear from a nearby rack. Swoosh! Without any words, Ethan launched an attack, stabbing towards Finn with the sword in his hand. Clang! Finn, with rich combat experience, counteracted Ethan's strike with his long spear and then thrust forward, forcing Ethan to retreat several steps. However, Ethan then continued to attack, which Finn all caught and counterattacked. The whole process didn't involve any fancy swordsmanship or techniques. It was a pure clash, but the two were not on the same level. All of Ethan's attacks were easily neutralized by Finn. Chapter 65, Lily's Gratitude. Bangs! A crisp sound of collision echoed, and in the next second, the long sword in Ethan's hand was sent flying away. Suddenly having no weapon, Ethan had no time to react before Finn's spear tip was at his throat. Had it been a real fight, he would have been done for. Then Finn put away his long spear, and his test finally came to an end. Ethan, your strength, speed, and reflexes are all excellent, but your attacks are too direct. Hi. Your fighting style, it seems like something you've figured out bit by bit on your own. Yes, it's something I improved gradually while fighting monsters in the dungeon. Finn nodded, understanding Ethan's situation. Most ordinary people are in the same situation as Ethan, growing bit by bit in actual combat, without systematic training. In this case, you'll need to start learning from scratch. Okay, Tilda. Being a level 1, and having the chance to learn from a level 6 adventurer was a rare opportunity. Ethan didn't know how Freya managed to give him this opportunity, but what he learned was his own. So how could he not be serious? First is the way you draw your sword. I may not be a swordsman, but I have encountered many powerful swordsmen. Finn began his teaching, and Ethan was also studying seriously. The whole process, from theory at the beginning to practice later on, Finn pointed everything out, then gradually helped Ethan learn and grow through sparring. The process went smoothly, with one willing to teach and the other willing to learn. Who is that the captain, but who is that other guy? As time passed, members of Loki Familia started to wake up. Seeing Finn and Ethan on the training field, they were puzzled. As the captain of Loki Familia, training newcomers wasn't typically Finn's job. Usually, level 3 members were in charge of such a responsibility. Aki, what are you looking at? The captain is on the training field, fighting with someone I don't recognize, and it seems like that person's not from our familia. Not from our familia. The elf girl leaned in to look, and then saw the two people on the training field. She didn't recognize Ethan and hadn't heard of any new members joining. So, where did this guy come from? He must be special if he managed to get personal training from the captain of their familia. Aki, Alicia, what are you looking at? An Amazoness happened to come out and ask the two, who were clustered at the window. Tayoni, come and see, do you know that guy? Which guy? Following Aki's gaze, Tayoni saw Ethan and Finn on the training field. She did recognize Ethan, not because she knew him personally, but because their familia had been investigating him before. As an executive, she naturally knew quite a bit. Ethan Starfall. Starfall, what a strange last name, do you know him, Tayoni? I can't say I know him, but I recognize him. But he's from Freya Familia, why would he be here this early? From Freya Familia. Now it was Aki and Alicia's turn to be surprised. A member of the Freya Familia, training with Finn of the Loki Familia, was a highly unusual sight. On the other side of Twilight Manor, Loki also stood by the window, watching Ethan below. As a goddess, she could sense something special about the boy, but with her divine power sealed, she couldn't tell exactly what it was. However, Freya's high opinion of him was a significant indicator. Freya's judgment, especially in Aurario, was renowned. After all, Loki, an old friend of Freya's, knew just how discerning her eye could be. Slap! A hand blocked Ethan's attack, and Finn felt it was about time to end for the day. Let's stop here for today, Ethan. Immersed in the process of getting stronger, Ethan hadn't noticed the passage of time. It's getting late, Tilda. Thank you for today, Captain Finn. You can just call me Finn. The goddess of beauty sees something special in you, and I can tell why. I might not have much left to teach you before long. It's just good luck, Tilda. Finn sighed internally as he looked at Ethan. The latter, though still immature, was growing at an alarming rate. In just 3 hours, he had grown rapidly from their sparring session. And now, Ethan was only level 1, but his actual strength in battle was already comparable to that of level 2. Finn didn't know just how fast Ethan was gaining ability values. Moreover, Ethan hadn't even used Mana Burst to strengthen his body. If he did, he would be even stronger. I'll take my leave then, Tilda. Checking the sky, he figured he could make it back from the dungeon by afternoon if he went in now. Daily mission, kill 12 needle rabbits. Completion progress, 0-12. Mission reward, 10 diamonds. The needle rabbits are upper floor monsters, commonly encountered on the 7th-10th floor. Today's mission was not difficult. After leaving the Loki Familia's base, Ethan headed straight for the dungeon. Adventurous and Tilda. Approaching the central square, heading towards the Tower of Babel, a voice called out from behind. Ethan instinctively looked back, spotting a small figure. Is there a problem? Ethan recognized the figure, but couldn't remember where from. Hidden beneath a cloak, Lily, looking at the benefactor, who had already forgotten her, felt conflicted inside. On one hand, she could be sure that he hadn't saved her with any ulterior motives, but on the other hand, being forgotten like this was still quite a blow. Adventurous-on, thank you for saving me yesterday. She deeply bowed to Ethan, very sincerely. You were the supporter from yesterday. Yes, if it weren't for you, I would have probably died yesterday. It was nothing, Tilda. For you, it may have been a small matter, but for me, it was a life-saving grace. Well, I accept your thanks then. Looking at Lily, Ethan felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He had also been saved by Tsubaki before, and had thanked her just like this. He didn't expect to find himself in a similar situation now. Chapter 66, Defeating the Floor Boss Goliath. Boom! With the sound of collapse, a monster turned into a wisp of black smoke and completely disappeared. Roar! An orange-red figure now stood in the cave, with flames burning fiercely at its tail, proving its identity as Charmander, Ethan's first cursed corpse. Under Ethan's guidance, it has been perfected day by day, and now initially possesses the ability to fight autonomously. As he has become more proficient with puppet manipulation, Ethan's greatest accomplishment in recent days has been making cursed corpses fight autonomously. Wow, is this your creation? It's amazing. Not far away, Tsubaki looked at Charmander with a face full of surprise. In Aurario, puppets and the like are a blank slate, let alone cursed corpses who can fight autonomously. My first creation has been modified many times, but now it's pretty good, I guess. It's amazing, there are no mechanisms, and yet it can move and even fight like a real creature. How did you manage to create something amazing like this? Charmander itself is a puppet, controlled by my cursed technique. Cursed technique, you mean your skill? Sort of, I can infuse magic into a cursed corpse and then control and manipulate it. That's amazing, Tilda. As a blacksmith, such a miraculous creation naturally amazes her. However, this miraculous creation is based on the other party's skill and is not replicable, which made her feel a bit disappointed. After all, if such a technique were easy to obtain, it would definitely cause a huge shock in Aurario. Rumbled. Suddenly, the surroundings started to shake violently. The crystal-clear, dungeon walls around them started shattering, and then a giant figure emerged from within the crystal walls. Is that the floor boss? Is it its spawn day today? Tsubaki was surprised to see the huge figure. At this time, Ethan smiled. He has been camping on the 17th floor for the past few days, waiting for the floor boss to respawn. Now, finally, his patience has been rewarded. Tsubaki-san, please help me out here. What do you want to do? Of course, to defeat this monster. As soon as he said this, Tsubaki was shocked. Even though this is the weakest floor boss, it still possesses level 4 strength. Where does a level 1 like Ethan get the confidence to challenge this monster? Are you crazy? This is a floor boss and you're just level 1. Do you have a death wish? Level doesn't always represent strength, Tsubaki-san. Looking at Ethan's confident face, Tsubaki was speechless, not knowing whether to call him confident or arrogant. After all, she understands that adventurers must take risks and seek out challenges. Otherwise, can they truly be called adventurers? I must be crazy to agree, but if it gets dangerous, I will step in. In the end, Tsubaki sighed and jokingly said to Ethan, "Thank you." Ethan thanked Tsubaki and headed towards the Goliath. The term Monster Rex, used since ancient times, refers to a unique and solitary monster that dominates its birth floor. Their power and territorial nature have earned them the nickname Floor Boss. A floor boss typically possesses strength 2 levels above other monsters on the same floor, and it does not have a fixed respawn cycle. While the standard for assessing its strength is the same as for adventurers, floor bosses often have huge bodies and unique special abilities or weapons. Floor bosses are significantly more dangerous than adventurers of the same level, often requiring a team effort to defeat. Goliath, the floor boss of the 17th floor, with level 4 strength, is also the most well-known floor boss of the dungeon. Tilde. Looking at Goliath in the distance, Ethan took a deep breath and then entered battle mode. He activated Mana Burst, directly enhancing his physical prowess. And he opened his imaginary space, and the inverted spear of heaven extended bit by bit from the void into his hand. Facing this floor boss, naturally, he needed to use his strongest weapon. Huh, what kind of weapon is that? Seeing the inverted spear of heaven, Tsubaki became curious. Her blacksmith's intuition told her this weapon is more than just a simple armament. A huge body, a large head, dark skin, and crimson eyes. This is Goliath, the floor boss of the 17th floor, a monster Rex nearly 20 meters tall. Roar! With a roar, the Goliath's huge body caused severe destruction to the surroundings. The ground was trampled, walls shattered, its mere movement wreaked havoc. This is the power of the creature, known as the Lone King of the Labyrinth. As the closest target, Ethan inevitably became the focus of Goliath's attack. The Goliath opened its mouth wide, and in the blink of an eye, a sonic wave, fueled by violent magical power, erupted towards Ethan. Boom! Roar, Goliath's long-range attack ability, the massive sonic wave shattered the ground, causing the entire 17th floor to tremble. Swoosh! In the moment after Goliath's attack, a figure rushed upwards. Ratio technique. Before Goliath even realized what happened, the attack landed, and its huge arm burst open, scattering blood everywhere. Goliath's wrist felt as if it had been blasted by a cannonball. Just one contact has already caused serious damage to it. How is this possible? Goliath's skin is immune to most low-level magic. How could it be broken by a single strike? Is this his true power? Is he really level 1? Or does the answer lie in that strangely shaped sword? Ethan's strike caused a huge shock to Tsubaki, and she became more curious about the inverted spear of heaven. Ratio technique, it's my cursed technique, which allows me to divide the target's length into equal parts and create a weak point at a 7:3 ratio. Hitting these points triggers critical damage. At this time, Ethan's voice sounds, causing Tsubaki to be slightly stunned. Is he explaining this to her? However, exposing one's skill like this isn't that reckless. Swipe. On this side, after revealing his cursed technique, Ethan's body begins to boil with magic. Revealing the cursed technique during battle increases the cursed technique's effect. In Jujutsu Kaisen, there is a strong sense of cause and effect. After Ethan merged with cursed energy, his magic also gained this aspect. Chapter 67, Defeating Goliath. Roar. However, compared to Jujutsu Sorcerer and Cursed Spirit, Goliath is just a mindless monster. After Ethan disclosed information about his cursed technique, there was no difference for Goliath. It couldn't understand anyway, as it was just a monster. Ethan took advantage of this situation. In any case, he had already disclosed the information. Whether Goliath understands it or not is not his concern. Using his speed as an advantage, Ethan continuously dodged around Goliath, wielding the inverted spear of heaven, an incomparable weapon, causing massive damage to Goliath's body. Ratio technique, burst. Seizing an opportunity, Ethan infused a massive amount of magic power into this attack. 7-3. At this point, Ethan didn't hesitate and slashed down. Bangs! With the effect of his cursed technique, it exploded instantly, directly blowing Goliath's leg apart from the middle. Such an impact naturally made it impossible for Goliath's leg to continue supporting the weight of its enormous body, causing it to fall down. Squish! Black mist emerged at the injured spot, and the exploded leg began to regenerate bit by bit. Goliath possessed rapid regeneration. As long as its magic stone remained intact, it could continuously recover from any non-fatal injuries. This was the most troublesome part about Goliath. It's not that it was difficult to fight, but that it was hard to kill. How can I let you regenerate so easily? Ethan leaped up, his inverted spear of heaven aiming straight for Goliath's abdomen. The magic stone of Goliath was also located here. With the power of the inverted spear of heaven, it was enough to destroy it. As long as its magic stone is shattered, Goliath will be finished. Splurt! Goliath's abdomen was violently torn open by the inverted spear of heaven, blood gushing out like a fountain, even showing the continuously squirming flesh and blood from inside. It was a gruesome sight. Roar! After suffering such a fatal attack, Goliath roared in fury. Under the threat of death, Goliath let out a roar, and all the monsters on the 18th floor and the nearby areas were attracted. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, a large number of monsters started rioting. As if attracted by something, they swarmed towards the 17th floor. Hey, what's going on? The monsters are rioting, but strangely, they're not attacking Rivera Town, but heading upwards. How odd. No, I guess someone is challenging the floor boss. Challenging the floor boss, really? Whether it's true or not, we still need to eliminate these monsters. Now that they've all emerged, it also saves us the trouble when they attack next time. Boys, get on it and take down these hateful creatures. Oh. Under the lead of their boss boars, the nearby adventurers began attacking these monsters. They didn't know who was challenging the floor boss, and it didn't matter to them. However, now was the best time to attack these monsters, as they were all mindlessly heading to the 17th floor, making them easy targets. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, a group of monsters. Tsubaki, who was watching from the 17th floor, heard the noise and then saw a large number of monsters pouring in from the 18th floor. Then, glancing at Ethan, who was still fighting Goliath, she sighed helplessly. Swipe. She drew the sword from her waist. Dealing with a floor boss at level 1 was hard enough for him. Adding these monsters to the mix would be overwhelming. What a nuisance. What are these monsters messing around for? Splash. With a flash of her sword, the monster at the front was cut down instantly, split from head to tail. Just one strike demonstrated her absolute strength. Tsubaki Kalbrand, also known as Cyclops, is a genuine level 5 adventurer. Ethan, seeing this scene, immediately smiled. It was fortunate that Tsubaki was covering for him. Otherwise, it would have been real trouble if these monsters had come over. After all, Goliath's recovery speed was not slow. If it were given enough time to recover, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Roar! But at this time, Goliath had not lost its ability to fight. Ethan, who was about to deal the final blow to its abdomen, suddenly felt a sense of unease and instinctively leaped up. Boom! The next second, Goliath's roar followed, grazing the corner of his clothes and directly destroying a distant wall. Truly worthy of being a floor boss, but this time, Lady Luck is on my side, goodbye. Click! Ethan gripped the inverted spear of heaven tightly and flipped downwards, charging straight at the monster Rex. The next second, his weapon pierced directly through Goliath's body, embedding itself in the giant magic stone. Roar! Struck at its core, Goliath erupted in rage, consumed by the desire to kill Ethan. Gurgle! However, at this moment, the evil within the inverted spear of heaven began to seep out. After merging with all the evil of the world, the inverted spear of heaven, now an evil cursed tool, began to show its fangs. Boom! Struck by all the evil of the world, Goliath's magic stone collapsed immediately. It was like a spark flying into a pile of gunpowder, instantly igniting all the explosives. Achievement: defeating the floor boss, killed the first floor boss. Reward: 200 diamonds. With Goliath's death, Ethan also received an achievement reward. Not only that, but his balance was at 100 diamonds today. He was planning to draw a card upon returning. Unexpectedly, he achieved another achievement reward, gaining 200 diamonds. Name: Ethan Starfall. Current card pool: Fate. Diamonds: 300. 300 diamonds, 30 draws, Ethan was now wealthy again. Thinking about this, he was very excited, even diluting the thrill of just having defeated Goliath somewhat. And with Goliath's death, the monsters that kept coming to the 17th floor, summoned by Goliath, also recovered, one by one, no longer obsessed with going to the 17th floor. He really defeated Goliath, this boy. Seeing the monsters retreating, Tsubaki's gaze landed on Ethan in the distance. Chapter 68, The Rich Tsubaki. After taking a look at the fallen Goliath, Tsubaki didn't know what to say. A newcomer who has been in Arario for just over a month, merely a level 1 adventurer, actually defeated a floor boss. If word of this gets out, she's afraid no one would believe it, as it is truly unbelievable. At the same time, Ethan was in a state of excitement. After all, having defeated Goliath, he earned a new achievement and received 200 diamonds as a reward, which effectively amounted to 20 draws. For a gambler, this was an unexpected delight. If it weren't for the fact that now was really not the right time, he would have been tempted to draw from his system right away. To be honest, I really doubt, are you really a level 1 adventurer? Tsubaki joked as she looked at Ethan. I guarantee you that I'm a genuine level 1 adventurer, not a fake one. Ethan replied with a smile as he glanced at the half-dwarf woman. This time, Tsubaki's assistance in blocking incoming monsters was a great help to him. Otherwise, with a large number of monsters gathering, if Goliath had had time to recover, it would have required much more effort to defeat it. What is this, Tilda? Not far away, Goliath's body turned into a large cloud of black smoke and completely disappeared, including the core magic stone, which also shattered. After all, Ethan's method of killing Goliath involved using the inverted spear of heaven to directly destroy its magic stone. However, at the spot where Goliath died, there lay a huge piece of black hide, as tall as a person. Goliath's hide, good stuff, Tilda. Seeing such a large piece of hide, Tsubaki's eyes lit up. For a blacksmith, this was a rare find. As a monster Rex, Goliath's defense and magic resistance were extremely high. If its skin were made into equipment, such a large piece of hide could produce more than a dozen sets, and even the scraps could be used to craft some bracers and greaves. And Ethan, looking at this piece of Goliath's hide, had some other thoughts. In the Jujutsu Kaisen card pool, Ethan had obtained various cursed techniques, including puppet manipulation technique and ratio technique. Now the ratio technique had brought Ethan a huge increase in strength, and being able to defeat Goliath was also thanks to the ratio technique, which could forcibly create weaknesses to exploit. Of course, this was also due to the effect of the inverted spear of heaven, which, apart from its anti-magic property as a special grade cursed tool, was also extremely powerful. However, conversely, the first obtained puppet manipulation technique progressed slowly. Especially Charmander, his first cursed corpse, though it has reached preliminary qualifications after Ethan's continuous modifications, still falls far short of Ethan's expectations. This made Ethan think of making more cursed corpses, and now this piece of Goliath's hide was the best material for making them. I am willing to pay above market price for this Goliath's hide. Ahem. Hearing Tsubaki's words, Ethan paused for a moment and looked at her in surprise. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't care, but Tsubaki was different. He had always remembered her life-saving grace. Okay, since Tsubaki-san needs it, then you can take it, Ethan said with no hesitation. In the market, a piece of Goliath's hide is worth about 5 to 8 million volleys. I'll offer 10 million volleys, what do you think? Tsubaki asked. Well, that's not what I meant, tilde. Ethan didn't expect to get paid. Don't tell me it's for free, you haven't been in Aurario for a long time and don't have much money. I'm different. I've been here for many years, I lack everything except money. Hearing Tsubaki's very generous tone, Ethan didn't know what to say. In Aurario, setting aside everything else, a good weapon is worth a lot of money, not to mention a master blacksmith like Tsubaki, who is certainly not lacking in customers. As she said, having been in Aurario for so long, she really doesn't lack money. A single business transaction can earn her several million volleys, and a larger one can earn tens of millions, as was the case when someone commissioned her to customize a first-class weapon. The service charge alone was in the tens of millions. Plus, many of her works are sold in the branded Hephaestus store, earning a large amount of volleys with each sale. Moreover, she doesn't have many hobbies. She just loves to study and research blacksmithing wholeheartedly. Over the years, the wealth she had accumulated had already reached an astronomical figure. Seeing such generosity from Tsubaki, Ethan couldn't help but smile, not having expected that he would one day be flaunted with wealth. Well then, since you've said so, I will shamelessly accept this huge sum. Don't say it like that. Such a large piece of hide is enough to make more than a dozen sets of equipment. The amount I'll turn over after selling them will only be more. That's your own skill, Tsubaki-san. It has nothing to do with me. A blacksmith, in essence, thrives on a skill-based livelihood. If you have the capability and good craftsmanship, naturally you won't lack money. Since the floor boss has been defeated, Ethan's goal for this venture has been achieved. Recently, his fauna had hit a plateau, becoming difficult to improve further and reaching its limit. Therefore, in order to rank up, Ethan took the risk of challenging the floor boss. Now that the goal has been achieved, and he has 300 diamonds in his balance, he naturally couldn't stay in the dungeon any longer. He needed to head back. After all, he had cards to draw. Soon, Ethan and Tsubaki left the dungeon together. On the way back, Tsubaki, holding the hide larger than herself, never stopped smiling. For a blacksmith, good material is more important than money. After leaving the dungeon, she couldn't wait to return to her workshop. Having got such a good piece of material, Tsubaki couldn't help but want to try it out immediately. Watching Tsubaki's hasty departure, Ethan chuckled and headed home as well. Knock knock. Come in, Tilda. After knocking on the door, Ethan entered upon hearing his goddess's response. Today, as usual, Freya looked down upon Aurario from her high vantage point through the floor-to-ceiling windows, holding a glass of wine, while the room was filled with the rich aroma of the wine. Why are you back so early today? Freya was a bit surprised to see Ethan. In recent days, Ethan had been leaving early and returning late. In the morning, he would go to the residence of Loki Familia for Finn's training and guidance, then head to the dungeon until late at night or even midnight before returning, only to repeat the cycle the next day. Freya-sama, I feel confident that I can rank up today, so I returned early. Rank up? Have you achieved a great feat? I guess so. It's only been a few days, and great feats aren't like regular Excelia, they're not so easy to obtain. Freya looked at Ethan, her tone carrying a hint of lecturing. Chapter 69, Upgrade to LV2. Ranking up and achieving what's known as a great feat is not that easy. The level of fauna does not increase by merely defeating low-level monsters and gaining experience points/Excelia. It requires constantly defeating stronger opponents to gain enough high-quality experience points/Excelia for a transformation or evolution. In other words, leveling up represents the growth of both body and spirit, and one must achieve a great feat that even the gods would commend. This is also the reason why many adventurers are unable to surpass the barrier of LV2 throughout their lives. Let's give it a try, it's not like it costs anything. Well, I guess updating fauna still requires my divine blood. How can any amount of money compare to that? Freya glanced at Ethan. You see, for other members of her familia, updating their fauna requires a prior appointment, and there are only a few slots available per week. But for Ethan, updating his fauna is as common as eating and drinking every day. I have a few gifts that I just wanted to give to you, Freya-sama Tilda. As he spoke, Ethan took out several cheongsams of different styles, including embroidered, landscape, and solid-colored ones, 3 in total, each resembling an exquisite and gorgeous work of art. Seeing this, Freya's eyes lit up. She really likes such new styles of clothing. Especially in Aurario, she is the only goddess who owns a cheongsam. Other goddesses can't get one, even if they are willing to spend a lot of money trying to buy one. This exclusivity is what really gives her a sense of superiority. However, she only had a single cheongsam before. She can't wear it every day, can she? Freya was waiting for Ethan to send a few more sets, but there was no news from him for so long. Now that he needs something from her, he immediately gives her 3 sets, which makes Freya both happy and annoyed. It seems that you have quite a lot of hidden goods. Looking at Ethan, Freya's tone became a bit heavier, clearly implying something. That's all, just this little bit tilde. Ethan also started to sweat. The Jujutsu Kaisen card pool event has ended, so these cheongsams have become limited edition items, and there is no hope for more. It's like giving one away means having one less in his stock. Ethan was planning to keep a few sets for his future girlfriend. As for Freya, although he considered having some more than friendship interactions with her, he never really thought about having a serious boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her. After all, she is a goddess, and he is a human, a hurdle that is very difficult to overcome. Of course, it is also because gods are not so easily won over, especially smart ones like Freya. It's too troublesome to get along with them. It's okay for physical relationships, but serious emotional ones, not so much. He may change his mind in the future, but that's how he feels now. Looking at Ethan's evasive behavior, Freya was somewhat dissatisfied, but seeing the 3 cheongsams he gave her, she didn't say much. Go ahead and take off your clothes. Okay, Tilda. Ethan skillfully took off his shirt in front of his goddess. And for Freya, she has become accustomed to seeing Ethan's body. She used to take a few extra looks at the beginning, but after seeing it many times, there was nothing special. Drip. A drop of divine blood fell, and the fauna on Ethan's back was instantly activated. With the catalysis of divine blood, the experience points / Excelia, Ethan had accumulated over the past few days were converted into ability values, although the growth was not very high. Name, Ethan Starfall. Level, LV1. Attributes. Strength, S950S, 955. Endurance, S989S, 993. Dexterity, S969S, 972. Agility, S966S, 980. Magic, SSS 1250 SSS, 1251. Development abilities, none. Magic, imaginary number magic. Skills, Miracle of Absolute Evil. Imaginary Space. Jujutsu Sorcerer. His ability values have already met the conditions for rank up, and the magic attribute has even broken through the upper limit of S rank, reaching the terrifying SSS rank. The only downside is that the other attributes in his status are somewhat lacking. Ethan guessed it might be because he absorbed energy from magic stones and extracted magic from his negative emotions, which is why his magic values increased so much. You're really ready to rank up. What did you do? Seeing that Ethan really met the upgrade conditions, Freya was also surprised. How long has it been? Just a month, and he's ready to rank up. You know, whether it's Otter, the strongest member of her familia, or other high-ranking members, it took them years to level up. Even the record holder for the fastest rank up, the Sword Princess, took a year. It's nothing special. I just defeated the 17th floor boss, Goliath. Floor boss? Hearing Ethan's words, Freya's tone rose several notches. That's a LV4 monster Rex. You, a LV1 newbie who just received Falna for a month, really defeated a floor boss. Well, not only is Ethan's speed of gaining ability values extremely fast, but his real combat power has also surpassed the Falna system. You really are a monster. I'll take that as a compliment. Ethan enjoyed the touch of his goddess's hand on his back, so he didn't mind her words. Swipe. With Freya's operation, Ethan's Falna level was upgraded. And he truly felt the improvement. If he was a water bottle before, now he's a kettle, able to hold much more water. You have 3 development abilities to choose from. Which one do you want? Freya asked Ethan, as development abilities are also a major feature of Falna. Mage, Hunter, and Mystery Tilda. Mystery. Hearing Mystery, Ethan was momentarily surprised, as it is one of the rarest development abilities. Indeed, Mystery. It's truly incomprehensible how a level 1 upgrading to level 2 could acquire Mystery as their first development ability. It's a truly rare occurrence. Who makes me so talented? This time, Freya didn't refute, because it was a fact. Ethan has now broken many records in Aurario. It was no exaggeration to say that he was extremely talented. Then do you choose Mystery? Yes, Mystery. All right, Tilda. As Freya's operation was over, Ethan also completed this upgrade. He smiled. After all the effort, he finally upgraded to LV2, stepping out of the low-class adventure category. After all, in Aurario, the difference between LV1 and LV2 is quite significant. Chapter 70, Noble Phantasm. Name, Ethan Starfall. Level, LV1, LV2. Attributes. Strength, S955 I0. Endurance, S993 0. Dexterity, S972 0. Agility, S980 0. Magic, SSS 1251 0. Development ability, Mystery Eye. Magic, imaginary number magic. Skills, Miracle of Absolute Evil. Imaginary Space. Jujutsu Sorcerer. At this point, Ethan has officially left the novice stage. Furthermore, upon upgrading to level 2, he earned a new achievement which, although within his expectations, still made him extremely happy. Achievement, Emerging Talent, become a level 2 adventurer. Reward, 200 diamonds. Another 200 diamonds were credited to his account, bringing his total balance to 500 diamonds. Now he truly became wealthy. The only regret is that the limited edition Jujutsu Kaisen card pool has ended. Otherwise, he might have drawn some good reward out of it. After all, in Jujutsu Kaisen, there are many other abilities and skills that he covets, like domain expansion, black flash, various cursed techniques, and so on. In Aurario, these are all very powerful. Not to mention, just the reverse cursed technique alone could make Ethan a top-class healer. I really don't know what to say. Honestly, this is the second time I've seen such a talented monster like you. Perhaps you could indeed become a new hero. Freya tossed the parchment showing his status back to him, speaking with a hint of emotion. As for her bet with him, it really didn't matter to her. If he could really defeat that legendary monster, becoming his possession wouldn't be out of the question. Then, Freya-sama, please look forward to it. Perhaps one day in the future, I really could become a new hero. Then I shall wait and see. Seeing the confident look on his face, Freya smiled, not disliking this version of him. Afterward, having received new sets of cheongsams and wanting to try them on, Freya no longer wanted to waste time with Ethan. Coincidentally, Ethan's mind was also filled with thoughts of drawing cards. The two, one human and one goddess, unintentionally reached an agreement. Returning to his room, he couldn't wait to open his system interface. Still the same familiar panel. Name, Ethan Starfall. Current card pool, Fateverse. Diamonds, 500. In the card drawing section, two options were presented. 10 diamonds single draw, 100 diamonds, 10 consecutive draws. I offer to sacrifice 100 years of Freya's lifespan, come on. After a round of his usual praying, Ethan directly pressed the 10 consecutive draws option. Black stockings, white stockings, white stockings. Facing these black and white stockings cards, Ethan felt helpless. It seemed every card pool had its own, thank you for your patronage, disguised as various consolation prizes. However, looking at the exquisite drawings of beautiful women on each card, Ethan thought that although he was heartbroken with the loss of diamonds, it was still barely acceptable. Class skill, item construction. Did I really draw something good? Suddenly, the penultimate card revealed was not a consolation prize, but an actual reward. Class skill, item construction. It is a caster class skill to manufacture magical items, from implements of war to items for daily use. Also, this skill requires time to gather components and manufacture items. Item construction, oh boy, another crafting type skill, and it's a caster class skill at that. Having just acquired the mystery development ability and now obtaining the item construction class skill. Oh boy, this is encouraging him towards the mage path. It's a good start, not bad at all. Ethan was very satisfied with this skill. With it, he should be able to significantly improve the abilities of his cursed corpses. Then, Ethan started the second round of 10 consecutive draws, still the same familiar interface and process. Black stockings, white stockings, white stockings. Looking at the bunch of cards with the usual types of stockings, Ethan's face darkened. Just when he got a good start, it had to fall apart right. Ethan, who intended to defy fate, continued to draw more cards, but it was just the beginning of his despair. Third round of 10 consecutive draws. Black stockings, white stockings, white stockings. And the results of the fourth round of 10 consecutive. Black stockings, white stockings, white stockings. Slap. Ethan slapped himself in the face. Is his luck really this bad? A total of 30 consecutive draws, not a single good reward, damn, 300 diamonds for a bunch of stockings, even if he likes them. This is just too much stockings. Fine, I'm all in now. Let me sacrifice 10,000 years of Freya's lifespan. If I don't get anything good this time, I'm going to file a complaint. Ethan was about to collapse mentally. 30 consecutive draws and getting nothing good so far, that's too much for anyone to bear. Swish. For the last 10 consecutive draws, Ethan's gaze was fixed on the card drawing system interface. A brand new card pack was taken out, and after being torn open, many cards flew out, then began to reveal their true appearance. Black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings. This familiar sight, this familiar scene, seeing the progress pass halfway in a blink of an eye, Ethan's heart turned cold. This couldn't be another wasted opportunity, right? He doesn't want to be called an unlucky star. Noble phantasm, Excalibur. Gem magic. Just when Ethan had given up hope, a miracle occurred. At the very end, he hit the jackpot twice. Moreover, the items drawn this time were unbelievable to Ethan. Excalibur. This is the noble phantasm of King Arthur, and he just drew it out of a card. As for gem magic, compared to Excalibur, that's nothing special. Swish. After receiving the rewards, a sword shimmering with golden light appeared in front of him. And upon its arrival, it immediately bound itself to Ethan. The so-called noble phantasm is the weapon praised in the legend of heroic spirits, a materialized miracle, the proof of a heroic spirit held by servants. Thus, a noble phantasm usually doesn't have a physical form. It materializes according to the will of the servant. Such an artifact now belongs to Ethan and has been bound to him, becoming his exclusive noble phantasm. Chapter 71, The Holy Sword Blackens. Excalibur. The most powerful noble phantasm of the King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon, is said to be the holy sword symbolizing the supreme might and honor of King Arthur, and stands at the top among holy swords. Exuding a golden sacred aura, it inspires an overwhelming sense of nobility. Ordinary mortals are simply not qualified to lay a finger on a sword like this. Swish. However, the moment Ethan made contact with Excalibur, the once sacred golden radiance vanished without a trace, replaced by an impenetrable darkness. The original gold and blue hues had also transformed into black and red. The previously sacred holy sword had been transformed into a profound demonic blade, revealing the new nature of the sword Ethan now held. Excalibur Morgan, Sword of Promised Victory. Though there were slight differences in color and appearance, it was still undeniably another side of Excalibur. Just as the fairies of the lake, Viviane and Morgana, can coexist as polar opposites embodying good and evil, Excalibur can also hold a dual existence of good and evil. Excalibur Morgan no longer restrains its own magical power. If you swing this corrupted holy sword with all your strength, the magical particles are no longer holy light, but become the darkness that devours light instead. Blackened. Staring at the Excalibur in his hand, Ethan couldn't help but be speechless. He had just been overjoyed at obtaining the lightsaber of the King of Knights, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned pitch black. However, after some reflection, he felt it was natural. Given his own status as the bearer of all the evil of the world, the Excalibur bound to him would inevitably blacken, mirroring the fate of the blackened King of Knights who had fallen into the black mud. Yet, as he held this sword, Ethan could clearly sense the terrifying power it contained. Excalibur is a sword that amplifies, converting its user's magical energy into offensive power and releasing it. The extent of this amplification surpassed everyone's wildest imagination. Also, as an anti-fortress noble phantasm, it naturally possessed the destructive power to demolish a fortress with a single blow. Back when Ethan watched Fate anime, the King of Knights' battle prowess after blackening had been on a completely different level than when she was not blackened. It was like the difference between a floor boss and a simple monster. Sure enough, the rule blackening makes 3 times stronger, whitening makes 7 times weaker, is an eternal truth. Swish. The next second, the Excalibur in Ethan's hand vanished into thin air. Unlike ordinary weapons, noble phantasms had no fixed physical form. They would materialize according to the wielder's will, which was incredibly convenient, and there was no need to worry about wear and tear. Ethan was so excited at this moment that he had completely forgotten about the other reward he had received, gem magic. His only desire now was to test the true extent of Excalibur's power. Lying in bed, Ethan wanted to quickly fall asleep and get up early tomorrow. However, with so much on his mind, he couldn't possibly rest. The more he tried to fall asleep, the harder it was to fall asleep. No, I have to give this a try, otherwise I won't be able to sleep all night. Muttering to himself, he got out of bed, put on his clothes, and headed out. His destination was clear: the dungeon. Dungeons had no time restrictions, and one can enter them any time, eliminating any potential entry issues. Freya-sama, Ethan just went to the dungeon tilde. Don't mind him, he's bound to be restless after ranking up. I just didn't expect him to be unable to contain himself for even a single night. Freya didn't seem concerned. Leveling up was equivalent to human evolution. There was a significant increase in overall strength, so it was only natural to want to test their abilities after the upgrade. As for Otter, he remained silent. But deep down, however, he was astonished by Ethan's progress. In just a month's time, the boy had advanced from LV1 to LV2. Furthermore, according to their goddess, he had defeated the floor boss Goliath while still at LV1. Even he could never accomplish such a feat at LV1. Indeed, their goddess was a divine being, whose judgment was always impeccable. If Ethan had fallen into the clutches of another familia, especially Loki familia, their Freya familia could have faced serious peril in the years to come. Meanwhile, Ethan had already entered the dungeon. He ignored the low-level monsters on the upper floors and headed straight for the floors below. Boom! As Ethan was making his way, a massive boulder suddenly came hurtling towards him. He rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the surprise attack. Then, from the direction the boulder had come, a white figure emerged from a cave. Standing 4 to 5 meters tall, its body covered in silvery white fur, and its human-like posture all indicated its identity as a silverback, one of the monsters found in the middle floors of the dungeon. A silverback. Ethan recognized this monster from the original story, where the protagonist was relentlessly pursued by one. Finally, after receiving the weapon Hestia knife from his goddess, and after a grueling battle, Bell managed to defeat it. Roar! The silverback let out a furious roar as it locked eyes with Ethan's location. Its massive hands grabbed a nearby boulder and threw it at him. Bangs! Ethan swiftly dodged the projectile. As expected of an ape-like monster, it had a surprising level of intelligence and knew how to take advantage of its surroundings. Let's test my sword on you. Ethan extended his right hand toward the silverback, and in the next moment, a flash of dark light illuminated the scene as the jet-black Excalibur appeared in his hand. As he wielded Excalibur Morgan, a formidable aura emanated from him. Roar! Suddenly, the silverback charged at Ethan with a deafening roar. Swish! Mana burst. With the activation of this skill, Ethan's physical abilities were amplified through magic energy. Without hesitation, he charged at the incoming monster head-on. If he was going to test his new weapon, it was only fitting to engage in real combat. Splatter! His Excalibur cut through the silverback's fur as effortlessly as if it were slicing through butter. Aside from its special characteristics, as an A++ rank noble phantasm, Excalibur's sharpness was undeniable. A mere middle-floor monster like the silverback was not worth mentioning at all in the presence of Excalibur. Bangs! In pain, the silverback retaliated with a ferocious swipe of its massive hand. However, Ethan dodged the attack with ease. Splatter! He followed up with a swift slash, the jet-black blade severing the silverback's arm. The surrounding rocks were instantly drenched in crimson, yet not a single drop of blood stained the surface of Excalibur, which retained its deep and ominous vibe like an abyss. Chapter 72, Ethan encounters Pass Parade. Without any suspense in the battle, Ethan, who is now a level 2 adventurer, along with the A++ rank noble phantasm Excalibur, had already far surpassed the Silverback in strength. This can no longer be called a battle, but rather a one-sided crushing. A burst of blood sprayed as the blade pierced through the body of the Silverback. The monster's massive body, in the face of death, was just as fragile as a feather. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of black ashes dispersing, only a magic stone was left lying on the ground. Truly worthy of being called the lightsaber, especially the blackened version. Looking at the Excalibur Morgan in his hands, Ethan felt that if he faced Goliath again, he no longer needed to fight so hard. He could just unleash the giant beam of light and nuke it directly. Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. As with his current magic reserve, he really couldn't unleash the true power of his noble phantasm. Particularly since Excalibur was an A++ rank noble phantasm, unleashing it required an enormous amount of magical energy. The significant difference in Artoria's strength before and after her blackening in the 5th Holy Grail War can be attributed primarily to Shiru's inadequate mana reserves as her master. After blackening, Saber no longer had concerns about depleting magical energy, using powerful moves as though they were regular attacks. Before this transformation, she had to be conservative with her mana usage. After all, excessive consumption could deplete Shiru's mana reserves. And as for Shiru's mana reserve, well, there's no need to say much. A few light cannons from our king, and he'd probably be drained dry. Having put away the Excalibur, Ethan continued to move forward. One time was not enough, he hadn't had enough fun yet. It's similar to playing Minecraft. After going through the trouble of crafting a diamond sword, wouldn't you want to use it to defeat a few more bosses? Since it was late at night, he didn't encounter many people along the way. The entire dungeon at this time seemed a bit silent. Tap, tap, tap. A series of rapid footsteps suddenly sounded. Judging from the sound, there were quite a few people. It's all your fault, insisting on going to kill the killer ants. Who knew these killer ants were so tenacious? They're still not dead after all that. Just shut up, the swarm of killer ants is quickly approaching. Hurry and run. Despite the noisy voices still being some distance away, Ethan roughly understood the situation. These people were seeking death. Although the individual strength of the killer ants was weak, they were a swarm-type monster. Once attacked, they would emit a special pheromone to attract their companions. In the upper floors of the dungeon, countless adventurers have perished under the siege of the killer ants. The term newbie killer originates from this. In the upper levels of the dungeon, they truly are formidable enemies for low-class adventurers, no joke. After being surrounded by a swarm of killer ants, even weaker level 2 adventurers would likely suffer. There's someone ahead. We're lucky, let's quickly move past that person. Isn't this bad? What's wrong with that? Would you rather die in his place? The so-called kindness often exists only when one's own safety isn't at stake. When real danger arises, the vast majority of people will become the most selfish. To survive, they will do whatever it takes, let alone using others as a scapegoat. They would not hesitate to even murder some innocent guy. At this time, Ethan also noticed a group of people with dark skin, each dressed in revealing attire and with good figures. Only their dusty appearance made them less appealing. And he recognized them, Amazonas race, like dark-skinned girls from his previous life. Aurario also has a significant population of this race. What a handsome young man. Under normal circumstances, I might have spent a night with you for free. But now, well, I'm afraid we can only wrong you. The leading woman of the Amazonas race said this to Ethan. Her 3 companions, looking at Ethan, all wore expressions of pity on their faces. Such a handsome man, if it was other times, they would usually be very greedy, even if it meant giving away their service for free. But under the current circumstances, they didn't have time to waste. Sha sha sha. A loud rustling sound arose, and behind the group of Amazonas women, a dense swarm of killer ants surged forward. Seeing this, Ethan began to wonder what these people had done to stir up the killer ants' nest. Observing the situation, it was clear that the monsters had emerged in full force. "We're sorry, handsome, but we have no choice," the Amazoness woman said to Ethan as she quickly approached. Ethan was no fool. He naturally understood that the other party was trying to divert the danger towards him. And such an act in Aurario was also known as pass parade. This is a tactic used by adventurers in the dungeon. When retreating, they lead the monsters chasing them to another adventurer's location to attract the monster's attention so they can escape. Although the unwritten rules of the dungeon state not to interfere with other adventurers' actions, in a crisis situation, some teams will also use such despicable tactics to survive. Although such behavior is very despicable, in the face of real life-threatening danger, honor and shame are no longer important. Glancing at the approaching swarm of killer ants, and then at the quickly departing Amazoness team, Ethan's expression instantly turned cold. Well, he really hadn't expected that one day he too would be used as a scapegoat by others. Sha tilde sha tilde. The sound of some type of insects moving rapidly approached. The swarm of killer ants was now close at hand. Killer ants are monsters. In their cognition, all humans are enemies, so even though Ethan was not the one who provoked them, they would still attack him. Swish. Projection begin. Accompanied by Ethan's words, a sword was projected beside him. Broken phantasm. Boom. The next second, the newly projected sword was used by him like a hand grenade, thrown out and directly detonated. Although this was also broken phantasm, it was probably the lowest level. But to deal with the current situation, it was absolutely sufficient. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cavern began to collapse in the violent explosion. Broken phantasm, directly detonating the projected weapon, the destructive power caused was not small. The already not-so-wide cavern directly collapsed because of this explosion. And this directly blocked the advancing route of these killer ants. This was not to imply that Ethan couldn't handle the killer ants, but rather than fighting these monsters, he was seeking the real instigator to return the favor. They had subjected him to a pass parade, so he intended to reciprocate with a significant gift. Chapter 73, Pack Knockout Take Away. Bangs. Ouch, handsome, please go easy on me, Tilda. A flirtatious voice echoed, misleading those unaware into thinking something inappropriate was happening. However, in truth, the 4 Amazoness women at the front had been tightly bound and left there, each displaying expressions filled with regret and helplessness. Their regret was not for employing the pass parade tactic, but rather for having used it on the wrong person. They had unwittingly provoked someone they shouldn't have messed with. Despite looking thin and slender, who would have thought the guy could be so strong, easily solving the problem of the killer ants and even quickly subduing the 4 of them? It's worth noting that, even though they were all level 2, being captured so effortlessly was indeed a blow to their pride. Little brother, it was our fault just now. How about this, let us 4 serve you well as compensation, Tilda. Saying this, one of them posed in a shy manner, instantly brightening the eyes of the other 3. Women of the Amazoness race are from a matriarchal society, and men are captured from other places as a reproduction tool. For the Amazoness race, matters between men and women are very open. Aurario's largest red light district, the entertainment district, is mostly inhabited by Amazoness women. Coincidentally, these 4 are also part of it, as members of the Ishtar familia, exploring dungeons by day and working as prostitutes in the red light district by night. This is their routine. It is rare to find a handsome guy like Ethan in the entertainment district, and some women would even pay to approach him. If something really happens, they will make a profit instead. Compensate me, sorry, I'm not interested, Tilda. Looking at the 4 above-average-looking women, Ethan curled his lip. He didn't mean to look down on them. He's not a nerd who's obsessed with virginity. Except for his wife, it doesn't matter whether the girl he had an intimate relationship with is a virgin or not. But that doesn't mean he has to like prostitutes, especially those who are willing to degrade themselves to earn money. Being forced to be a prostitute and willing to be one is a completely different matter. Although he's a pervert, Ethan still prefers rich, beautiful, and women with pleasing temperament. Sadly, the women in front of him lack all three qualities, and furthermore, having interacted more with goddess Freya, his standards for ordinary women have only increased. Little brother, don't be shy, we four sisters are quite experienced. Saying this, they gave him a flirtatious smile, completely unaware of his indifference. While they had a good appearance, Ethan expressed his lack of interest. Maybe other adventurers might like them, but that's their preference. For him, at least, there's no attraction. Wait a minute, you wouldn't happen to be from the Ishtar familia, would you? Suddenly, Ethan remembered something. Most of the Amazonesses in Arario belong to one familia, the Ishtar familia. That's right, we are from the Ishtar familia, my name is Afia. Why are you asking this? Have you been to our place? What she meant was actually the entertainment district. In Arario, over 80% of men have visited the red light district. After all, men have certain urges, and the entertainment district is precisely the place where they can vent those desires. That's why the entertainment district has been unregulated for so many years. Adventurers who earn their living by risking their lives need a way to relieve stress. Without an outlet, problems can easily arise. That's really great, just what I was thinking, Tilda. Previously, Ethan had been pondering how to lure out the fox girl from the original story. Her magic, Uchide no Kazuchi, is very powerful, capable of raising a person's level for 15 minutes. Although the effect is temporary, it is still quite terrifying. If given to Otter, he would directly become level 8. Then the status of Arario's ultimate trump card would truly be unshakable. Moreover, there's also the subsequent Kakeno magic, which can apply the Uchide no Kazuchi's effect to multiple people at once, up to 9, turning a single boost into a group boost, truly a protagonist's mobile cheat. However, the Ishtar familia is not weak, and they are also in collusion with Evelys, making it difficult to act. Now, members of the Ishtar familia have schemed against him, delivering a pass parade to him, which was like walking into the muzzle of a gun. Publicly, the guild strictly forbids pass parade, a disgraceful act. If not handled properly, there is every reason to launch a war game. By then, won't it be easy to capture the fox-eared girl? As for whether Freya would agree or not, Ethan didn't care. As long as she knew about the effect of Uchide no Kazuchi, he believed Freya definitely would not refuse to launch a war game on Ishtar familia. After all, having such a trump card is like having extra assurance. In others' hands, it might only create a level 6 or level 7 combatant, but in Freya's hands, it would be a level 8 combatant, ensuring the status of the Freya familia as the strongest for at least 10 years. Handsome, what are you thinking about? How about you let us go? We'll help you distress as compensation. At this moment, due to Ethan's distraction, Afia, who had been waiting, thought he was just a shy virgin boy. For them, experienced women, a first-timer is a real treasure. Just the thought of taking the virginity of a handsome guy made Afia almost unbearable. Oh, forgot you were still here, sorry. No, Tilda. Correct. A karate chop, knocking her out cold. This swift and decisive action left the other 3 women stunned. What was going on? Why did he act so decisively? But before they could wonder further, Ethan had already acted on them, knocking them out as well with a few hits. Damn, I shouldn't have knocked them all out. How do I take them away now? Do I have to carry them? After knocking them out, he immediately regretted it. It's a bit of a journey back to Arario, and taking 4 unconscious people with him was not going to be easy. Thinking this, Ethan just accepted his bad luck. As time ticked by, about 2 hours later, he finally dragged the 4 unconscious women out of the dungeon. He went too far in knocking them out. He called several times but couldn't wake them up. He'll need to be more careful next time. Ethan didn't waste any time and took the 4 women straight to the elevator, heading directly to the top floor. Otter, has Freya-sama gone to bed? After moving the 4 women out of the elevator, he approached Otter and asked. Although it was already late at night, Otter had not left, standing straight at the door, resting with his eyes closed. Ethan even wondered if he was sleeping while standing up. Chapter 74, Ethan's Objective, Planning Against the Renard. Watching Ethan, followed by 4 Amazonesses, Otter unconsciously furrowed his brow. This was the place where goddess Freya resided, and Ethan had casually brought 4 unknown women here, which, in Otter's view, was simply disrespectful. The goddess has already rested Tilda. He said this lightly, his gaze fixed on Ethan. The attitude was clear. If you plan to disturb their goddess's rest, Otter will definitely make him understand what the rules are. She's asleep, huh? Ethan didn't think much of it. It was normal for her to be asleep at this time. Then Ethan's gaze fell on Otter. Otter, can you find a place to lock these 4 up? Where did you find these Amazonesses? Speaking of these 4 women, Otter showed a hint of dissatisfaction. These 4 are from Ishtar Familia. They just pass-parade me in the dungeon, and I captured them alive. Pass-parade? Hearing Ethan's explanation, Otter also gave a sideways glance. Ethan has been in Arario for just a few days, yet he's experienced everything unfortunate that one can encounter in the dungeon. Monster party, monster riot, pass-parade. Now he's just missing an encounter with a strengthened species. Otter didn't know what to say for a moment. In the dungeon, there are no rules. Since they wanted to plot against you, then killing them would have been fine. Why bring these Amazonesses back? Of course, to make good use of them. They are from Ishtar Familia, after all. Otter is a pure warrior. Although he has been with Freya for many years, his mind isn't filled with twists and turns. Ethan felt somewhat helpless. This is just a straightforward fool. Goddess Ishtar has always been at odds with our goddess, often causing trouble for her. We can take this opportunity to reasonably act against them. Since the people from Ishtar Familia framed me, trying to pass parade to kill me, don't you think this is a good reason for revenge? You mean? Otter suddenly understood. This was to take advantage of the situation. Looking at the 4 unconscious Amazonesses, indeed, this was a very good excuse for revenge. After all, the entertainment district is Arario's largest gold pit. Although Freya Familia isn't lacking in money, earning more money is always good. What do you want to do? After understanding, Otter looked at Ethan, wanting to hear his ideas. Let our goddess confront goddess Ishtar. They better spit out some wealth to avoid disaster. Otherwise, we can reasonably start a war game. With the strength of Ishtar Familia, we should be able to crush them easily. A weak familia like Ishtar Familia, destroying them is not difficult at all. Otter had the authority to say this. His strength, and that of Freya Familia, supported him in this claim. In the original story, because Ishtar wanted to lay hands on Bel, Freya became truly angry. Then Freya Familia dispatched several executives, who effortlessly crushed Ishtar Familia, completely annihilating them. Even their goddess Ishtar was sent back to heaven by Freya directly. So, why not take advantage of this opportunity to get free money? I will talk to Freya-sama about this tomorrow. You can leave these 4 to me. Since it was possible to benefit their familia and suppress an annoying familia that often troubled their goddess, Otter was naturally willing to relieve Freya of her worries. This is one of the benefits of being part of Freya Familia. As long as it benefits their goddess, everyone will basically agree. That's settled then, I'll be going back first. Tilda. After explaining everything, Ethan turned and left. Dragging these 4 women from the dungeon was exhausting enough. Even the excitement of acquiring a lightsaber was diluted considerably. Now he started to feel sleepy. The night passed without words. The next morning, a knock on the door woke Ethan from his sleep. Creak Tilda. Ethan initially thought it was Otter, as he was usually the only one who would knock on his door. However, upon opening the door, Ethan was stunned to see Freya standing there, wearing an exquisite rose-colored dress, looking as captivating as a blooming rose. Freya-sama. Otter has already told me what happened last night. Well, what do you think then? Hearing Freya say this, Ethan smiled. For her to visit him early in the morning, there must be a reason. State your real purpose. What do you mean? It's not your style to seek benefits for your familia, don't forget. You still owe me 20 million Tilda. Hearing Freya's words left Ethan speechless. My goddess, must you bring up every uncomfortable topic? I accidentally received some information a while ago that piqued my interest. Ethan knew that outright lying was not possible, so he just told some half-truth. Information. Freya tilted her head towards Ethan. Considering the people Ethan knows in Aurario, he couldn't possibly have access to much useful information. Ishtar Familia recently acquired a secret weapon intended to destroy our familia. Hey, destroy my familia, just Ishtar. At this, Freya was amused and her face filled with scorn. Climbing to the top of Aurario was based on strength, and over the years, the growth of her familia had been amazing. With just Ishtar, who does flesh-slapping business every day, capable of defeating her familia. Whether it was in heaven or after descending to the lower world, Freya had never taken her seriously. Go on, let me hear how she intends to destroy my familia. In Ishtar Familia, there is a Renard who possesses a special magic or skill that can temporarily raise an adventurer's level by 1. When we temporarily raise a level, special skill or magic? Who knows, I only heard about it by chance. It was during a time I was in the dungeon when I happened to encounter a team from the Ishtar Familia discussing it. I don't know the details. Even so, that's no big deal. The strongest adventurer in Ishtar Familia is only level 5. It's not just that, they also mentioned a ritual and a killing stone. With that, Ethan fell silent. He had interwoven truth with lies, hinting at something to her. As a goddess who has lived for millions of years, one should never doubt the wisdom of a goddess. Chapter 75, The Goddess's Attitude. Ritual Killing Stone. Let's not talk about the ritual, but Freya probably knows about the killing stone. The killing stone is a type of stone able to seal the soul and magic of a Renard. It is considered a taboo magic item that allows other people to possess and cast the magic of the sacrificed Renard. If the killing stone is broken into multiple pieces, then the person who possesses the fragments will be able to cast the said magic. Combining what Ethan had just mentioned about the Renard, the so-called ritual is likely a ritual to sacrifice this Renard. Once the ritual is completed, the killing stone will seal the soul and magic of the sacrificed Renard. When the time comes to break the killing stone, each fragment will act as a temporary level-up item. I see, they're planning something like that, Tilda. Now that things have reached this point, Freya naturally understands everything. However, even if Ishtar were to succeed, Freya does not believe she would pose any threat to her. Freya Familia, apart from Otter, who is LV7, has several other members who are LV6, not to mention many who are LV5. Even if all members of Ishtar's Familia were to rise by 1 level, Freya does not believe Ishtar would be able to defeat her. So, by using the Pass Parade as an excuse to apply to the guild for a war game and forcing Ishtar to hand over this Renard, that's your plan, right? Her magic can temporarily level up anyone. Could it be that Freya-sama, you don't feel tempted? To say she is not tempted is a lie. After all, no one would not be tempted by such a magic. Moreover, Ethan's plan had a high rate of success, and taking a step back, Ishtar is just a mere sidekick, and Freya has never paid attention to her. Even without this excuse, what if she just sent someone from her familia to kidnap the Renards secretly? Can Ishtar really afford to fight with her familia? Freya looked at Ethan and smiled. She was not an indecisive character, so if she wanted something, she would just go and grab it, not to mention that now someone had already prepared everything for her. This was the benefit of joining a strong faction. When the unexpected happened, bad things could turn into good things. After sending Freya away, Ethan poured a cup of water. By now, he was almost completely awake and had no desire to continue sleeping. At this time, he remembered a reward from yesterday's draw that he had almost forgot. Gem/jewel magic. In Fate, the magecraft passed on by the Tosaka family is also a type of magecraft cast through the medium of jewels. Jewels are said to be able to act as prisons that stop flow, easily accumulating and storing the thoughts of their owners. Among the jewels of the world, there are those that have spent years underground having contact with nature spirits and have been stained with their power, allowing them to act as a simplified type of magic crest when filled with magical energy. The downside of this storage medium is that they break upon the release of the magical energy, so they must be replaced with each use. They can be very costly, requiring either a great, wealthy family or to be constantly on the verge of running out of money like the Tosaka family. Wait a minute, I now seem to have the ability to turn my dream into a reality. Suddenly, at this time, after thinking about this, his expression slightly changed. Gem jewel magic, imaginary number magic, job skill, item creation, development ability, mystery. Combining all of the above together, an idea that he had before might now succeed. I don't know if magic stones count as gems tilde. Ethan took out a magic stone and then used gem jewel magic, wanting to try injecting magic energy. However, after some attempts, Ethan had to give up. Although magic stones look like gems, they are essentially the core of monsters, and they also contain magic power. However, fortunately, he also bought some gems from the dwarf boss before. He had originally planned to keep them for later when he wanted to pick up girls. After all, most girls definitely like such shiny things. This was a ruby of average quality. At that time, Ethan did not expect that one day he would need to use it. Under his control, magic energy was injected into the ruby, little by little. Next, Ethan began to try to guide the power of imaginary numbers into the ruby. With the bonuses of item creation and mystery, it was not difficult for him to make a magic item. And this was an idea that he had all along: to create an imaginary number space in a medium and create a storage item similar to a spatial ring. This was an idea that Ethan had after he had obtained imaginary number magic and imaginary number space. However, after repeated attempts, they all failed. Imaginary number space was not so easy to create and stabilize. After a long time, he gave up on this idea. But now, he once again picked up this idea. Now that he has gem jewel magic, a jewel injected with his magic power of imaginary number attribute should be able to carry a small virtual space, right? Plus the bonuses of item creation and mystery. In this world, maybe he really would be able to make space items. And so, Ethan entered a state of excitement and began testing. And on the other side, Freya had already led Otter and had come to the guild. Goddess Freya. When she saw Freya, a pink-haired staff member of the guild hurriedly greeted her respectfully. The other party was in charge of Arario's strongest familia, and she, a mere guild staff member, naturally had to greet her properly. If she accidentally made the other side unhappy, then she would be in trouble. Where is Ryman Mardial? As soon as she opened her mouth, Freya directly named the head of the guild. Ah, you're looking for the head of the guild. What, is he not here? Freya looked at Misha, a pressure coming down on her all of a sudden, making her afraid to make a single sound. Well, the head's not here. Not here. Freya frowned slightly, but did not make things difficult for the staff. When will he be back? Soon, I'll send someone to go and inform the head now. He should be back soon. Well, then I'll wait here for him. After saying this, Freya led Otter and walked inside. Her meaning was very clear. She wanted to wait for the other side to come back. And Misha also immediately understood that something must have really happened. Otherwise, Freya would not have this attitude. Chapter 76, Furious Ishtar. Ishtar-sama, this is this month's account tilde. Tilde not bad. Looking at the series of zeros, Ishtar's face became very pleased. You see, in Arario, the entertainment district is definitely a gold mine, with countless men spending time and money here every night. Moreover, the women of Ishtar's familia are all combatant prostitutes. They fight monsters in the dungeon by day and wrestle with men at night. Under such circumstances, the monthly profit of the Ishtar familia is an astronomical figure. As the goddess in charge of her familia, a portion of all members' incomes is handed over to her, and this portion, when combined, constitutes a significant income. Moreover, each month, the entertainment district also pays a portion of its profits to the guild to maintain good relationships. Behind the scenes, Ishtar also has connections with the remnants of Evelis and has funded them considerably. It can be said that, Whether in the dark or in the light, Ishtar has expanded her influence extensively, all with the aim of dethroning a certain goddess she both envies and resents. But ironically, in the face of absolute power, all this is so fragile. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps broke the calm, causing Ishtar, who was in a good mood, to frown slightly. Ishtar-sama, something has happened, Tilda. An Amazoness hurriedly ran in and spoke to Ishtar in a panicked tone. Why are you panicking? What could possibly go wrong? Ishtar-sama, something really has happened. Be quiet. As the dark-skinned goddess shouted angrily, the Amazoness immediately fell silent. The entire hall instantly fell into silence, and seeing this, Ishtar nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself that she wasn't exposed yet, so what could possibly go wrong? Speak, what has happened? At this moment, Ishtar finally looked at her and spoke in a casual tone. Ishtar-sama, Freya Familia has declared war on us and has initiated a war game. After delivering this message, she immediately shut up and stepped back. Sure enough, her words shocked Ishtar. Although Ishtar was jealous of Freya and had been fixated on the idea of taking her down, she also recognized the strength of Freya Familia, which could not be overcome by mere anger. Therefore, she had established her Familia and gathered most of the Amazonesses in a rario for this purpose. What is going on? Why would that bitch Freya suddenly declare war on us? Now Ishtar couldn't sit still. If the war game really began, her Familia would definitely not be a match for Freya Familia. She had just obtained a trump card and hadn't had the chance to execute her plans yet. Was it all going to be ruined? Ishtar, who was previously sitting confidently, was suddenly at a loss, knowing that Freya had several level 6 members under her command, while she only had one ugly level 5 adventurer, who also often disobeyed her orders. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Ishtar was like a ferocious snake, her gaze fixed directly on the unlucky messenger before her. Yesterday, Afia and her 3 companions were chased by a swarm of killer ants in the dungeon. They ended up using Pass Parade to trap a member of Freya Familia to escape. Pass Parade to a member of Freya Familia. Yes, it's Ethan Starfall, who has been the talk of the city recently. It's said he's a gigolo kept by the goddess Freya, and it's also because of him that the goddess Freya got angry this time. She went to the guild first thing this morning and filed for a war game. The gigolo kept by that bitch Freya. At this, Ishtar was also grimacing, thinking to herself how bold Afia and her companions were. Even she didn't dare to directly provoke Freya openly, only silently gathering her strength, but here they went and caused such a huge mess. Where are Afia and the others? They were captured alive, now imprisoned in Freya Familia. Well, there's no way to silence them now, with Freya Familia imprisoning them, which is not a place just anyone can enter. At this, Ishtar didn't know what to do. This is really bad luck. It's like choking while drinking water. Contact the guild immediately, say there's something suspicious about this incident, that it must be a conspiracy by that bitch Freya. Ishtar-sama, the guild has already seen Afia and the others, and all of them have confessed. Ishtar almost spat her drink, thinking how spineless they were. She hadn't even made a move, and they had already confessed everything. Although she gave the guild a significant amount of money each year, if such a big incident occurred, the guild would not side with her against Freya. Tilda, but Goddess Freya said that if we can compensate her, she might not engage us in a war game. Compensation, how much does that bitch want? Ishtar said, somewhat pained. She didn't even have to think about it. The other party would surely demand an exorbitant amount. 2 billion volleys, plus Senjauno Haruheim tilde. What did you say, plus what? Senjauno Haruheim tilde. Senjauno Haruheim was no secret within Ishtar Familia. Most members knew about this pitiful Renard and the sad future awaiting her, evoking sighs from many. So, in many ways, they also took good care of Haruheim, showing a bit of kindness to this fox-eared girl. Freya wants Haruheim, damn, how does she know about Haruheim? This tilde. No one could answer this question, nor did anyone dare to answer. There is never an airtight wall in this world, especially since Haruheim's presence in Ishtar Familia was no secret to begin with. No one can be sure if someone had leaked Haruheim's information, as there's no way to verify it. It could have been a Fia since she was captured by Freya Familia. She might have revealed Haruheim's information in exchange for her life. At this moment, a man beside Ishtar spoke up. He was one of Ishtar's men, or to be precise, her male pet. After all, the Ishtar Familia was composed mostly of women and prostitutes, with men having little to no status. That makes sense. It must have been that hateful woman Afia. At this moment, Afia, imprisoned in Freya Familia, unfortunately took the blame for this. But she is currently confined within Freya Familia, completely unaware of all this. Even if she knew, she couldn't do anything about it. What's done is done. Ishtar's mind was in turmoil. 2 billion volleys wasn't much. She could bite the bullet and pay it. But Haruheim was different. The Renard was her trump card to destroy Freya Familia. If she were to give her up, all her long-term plans would be for naught. Chapter 77, Haruheim acquired, Ethan stunned. In the entire hall, not a soul dared make a sound at that moment. Goddess Ishtar was pacing back and forth with a troubled expression, reluctant to give up Haruheim, whom she had obtained with difficulty. Ishtar-sama, we can actually agree to this condition, Ishtar's male pet spoke up. He had climbed to his position through his wisdom, resolving many unsavory matters on behalf of his goddess. He was like a good wife, except that the roles of men and women were reversed here. What do you mean, Tilda? Ishtar gloomily looked towards her male pet. If she didn't know he was captivated by her charm, she would have been tempted to kill him just for what he said. Ishtar-sama, to complete the Killing Stone ritual, we need the Killing Stone and a night of the full moon. This year's night of the full moon has already passed, and we have no clue about the Killing Stone, so it doesn't matter where Haruheim is now. Keep talking, Tilda. Once the next night of the full moon arrives, and we have obtained the Killing Stone, we can simply abduct Haruheim back. It won't delay the progress of the ritual. HMPH, that's Freya Familia you're talking about. Do you think one can just abduct people from there, as if it were their own house? Ishtar-sama, even if Haruheim has great potential, she is just a LV1 adventurer after all. No matter how much Goddess Freya pays attention to her, she can't be by her side every day, right? That's our opportunity. You do have some point, Tilda. Ishtar nodded, agreeing with his words. Haruheim was merely a sacrifice for the Killing Stone ritual. Whether she belonged to her Familia or Freya Familia didn't make much of a difference. As for becoming enemies with Freya Familia once again, since they were already preparing for the ritual, Ishtar had to be prepared to go all out against them. Offending them at that time didn't matter anymore. Most importantly, as her male pet said, this year's night of the full moon has already passed, and next year's is still a long way off. And now they don't even have the Killing Stone. All she has is Haruheim, and without the other components, her plan is just empty talk. Most crucially, if she doesn't agree, then her Familia might not have a future, and Haruheim would still end up in Freya's hands. Although she was reluctant to admit it, with sufficient power, one really could do whatever they wanted. Just like now, the overall strength of Freya Familia far surpassed that of Ishtar Familia, so no matter how angry Ishtar was with Freya, she could only endure it. After much consideration, Ishtar ultimately decided to compromise and agreed to hand over Haruheim. Just as her male pet said, she hadn't made preparations for the ritual yet. Once everything was ready, they could just abduct the fox-eared girl back. By then, her entire Familia could level up. Plus, with the cannon fodder she had recruited and the support of the chaos-loving Evelys, all combined, they could definitely knock Freya off her throne. Freya, cherish your good times now because once everything is ready, you will have nothing left. Saying this, Ishtar's face revealed a touch of madness. Greetings, my lord. I am Sanjauno Haruheim. Please take care of me from now on. Looking at the golden-haired, fox-eared girl in front of him, Ethan was completely baffled. Then he looked towards his goddess. What's this all about? Went looking for trouble in the morning and sent the person over by evening. His goddess's efficiency is a bit too high, right? At the same time, Ethan was speechless about Ishtar. Her most hated enemy is stepping on her head, and she just endured it. This is Haruheim, the cornerstone for realizing Ishtar's ambitions, and she just handed her over. If this were in the story of those typical fanfictions, it would have led to an intense conflict between two familia, even war games, resulting in the transmigrators reaping fame and beauty through their cool and handsome actions. How come when it comes to his turn, everything gets solved as soon as his goddess gets involved? Freya-sama this. Are you blind, can't you see? Ishtar sent her over and I've already converted her. She is now a member of my familia. You this. For a moment, Ethan didn't know what to say, other than giving a thumbs up and saying awesome. What else could he do? And this made him understand one thing. Being powerful really allows one to do whatever they desire. In the original story, Haruheim's plot could have been a short chapter leading to a series of future incidents, but here it was just like a passing scene. It's over in an instant. Right, there's one more thing, Otter. As she called out, the door opened, and the burly Otter walked in. Freya-sama. Upon entering, Otter spoke with full respect. Your name is Haruheim, right? Use your magic on Otter. Seeing her loyal bodyguard come in, Freya instructed the Renard. Although she had seen the magic called Uchide no Kazuchi during the conversion, she still wanted to witness its effect firsthand. Of course, the main point was to see if LV1 Haruheim's magic could work on the LV7 Otter. This was very important. Yes, Freya-sama. Hearing the goddess's command, Haruheim naturally did not dare to disobey. She knew well that this goddess was someone even Ishtar-sama wouldn't dare to provoke. Although the dark-skinned goddess cursed daily, she didn't dare let out even a peep when things went awry. The disparity was immediately clear, making Haruheim very cautious, fearing unwittingly angering the other party. Grow. That power and that vessel, breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes, until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. Grow. Confine divine offerings within this body, this golden light bestowed from above, into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. Grow. A layer of golden light slowly appeared on Otter's body. But that wasn't the key point. The thing that mattered was that Otter felt his strength instantly elevate by one level, which was unbelievable to him. After all, the hardships he had gone through to level up from LV6 to LV7 were immense, and it was a miracle that he managed to upgrade successfully. Now, just a single magic had increased his strength by one level, which he found unbelievable. Freya-sama this. How do you feel? Very strong, now I can easily defeat the former me. This time, Freya truly smiled from her heart. Since Haruheim's magic worked on Otter, that meant she now, albeit barely, possessed a level 8 member. This made her extremely happy. Chapter 78, Haruheim's Fantasy, How Embarrassing. Thud thud. Ethan-sama. A series of knocks on the door echoed, but after a long while there was no response. Creak. The golden-haired Renard pushed open the door and expertly placed the meal on the table before heading to the inner workshop, moving throughout the process very naturally. Opening the door, she indeed saw a man asleep on the desk, surrounded by various types of gems. Not only that, there were many gem fragments on the desk, making one wonder what exactly had happened here. Seeing this, Haruheim sighed softly. It's this situation again. Joining the Freya familia brought significant changes to Haruheim's life, especially since her uniqueness meant that Freya paid a lot of attention to her, even allowing her to reside in the Tower of Babel. Her duties involved managing various chores and spending more time at Freya's side, something like Freya's maid or something. As for Ethan, Haruheim always harbored a sense of gratitude towards him. She learned from their goddess that she had been brought into the Freya familia as part of Ethan's plan, which filled the once despairing Haruheim with immense gratitude towards him. So, out of gratitude, she took the initiative to handle all sorts of tasks for him, including laundry and cleaning, single-handedly. Ethan-sama, wake up, it's morning tilde tilde tilde. Looking at the soundly sleeping boy, Haruheim approached and called out gently, as if she were a wife trying to wake up her husband. Ethan, being a light sleeper, quickly woke up, but he was a bit groggy due to the poor quality of his sleep. Haruheim, what time is it now? It's morning already, Ethan-sama. Did you stay up late again last night? Just a little bit longer, I stayed up a little bit late. Breakfast is ready, Ethan-sama. All right. He got up and stretched. Sleeping on the work desk was not comfortable at all. He got up to wash up, while the golden-haired Renard started tidying up his cluttered desk, which was covered with various tools, metals, gems, and fragments. However, on his desk, Haruheim spotted a beautiful ring that instantly captured her attention. The silver-white ring, set with an orange gem, reflected the morning light in a uniquely beautiful way. So beautiful, Tilda. She couldn't help but pick up the ring and carefully examined it in her palm. Afterwards, various fantasies began to form in her mind. A loving couple, the man presenting such a ring to the woman blushing shyly as she accepts it, and then the two getting closer and closer. Various, adulterated scenes unfolded in her mind, and gradually, the faces of the man and woman in her fantasy morphed into her own and Ethan's. In an instant, Haruheim blushed deeply, covering her heated cheeks, her face full of shyness and anticipation. Ethan-sama, my dear. She murmured these words. She was still in a daze. Coincidentally, at this moment, Ethan, who was wiping his face with a towel, came back and found the shy, blushing, fox-eared girl in a daze, seemingly daydreaming. Haruheim, what's wrong with you? Ethan-sama. Caught fantasizing about the other party in a lewd way, Haruheim froze, feeling a complete social death on the spot. What are you doing? I was just looking at this ring. Did you make this, Ethan-sama? Haruheim hurriedly tried to change the topic. Yeah, it's the final result of my research, but it's still flawed. It can only be considered a prototype for now. Looking at the ring in Haruheim's hand, Ethan said this. The space ring, after various buffs and skill enhancements, he finally developed it. Using gems to store his magic power, and then using the gems as a foundation to open a tiny imaginary space. He succeeded after ruining a bunch of gems and wasting a vast amount of magic energy. However, this space ring only had a space of 10 cm, 10 cm, 10 cm, or 0.001 m3 in volume. Although successful, it was too small to hold much. Hence, it was considered a success but not a finished product. A flawed product, but I think it's beautiful. If you like it, then it's yours, Tilda. Ethan said generously, not caring much about the space ring since it was not up to his expectations. Since Haruheim liked it, she could have it. For me. For a moment, Haruheim was stunned, then the lewd plot from her mind replayed. Yes, if it weren't for you these past few days, I don't know what I would have become. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Ethan said this, but Haruheim, caught in a brainstorm, misunderstood it as something else. This is the token of my love. Will you accept it, Haruheim? Ethan looked at Haruheim with deep affection, holding the ring in his hands and asking sincerely. I do. Subconsciously, the words slipped from Haruheim's lips, but as soon as she spoke, all fantasies shattered. Everything just now was an illusion, and Ethan, hearing her words, was utterly confused. What do you mean, I do? Under Ethan's puzzled gaze, Haruheim screamed and ran out. If it was nearly a social death before, but now, it was total embarrassment. She said, I do, and she was blushing earlier. Does that mean she was fantasizing about me? Ethan, having been through the information explosion of the new era, although initially confused, soon guessed what was going on. And it's not that he is narcissistic. By now, he considered himself far more handsome than those fake celebrities, those with plastic surgeries from his previous life. Having a couple of little fans was normal. I remember in the original story, Haruheim is a Renard with erotic tendencies, having come from the Ishtar familia, embodying both shyness and eroticism. Thinking of this, Ethan also started to have some ideas, considering all the frustration he had accumulated by being in contact with Freya. Having a lewd fox-eared maid seemed like a gift from the gods. P.S. Haruheim is still a virgin. Whenever she served a client and saw a man half-naked, she would faint, causing the client to lose interest. And with Aisha always taking her place, Haruheim remains unaware of this. Chapter 79. A new mission, upgrade a mission. After tidying everything up, Ethan was ready to head to the dungeon. Today's daily mission had yet to be completed, which was his foundation for survival. One should never forget their roots. The daily missions were vital to Ethan's strength growth. Daily mission, create 3 magic items. Progress 03. Reward 20 diamonds. Upon seeing this new mission, Ethan was momentarily stunned. Creating 3 magic items was a type of mission Ethan had never encountered before, and the reward had increased from 10 diamonds to a whole 20 diamonds. What is going on? He's upgraded to level 2, and the system has upgraded as well, so now he can accept level 2 missions. However, no one could provide him with definite answers. The system had no user manual or customer service. Everything had to be figured out on his own. But since it's this kind of mission, let's continue. Ethan looked at his workbench, which Haruheim had just tidied up, sorting materials and miscellaneous items separately, discarding trash and cleaning the table. Approaching the table, he picked up a ruby and began to channel magic power into it. Through gem magic, Ethan had mastered the method of using gemstones to store magic power. The finished gemstones were somewhat similar to the magic gems of Aurario, yet somewhat different. Ethan considered using magic gems for crafting, but eventually gave up the idea. After all, they were too expensive. Even the slightly inferior ones cost millions of volleys. He decided to experiment with magic gems only after he had completely mastered how to create space rings. By infusing magic power into the gemstone, it somewhat transformed into a magic gemstone. Then, using the item creation skill, along with the enhancement of the mystery development ability, Ethan began to attempt creating an ultra-small imaginary space using this gemstone as the foundation. Having had a successful experience before, Ethan found the mission slightly easier this time. However, due to a lack of control, the magic exploded, and the entire gemstone shattered, wasting the magic power he had stored. Failed again, let's try once more. Picking up another gemstone, Ethan continued. And so on, as time ticked by, his supply of gemstones steadily decreased, while the pile of failed shards grew larger. Finally, success. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ethan finally achieved his second success. It was a beautifully crafted sapphire. Although it had not yet been set into a ring, this was merely a final touch. The crucial part was complete. Creating an imaginary space, stabilizing it, and finally securing it represented the entire process. It sounded easy, but only when one actually began to work could they understand how challenging it was. However, throughout this process, Ethan became more adept at using imaginary number magic. This time, he made a slight improvement. The space reached 15 cm x 15 cm x 15 cm. It was a significant improvement, considering that one must take a small bite at a time. With Ethan's current capabilities, trying to create a larger space was beyond his control and could easily collapse the imaginary space. Daily mission, create 3 magic items. Progress 3-3. Reward 20 diamonds. With an additional 20 diamonds in his balance, Ethan was nearly exhausted. After all, this was a meticulous and labor-intensive process. The 3 space rings he created, 2 measuring 15 cm x 15 cm x 15 cm and 1 20 cm x 20 cm x 20 cm, were his highest achievement so far. I wonder how much I could sell these rings for. Ethan shook the 3 rings in his hand. He was running out of money now. Moreover, he still owed 20 million volleys to Freya, and creating new space rings required more gemstones, which meant more money. Casually tossing the 3 rings into his pocket, Ethan prepared to head out. Selling equipment was not his expertise, but there are professionals for that, right? Isn't that what connections are for? Meanwhile, Haruheim, on the other side, was looking at the ring on her finger, smiling foolishly. Seeing this, Freya, who was reading on the side, became curious as to why the golden-haired Renard had been smiling all morning. Haruheim tilde. Ah, Freya-sama. Hearing the goddess call her, Haruheim snapped back to reality. What are you smiling about? Did I smile? You've been smiling all morning. Didn't you notice? Ah, well, I wasn't paying attention. Tell me, what made you so happy? Nothing, Tilda, nothing at all. Instinctively, Haruheim hid her left hand behind her back, trying to conceal the evidence. However, she didn't realize that she was not good at lying. Her actions were as good as a confession. What's on your hand? Nothing. Really? Really. It hasn't been long since you've joined my familia, and Haruheim, you've already started to deceive me. Don't you know that children of the lower world cannot lie in front of a god? With those words, Haruheim was cornered. Even if Freya were not a goddess, she could easily tell that Haruheim was lying. But her words left the golden-haired Renard with no way out. Eventually, Haruheim slowly revealed her left hand, showing Freya the prototype space ring. An orange gemstone set in a silver-white ring. Though not exceptionally lavish, a dazzling light flashed across the surface of the gemstone, indicating it was not an ordinary gemstone ring, but a magic artifact. Haruheim, where did you get this ring? Ethan-sama gave it to me. Ethan. Yes, Tilda. It seems that this little fellow has really come up with something interesting. Freya knew that Ethan had been busy with something, but didn't know what it was. Now, seeing the ring on Haruheim's finger, she suspected it was the outcome of his efforts. She became curious about the special effects of this gemstone ring. Due to the rarity of the mystery development ability, the magic items circulating in Aurario were few and expensive. The most famous was the Perseus from Hermes' Familia, who is among the rare individuals who possess the mystery development ability. Chapter 80, Negotiating Business with Tsubaki. Space Ring. In the forging workshop, Tsubaki was utterly bewildered as she looked at the ring in front of her. In Aurario, although there have been some geniuses who awakened space-related skills or space-related magic over the centuries, space rings were unheard of. Yes, this ring contains a space of 15 cm x 15 cm x 15 cm. You can try it out. Saying this, Ethan handed over the ring, and while Tsubaki was full of doubts, she still wore it skeptically. A few seconds later, Tsubaki's gaze shifted to Ethan. Although she didn't say anything, her face was filled with skepticism, as if she was just about to ask him, "Where is the space?" Inject your magic power into the ring, and you will feel it. Not too much, just a little magic is enough. I'll trust you one more time, Tilda. Then she focused back on the ring, carefully infusing it with magic power. In an instant, Tsubaki saw a virtual space. It was an amazing feeling. There was actually a space hidden in this small ring, which was truly miraculous. It's really true. Tsubaki was very shocked. As a blacksmith, especially one who could forge magic swords, this was the first time she had encountered such a miraculous item. Seeing the half-dwarf's surprised expression, Ethan also smiled. He knew that Tsubaki had discovered the effect of the ring. How did you do it? She asked instinctively, expressing the doubt in her heart, but then she immediately regretted it, as these kinds of secrets were usually trade secrets. I awakened a space-related skill, and just after leveling up, I gained the mystery development ability. After a few days of research, I managed to successfully create it. Wait, you leveled up? Just a few days ago. You've only been an adventurer for a short time, and you've already ranked up. Well, it took me about a month or so. You really are a monster. Looking at Ethan, Tsubaki didn't know what else to say. In terms of strength, he was able to combat a monster party on the 17th floor by himself at LV1, and he possessed powerful skills. Now he even had creation-related talents. The boy was indeed a monster. Most importantly, he was only LV2 now, having just leveled up. What exactly are you planning to do with this thing? Why did you find me? Removing the ring from her hand, though she found it fascinating, it was after all Ethan's item. Tsubaki-san, I'd like to ask you to appraise these space rings for me. I don't know anything about their expected price, of course. If it's convenient, I'd also like to ask for your help to sell them. You really have a good plan, wanting to use the name of Hostess Familia. It's a win-win situation. With space rings, the reputation of Hostess Familia could be further enhanced, right? I can't make such an important decision on my own. I have to ask Hephaestus-sama for instructions. As for the price, this is an unprecedented, space-related creation, so naturally it won't be cheap. Tsubaki pondered, touching her chin. As this kind of item had never appeared before, it was hard for her to estimate the price immediately. She was a blacksmith, not a merchant. She wasn't good at this sort of thing. Just give me a rough estimate, so I have some idea. How about 5 million? After pondering for a while, Tsubaki guessed the price. 5 million is acceptable. After all, the materials I need are just gemstones and some refined metals, totaling less than 10,000 volleys. Indeed, less than 10,000 volleys. In Aurario, gemstones were not scarce. In the dungeon, there were various sources of gemstones, but aside from decorative purposes, they had no other practical value. Apart from some girls using them to decorate their jewelry, there was not much of a market. It was under these circumstances that Ethan got a box of gemstones for less than 200,000 volleys. This type of production-related business itself is highly profitable, whether for blacksmiths, potion makers, or magic item makers like you. If not for the small size of the space, it could be sold for more than 10 million volleys. Tsubaki said this as a blacksmith, who had the most authority on such matters. Her weapons are sold for high prices, often costing millions of volleys, and the best ones could even reach tens of millions of volleys, whereas their production costs were merely the price of the drop items and various dungeon materials. What kind of space equipment would you like, Tsubaki-san? Rings, bracelets, or necklaces? I can make anything you like. Are you planning to develop it into accessory-type equipment? Something like that. After all, space accessory sounds pretty good, doesn't it? No need, I don't like wearing any accessory. Tsubaki waved her hand. Although she had helped Ethan, she never considered it a significant matter. On the contrary, she had long since forgotten about these things. Tsubaki-san, you saved my life before. How could I forget such a life-saving grace? A piece of accessory is nothing, it just costs me a bit of time. Still, I have no need for it. I don't have anything I need to carry with me all the time, so you can keep it for yourself. How could that be? Storing some healing potions, antidotes, and elixirs that can save lives when needed. You don't have to worry about them breaking or getting lost after storing them in the space accessory. Then give me a ring, Tilda. Tsubaki realized Ethan's insistence. Although she didn't care much, it was clear that the boy was determined to give her. And after all, it was just 5 million volleys. If necessary, she could just give him something of equal value in return later. All right, once I get back, I will create the best space ring for you, Tsubaki-san. I'll look forward to it then. By the way, these 3 rings, I'll leave them with you for now. Saying this, Ethan took out another 2 rings and handed them over to Tsubaki, which surprised her. She had never encountered someone so straightforward, just trusting her like that. You really trust me, huh? What's not to trust? You little guy. Saying this, she hugged Ethan's shoulder. Though she was a dwarf and had a height of about 170 cm, she was a giant among her kind. And because of her action, Ethan got a glimpse of her mountains. As a blacksmith, Tsubaki was outstanding. As a woman, her figure was explosive, especially those twin peaks, which could make many women envious. Especially now, Tsubaki, being in her own forging workshop, dressed casually, with her upper body mostly revealed and only a few straps wrapped around her chest, dampened by sweat, appeared irresistibly attractive. Chapter 81, Ethan's Social Death. Under Tsubaki's enthusiastic behavior, Ethan found himself in torment. Amid such beautiful scenery, he was caught between wanting to look and feeling he shouldn't. Lust and morality confronted each other in his mind. Looking seemed improper since she was so unguarded, yet not looking left him curiously itching to find out more. Although Ethan was a bit obsessed with legs and feet, that didn't exclude his appreciation for other prominent features. Men, after all, beyond their specific preferences, are naturally drawn to the allure of all parts of beautiful women. At this moment, Tsubaki also noticed his discomfort. However, when she took a closer look, she couldn't help but chuckle, amused by his dilemma of wanting to see yet not daring to do so. Tsubaki didn't know whether to laugh or not. Having grown up in a forging workshop, and now at 37 years of age, she had never seriously considered finding a partner, being wholly devoted to her time in smithing. For Tsubaki, elevating her forging skills had always been her ultimate goal, immersing herself in the joy of crafting new equipment, with little to no concern for anything else. Now, a man had entered her life who was not only decent-looking but also of good character, and importantly, she didn't dislike him. It was especially amusing for her to watch his conflicted expressions. "You can just look openly if you want to. I didn't say you couldn't." Tsubaki's sudden statement stunned him. His immediate thought was that he'd been caught, yet it seemed she didn't mind, even appearing quite generous. "To be honest, I never understood why men are so fascinated with 2 pounds of flesh on women's bodies. To be honest, they're quite the hindrance while forging." Tsubaki-san, you'd better not say this to other women." "Why?" "They might feel offended, Tilda." Ethan rolled his eyes, thinking how easily her words could provoke jealousy, especially considering how well endowed she was yet seemingly troubled by it. It's like rich people unknowingly flexing how troublesome it is to count money in front of poor people. In their conversation, Tsubaki, expressing her trouble, inadvertently highlighted her assets, making Ethan involuntarily add sound effects in his mind. Duang tilde duang duang tilde. Previously, he found none of the dwarf women appealing, but now he must admit, even among the dwarf race, beauty can be found, especially those with such stunning figures and being a half-dwarf. You're just at the age of being curious about the female body. It doesn't matter to me, but outside, your somewhat perverted behavior can offend others. Tsubaki-san. Ethan's face turned red with embarrassment, thinking the matter was settled, only for her to bring it up again. Being caught peeking at the other party was bad enough, but this situation was comparable to social death. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of Haruheim, who was in a similar situation as him before. Now, it seemed, it was his turn. All right, I'll stop. I won't say anything anymore, Tilda," Tsubaki said, realizing she might have gone too far, though she found the situation highly amusing. Over the years, she had seen many couples and wondered about her own future partner, yet never took the step to find one since she dedicated her life to forging. Now, she was not young anymore, so she was open to being in a relationship, not focused on the future, but simply wanting to try to understand the special feelings between a man and a woman. Tilda. An awkward silence followed, neither knowing what to say. Ethan was unable to stand it, so tried to break the ice but struggled to find appropriate words. "If you don't know what to say, then don't say. Weren't you confident at the banquet? Why are you so timid now? You're one to talk. What girl speaks like you do, Tsubaki-san?" "Stop calling me Tsubaki-san, it sounds odd. Just Tsubaki is fine." "Tsubaki." "What?" "Nothing, Tilda." Ethan thought he understood this tomboyish one-san, but he realized he knew less about her than he thought. "Your 3 rings, I'll help you sell them. But as for cooperating with my familia, I need to consult Hephaestus-sama. Don't get your hopes too high." "No worries, success would be great, but it's not a big deal otherwise." "So, can I reject your proposal right now?" "No, you haven't asked yet. What if it works out?" "Do you even care about it?" "Of course I care. Cooperating with Hephaestus Familia is a good opportunity." "Then don't say such cool words to me." Faced with Tsubaki, Ethan found himself at a loss for words. Why did he always end up so embarrassingly tongue-tied in front of her? Was this what they called a legendary, straight woman? "Look, it's getting late. I should head back," Ethan finally said, unable to endure the stalemate. He thought that advancing his relationship with the golden-haired Renard might be more productive than enduring this ordeal. He always felt a bit weak in front of Tsubaki. Maybe it was because she was his savior. You're leaving." "Yes, any more tasks for me, Tsubaki?" "Nothing more." "Then I'll take my leave. If anything happens, you can come to me at any time." "Sure, Tilda." Watching Ethan turn around to leave, Tsubaki found herself amused by the drastic change from his decisive character at the banquet to his shyness now. He felt like an intriguing character to her. Shaking her head, she wondered why Ethan struck her as so interesting, but she didn't mind this feeling. If their relationship were to evolve, she wouldn't mind. After all, she didn't dislike him. As Ethan left Tsubaki's workshop and headed back to the Tower of Babel, he suddenly remembered the main purpose of his visit was not only to discuss with Tsubaki, but also to collect money from selling Goliath's hide. With his money running out soon, he had somehow forgotten such an important matter. Glancing back at the distant workshop, he ultimately decided not to return immediately. After all, asking for money now felt awkward. Perhaps he'd ask her about it next time. Chapter 82, Freya's Conditions. Boom! With a loud thud, Ethan shut the door and immediately took off his jacket, tossing it aside. Earlier, while in Tsubaki's workshop, the temperature was too high, causing him to sweat. Now feeling a bit uncomfortable, he naturally wanted to take a good bath to relax his body and mind. Tilde. However, a voice interrupted his thoughts, startling Ethan, who then froze in surprise. Not far away, Freya was sitting there, her eyes intently observing him, who had stripped off his shirt, bare-chested. Free Freya-sama. Ethan was astonished. How could she be in his room? You're back. Be back. Looking at Freya, Ethan replied hesitantly. He didn't know why, but when facing his goddess, he always felt that he was at a disadvantage. The ring you gave to Haruheim today, it's a magic item, right? Yes, it's a space ring. It contains a tiny imaginary space. The one I gave to Haruheim has a capacity of 10 cm, 10 cm, 10 cm in volume. A space ring, imaginary space, that's your skill, right? Right. Freya was puzzled by Ethan's bizarre skills, especially the imaginary space. Imaginary space. Inner side of the world, unobservable, incomprehensible, untouchable. This description was peculiar, beyond her comprehension, leading her to simply consider it a special space-related skill. Especially since Ethan could also use imaginary number magic to connect to it. So she was quite surprised that his skill could allow him to create space-related magic items. You're quite capable, huh, to be able to research and create such an amazing item. Was the 2 million volleys I lent you used for this research? Yes. Ethan guiltily admitted, though his previous reason for borrowing wasn't for this research, but for making cursed corpses. However, due to his limited mastery over the puppet manipulation technique, he temporarily put it aside for the time being. It was only after acquiring the class skill item construction and development ability mystery that he began researching space rings. Seeing Freya's misunderstanding, he was happy to let it be, as his initial 2 million volleys hadn't yielded much result anyway. How efficient are you at producing these space rings? I managed to create 3 this morning, and the one for Haruheim was my first successful prototype. I also visited Tsubaki from Hephaestus Familia this afternoon to ask for her help in selling them. Tsubaki, the Cyclops and the captain of Hephaestus Familia. Yes, it's her. According to Tsubaki's estimation, a space ring could sell for around 5 million volleys. And the production cost? Less than 10,000 volleys tilde. Ethan didn't hide anything from Freya, revealing all the production secrets. Freya wasn't too shocked by his answer, just slightly surprised. After all, a level 2 adventurer had found such a profitable way to make money, which impressed her. You dare bypass me, the goddess in charge of your familia, and collaborate directly with another familia. I didn't want to bother Freya-sama, and I still have a debt of 2 million volleys to pay off. HMPH, that's just your excuse, tilde. Freya rolled her eyes at the boy, but didn't pursue the matter further. After all, as someone she favored, Ethan could get away with certain things as long as he didn't cross her bottom line. Ethan seemed to realize this, which is why he acted so casually around her. In all of Aurario, there are definitely many people Freya values highly. However, Ethan is the only one she would take the initiative to kidnap from the street and bring back to her place. Coupled with the fact that she almost never restricted his freedom as long as he belonged to her, Ethan is also aware of this fact. What's the maximum capacity of these space rings of yours? Is it only 10 cm3? Freya asked what she was most concerned about. If it was only 10 cm, 10 cm, 10 cm in size, its value would be very limited. Of course not, that's not the limit, it's just what I can make for now. Well, what do you need for research then? Gems, it would be better if it is a magic gem. You really dare ask, do you know how much a magic gem costs? I know, which is why I haven't used any. Ethan was like a sponsor-seeking entrepreneur, with Freya as his investor. She clearly showed interest in his space rings, so why not seize the opportunity to get more money? After all, he heard from Haruheim that his goddess managed to extort quite a lot of money from Ishtar Familia. As for himself, as the initiator of the previous plan, and leading a good talent to join their familia, it was not too much to ask for a dividend of about tens of millions of volleys, right? It was not an excessive amount, considering how much Freya extorted from Ishtar Familia. But the result was that he didn't even receive a single volleys. His goddess was too stingy. Looking at Ethan's face, Freya was amused. She could naturally tell that the boy wanted to take this opportunity to express his sadness about being poor, and she even suspected whether he would ask for more money. In the Familia's warehouse, there are still 4 magic gems of good quality. I will ask Otter to deliver them to you later. Besides, you can also do business and cooperate with Hephaestus Familia in the name of Freya Familia. Freya-sama, that sounds good and all, but what's the price? Hee, pretty sharp, huh? Well, after your technology is mature, give me 2 of your highest masterpieces. Freya-sama, you really know how to do business. Good gracious, 2 of his highest masterpieces. Let's not talk about whether he can develop this technology further in the future, but just the name of highest masterpieces is very thought-provoking. Additionally, the Familia will provide you with additional 200 million volleys as financial support. 200 million volleys. Freya's offer was bold and generous, yet Ethan felt it wasn't enough compared to the 2 billion volleys she had extorted from Ishtar Familia. This is just the first sum. If your research proves to be valuable, there will be more. Looking at the boy, Freya said with a smile, her Familia is not short of money anyway. For her, anything that can be solved with money is nothing special. All right then, isn't it just the 2 highest masterpieces in the future? I agree. Not only that, from now on, you must give priority to selling your stuff to our Familia. Of course, you will get paid for them. Okay, I can agree with that. Ethan naturally has no objection to this. After all, no matter how close he is to members of other Familia, they're still not as close as Freya to him. He's after all a member of Freya Familia. After getting the answer she wanted, Freya smiled with satisfaction. Although this was just her whim, she had been surprised by him too many times, so this time she believed that Ethan would not let her down. Chapter 83, The Fragile Renard. In the days that followed, Ethan, no longer pressured by financial difficulties, purchased a large amount of materials. Aside from the gems needed to make the space rings, there were also materials for creating cursed corpses. Ethan did not forget about the puppet manipulation technique, either. He consistently made efforts in that regard. Under such circumstances, the space rings Ethan crafted began to have increasingly larger spaces. At the same time, he made some simpler cursed corpses. As he became more proficient in making them, especially with enhancements from the item construction and mystery development abilities, the quality of the cursed corpses also improved gradually. Everything progressed smoothly, and Ethan's life was exceedingly fulfilling every day. Buzz! Accompanied by a flicker of light, Ethan looked at the ring in front of him, his face filled with joy. This was the first time he had attempted to use a magic gem for crafting, and just as he suspected, using such high quality, magic gems meant the imaginary space it could hold was also larger. 20m3, an increase of 20 times. Indeed, there are benefits to using expensive things. With ordinary gems, as Ethan became more and more skilled, he had reached a sort of limit. The space they could hold was about 1m3. But this magic gem reached a space of 30m3 on the first attempt, and there was still potential for improvement. By the table, a box was filled with piles of space rings. Without exception, these were all his work, each with different sizes of storage space, marking the progress he had made over the past few days. A squeak. The door creaked open. Ethan saw Matilda. Haruheim, you're finally here. I was nearly starving to death. Because he was so focused on his work in the past few days, Ethan had somewhat forgotten to eat and sleep at proper times. If the golden-haired Renard hadn't delivered his meals on time, he didn't know what he would have become. It's because, Ethan-sama, you often lose track of time while working. There's no helping it. If such a considerate beauty is delivering meals to me, why should I bother keeping track of time? I am not some beauty. Saying so, Haruheim's cheeks slightly reddened. She was shy and happy at the same time. After the previous, social death, Ethan understood that this Renard definitely harbored some special feelings towards him. Since both of them had a good impression of each other, why not seize the opportunity to make further progress in their relationship? He wasn't one of those Yasasha anime protagonists who, even when opportunities were handed to them on a silver platter, would keep the other party hanging. With mutual affection and maybe some other thoughts, Ethan and Haruheim's relationship grew increasingly intimate. Haruheim, what happened to the white stockings I gave you? Why aren't you wearing them? At this moment, Ethan noticed that Haruheim, dressed in her usual maid outfit, was missing the white stockings he was so fond of. A maid outfit paired with white stockings was a perfect combination of innocence and seduction. I don't want to wear them. Every time I wear them, Ethan-sama starts getting handsy. At this, Haruheim's expression changed slightly. Compared to her white stockings, Ethan seemed to prefer their goddess's black stockings, often sneaking glances at the goddess's thighs, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. That's not being handsy, that's normal friendly interaction. You're a maid, so a little physical interaction is nothing special. Ethan-sama, did you forget that I used to be a member of Ishtar Familia Tilda? Her words left him speechless. Although Haruheim somehow miraculously remained pure in such a filthy place, she had also been taught by her seniors in Ishtar Familia on how to please men, including what men liked to see the most. Cough, that's... Suddenly, Ethan was at a loss for words. He found it very embarrassing to be caught taking advantage and being exposed in person. Moreover, why hadn't she said anything for several days before? It had been so long, and now she was bringing this topic up. HMPH Tilda. Looking at Ethan, who remained silent, Haruheim didn't continue speaking. Instead, she took out all the food from her lunchbox. That Haruheim, actually, there's something I've never told you. Ethan's sudden change of topic caught Haruheim off guard, leaving her somewhat unable to react. What is that, Tilda? Haruheim's voice trembled slightly. In fact, there was always a thorn in her heart. It was her past. Being a former prostitute, she felt content just being by Ethan's side. Though sometimes she would show a little temper like now, deep down, she had low self-esteem. Because she thought she was no longer pure, did she really deserve to be by his side? The longer she spent with him, the more she realized his strength and mystery, almost like a hero out of storybooks, and she was nothing but an unclean person he saved. Is she really qualified to be by his side? She always doubted herself. The Far East values purity too much, especially for nobles, making the Renard, who grew up there, feel that she was not worthy of standing by his side. Actually, whether you wear white stockings or not, it doesn't matter. In fact, I prefer your beautiful legs just the way they are. Saying so, he reached out his hand towards the hem of Haruheim's skirt, extending his sinful hand. Snap. In that instant, Haruheim felt electrified, her body tingling as his hand touched her thigh. Out of a woman's modesty and shyness, she turned and slapped Ethan in the face with a backhand. Ethan was stunned. He had taken advantage of Haruheim before, even more so than this time, yet she hadn't reacted as intensely before. Why was her reaction so strong now? Haruheim, on the other hand, was in a panic. How could she have struck someone, and moreover, it was Ethan-sama she had hit. She had gone too far and crossed the line. Ethan-sama, are you all right? Regaining her senses, Haruheim hurriedly asked. In Orario, when a man is slapped by a woman, it is definitely considered an insult. Haruheim, you've hurt me deeply. Seeing the flustered look on her face, Ethan instinctively wanted to tease this lewd renard. "Ah, Ethan-sama, please don't be angry, I didn't mean to attack you. If you're angry, you can hit back, I really didn't do it on purpose." Ethan's feigned dissatisfaction immediately made the golden-haired renard panicked. She was even close to crying. Ethan then realized that he might have genuinely scared the fox-eared maid. "Haruheim, don't cry, I'm not angry, I was just joking." "Really?" Her eyes, misty with tears, were filled with hopeful anticipation. "Really, if anyone is at fault, it's me. How could it possibly be my Haruheim's fault?" Who's yours, Tilda?" From sorrow to joy, the fox-eared maid before him showcased how quickly emotions can shift. Tears were nearly falling, yet her cheeks displayed a bashful expression. Chapter 84, The Large Tree Labyrinth Area. Thump, thump, thump. In the depths of a dark cave, a man and a woman walked side by side. "Ethan-sama, is this really okay?" Haruheim looked at Ethan with a face full of worry. She had no combat ability, and Ethan was only a level 2. Wasn't it a bit too reckless to enter the middle floors so carelessly? "Don't worry, I've got everything under control." "All right then, Tilda." Seeing Ethan's confident look, what else could the golden-haired renard do? When she was a member of the Ishtar Familia, she accompanied the senior members into the dungeon. However, she was at best considered a mascot, merely getting a glimpse of the dungeon's atmosphere. She had never been involved in actual combat and couldn't help much in a battle. The 19th floor of the dungeon, just below the 18th floor's safe zone, also marks the entrance to the large tree labyrinth area. This area is filled with various jungles and trees, and it is home to a large number of insect-type monsters. Without antidotes, it's easy to run into trouble here, as the dense underbrush is abundant, and it's impossible to know where dangerous monsters are hiding. What's more, many of the monsters here are highly poisonous. Even though it's just the 19th floor, many high-level adventurers detest this place. You have to be extra careful here, otherwise, they wouldn't even know when they might die next. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Hearing the sound of movement, Ethan smiled. They've just arrived and received such a warm welcome. Ethan-sama, Tilda. As a renard, Haruheim possessed very sharp senses, and having Falna enhanced them further. Naturally, she sensed that something was amiss. Swish! An insect burst out from the bushes. Looking at its large size, it could have set a world record in Ethan's previous world. Mad beetle. Ethan recognized this monster immediately upon seeing it. Before entering this place, he had done his homework. Swish, swish, swish. However, this mad beetle was just the beginning, as more of them emerged from the surroundings. Insects, bugs, Tilda. The hair all over Haruheim's body stood up, especially her fluffy golden tail, which puffed up. As a normal girl, Haruheim is naturally afraid of insects, let alone such large ones. Gem magic flame. Boom! Ethan took out a gem, and the next second, a torrent of flames erupted. The entire area in front of him was cleared, and all the mad beetles were burnt to death. The process was very quick, and Ethan did not expect this magic to be so effective. Boom! However, before he could be happy, the gem cracked with a pop. Indeed, this was a pay-to-win magic. A gem storing much of his magic power was used up in an instant. Wrestle, wrestle. However, the most indispensable thing in the large tree labyrinth is monsters. After killing these mad beetles, more monsters gathered. But Ethan wasn't worried. He was ready to test his another ability, specifically a cursed technique. A space rift gradually opened beside him, forming a gateway to the imaginary space. In the next instant, a pack of wolves stepped out from the rift, featuring snow-white fur, ice-blue eyes, sharp claws, and ferocious fangs. These were snow wolves, a type of cursed corpse crafted by him. He had decided against attempting to create a powerful cursed corpse from scratch, opting instead to use animals as templates. Ethan had been busy with more than just space rings in the past few days. He had also managed to create a total of 12 snow wolf cursed corpses. Go, let the hunt begin. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, all the snow wolves charged out. Their bodies, made from the drop items of middle-floor monsters, were definitely strong enough to contend against the middle-floor monsters. Thus, on the 19th floor, the battle between insects and wolves began. Splat! Under the snow wolves' bites, even the 19th floor beetle-like monsters were quickly eliminated. Puppet manipulation technique, a cursed technique that allows for fighting above one's level. With strong enough cursed corpses in sufficient numbers, defeating stronger enemies is not just a fantasy. Naturally, creating and managing numerous cursed corpses exerts considerable pressure on both one's magic power and mental energy. It was only because Ethan was an unusual monster that he could act so recklessly. Thus, Ethan, accompanied by a fox-eared girl, advanced through the middle floors of the dungeon, with Haruheim acting as his supporter, collecting all the dropped items. Even though he said it wasn't necessary, the golden-haired Renard still wanted to do something within her ability. After hearing this, he didn't say anything more. Splat! After dealing with the last monster, this battle also came to an end. Surrounded by the disappearing corpses of numerous monsters, of the 12 snow wolf-cursed corpses, only 8 remained, with 4 being too damaged and unable to function temporarily. Ethan-sama, here's water tilde. After cleaning the blood off his black sword, the fox-eared girl approached him with a bottle of water. Thanks, Haruheim. This is what I should do tilde. Along the way, Haruheim had no sense of existence since she had no combat ability. It was only at moments like this that she felt her presence mattered. After yesterday's events, Ethan also discovered that Haruheim's heart is very fragile. Occasional teasing and taking advantage were fine, but if the joke is taken too far, it can genuinely make the other party too sad. Yesterday's incident served as a clear example of this. Ethan-sama, how far are we going today? To the 22nd floor tilde. And where are we now? The 21st floor tilde. Ethan responded, confident that they had not yet reached the 22nd floor, as the mission was still incomplete. The mission panel clearly showed his progress. Daily mission, reach the 22nd floor of the dungeon. Progress, 2122. Reward, diamonds 20. These days, the reward for the daily mission is sometimes 10 or 20 diamonds. Ethan's diamond accumulation had reached 90, just 10 short of another 10 consecutive draw. So, he headed to the dungeon early today. Haruheim joined because she insisted, wanting to use her magic to help him. Considering how useful her magic is, Ethan agreed. Although not all of Ethan's strength originated from Falna, temporarily leveling up would still significantly enhance his combat effectiveness. Chapter 85, Encountering Bloody Hive. Daily mission, reach the 22nd floor of the dungeon. Completion progress, 2222. Mission reward, 20 diamonds. The mission was completed, and the 20 diamonds were credited to his balance, bringing a radiant smile to Ethan's face. For someone addicted to gacha games, drawing cards is irresistible, not to mention that Ethan had recently drawn a double jackpot in a 10 consecutive draw. If he hadn't run out of diamonds, he surely wouldn't have been able to resist drawing more cards. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, just as he was basking in his joy, a buzzing sound came from all around him. Following the direction of the sound, Ethan saw a swarm of wasps. But his gaze passed over these wasp-like monsters, eventually settling on the creature behind them on the branches of a tree. Bloody hives. This is one of the more troublesome monsters inside the large tree labyrinth, mainly because it is not an ordinary monster, but a special cluster of swarm-type monsters. This monster is not a single individual, but a hive. As long as the hive remains intact, it will continuously hatch a type of bee wasp monster called deadly hornets. Especially since these deadly hornets hatch very quickly, one might have just finished off a batch only for a new one to be ready. However, the bloody hive, while troublesome, also counts as a kind of special event. The main body of the bloody hive looks like a pine cone and hangs between the branches of trees, quite high off the ground. Once someone approaches it, these wasps will rapidly spray a highly sticky liquid around them, restricting the opponent's movements. If the opponent is unlucky enough to get caught, these wasp-like monsters will immediately swarm to attack, much like ordinary wasps from the outside world, besieging the opponent. As the saying goes, even ants can bite an elephant to death. Even adventurers at levels 3 and 4 could fall victim if they're not careful. In Aurario, most adventurers choose to use magic to clear these swarms of deadly hornets. Just a single wide-range magic can sweep these troublesome monsters away. After all, although deadly hornets are dangerous, an individual deadly hornet is not strong, especially under the assault of magic, which makes them even more vulnerable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, because Ethan broke into their territory, these deadly hornets surged towards the boy as if they had received a command to attack. Gem Magic Flame. Boom! Ethan used another gem, and flames erupted instantly, burning all the deadly hornets to death. Projection begin. Swoosh! In his hands, a spear slowly formed. Then Ethan didn't use it directly, but made a throwing gesture. The next second, he hurled it forward. Powered by his strength, the spear was launched effortlessly, and then... Broken Phantasm. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, engulfing the bloody hive on the branch in the blast. The bloody hive that troubled countless adventurers was effortlessly dealt with. The entire process only cost Ethan a gem filled with his magic power and a bit of magic energy to project the spear. Haruheim, standing by his side, had grown accustomed to such a scene. She had been surprised several times before, but as she saw more and more, she got used to it. Using gems to cast magic, being able to conjure weapons out of thin air, she hadn't heard of any of these magics, but Ethan had them all. It's settled, Haruheim, let's go back. Huh, are we going back already, Ethan-sama? Haruheim, a bit slow to react, spoke up. They had just reached the 22nd floor, hardly done anything but clear a few waves of monsters, and they were going back already. We have gained a lot today, and reaching this point just counts as a new milestone. Oh, Tilda. Haruheim hadn't ventured into the dungeon much herself. She only knew it was right to follow Ethan, not giving it much thought. As for Ethan, the reason why he went through so much trouble to come here was to complete the mission. Now that the mission was complete, there was no need to stay here any longer. The most important thing now was to make money. Once he had enough money, he could start the second step of his plan. Under the guise of research, begin collecting magic stones in large quantities. The amount of magic stones collected from venturing into the dungeon on his own was too small. If he could reasonably buy them with money, that would be a lot better. However, since the guild has always monopolized magic stones, Ethan needed a legitimate excuse for large-scale purchases. Otherwise, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. This is also the reason why Ethan wants to open up the business of space rings. Ethan, it really is you. Just as Ethan and Haruheim were about to leave, a voice of surprise sounded from behind, and Ethan looked towards the direction of the voice. Not far away, several figures were approaching him. Ethan recognized the speaker. Tiona, an executive of Loki Familia, also known as Crusher, and a genuine LV5 adventurer. They had previously met during his training sessions with Finn, and given Tiona's lively personality, the two had become acquainted. Tiona-san, long time no see. Because he had been focused on the research of Space Ring, recently, he hadn't visited Loki Familia for the past few days. I thought I was mistaken at first, but it really is you, Ethan. Weren't you LV1? How did you manage to reach the 22nd floor? Well, I'm already LV now, Tiona-san. LV2? Really? Didn't you just arrive in Aurario? How come you are LV2 already? Maybe I'm just lucky, Tilda. It took me almost 2 years to upgrade to LV2 when I first became an adventurer. As they talked, the other 3 people also came over. One of them, resembling Tiona by about 80% and also an Amazoness but with a much better figure than Tiona, was Tione, Tiona's sister. She was also a level 5 adventurer with the title Jormungand. Another was a blonde-haired elf holding a delicate staff, a level 3 adventurer known as Thousand Elf. And the last one, whom Ethan was familiar with, was Eyes Wallenstein, the princess of Loki Familia. She was a level 5 adventurer with the alias Sword Princess, and the holder of Arario's previous record of fastest to upgrade to level 2, now broken by him. Tiona, this is Tilda. Ah, Tione, how could you forget him? This is Ethan Starfall, from Freya Familia. He has received training and guidance from our captain before. Guidance from our captain? Yes. Tione looked slightly surprised and then remembered his face. Before, she didn't expect him to be on the 22nd floor, so she failed to recognize him. After all, while the relationship between Freya Familia and Loki Familia was okay for now, they hadn't reached the stage of mutual guidance, let alone receiving teaching from their captain, a privilege that even within Loki Familia, few had experienced. Chapter 86, Eyes, You Are Strong. Stare. While Ethan was talking with Tiona and Tione, Eyes, who was standing beside them, kept her gaze fixed on the boy. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of expectation. Oh right, this is Eyes, also from our Loki Familia. By the way, she is also a LV5 adventurer Tilda. Tiona suddenly remembered Eyes and hurriedly introduced her to Ethan. I know the name of the Sword Princess. Nice to meet you. Ethan looked at Eyes curiously. Indeed, she had a cute face like a porcelain doll and possessed beauty comparable to a goddess. Courtier with blonde hair, she was full of moe points, hitting the cute points of countless otakus. In his previous life, she was also one of the most popular characters in DANMACHI. You are strong, Tilda, however. Staring at Ethan, Eyes blurted out this sentence. Huh? Ethan was taken aback. What did she mean? Did they know each other? Eyes-san Tilda Lefia, the honey-colored haired elf, also looked at Eyes in confusion. At this moment, neither Ethan nor the three people with Eyes understood what was going on with her. Eyes-san, do we know each other? Under the puzzled looks of Tione and Tiona, Ethan asked the question everyone wanted to know. Especially Lefia, being Eyes' #1 fan, couldn't understand why the person she admired would speak in such a manner to a man she had just met. Previously, on the 17th floor, when you defeated the Goliath, I saw it. What? Ethan was surprised. Eyes was actually present during his battle with the Goliath before. However, the others around were also shocked when they heard Eyes' words and looked at Ethan in amazement. The Goliath was a famous floor boss, a monster with the strength of LV4 and a boss-level monster, different from ordinary monsters. And Ethan, just a LV2 adventurer, had defeated such a powerful monster. No wonder Eyes-san said he was strong. Lefia glanced at Ethan and thought to herself. As a fellow member of Loki Familia, Lefia knew very well about Eyes' obsession with strength. Although she was already LV5, the courtier girl still trained very hard every day. Ethan-sama actually defeated the floor boss. Not only the members of Loki Familia, but Haruheim beside the boy was also surprised. It could be said that with Eyes revealing this matter, Ethan suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. It's just good luck, Tilda. It's not just luck, you are strong. Your combat skills are not high, but your strength is very strong. Ahaha, Tilda. Looking at the straightforward girl in front of him, Ethan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Can you tell me why you are so strong? Is it because of that sword, or other reasons? Eyes, Tilda. Seeing Eyes persistently digging into the matter, Tione pulled her back. What the blonde-haired girl was asking was someone's privacy. How could such things be casually told to members of other familia? Tione's intervention also made the boy breathe a sigh of relief. Being questioned like this by a courtier girl, Ethan also felt a bit unsure of how to respond. He knew it wasn't appropriate to say it, but not saying it under her gaze made him feel a bit guilty. Sorry, Eyes didn't mean any harm. She's just too obsessed with strength. I understand, Tilda. Ethan glanced at Eyes, still feeling a bit uneasy. Though she was very attractive, when it came to his secrets, he wouldn't reveal anything as much as possible. After all, no matter how beautiful Eyes is, she wasn't his to care for. Wrestle. While they were talking, a group of monsters had gathered around them at some point. Eyes, there are monsters. Swish. Seeing these monsters, eyes instantly changed. From the expressionless girl just now, she instantly transformed into a powerful female swordsman. The desperate sword at her waist was unsheathed in an instant, and then her whole body danced like an elf in the forest among the trees. And in this graceful scene, the sword in her hand quickly eliminated all the nearby monsters. The whole process was natural and smooth, even with a different kind of beauty. Compared to her, Ethan was far behind in terms of skills, even after receiving Finn's teachings for a while. But after all, they weren't from the same familia, and Finn only instructed Ethan on how to fight properly. The Palom captain only taught basic fighting skills. So strong Tilda, Haruheim looked at the sword princess with a hint of envy in her heart. If she were this strong, would she be able to fight alongside the person she cared about instead of being protected by him? In just a few dozen seconds, more than a dozen monsters were all killed, leaving only a mess of dropped magic stones on the ground. Tilda eyes, Tilda Tiona sighed. It was difficult to cooperate with eyes when they came to the dungeon together. This wasn't to say that the blonde-haired girl was unwilling to cooperate, but that she always charged at the front during battles. Often, before others could even make a move, she would have already solved everything by herself. Let alone going to the dungeon in a team, even during expeditions, Eyes often fought alone. Although her achievements were remarkable, she was also often reprimanded by Reveria. After all, expeditions were mainly about cooperation between teams, not individual actions. Roar! At this time, snow wolves emerged from the bushes. Eyes narrowed, and she subconsciously wanted to swing her sword to kill these supposed monsters. Don't attack yet. This scene also startled Ethan, and he hurriedly said. His words immediately stopped Eyes' movement. However, she cutely tilted her head and looked at the boy with a puzzled expression. These are my cursed corpses, not monsters. He then controlled all the snow wolves to gather around, and had them spread out to scout the route and avoid being ambushed by monsters. After all, in this large tree labyrinth, there were too many dangers hidden, and many of them were highly poisonous. Cursed corpses, what's that? Tiona asked curiously, looking at the snow wolves surrounding Ethan. Well, they're like puppets. This is my cursed technique. I can manipulate these guys to fight. Puppets, cursed technique. This should be your skill, right? You can also understand it that way. A manipulation type skill, huh? That's amazing. But these little guys look just like the real thing. Hearing that they were puppets, Tiona curiously leaned closer and grabbed the head of a snow wolf, fiddling with it up and down. Upon touching it, the Amazonas girl also discovered that the wolf had no temperature and its eyes were very stiff, so she could confirm that it was indeed a puppet. Chapter 87, Those Who Watch in the Shadows. Sheathing her sword, Eyes looked at the snow wolves. This was the first time she had encountered someone who could manipulate puppets to fight. It was an unfamiliar combat style, and Ethan hadn't used such an ability during his battle with Goliath. However, although she was a bit naive, Eyes wasn't stupid. She was often taught by Reveria, so she knew that some things shouldn't be said carelessly, and she didn't speak up this time. 8 snow wolves surrounded them, creating a rather impressive scene at first glance. By the way, Ethan, why haven't you come over these past few days? I still wanted to spar with you. I had some things to do, so I haven't been able to come over, Tilda. That's really a pity, Tilda. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This Amazonas girl was truly fierce. Previously, at Loki Familia, she had said that fighting was the best way to learn, so she had a friendly spar with him. However, the result was a one-sided crushing, and Ethan experienced the treatment of being a punching bag. Although Tiona held back, it still hurt a lot. Ethan wasn't afraid of pain, but he'd rather not suffer from this kind of one-sided beating. And judging by her posture, she clearly wanted to fight with him. Tiona's fighting style was straightforward and unrestrained. Her punches and kicks were undoubtedly powerful. Although she looked slender, her punches landed with great force. Swish, swish. Eyes was also looking Ethan up and down at this time. The strange sword from before had left a deep impression on her. The Goliath's skin was known to be extremely tough, and ordinary weapons couldn't even scratch it, but his sword from before could easily pierce through its skin. "Aiz-san, what are you looking at?" Lefia couldn't help but ask as she watched Aiz stare at Ethan. "I'm looking for his weapon, why isn't it there?" Hearing Ai's words, Lefia didn't know how to answer. Whether he carried his weapon or not didn't seem to have anything to do with her, so why was she so concerned? Ahem. However, at this moment, Ethan keenly sensed a trace of malice. And this malice wasn't far from him, but because they were surrounded by trees and bushes, he didn't know exactly where the other party was located. Moreover, with Aiz and the others here, it wasn't convenient for him to directly investigate. Seeing the snow wolves beside him, Ethan suddenly had an idea. With a thought, he controlled one of the snow wolves to quietly slip into the bushes. Since there were 8 snow wolves in total, if one was missing, it wouldn't be noticeable unless someone counted carefully. On this side, no one noticed this, except for Tione, who had been paying attention to Ethan's actions. Although it was her first time directly meeting the boy, she knew a lot about him. After all, Finn had specifically asked her to investigate Ethan before. Although she didn't find much information in the end, it was enough to make her pay attention. Moreover, from Finn's attitude, it was clear that he personally guided the boy, which wasn't a treatment that just anyone could get. Hey, that guy actually knows the Sword Princess, the Crusher, and the Jormungand of low-key familia. Who knows, we thought it was going to be easy prey, but it turned out to be so troublesome. The speaker was a bald man with many tattoo-like patterns on his body. Coupled with his fierce expression, he looked quite menacing. There were 3 men beside him. What did the boss say? Capture them all, male or female. It said that a big shot specifically requested them. The boss also attaches great importance to this commission. They're with low-key familia now. It's not easy for us to make a move. Let's wait and see. Maybe they're just saying hello. We'll act after members of low-key familia leave. They're just 2 LV ones. Although they're not weak and can reach the 22nd floor at this time, they're still too inexperienced. Hey, I think that Renard girl looks like a virgin. Can we? Although he didn't finish his sentence, the other 2 men had bright smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had done such dirty things quite often. It doesn't matter. As long as they're alive, that's good, and that Renard girl, I heard she used to be a prostitute. A prostitute, really? And a virgin prostitute. Now I'm even more interested. HMPH, whatever you want, as long as you don't delay the mission. Otherwise, if the boss gets angry, I'll be the first to kill you. Got it, Tilda. Hearing this, the guy hurriedly nodded, looking a bit scared. Obviously, the terror of their boss was deeply ingrained in their hearts. After all, to be able to control these lawless guys, this boss couldn't be a good person either. On top of a tree canopy, 4 guys with ulterior motives were secretly watching Ethan and the members of low-key familia. Nobody knows when a snow wolf had quietly arrived nearby at some point. Because it was surrounded by shrubs and trees, although the snow wolf had snow-white fur, it still hadn't been discovered yet. Through the snow wolf's investigation, Ethan also discovered these 4 hidden guys. However, he didn't make a sound. After all, he wanted to know if these 4 guys were after him or Aiz and the others. Ethan, what are you thinking about? Seeing Ethan spacing out, Tiona waved her hand in front of him. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Nothing, I just suddenly thought of some things about my familia. Is there anything wrong? Nothing much, we're just going back, so I wanted to ask if you guys want to come with us. Tiona said this. Ethan was the first person who could take so many beatings from her and still be fine, and he had also defeated a floor boss before. His strength and potential were definitely not low, so befriending him was definitely the right thing to do. No need, we still want to go deeper into the dungeon. Is that so? That's a pity. Looking at Ethan, Tiona said with some disappointment. Haruheim, on the other hand, looked at him with some confusion. Didn't he say they were going back before? Why did he change his words now? However, because there were other people here, Haruheim didn't say anything, but her gaze kept falling on Ethan. Then bye-bye. Next time you come to our familia, you must call me. Okay, I will if I have the chance. Goodbye, Tilda. Waving goodbye to Ethan, Tiona and the others gradually disappeared from the 22nd floor. They're gone. Members of the low-key Familia people are finally gone. The sneaky guys watching all this from the tree canopy said happily when they saw this scene. Chapter 88, One-Sided Slaughter. As the 4 members of low-key Familia departed, Ethan's expression changed rapidly. Haruheim, who had been observing him, combined with his previous unusual behavior, instantly understood that something was amiss. However, she remained unaware of the specifics. Haruheim, stay here and don't wander off. I'll leave the snow wolves to protect you, Ethan instructed. Understood, Haruheim replied obediently. She knew that if something were to happen, she would only hinder the boy, so she readily complied. Ethan, with full strength in his legs, swiftly dashed into the distance. Damn it, we've been discovered. From atop the canopy, the bald man immediately realized that Ethan had detected their presence. His 3 companions were also surprised, but were unconcerned about this situation. After all, they had slain countless adventurers over the years, including not only LV-1, but also LV-2 and even LV-3 adventurers. In their eyes, Ethan was merely a talented rookie, a mere LV-1 adventurer who posed no threat whatsoever. Since we've been discovered, let's just take action directly. It was bound to happen sooner or later, one of them suggested. Right, but keep an eye on that fox-eared girl. I want to savor her taste carefully, another added with a lecherous grin. This guy's fast. Looks like the boy isn't a simple rookie, the bald man observed as Ethan swiftly weaved through the undergrowth below. His speed was far beyond that of an ordinary LV-1 newbie. Remember, we need both of them alive. If you kill them, don't blame me for taking your heads to apologize to the boss. He didn't forget to warn. Got it, don't worry. One of the companions replied nonchalantly, before leaping down from the canopy, followed by the other 2. Ethan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smirk. They truly underestimated him. Whether they had planned this for a long time or simply intended to rob him, their fate was already sealed. Mana burst. With the flow of magic, Ethan's physical abilities surged significantly. Since these malicious guys had reached the 22nd floor, they were obviously no ordinary small fries. They were at least LV-2, possibly even LV-3, so Ethan didn't dare to be careless. Ratio technique. In Ethan's eyes, the bodies of the 3 men before him were divided into 10th segments, and the points belonging to 3-7 were clearly visible. Boys, you. With a sudden burst of speed, Ethan accelerated once more before the trio could react. His black sword slashed down, severing both of the first man's legs in one smooth motion, as if the man had no bones and his legs were made of sponge. Thud. Arg. Deprived of his legs, the man collapsed, his agonizing screams echoing through the forest. At that moment, a snow wolf, which had been lying in wait, launched a surprise attack from behind. It sank its teeth into the neck of another man, delivering a fatal blow. Under the snow wolf's sharp fangs, his neck was torn apart. Slash. The remaining man, before he could even react, was pierced through the body by the black sword. 3 men, all LV-2 adventurers who had roamed the dungeon for over a decade, known for their ruthlessness, were now eliminated within a mere dozen seconds. Well, not all of them died. The man with severed legs remained alive, though the excruciating pain would make his life worse than death. However, the other 2 weren't so lucky, one killed by the snow wolf and the other by Ethan. Impossible. The bald man on the canopy stared at the scene below in disbelief. His 3 subordinates had been wiped out just like that. After dealing with the 3 underlings, Ethan looked up towards the canopy. Although he didn't know the exact number of malicious guys he sensed, the malicious intent hadn't vanished yet. It still lingered, indicating the presence of others besides the crippled man at his feet. Damn it, he spotted me. I need to run away. Instinctively, the bald man prepared to flee. The instantaneous death of 3 of his underlings had left him utterly shaken. Moreover, he needed to report this matter to his boss. This deal was turning out to be quite troublesome. Their target was no mere rookie, His strength was formidable. Whoosh! The bald man leaped down from the canopy. Since this was the large tree labyrinth, with towering trees and branches everywhere, chasing him here wouldn't be easy. Trying to run away, huh? Beside Ethan, several cracks slowly tore open the space. From within, numerous swords emerged. This was his reality marble version of Gate of Babylon. Ethan had merely refrained from using it, not because he couldn't. In fact, he had been stockpiling weapons precisely for situations like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp swords, like arrows, shot out continuously from the cracks in the reality marble. What? Clang, clang. The bald man was startled by this unexpected turn of events. He had never encountered such a fighting style before. However, despite his initial shock, his instinct as a LV3 adventurer was not to be underestimated. He brandished his large sword, deflecting the incoming swords. Trace on. In Ethan's hand, a bow gradually materialized. This bow was one he had seen in Tsubaki's workshop, a high-quality weapon. While not considered a first-class armament, it definitely ranked among the top, second-class armaments. Whoosh! He released an arrow the next second. The bald man, whose attention was fully occupied by the swords, failed to notice the apparent arrow hurtling towards him. Arg! The arrow successfully pierced his shoulder. PFFD, PFFD. His shoulder and right arm were injured, rendering him unable to continue deflecting the incoming swords. One after another, the summoned swords pierced his body. Thud! Struck by multiple swords, he collapsed, unable to escape any further. Boy, who the hell are you? The fallen bald man, despite his severe injuries, looked even more menacing with his already fierce features. You tried to attack me without even knowing who I am. Ethan didn't know what to say. Boy, I admit defeat this time. Name your price, the bald man pleaded. Sorry, I'm not a generous person. The best outcome for those who wanted to harm me is to be buried 6 feet under the ground, Ethan replied coldly. You. Without hesitation, Ethan swung his sword, slicing through the bald man's throat and ending his sinful life. Chapter 89, The Eiklos Familia. Ethan scanned his surroundings, finally relaxing when he no longer sensed any malice. Click! Just as Ethan was about to dispose of the bald man's body, a spherical object fell out of his clothes. It had a strange pattern on it, like some kind of totem or rune. The outer ring was a golden pattern, and the center was a bright red eye pattern. Looking at this thing, Ethan's pupils shrank. A key to the artificial underground labyrinth. In the story of DANMACHI, the Xenos arc brought up many issues, including the darkness hidden in Aurelio's shadows. Looking at the bald man's corpse again, his mood sank slightly. He directly tore the clothes on the man's back. There was no sign of Falna on his back, so it should have been sealed. This was natural. As a member of Evolus, the bald man naturally needed to hide information about his familia. After all, Falna was like a person's identity panel. Everything about an adventurer was exposed on it. Even if one did not know how to read hieroglyphs, the Falna given by different gods were obviously different. Swoosh! Ethan waved his hand, and a crack appeared in the nearby space, linking to the imaginary space. He then threw the bald man's corpse into it. Then, he turned and returned to the place where the other 3 guys were. He ignored the 2 who were already dead, and walked straight towards the unlucky guy whose legs were cut off by him. You don't come over. Having lost his legs, the guy could only wail and struggle in pain, unable to do anything else. Ethan had killed everyone in their group else with ease, which had already scared him out of his wits. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at the approaching boy. Which familia are you from? Don't come near me, or I'll kill you. Although his heart was filled with fear, he still gripped his weapon tightly, as it was his last resort. However, Ethan didn't have that much patience. With another sword strike, he directly cut off the man's arm holding the weapon. First his legs, then an arm. The pain was almost unbearable for a weak-hearted guy like him. I won't ask a third time, are you from the Eiklos Familia? Yes, Tilda, yes. In the man's eyes, Ethan was no different from a demon, and he was afraid that his last remaining hand would be cut off if he failed to answer. Why did you want to attack me? The second question followed, and Ethan's eyes flickered slightly. Someone commissioned us to bring you and that fox-eared girl back. Under extreme fear, the man didn't dare to deceive the boy and directly told Ethan everything he knew. Who commissioned you? I don't know. This was a mission assigned to us by our boss. Who is your boss? Dix. The name of our boss is Dix Perdix, and he is also the captain of our familia. Dix. Ethan's heart sank. As expected, Ishtar was indeed related to Evelys. And from the looks of it, this unpopular goddess of beauty was not willing to swallow the losses she had suffered before. If she couldn't harm him openly, she would do it secretly. It looked like she hired the Eiklos familia to capture him and Haruheim. She really had a big appetite. In Ethan's mind, information about Dix began to be filtered out. Dix Perdix, the current captain of Eiklos familia, is also a level 5 first-class adventurer, with the alias Hazer. He is also one of the descendants of the famous Daedalus family. Due to the blood curse passed down through the generations of the Daedalus family, they had to keep building artificial underground labyrinths known as man-made dungeon Gnosis, or simply Gnosis. However, Dix later discovered that if he inflicted violence on others and listened to their cries of misery, he could temporarily alleviate the torment of the blood curse. Just like that, Dix took the first step into hell and could never turn back. In this way, a pure villain was born. With the help of the artificial underground labyrinth, Dix carried out a series of evil deeds such as smuggling monsters and trafficking people. As for the Daedalus family, it could be traced back to 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the first batch of gods who came to the lower world, in order to suppress the dungeon that was constantly spewing out monsters, established a city called Arario on the earth. The name of an architect who played a major role in the development and creation of Arario was Daedalus, the most talented craftsman of that time. He personally created the iconic building of the Labyrinth City, the Tower of Babel, and it was also Daedalus who established the original Arario on the earth. However, after witnessing the marvelous dungeon, this talented craftsman soon fell into madness. Daedalus was fascinated by the natural spectacle of the dungeon and vowed to build a structure even grander than the dungeon. Thus, the plan for artificial underground labyrinth was born. However, Daedalus was only a human, and his lifespan was limited, and the genius craftsman clearly knew that he could not complete a work that surpassed the dungeon in his lifetime. Therefore, the crazy Daedalus carved this obsession into his bloodline, and it became a curse and a bondage for his descendants. All the descendants of Daedalus had to complete the man-made dungeon Gnosis, according to the blueprints he drew. Thus, for thousands of years, generations of members of the Daedalus family had been completing the work of their ancestors in their limited lives. It was not until this generation that the Daedalus family joined Evelys during the most prosperous period of adventurers. Through a series of shady dealings, they accumulated a large amount of funds to continue building the artificial underground labyrinth, and Dix Perdix was one of the involved parties. The current artificial underground labyrinth could be said to be the secret base of Evelys. To enter the man-made dungeon Gnosis, a key was needed, and this key was the strange sphere that Ethan had just obtained. This thing was made from the eyes of a member of the Daedalus family. After all, in order to prevent the artificial underground labyrinth from being exposed, Daedalus also left behind a backup plan. Only his own bloodline could open the door to the artificial underground labyrinth. It seems that even with the support of Freya, I can't avoid getting into trouble. Ethan felt a sense of urgency. Although he was very confident and believed that with his current strength, even though he was only level 2, he could defeat level 3 and level 4 adventurers. However, he was not sure about level 5 adventurers, let alone a madman like Dix Perdix. Chapter 90, Freya. What do you mean by sacrificing 10,000 years of Freya's lifespan? Bangs. A bunch of idiots. Within the man-made dungeon Gnosis, Dix Perdix, the captain of the Iclos Familia, was currently in a fit of rage. He was dressed in a full set of leather armor, with goggles on his face and a magic spear in his hand. An aura of violence faintly emanated from his body. A level 3 and 3 level 2 adventurers went to capture 2 level 1 rookies, and they still failed. What's more, they even went missing. What use are you all? Looking at these underlings in front of him, Dix was almost pissed off. Their target was in the open, and they were in the dark. They also had the advantage in numbers, and their levels were even higher. Yet they still failed. Those guys were simply idiots, good-for-nothing fools. However, what angered Dix wasn't their failure, but the possibility of them exposing information about him. That would be a real problem. Their target was from Freya Familia, the strongest Familia in Aurario, having the only level 7 adventurer, not to mention several level 6 and level 5 members. With his meager strength, he would be nothing but cannon fodder. He almost hated these bastards to death now. Dix, they shouldn't have found out anything. After all, in the dungeon, killing and looting are commonplace. Besides, at the scene, except for Gran, everyone else was dead. What about Grand? Maybe a monster ate his body. Bang! Hearing his underling's words, Dix's veins bulged slightly. He stepped forward and kicked the idiot away, sending him flying. He could have been captured alive, and that idiot had a key. This was the point that worried him the most. The key, the only thing that could allow entry into the Gnosis. The gates connecting the dungeon and the Gnosis were all made of orichalcum, which had an extremely high resistance to magic. It was almost impossible to break them with magic. Not only that, but orichalcum itself was also an extremely hard metal, difficult to break with ordinary methods. The only way to open them was through the direct descendants of the Daedalus family. The curse in their bloodline was also the key to open the gates. Dix Perdix, however, had found another way. He extracted the eyeballs from the corpses of deceased members of the Daedalus family and crafted them into keys, which could also be used to open the gates. And now one key was lost. If someone discovers its secrets, the man-made dungeon Gnosis would no longer be safe. Go to Aurario immediately and keep an eye on this Ethan. If he shows any signs of approaching the man-made dungeon Gnosis, report back immediately. Yes, boss. No one dared to disobey Dix in his current state of anger. He was a cruel and violent person, and his underlings knew this very well. He also had occasional bouts of craziness and madness. At such times, anyone who dared to say an extra word might be killed. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone quickly left to carry out Dix's orders. Although the Evelis seemed dangerous, there are not many of them in Aurario now. After all, the crackdown on Evelis many years ago had dealt them a heavy blow. In addition, Gale's massacre of the suspected members of Evelis further reduced their numbers. In recent years, although they had recovered slightly and even started causing trouble again, they still had to operate in the shadows. Once exposed, they were doomed. Name, Ethan Starfall. Current card pool, Fate. Diamonds, 110. Let's begin another 10 consecutive draw. In his room at the top of the Tower of Babel, Ethan took a deep breath as he prepared for his gacha ritual. Knowing that he was being targeted by the Iclos Familia in the dungeon, Ethan felt the pressure increase significantly. Although his current strength was already quite strong, it was still not enough. Swish! The gacha interface appeared, and he didn't hesitate to spend 100 diamonds, starting this round of 10 consecutive draw, sacrificing 10,000 years of Freya's lifespan. Ahem. Before he could finish speaking, a voice filled with both curiosity and anger sounded from behind. Not only that, but this voice was so familiar to Ethan. At this moment, his body stiffened slightly, and then he turned his head with disbelief on his face. He then saw a graceful figure standing at the entrance of his workshop, clearly having just heard what he said. Swish! However, at this time, the gacha had already begun. A virtual pack of cards appeared, and then cards flew out one after another. Black tights, lace black tights, pantyhose. However, at this moment, He no longer had the mood to look at the result of his 10 consecutive draw. His brain was in an overclocked state. Question: what to do when you're caught offering to sacrifice 10,000 years of a goddess's lifespan right in front of her? Waiting online, need urgent advice. Freya-sama, tilde. Looking at Freya, who was wearing a pure white long dress, especially the patterned edges on her wrists and skirt, Ethan had to admit that his goddess's charm was truly unparalleled. However, it's a bit awkward and embarrassing to be caught red-handed offering to sacrifice her lifespan. What do you mean by sacrificing 10,000 years of Freya's lifespan? Freya's mood wasn't the best at the moment. She had originally intended to ask the boy for some new black stockings, but he wasn't around earlier, so she took a little stroll around. She was particularly surprised by the box full of completed space rings in his workshop. Ethan had somehow managed to create so much in just a few days. And now, as soon as she opened the door, she was greeted with this bizarre statement. Freya-sama, would you believe me if I said you misheard? Ethan cautiously tried to brush it off, but Freya's, do you think I'm stupid? Look told him he wasn't getting away that easily. Swish. Perfect form. At this moment, the gacha also ended. Not only that, but this time he even got a rare prize. Unique skill, perfect form. This skill belonged to Enkidu, and allowed him to restore his body to its original form using the land's magic energy. Since Enkidu's body was made of clay from the Age of Gods, as long as he had access to the land's magic, he could regenerate and recover from any damage. It was an unparalleled skill for regeneration and restoration. Moreover, perfect form was the foundation for Enkidu's second noble phantasm, Age of Babylon/Wisdom of the People. Chapter 91, changing the topic, not entirely successful. Did I win a jackpot? An expression of surprise and joy suddenly flashed across Ethan's face. This made Freya a little angry. Oh, you were just cursing me and sacrificing 10,000 years of my lifespan, and now you look so happy in front of me. You're a real piece of work. What are you laughing at? Just as Ethan was rejoicing, Freya's voice, clearly laced with anger, rang out leisurely. At this moment, Ethan felt like he had just downed a bottle of ice-cold Sprite on a scorching summer day. A chill ran from his forehead, straight down to the soles of his feet. Freya-sama, First you wanted to sacrifice 10,000 years of my lifespan, and now you're snickering in front of me. It seems I've been too good to you, Ethan. Listen to my explanation, Freya-sama. There's a reason for all this. Oh, what reason? Tell me tilde. Looking at Ethan, Freya stared at him intently. She wanted to hear what kind of explanation the boy could come up with. If he couldn't appease her anger, she would definitely teach him a lesson and make him understand why he should respect her. It's like this, I laughed because when I saw you, Freya-sama, it reminded me of something. What is it? Today in the dungeon, Ethan then recounted the events of being attacked in the dungeon earlier that day. He even mentioned a series of related things like the artificial underground labyrinth, Eiklos Familia, Evelys, and Ishtar. Descendants of Daedalus, a man-made dungeon. Freya was surprised by each of these revelations. Especially the artificial underground labyrinth, a massive project that had been going on for 1,000 years right under the noses of the gods, and the gods knew nothing about it. That was the most terrifying part. As for Ishtar colluding with Evelys, Freya had suspected such a thing for a long time and didn't need Ethan to tell her. What do you want to do? Occupy the man-made dungeon Gnosis, and then our Freya Familia will have the most secret base in Aurario. You really dare to think so, but according to what you said, after 1,000 years of construction, the Gnosis has reached the middle floors of the dungeon, and there are a large number of remnant members of Evelys inside. Do you think it's easy to occupy it? Others may not be able to, but our Freya Familia is different, especially now that we have a trump card, Haruheim. Haruheim. Freya's eyes flickered slightly at the mention of Haruheim. The silver-haired goddess naturally cared a lot about this talented Renard with such powerful magic. Currently, Otter had reached the limit of level 7. If he could break through the barrier of level 7 and upgrade to level 8 in the future, wouldn't it mean that their Freya Familia possess level 9 combat power with the help of Haruheim's magic? It was important to note that even in the prosperous era of Zeus and Hera Familia, only the Empress had managed to reach level 9. By the way, Freya-sama, do you have any more grimoires? I have some. Why? Ethan couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up as he listened to his goddess's casual display of wealth. Those were grimoires, magic items that could awaken magic upon reading. In Aurario, each one could sell for at least 100 million volleys, and they were still in short supply. And here, Freya casually said she had some. The silver-haired goddess of beauty was truly wealthy. If possible, can you give one to Haruheim? I promise you won't be disappointed. Give one to Haruheim. Freya didn't have any objections to his suggestion. After all, Haruheim's value alone was worth more than a single grimoire, and from his tone, it seemed like there was some kind of surprise waiting for her. Let's not talk about Haruheim, and don't change the subject. What are you going to do about the Gnosis and Eiklo's Familia? Ethan smiled secretly when he heard Freya's question. He finally managed to change the topic. There's an entrance to the Gnosis on the 18th floor, and I have the key to open it. Key? That's right, it's this. Ethan took out the key that looked like an eyeball and handed it to Freya. A magic item, huh? How interesting, and it even has a blood curse on it. It is said that all descendants of Daedalus have bright red eyes, forcing them to complete the Gnosis. This key was probably made from the eyes of these people. What an interesting curse, Tilda. In Freya's eyes, the blood curse was merely interesting. So, Freya-sama, what do you think, tilde? The Gnosis, that leads directly to the middle floors of the dungeon, is indeed worth occupying. So that means you agree. Yes, I'll have Otter gather everyone and launch an attack on the Gnosis. All right. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. Since they had decided to act, Freya naturally wouldn't drag her feet. Ethan was also a little excited. Attacking the Gnosis, after being attacked in the afternoon, and then leading his people to their doorstep in the evening, this feeling of revenge was simply too satisfying. Not only that, but he had also gained Enkidu's unique skill from the previous card draw. Perfect form. As someone who bore all the evil of the world, Ethan possessed the ability of rapid regeneration as long as he had sufficient magic energy. Coupled with this perfect form, which allowed him to draw magic from the land to restore himself, the combination of these two abilities further ensured his safety. Moreover, the advanced form of perfect form was Age of Babylon. That was a divine skill that could clash head-on with Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, comparable to a super-enhanced version of Knight of Honor. A knight does not die with empty hands. After merging it, a slight smile appeared on his lips. However, just as Ethan was rejoicing, Freya's voice rang out once more. All right, we've cleared up the matter of why you were laughing. Now explain to me again about sacrificing 10,000 years of Goddess Freya's life. The smile on Ethan's face instantly froze, and he turned to look at Freya. Didn't we just change the subject? Why did you bring it back? Ethan wanted to cry but had no tears. After this little episode, as the sun set and dusk fell, Freya Familia, like a giant machine, was activated, and all its gears and mechanisms began to operate. Due to their goddess's orders, the entire Freya Familia sprang into action. Chapter 92, Threaten Me, Do You Dare Swing That Axe? Under the cover of night, several figures walked through the streets of Aurario. The group was fully armed, and the leader was none other than Otter, the captain of Freya Familia. Beside him were 4 individuals with similar appearances. The Gulliver brothers, one of the core members of Freya Familia, consisted of 4 brothers, all powerful first-class adventurers. The eldest brother, Ulfrig Gulliver. The second eldest brother, Dvalin Gulliver. The third eldest brother, Berling Gulliver. And the youngest brother, Greg Gulliver. As Palom, all 4 brothers were level 5 adventurers, wielding a sword, hammer, spear, and axe respectively. They were known as the strongest team in the Labyrinth City, and their coordinated attacks rivaled the combat power of a level 6 adventurer. In the original story, they made several appearances. The night after Eyes Wallenstein finished helping Belle train, the Gulliver brothers, along with another member of the Freya familia, Alan Fromel, attacked them and even threatened Eyes. Furthermore, when Belle was trapped in Ishtar familia, they followed the orders of their goddess Freya and, under Otter's leadership, attacked Ishtar familia. However, since all four of them disliked Belle, whom Freya particularly favored, they told Otter that they would only cut off Ishtar's escape route and would never save Belle, even if it meant death. From this, it was clear that the Gulliver brothers had no good feelings towards the one who had captured Freya's attention. An artificial underground labyrinth. I didn't expect such a place to exist in Aurario. D. Valen exclaimed. Having lived in the Labyrinth City for so many years, he never imagined there would be a place like the man-made dungeon Gnosis. It was truly surprising news. Otter, I heard that tonight's operation was suggested to our goddess by that Ethan Starfall. Berling, the third eldest brother, suddenly spoke up and directly mentioned Ethan. Just as Ethan had previously expected, all members of Freya familia were rivals in love with each other. Now that a particularly favored person had appeared in their familia, he naturally became the target of everyone's envy and resentment. It was only because of their goddess's explicit orders that other members of Freya familia hadn't done anything to the boy yet. But if Ethan showed any signs of falling out of their goddess's favor, he would likely face hell. One should never underestimate the anger of a group of single simps. Yes, Otter nodded expressionlessly. Let me make it clear, if that guy encounters any danger during tonight's operation, I won't lift a finger to save him. The reason I'm here is to follow our goddess's orders, not to protect that guy. Otter glanced at Berling after hearing this, but didn't say much. Having always been by Freya's side, Otter knew very well how important Ethan's position was in their goddess's heart. If the Gulliver brothers refused to save the boy and cause his death, they would definitely be punished by the furious goddess of beauty. There was no doubt about it. However, Otter wasn't worried about Ethan's safety. That boy was a little monster with considerable strength. Do as you please. There must be no room for error in our actions tonight. All members of the Eiklos familia must be eliminated. Understood. Alan has already taken the others to Daedalus Street, so our manpower should be spread out. Good. Afterward, the group entered the dungeon directly. Although they knew there was an entrance to the artificial underground labyrinth in Daedalus Street, they didn't know the exact location, so they could only lie in wait. To enter the man-made dungeon Gnosis, they still needed to go through the entrance on the 18th floor, the only entrance Ethan knew of. Moreover, Ethan had already gone ahead with the key before Otter and his group arrived. Located in the slum area, Daedalus Street was a place full of mixed bags. In such a place, no one knew how many hidden enemies were lurking, so most of Freya familia's manpower had gone there. Otter and the Gulliver brothers were more like a strike team. Their mission was to enter the artificial underground labyrinth and alert the people inside, forcing them to leave through other exits. This way, they could find other entrances by following the clues. Soon, a level 7 and 4 level 5 adventurers traversed the upper floors and reached the 18th floor without any difficulty. You're finally here, Otter. Ethan had been waiting at the gate for a long time. The reason he came here early was to find the location of the entrance first, so they wouldn't have to waste time finding it later. Are you that Ethan Starfall? As soon as the group arrived, Gra, the youngest of the brothers, looked at Ethan and asked, I am Ethan, what can I do for you? Looking at these four not-so-tall individuals, Ethan could guess their identities. With the same height, the same armor, and each holding a different weapon, who else could they be besides the Gulliver brothers, also known as the Bringer? Swish! With his small stature, Gra effortlessly lifted the giant axe and placed it directly on Ethan's neck. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. To be honest, I don't like you. Because of your appearance, you've taken away all of our goddess's favor and attention. If I could, I'd really like to finish you off right here. A cold voice rang out, and Ethan could feel the malice emanating from the palom in front of him. The other party wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill him. This made Ethan clearly understand that this was the real Freya familia, a familia filled with internal conflicts and struggles, yet possessing the strongest cohesion. It was contradictory, yet reasonable familia. Tell me, if you kill me here, will the goddess punish you because of my death? Ethan retorted with equally sharp words. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere changed once again. The Gulliver brothers all gripped their weapons tightly. If not for their remaining rationality, Ethan would have been chopped into pieces by now. The reason Ethan was so fearless was because he was certain that these four wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He was currently the one Freya favored, and the Gulliver brothers were absolutely loyal to their goddess. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they wouldn't disobey their goddess. So, even if they really wanted to kill the boy in front of them, they could only think about it. Otter watched the entire process unfold, neither stopping Gr's provocation nor interrupting Ethan's arrogant speech. Step. Ethan took a step forward, and Gr's arm holding the giant axe involuntarily pulled back slightly. See, even if you put your weapon on my neck, you don't dare to harm me in the slightest. Because you know very well that without the goddess's orders, if you hurt me, you will definitely be punished. You say I don't dare. Gru was also hot-tempered. Provoked by the boy's words, he became somewhat angry, and the giant axe in his hand moved forward again, only a few centimeters away from Ethan's neck. I ask again, do you really dare? You may not care about punishment, but do you also not care about being disliked by our goddess? These words dealt a critical damage. Every single member of Freya familia was fearless when it came to death. However, in contrast, their goddess's displeasure and dislike were absolutely unacceptable to any of them. It was even crueler than killing them. For a moment, the atmosphere remained tense. Gru, who was holding the giant axe, didn't know what to do. Chapter 93, Entering the Gnosis. The scene fell into a stalemate, with Ethan embodying the phrase, fearless. The other three Gulliver brothers, except for the eldest, all glared at the boy, clearly dissatisfied as well. Put your weapon away, Tilda. At this moment, Ulfrig, the eldest brother, spoke up. Although he often had to clean up the messes caused by his three hot-tempered brothers, when it came to important matters, it was still Ulfrig, the eldest one, who made the final decisions. HMPH. Gr snorted and put his weapon away, his face still full of resentment. Seeing this, Ethan smiled. Thankfully, the other party backed down. If it really came to a fight, he wasn't sure if he would be a match for any of the Gulliver brothers without exposing his trump card. But as long as they didn't fight, he was in an absolutely invincible position. As long as Freya hadn't lost interest in him, he had an unlimited get out of jail free card. Ethan, don't waste time, our time is precious. Ulfrig looked at Ethan and said. Although he also disliked the boy very much, he had no choice but to coexist peacefully with him for now. Not to mention, tonight's mission was a direct order from their goddess. So they had to take down the Gnosis before dawn. The door has been identified, the next step is to enter. There's one thing I need to make clear, the Gnosis is very large, and it has reached the middle floors of the dungeon, so be sure to quickly eliminate all enemies you see in there. All right. The four brothers were not unreasonable people, and agreed to Ethan's suggestion. They knew that now was not the time for internal strife. Even if they wanted revenge, it would have to wait until later after they finished the mission. Wrestle. At this moment, a graceful figure approached from afar. It was none other than Sanjauno Haruheim. However, upon seeing golden-haired Renard, the Gulliver brothers frowned slightly. They didn't understand why they had to bring along a woman on this mission, especially one who didn't seem to have much strength. Are you sure you want to bring her along? Otter spoke up, his gaze towards Haruheim carrying a hint of care. As someone who had personally experienced her magic, Uchide no Kazuchi, he knew Haruheim's value better than anyone in their familia. Their mission today was to eliminate the Eiklos familia, and bringing Haruheim along seemed a bit risky. After all, the people inside the man-made dungeon were all villains and desperados. If anything unexpected happened to Haruheim, it would be an irreparable loss for Freya familia. don't underestimate her. The current Haruheim is 9 times stronger than before. 9 times, could it be? It's exactly what you think. Hiss. Otter took a breath of cold air, looking at Haruheim in disbelief. He was already shocked by the effect of Uchide no Kazuchi before, but he didn't expect the Renard to have something more amazing. Haruheim was also a bit overwhelmed. This was the first time she had received so much attention. However, after using the grimoire, and having awakened her second magic, she was clearly more confident than before. The Gulliver brothers on the side were completely confused, not understanding what these two were talking about. After a while, they arrived in front of a rock wall. Ethan's magic power surged, causing the surroundings to distort for a moment before a square entrance was revealed. Ethan took the lead and entered. Upon entering, they could see that the surrounding walls were made of special materials. There was a huge door in front of them, made entirely of orichalcum. Without the key, it was basically impossible to enter inside. At the door, Ethan also saw the inscription of a name. Daedalus, the instigator of all this, a mad craftsman from 1,000 years ago, who had perpetuated a curse on his descendants that lasted for millennia for his own crazy ideas. Ethan didn't waste any time and took out the key. Immediately, the key and the door resonated with each other, and the eye pattern on the key emitted a faint red light. Rumbled. The next second, the door slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the Gnosis. This is the Gnosis. After entering, Ulfrig looked at the huge space that had been excavated and was in disbelief. Was this really something humans could achieve? It looked like the Gnosis, comparable to the dungeon, actually existed. It was truly a shocking discovery. Who are you? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. From a doorway in the distance, a person saw Ethan and the others enter and shouted. Since anyone who could appear here was either a member of Eiklo's Familia or Evelus, they are all targets that need to be eradicated. Whoosh! Before Ethan could react, Ulfrig, who was beside him, took action, throwing his spear directly at the guy. Despite the distance of several tens of meters, the spear still pierced through the man's chest with incredible accuracy, pinning him to the wall. Let's confirm the mission's objective again. We need to eliminate everyone here, right? Turning to look at Ethan, Ulfrig asked this question. Yes, since we want to occupy this place, we naturally need to clear out the original owners. But remember to also collect these keys later so as to save trouble. I understand. The Palom looked at the key in Ethan's hand and memorized its appearance. The other 3 brothers were also getting excited. If they could complete this mission flawlessly, they would definitely win their goddess's favor, which was undoubtedly the highest honor for them. Otter, I'll leave this entrance to you. Leave it to me. Since it was an entrance, it was naturally also an exit, so someone needed to guard it. And the person chosen for this task was naturally Otter. As for the Gulliver brothers, they were all level 5 adventurers. Although not as strong as Otter, they were more than enough to deal with the members of Eiklo's Familia. Then let the hunt begin. As these words fell, the 4 Gulliver brothers instantly burst into action. Each of them was like a wild horse that had been let loose, returning to the grasslands and running wild. Ethan was speechless looking at them. Were they trying to steal credit? Ethan had no interest in this and went deeper with Haruheim. Mana Burst. To prevent any accidents, he directly used the skill Mana Burst and paid close attention to everything around him. As for the 4 Palom brothers who had already run off, Ethan thought, work hard, but don't get lost. This wasn't an exaggeration. Gnosis was the culmination of 1,000 years of effort by the descendants of the Daedalus family, and since it was called an artificial underground labyrinth, it naturally had complex structures. It was indeed possible to get lost if one wasn't careful. Chapter 94, The Lamia Xenos. Who are you? Enemy attack, there's an enemy attack. Run for your lives. Don't kill me, please don't. The vast Gnosis encountered a disaster tonight. As a remnant of Evelus, the Eiklo's Familia didn't have many members. At least when confronted with the members of Freya Familia, they were simply vulnerable. Under the onslaught of the four Gulliver brothers, everyone in their path was killed. And since this was a direct order from their goddess, they carried it out without any hesitation. Whether it was men, women, old or young, as long as they encountered anyone in their path, they were all eliminated. This caused Knossos to be gradually filled with a pungent smell of blood. Is this the warehouse? After twisting and turning through a passageway, they arrived at a rather large space. Inside were rows of iron cages, filled with a large number of monsters. Moreover, these monsters were of various shapes and sizes, including monsters from the upper and lower floors. And without exception, all these monsters were extremely weak, curled up in their cages. When they saw Ethan, pairs of scarlet eyes looked over, filled with anger, hostility, hatred, and more. Ethan-sama, there are so many monsters. What does the Eiklos Familia want to do by capturing them? Haruheim looked at these monsters, puzzled. She couldn't understand why they would capture so many monsters instead of killing them. What do they want to do, you ask? Of course, sell them outside of Arario and earn a lot of money. Sell monsters? You see, they're not ordinary monsters. Looking at the monsters locked in the iron cages, Ethan recalled information about them. These monsters were different from ordinary mindless monsters. They possessed self-awareness, and some could even speak, unlike those normal ones that only knew how to kill. Monsters born in the dungeon with rationality are called Xenos. The intelligence of Xenos varied depending on the situation. High-level Xenos possessed good intelligence, language skills, and growth abilities similar to humans, and could communicate normally with people. Whereas, low-level Xenos could only understand the general meaning of words, but couldn't use complex human language to communicate. However, since they were originally monsters, they could also understand monster language that humans couldn't understand. And some types of Xenos, although similar in appearance to humans, still had distinct monster characteristics that differed from ordinary humans and demi-humans, giving them a furry look. And since they were neither pure monsters nor humans, they were ostracized by both sides. Due to being attacked by both humans and monsters alike, Xenos usually lived in unexplored areas or areas inhabited by other monsters. The reason these Xenos were imprisoned here was naturally due to the Eiklos Familia, because some powerful humans had a hobby of keeping them as high-value slaves, and some Xenos, such as sirens and mermaids, were even favored by certain nobles outside the Labyrinth City. Therefore, outside of Arario, a female Xenos could be sold for a sky-high price. And the Eiklos Familia had earned a large amount of volleys by selling them. You should be called Xenos, right? There should be some of you who can speak. Ethan stepped forward and spoke to the monsters locked in iron cages. Haruheim couldn't believe what he was saying. Monsters that could talk, how was that possible? However, before she could voice out her doubts, Haruheim's worldview was somewhat shattered. You're different from those humans before. A Lamia Xenos, with the lower body of a giant purple python and the upper body of a beautiful woman, spoke. However, she had purple scales on her waist, back, arms, and face. Oh, how do you know I'm different from them? The way you look at us, there's no ill intent, not even hostility. But those people, their eyes were filled with malice and desire. Interesting tilde. Humans were truly a fascinating creature, with both incredibly high and incredibly low limits. Before his transmigration, there were also people in his previous life who were interested in monster girls and furries, but that was merely online trash talk, the kinks of certain individuals. But in this world, having desires for monsters was definitely a very rare and frowned upon thing. After all, for thousands of years, humans and monsters had been sworn enemies. And for this type of person, there was also a term, monster fetish. Once exposed, they would definitely be spurned and despised by everyone. However, this was only on the surface. In the shadows where there was no light, who knew how many such things were happening? One should never overestimate the extent of human perversion, especially those wealthy feudal noble lords. For the sake of excitement and a unique experience, who knew what horrendous thing they would do? What's your name? Sarah Tilda. Looking at Ethan, the Lamia Xenos replied. The other Xenos, after hearing her words, looked at Ethan with reduced killing intent, but still with immense hostility. Ultimately, for some Xenos, all humans were the same. Just as in the eyes of humans, all monsters needed to be killed, let alone the fact that they had been persecuted by humans. Do you want to live? Ethan looked at Sarah and said. Lamias were monsters that only appeared on the middle floors, with potential ability values between level 2 and level 3. Their strength wasn't considered very strong, but it was definitely not weak either. Most importantly, Ethan had a certain conjecture. What do you want to do? Sarah stared at the boy and asked back. Although she knew he had no malice towards her, she still maintained a great deal of vigilance. After all, once bitten by a snake, a person is afraid of well ropes for decades, which was normal. I need you Xenos to cooperate with me in an experiment. If it succeeds, you can all be free. But if it fails, you will die. How about it, do you want to give it a try? If it succeeds, what will happen to me? Sarah didn't answer, but instead asked another question. This made Ethan laugh. It was truly rare to find such an interesting individual. Answering a question with another question, was she really a monster? Indeed, some of Ethan's speculations about Xenos became more believable now. If it succeeds, you will be reborn. However, from then on, your life will belong to me. If it fails, I will die. What about them? Sarah looked at the other Xenos around her. As Xenos, they were attacked by both monsters and humans alike. So, apart from each other, they had nothing else. Chapter 95, Black Mud plus Xenos equals. There were quite a few Xenos locked up here, of all different types. There were humanoid goblins and kobolds, as well as beast-like needle rabbits, silverbacks, battle boars, and more. Their gazes were all fixed on Sarah and Ethan. That's not necessarily the case. A single failure isn't what I want. Maybe I'll just choose the next lucky one. Ethan said with a smile, but his words sparked anger among the Xenos. Roar. Snarl. Grrr. Bangs. Some of the Xenos roared at Ethan, while others pounded on their iron cages with their claws. Clearly, his words had crossed a line. However, Ethan simply ignored the Xenos' anger. He wasn't the Yasushi protagonist Bellcranel, and he didn't have that much kindness to spare. To Ethan, these rational monsters in front of him were no different from any other monsters. After killing them, he could also obtain magic stones. So, whether they had intelligence or not didn't matter. He didn't hate them, but that didn't mean that he had to take care of them. He wouldn't go out of his way to help them. After all, there were too many pitiful people in this world. The reason he proposed this deal to Sarah, the Lamia-type Xenos, was because of a conjecture and curiosity in his heart. Previously, when the magic stones of monsters came into contact with the black mud, they would immediately collapse, like two incompatible systems installed on the same hardware, causing the computer to crash. However, these Xenos were different from ordinary monsters. So Ethan was curious if there would be any difference with them. Would they self-destruct upon contact with the black mud like other monsters, or would something interesting happen? This point made Ethan very curious. Staring at him, Sarah was certain that this human in front of her, even though he had no malice toward her or the Xenos, was still a different existence from them. Having no malice didn't mean he had good intentions. At this moment, Sarah somewhat understood the complexity of human nature. So, do you want to gamble? Bet on whether you can survive. If you succeed, you can save all your companions. His words in Sarah's ears were like the whispers of a demon, making her hesitate. Haruheim watched all this from the side, looking at Ethan with a strange expression. Ethan Sama, whom she had always regarded as a hero, actually had such a wicked side. However, this didn't make him lose points in Haruheim's heart. On the contrary, it made him appear more humane. He wasn't a good person, but at least he had saved her from despair and was her hero. However, he treated others completely differently. Did this mean that he was her own exclusive hero? For a woman, it was natural to hope that the man she cared about only cared about her. Even though Haruheim had never considered herself to be his wife, she still had such possessive emotions. I agree. After some internal struggle, Sarah looked directly into Ethan's eyes and made her decision. If she succeeded, sacrificing herself to save many of her compatriots would definitely be a worthy deal. Roar. Ow. Bang. The other Xenos, upon hearing this, started pounding on the iron cages and roaring. To Ethan, these were meaningless cries, but to Sarah, they were the calls of her companions, each one urging her to refuse, not to trust this hypocritical and cruel human. In the eyes of these mistreated Xenos, humans had long been equated with hypocrisy and cruelty. Willing to sacrifice yourself for the well-being of your companions, I'm starting to like you. If you can survive this, I think you'll become my right-hand man. Let's begin. Sarah didn't listen to a word of his compliment. After all, he had said the experiment was dangerous, and whether she could survive or not was still unknown. Ethan smiled upon hearing this and stretched out one of his hands. The next second, the malice known as all the evil of the world began to surge. At this moment, all the Xenos' roars stopped abruptly. They were Xenos, intelligent monsters, and as beasts, their perception of danger was extremely keen. In the eyes of these Xenos, Ethan had now become the embodiment of an evil god. Swish! The black mud surged instantly, engulfing Sarah's figure completely. The whole scene looked very eerie and strange. Haruheim also widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at the black mud, not knowing how to describe it. All the evil of the world, this is what I bear on my back, Ethan suddenly said. All the evil of the world. Haruheim looked at him in confusion, not understanding what it meant. Simply put, it's the sins and malice of the entire world. Now I bear them all alone. I'm a villain who carries evil, not some righteous hero, Haruheim. No matter what Ethan-sama is like, he is still Haruheim's hero. Haruheim's hero, huh? All right, then I'll be your exclusive hero then, Haruheim. Looking at the Renard's serious and earnest expression, Ethan suddenly smiled and said these words. And it was these words that directly touched Haruheim's heartstrings, leaving her momentarily at a loss. As a somewhat lewd-minded Renard, her mind had already started playing out an erotic drama. Hero, that belongs only to Haruheim. At this moment, Haruheim's eyes were a little hazy. Clearly, she was very moved. However, at this time, Sarah, who was covered in black mud, let out a painful roar. And it was this sound that made the corners of Ethan's mouth curl up slightly. For ordinary monsters, after the black mud entered their bodies and had contact with their magic stones, they would instantly collapse. However, Sarah's magic stone didn't collapse, but instead she let out a roar. Moreover, he could feel that his black mud was being gradually absorbed by her. This also meant that his conjecture was on point. The black mud could touch the soul, and the souls of all monsters belonged to the dungeon. Anyone except the dungeon who tried to touch these souls would be rejected, and the way of rejection was the monster's self-destruction. However, these Xenos were like loopholes in the system. They weren't controlled by the dungeon, which is why they are attacked by other monsters and possess self-awareness and rationality. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying magical power erupted, and the iron cage imprisoning Sarah was instantly shattered. A moment later, everything calmed down, and a figure with a purple upper human body and a snake tail appeared, shrouded in black magic power. HIATUS dropped,